A new world, the Sky Island. Upon the boundless expanse of the milky white sea, a heavily modified waver roared forward at high speed. A burly man stood on the waver, skillfully steering the craft, while behind him a remarkably handsome youth reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, a glass of juice in hand that he sipped from time to time. "It has already been 3 years since I was reborn into this world. Time truly flies," the youth on the chair murmured, gazing at the rapidly flowing sea of clouds beside him. Indeed, this leisurely youth was not an original inhabitant of this world. He came from a completely different planet, one that also possessed a vast ocean. Yet in that place, this entire world existed merely as an animated series. There his name had been Xiaoxingha. In this life, however, his name was Shios. Perhaps because the memories of his past life were too vast, they did not awaken until 3 years ago. Before that awakening, he had drifted about in a muddle-headed daze, appearing to others like a naturally deficient simpleton. In this life, Shios' father was a descendant of the Lunaria, once known as one of the races of the gods who had dwelt upon the Red Line. They were a powerful people capable of surviving within all manner of cruel natural environments. Yet no matter how harsh nature might be, it could not compare to the malice in human hearts. After the celestial dragons drove the Lunaria from the Red Line, the world government, perhaps out of fear or greed for their prodigious talents, issued a global bounty order on the Lunaria. Report any sighting of the Lunaria and you will receive a reward of 100 million berries. Once this reward was proclaimed, people across the world plunged into a frenzy to hunt the Lunaria. After all, they did not need to risk their own hands to capture anyone, simply providing information was enough. The Lunaria, however, possessed extraordinarily conspicuous traits: enormous black wings, brown skin, white hair, and distinctive facial markings. Once the world government publicly listed these features, the scattered Lunaria survivors hidden across the world found that their friends, neighbors, and even their own spouses could become their betrayers. After all, 100 million berries was a sum most could never earn in an entire lifetime of toil, yet now it could be obtained with a single sentence. The already few in number Lunaria were immediately dealt a devastating blow. Most of the remaining clansmen were reported and then hunted down by the agencies under the world government. CP units, Marines, and even factions from the underworld issued bounties eager to seize them. Yet as former members of the race of gods, the Lunaria survivors were far from spineless. With their astonishing innate gifts and inborn control over flame, they made those who came to hunt them pay a bitter price. Most crucially, when these survivors realized that there was no hope of escape, they would ignite their own powers and self-immolate, not leaving even a single strand of hair for the world government. Even so, some fortunate survivors managed to evade the Great Purge. Shios' father was a descendant of such survivors. He and Shios' mother had long hidden on a remote, uninhabited island to escape pursuit, but in the end their trail was still discovered. The world government pursuers were like vicious, cunning wolves, trailing behind them relentlessly and drawing ever closer as time went by. Realizing that to continue like this was nothing but a slow death, Shios' father made a decisive choice. Using the flight granted by his wings, he brought Shios and his mother to a blind spot of the CP's surveillance, the sky above, the Sky Island. After settling the last burden on his heart, Shios' father resolutely chose to depart alone, luring away the hounds that were closing in. On the Sky Island, Shios' mother lived with him in mutual dependence for a few years. Yet the long years of flight, the ailments they brought, and the immense grief of watching her husband's life card slowly burn away finally took her life in resentment and sorrow. It was on that very night that Shios awakened the memories of his previous life. Relying on his extraordinary talent and his ability to command flame, Shios began to carve out a living on the Sky Island. After 3 years of struggle and hardship, he had managed to achieve a modest degree of success. Today he was bringing along his most capable subordinate, Urouge, heading toward the Sky Island known as Bika, Enel's birthplace. His goal naturally was the Rumble Fruit. He had not gone there in previous years because their original location had been far too remote. They could not even find where Bika was. Moreover, Bika was by no means some soft persimmon that could be casually squeezed. The god of Bika ruled over dozens of cloud islands and commanded nearly 10,000 soldiers, not to mention the elite divine guard at his core, all armed with burn bazookas, slash dials, impact dials, and other deadly equipment. It was even rumored that they possessed extinct reject dials and laser dials, extremely rare instruments of mass destruction. Shios had not come this time to force his way in, he did not yet have the strength for that. He had received information that an item suspected to be the Rumble Fruit was currently stored in Bika's temple. Thus he had come specifically to confirm it. If it proved genuine and the defenses were not too tight, he would strike immediately and seize the fruit. If the temple were heavily guarded, he would first scout the terrain, then bring more subordinates later to snatch it. So long as he could lay hands on the Rumble Fruit, nothing in this entire white sea would be able to stop him. Just then the speeding waver abruptly came to a halt, nearly throwing Shios from his chair. "Urouge, what's going on?" Ignoring the juice spilled over his body, Shios hurried over to Urouge's side and asked, "Well?" Urouge scratched his head. "Boss, it seems we may have taken the wrong route." At this moment, the face that usually wore a carefree smile was filled with awkwardness. "You're the one who claimed you've traveled across the entire white sea that you could reach Bika with your eyes closed, weren't you?" Shios stared blankly at the embarrassed, forced smile on Urouge's face. Originally, Shios had planned to find a subordinate familiar with the route to pilot the waver. But because Urouge had confidently insisted that he alone could handle it, even claiming that additional people would only increase the risk of exposure, Shios had finally entrusted the task to him. "So where exactly are we now? And don't tell me you don't even know that." Shios wiped the juice from his face in resignation and asked, No, that I still know. We're currently nearest to the sky island known as the ruined Barlin Terminal." "The ruined Barlin Terminal? Isn't that already within the New World Sea? Bika is in the first half of the Grand Line. Just how far off have you strayed?" Shios was utterly speechless. Until now, he had never realized that Urouge possessed such a terrible sense of direction. Perhaps he ought to persuade him to switch to swordsmanship instead. Sorry, I'll correct our heading right away. Don't worry, we'll definitely get there this time," Urouge promised hastily. "Forget it, let's head to the ruined Barlin Terminal first and restock our supplies." Shios waved his hand helplessly as he spoke. "Ruins Barong Terminal. Boss, you go ashore on the island first. I'll check the Weiba. I feel like there's something wrong with its power system," Urki said, hefting a toolbox after parking the Weiba and speaking to Shios. "Alright, I'll go see if there are any cloud beasts on the island. My mouth's been so bland these past few days I'm about to grow feathers," Shios replied casually, then jumped off the Weiba and stepped onto the Sky Island. Walking across the island cloud, Shios was greeted on all sides by desolation, toppled walls, and crumbling ruins, a great windmill with a missing blade, vines crawling over the ground everywhere. Even cloud mice would probably shed tears if they saw this place. After walking for a long time, Shios still could not find anything edible. "Don't tell me there isn't even a single cloud beast here," he muttered in puzzlement at the desolate scene before him. Just then Urki, who had already finished repairing the Weiba and caught up, replied, "It shouldn't be that bad. Boss, look, isn't there a forest up ahead? There should be some wild beasts inside." High above, in an even loftier sea of clouds, a terrifying azure dragon soared through the sky. Yet something about his state was clearly off. His flight was crooked and unsteady, and from time to time a boozy hiccup escaped him. This azure dragon was, of course, none other than the infamous titan of the New World, 100 Beasts, Kaido. As he flew, Kaido kept muttering under his breath, "Hick, damn Orochi, to think he'd just die like that." Indeed, Kurozumi Orochi, who in the original course of events should have lived on until Nika arrived in Wano before being killed, had now been slain more than 10 years ahead of time, cut down by the samurai who had gone into hiding after Kazuki Oden's death. Kaido had believed those samurai were already completely suppressed, yet they seized the chance while he and his top officers were away seizing new territory to launch a decapitation strike against Kurozumi Orochi. When Kaido finally returned, what lay before him was Kurozumi Orochi chopped into pieces as though he were nothing more than dumpling filling. Because of this incident, the Wano country that Kaido had previously suppressed began to seethe with undercurrents once more. And because he had rushed back in such haste, the territories he had just conquered were reclaimed by other great pirates of the New World, while even his original domains were under invasion. This chain of events left Kaido utterly overwhelmed. It took him 2.5 months to barely stabilize the situation. Today was the first day he had stolen a moment of leisure, drinking all the way from Onigashima to this place. What comforted Kaido somewhat was that the mythical Zoan ability once belonging to Kurozumi Orochi, the snake fruit model Yamata no Orochi, had been reborn on Onigashima and was discovered by a sharp-eyed underling who presented it to him in reverence. It was one of the few things that had pleased Kaido in this period. Thinking of the previously stolen Grand God True Fruit, the lumphead dragon fruit, and the spikeback dragon fruit, Kaido, to prevent yet another painstakingly collected mythical Zoan from being eaten behind his back, deliberately carried this devil fruit on his person. At the thought of this devil fruit, Kaido's mood eased a little. He turned to glance at the treasure chest hanging from his own body where he had placed the fruit. Where's my mythical Zoan? Kaido stared in shock at the spot where the chest had been, only to find it had vanished without a trace. My thanks to the bounty of nature, Shios murmured with genuine gratitude as he looked at the treasure chest that had just fallen right in front of him. He had just been carrying a cloud pig he had caught, and already dressed planning to go look for Urki, who had gone off in another direction when fortune quite literally fell from the heavens. A treasure chest plummeted down, and from within rolled out a devil fruit. If Shios was not mistaken, the devil fruit that had rolled out from the shattered chest was the Zoan mythical type snake fruit model Yamata no Orochi. Though the fruit had been somewhat deformed by the fall from such a height, those iconic 8 snake-shaped tendrils of its stem still allowed Shios to recognize it at a glance. casually setting the cloud pig, nearly 3 stories tall. Off to the side, Shios hesitated only briefly before picking up the devil fruit. Ignoring the dirt smeared across its surface, he simply swallowed it whole. His original target had been the rumble fruit, but there were far too many variables. What if the information he had received was wrong, and the rumble fruit was not in Biko's temple at all? What if the defenses of Biko's temple were impenetrable? What if Enel had already eaten the rumble fruit by now? So when faced with a mythical Zoan delivered straight to his doorstep, Shios had devoured it without hesitation. One opportunity was right before his eyes, the other far beyond reach. And mythical Zoans were the true answer in the current era. Although the Yamata no Orochi had performed poorly in Orochi's hands, that was only because Kurozumi Orochi was such useless trash. This was the Yamata no Orochi after all, a great demon at the pinnacle of the myths of the little island nation. Compared to it, the ox demon used by Saturn's saint, one of the 5 elders, was merely a minor karami, and there was no way it could truly be that weak. The instant he swallowed the fruit, a wondrous power coursed through Xius' entire body. Just as he was about to carefully savor the sensation, every hair on his body stood on end. A terrifying sense of impending danger suddenly pressed down upon his heart. Without thinking, Shios threw himself forward in a donkey roll. With a deafening boom, a bottomless crater was blasted into the spot where Shios had just been standing. Scrambling up in disarray, Shios turned around only to see an enormous pit yawning before his eyes. What in the world just fell from the sky? He muttered, stunned. Before he could recover, a massive hand emerged from the edge of the pit, and then a giant, at least 7 meters tall, climbed out from within. When he saw the giant's appearance, clearly Shios nearly had his soul scared out of him. That fearsome, beard-covered face, the 2 wild, jutting horns, the dragon scale tattoos covering his left arm, and that signature way of making an entrance. Shios instantly recognized the man before him as 100 Beasts Kaido, and he realized, as well, that the treasure chest from earlier must have been Kaido's. Having just climbed out of the pit, Kaido glanced at the now empty treasure chest, then at the young man before him, and asked in a low voice, "Brat, did you eat what was in the chest?" If I say it was an accident, would you believe me?" Shios replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. At his words, Kaido's already dark expression grew even uglier. He lifted the wine gourd hanging at his waist and began to gulp it down. Watching Kaido's movements, every hair on Xius' body stood up. He knew all too well how terrible Kaido's drunken temper was. Just as he was bracing himself for Kaido to grab his spiked club and smash him with a thunderbagwa, an unforeseen change occurred. "Oh, damn it, why is it like this again? I went to such trouble to find that devil fruit, only for some brat who popped out of nowhere to eat it. You such rude brats, don't you know you can't just eat other people's things? You're like this, Yamato, and Runty were like this too, you." The once grim and imposing Kaido was now covering his face and sobbing, great teardrops rolling down and soaking his beard. Paired with his tearful lament, he could not have looked more wronged. Watching this spectacle, Shios felt goosebumps rise all over. He glanced at the weeping Kaido, then quietly took 2 steps backward. Discovering that Kaido did not notice at all, Shios slowly turned around. It was not that Shios was arrogant enough to think he could escape from Kaido, but he was afraid that if Kaido suddenly went into a drunken rage and smashed him with a single swing, his death would be far too unjust. Yet at the very instant he turned his back, Shios felt a powerful gust of wind surge toward the back of his head. "Damn it, Kaido, you old bastard, striking from behind without honor at a youngster like me. Thud, thud, thud. You dare think of escaping after consuming my possessions." Originally weeping and drinking in despair, Kaido had drawn his hakashaku while drinking, swinging it with one hand towards the just-turned Xius, thunderous 8 trigrams. Xius had no time to react, flying out like an arrow released from its bow, the speed shattering the atmosphere and creating a sonic boom cloud before crashing through a large number of buildings and being buried under the rubble. After sending Xius flying with a single strike, Kaido lost interest in continuing to drink and prepared to take this little imp who had eaten his devil fruit back to Onigashima. Although he had just given him a blow, Kaido still held high hopes for Xius. Generally speaking, new devil fruit users tend to experience a certain degree of power rampage, and since Xius had consumed a top-tier illusion beast-type fruit, the absence of any signs of rampage only indicated that he was exceptionally compatible with this fruit. Moreover, Kaido had heard that illusion beast-type devil fruits tend to seek out their own masters. Considering why he had lost the treasure box he carried so closely, which had coincidentally fallen right in front of Xius, Kaido had reason to suspect that the Yamata no Orochi had chosen Xius. Given that Xius had consumed such a well-matched illusion beast-type fruit, he was bound to become a significant figure. Reflecting on these thoughts, Kaido's initially foul mood improved somewhat. Just as he was preparing to dig Xius out, a burly man emerged from beside an abandoned windmill, a smile on his face. This was Urki, who had hurried over upon hearing the explosion on the island, and he inquired about the chaos to Kaido. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask who you were fighting just now?" "Oh, Just an impolite, white-haired brat. I've already taken care of him. Is that so? That could pose a bit of a problem. After all, he is my boss. Upon hearing this, the smile on Urki's face remained unchanged, but his hand had already moved towards the weapon at his back, which was a gigantic pencil. In the next moment, before Kaido could respond, Urki swung the enormous pencil and charged at him. Although he appeared to be a clumsy, muscle-bound man, Urki's speed was anything but slow. The wind pressure from his advance causing Kaido's hair to ripple. With overwhelming force, Urki struck Kaido directly on the head, the terrifying power cracking the earth beneath Kaido's feet for dozens of meters. However, as the dust raised by this attack gradually settled, Urki stared in disbelief at the seemingly unscathed figure before him, who hadn't even tilted his head, as if the weapon in Urki's hand was made of foam. Are we done? Then it's my turn, right? Kaido casually brushed aside the gigantic pencil that had struck him. At this moment, Urki finally understood what kind of monster he was facing, the one who had just taken down his boss. He pushed off the ground, trying to distance himself from this dangerous adversary. But Kaido's attack was even faster, bringing his weapon down towards Urki's head. Urki barely managed to raise the pencil over his head to block the strike. Yet it was futile. With a single blow, Urki and his pencil, now split in two, were driven deep into the ground, transforming the once flat terrain into a small valley. Buy one, get one free. Looks like my luck is quite good today. Kaido hoisted the Hakushaku onto his shoulder, grinning broadly. Based on the feeling Kaido had just experienced, this little imp he had hammered into the ground was also a promising talent, one he could bring back to Onigashima. Moi. Suddenly, Kaido turned his gaze towards the direction where he had sent Xius flying, his observation haki, sensing a chilling, terrifying, and destructive aura. This aura was familiar to him, having sensed it from Kaido the Drought before, but the little bit of pressure from Drought could only scare ordinary people. The presence before Kaido, however, gave him a familiar feeling. It was the same aura emanating from a top-tier illusion beast. Looks like I underestimated you. Kaido's satisfaction grew the stronger. Xius became the happier he felt. The originally sunny sky was now covered with dark clouds, intermittently flashing with lightning. At this moment, the rubble that had covered Xius was blown away by a towering pillar of fire, creating a large cloud of smoke. From within the smoke, a fearsome dragon head emerged, followed by one dragon head after another, until 8 dragon heads appeared in total. The central dragon head was markedly different from the others. While the others had deep green scales with yellow patterns, this one was black with red patterns. As a prominent figure in the New World, to think you would ambush a 16-year-old junior like me. You are truly despicable. Despicable? I am no plaything. I am a pirate, Kaido replied disdainfully. He wasn't surprised that Xius recognized him, as the news in Sky Island was isolated, but not completely ignorant of the outside world. Although Kaido had not yet attained the fame of the future 4 emperors of the New World, he was only second to Whitebeard. In the entire New World, only Big Mom could rival him. Previous opponents like Silver Axe and Wang Ji had long been outclassed by Kaido and Big Mom. Watching Kaido's carefree demeanor, Xius couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was he really not playing games? In that case, what would he be doing with Nika in the future? Wasn't he enjoying himself back then? Alright, although you little brat ate my devil fruit, considering your potential, come back to Wano with me, and it'll make you a high-ranking officer. Kaido, too lazy to beat around the bush with Xius, made his intentions clear, wanting to recruit him. You bastard, you just hammered me, and now you come to recruit me while casually swinging the club in your hand, as if threatening to beat me into submission if I disagree. Xius was almost laughing in anger. If you want me to be your subordinate, then you must defeat me first. Xius was no longer being polite, with Kaido directly challenging him. Knowing Kaido's penchant for talent, Xius genuinely wanted to test how strong he was at this moment. With that, Xius exerted himself and broke free from the earth's constraints, dark flame clouds appearing around him to lift him up. As he ascended, his lower body finally emerged, revealing 8 long tails covered in menacing bone spurs. At this moment, Xius' complete beast form was fully revealed, featuring 8 heads and 8 tails, with his serpentine back covered in emerald green moss, and occasionally small trees could be seen. More terrifying was Xius' serpent belly, seemingly soaked in blood, radiating a sinister crimson. Any ordinary person who saw it would likely lose their sanity. Even Kaido was startled at this sight, beginning to doubt what kind of fruit the Drought Kaido had consumed, as there was an overwhelming difference between the two. The beast form of the Drought Kaido was likely only dozens of meters long, while Xius, merely coiling in the air without fully stretching out, was already hundreds of meters long, and combined with the ominous dark clouds he brought with him, he resembled a world-destroying monster. Kaido gazed up at the colossal Yamata no Orochi coiling through the heavens, a flicker of genuine combat fervor finally igniting in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the kanabo and assumed the stance of a mighty swing. Since you've spoken so boldly, I'll show you what true strength truly means. Roar. Soaring high above, Xius spread all 8 of his blood-drenched maws wide. and in that instant a wave of terrifying heat engulfed the ruined Balon terminal station radiating from those gaping jaws. Having just awakened this power, Xius had yet to master its control. His breath attack lingered longer than intended. Had Kaido chosen to interrupt, Xius would have already endured dozens of crushing blows. Yet Kaido made no move to disrupt him. He intended to shatter every one of Xius's techniques hidden, to lay bare the chasm between their strengths, and thereby compel Xius to swear fealty to the beast's pirates with unwavering sincerity. After several seconds of gathering power, Xius at last completed his preparation, the searing crimson light of annihilation spilling forth from each of his monstrous maws. The moment Xius finished charging, Kaido ceased holding back. His biceps swelled with explosive force, and jet-black armament haki surged across the surface of his kanabo. You two certainly keep delivering surprises, one after another. Just as Kaido was about to unleash his kanabo and strike Xius down, his observation haki flared, sensing something. At the very instant before his blow landed, a figure surged upward from beneath him, straight from the earth. The ground beneath Kaido exploded outward under immense force, and a figure erupted from the depths. Urouge, the very man Kaido had earlier hammered deep into the earth. His form had undergone a grotesque transformation. His height now soared near 7 meters, his body a tapestry of bulging muscle and snaking veins, his face drenched in blood, a demon risen from the deepest abyss. Karmic retribution. No words wasted. Upon landing, Urouge shattered the earth beneath him with a single stomp and lunged toward the airborne Kaido, delivering a devastating punch that repaid in full measure the blow he'd received moments before, sending Kaido hurtling over 100 meters through the air. Boss, it's all in your hands now. Having unleashed that strike, Urouge's pores wept blood. After murmuring those words, he collapsed to his knees, then slumped unconscious onto the scorched ground. Above, Xius did not fail Urouge. Seizing the perfect opening, he unleashed his full breath attack. 8 black and crimson beams converging into a single incandescent torrent aimed squarely at Kaido, still suspended midair. The beam swallowed him whole, then continued downward, plowing unrelentingly into the sky island below. Even the faintest grays ignited the entire ruined Balon terminal station into roaring flame. Where it touched, matter simply vaporized. But the devastation did not end there. Piercing through the ruins, the beam tore through the white sea and the white sea alike, plunging all the way down to the blue sea, carving a bottomless crater into the once calm ocean surface. Countless fish and sea kings floated belly up around the crater's rim, innocent victims swept away by the shockwave of that cataclysmic strike. A passing newsbird flying at a safe distance captured the entire spectacle, a black and crimson beam piercing heaven and earth, bathing the world in apocalyptic light. That footage instantly became the day's top headline. Xius cautiously extended one head to inspect Urouge, the man he'd lifted moments earlier with his flame cloud, confirming he bore no life-threatening injuries before gently carrying him far from the ruined Balon terminal station to shield him from the battle's fury. As for Kaido, Xius kept all 7 remaining heads locked intently upon him. He knew full well such an attack could never fell the beast pirate captain. Through his observation haki, Xius clearly sensed Kaido's vitality not diminishing, but surging. Indeed, Xius possessed observation haki, and had done so since birth. His ability surpassed ordinary limits, his range was extraordinary, his perception of life forces uncannily precise, and he wielded unique faculties beyond standard observation haki, akin to Red Baron's mind reading or Queen Odoheim's hypnotic influence. Until recently, however, Xius had remained in a fogged, half-aware state, his powers undeveloped and dormant. Even as Xius probed with his observation haki, Kaido stirred within the smoke-choked ruin, releasing a terrifying aura that instantly dispelled the dust cloud. Now fully charred, his garments reduced to tatters, the once majestic Kaido looked like little more than a beggar, utterly humbled by that single devastating blow. Wiping ash from his face and shaking off the clinging flames with armament haki, Kaido revealed his massive human beast form visage, his expression dark and brooding. He'd meant to make a grand statement, yet ended up swallowing a bitter pill. Had he not shifted into his human beast form, that attack might well have wounded him. Never imagined Captain Kaido was this formidable. I threw everything I had at you and couldn't even scratch your defense. Your strength leaves me utterly awestruck. I hereby pledge my joyful allegiance to the beast's pirates, effective immediately. So you plan to run the moment the fight ends. Seeing Kaido's grim expression and sensing his aura climbing ever higher, Xius faltered and instinctively voiced his surrender. Kaido wasted no further words. Leaning forward slightly, he launched himself from the spot, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a vast crater. Xius's heart lurched at Kaido's sudden disappearance. Frantically scanning every direction, he activated his still unrefined observation haki, his 8 heads granting him near total omnidirectional awareness encompassing sky, earth, and every point between. He was no black mamba, no pitiful creature who lost dominion over his own body, letting a mythical Zoan consciousness seize control of 7 of his heads. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi obeyed Xius alone. His consciousness split, yet perfectly unified, mastering 8-fold focus with flawless command. Yet even so, Xius failed to perceive Kaido's approach from above. By the time he spotted him, Kaido was already descending, Kanabo raised high, delivering a thunderous, unstoppable blow. Reiho Hakusho. Against Xius's colossal beast form. Hundreds of meters tall, Kaido, standing barely 7 meters high, seemed no larger than an ant. Yet that single strike sent Xius crashing violently to the earth, triggering a deafening explosion. The clouds surrounding the ruined Balon terminal station roiled outward in a tsunami-like shockwave, sweeping even the vibroboards ridden earlier by Xius and Urouge clean off the shoreline. Watching Xius plummet, Kaido frowned. Something felt deeply off about the impact. A strange, unsettling familiarity clung to it. Before he could dwell on it, jagged bolts of lightning erupted from the dust-choked ground below. Xius's counterattack. Fire was but one of his many breath techniques. This is growing stranger by the second. His durability is absurdly, unnaturally high. Kaido evaded the lightning strikes with effortless grace, closing the distance all the while. His confusion deepened. How could Xius withstand the full force of Reiho Hakusho and still retaliate, as if untouched? Descending 3 worlds. Invoking the netherworld. Abandoning thought, Kaido chose instead to understand through combat. Spinning his kanabo overhead in midair, he hurled himself downward, locking his observation haki onto Xius and striking with absolute intent. A torrent of explosive force scattered the smoke, revealing Xius transformed, and new towering flames blazed across his form, especially erupting from behind his skull, intensifying his already savage Yamata no Orochi visage threefold in terror. Undaunted by Kaido's assault, Xius charged forward, headlong into the storm. With a resounding boom, 2 opponents of vastly different sizes collided midair, causing the entire ruins of the Balong terminal to shatter. As expected, Xios was sent flying by Kaido once more, yet he rose again as if nothing had happened, charging at Kaido, while continuously unleashing various elemental breaths, fire, lightning, ice, and wind, all aimed at Kaido. With another dull thud, Xios was knocked back by Kaido yet again, and just as he attempted to rise, Kaido seemed to have reached his limit. Golden Buddha. In an instant, Kaido unleashed a powerful swing, sending the freshly risen Xios crashing back down. He then retracted his 8-headed staff and grabbed one of Xius' tails, spinning him violently. Xios struggled to escape Kaido's grip, but found himself unable to shake free, helplessly caught in Kaido's relentless rotation. From a distant flame cloud near the Balong terminal, Ulki stared in shock at the scene. Xios, a creature hundreds of meters long and immensely heavy, was being tossed around like a small hill. He had been awoken by the sounds of explosions on the island, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with such a shocking spectacle. Xios, being tossed around, felt somewhat dazed. He hadn't anticipated Kaido would employ such tactics. It seemed his Lunaria lineage's abilities were proving less effective. Indeed, the reason Xios was able to withstand Kaido's onslaught so many times without significant harm was precisely because of this. Moreover, his abilities appeared to have changed after consuming the devil fruit. He seemed more resilient. Had it not been for the fruit, the previous Xios would surely have been floored by a single blow, yet now he remained vibrant despite the repeated strikes. Of course, Kaido's restraint played a part. He certainly wasn't using his full strength, likely fearing that he might inadvertently kill a potential subordinate he intended to recruit. To be honest, Xios didn't believe he could withstand Kaido's full power. Transforming into a master cleaner of the battlefield, Kaido flung Xios, sweeping everything off the floating island. After spinning countless times, Kaido released his grip, throwing Xios heavily to the ground. "Can you still stand after that, kid?" Kaido grinned at Xios, whose eyes appeared to be spinning. Xios, struggling on the ground, tried to get up, but swayed and faltered, eventually succumbing to dizziness, transforming into his human form as he lay down. "I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I'm really going to be done for," Kaido remarked, observing the still-moving Xios and feeling the strain. Even he in his youth would have likely perished after enduring such a beating. Puzzled, Kaido sat down and took a swig of his drink, turning to Xios. "So what's your name, kid?" "Xios," he replied. "Xios, are you from the Sky Island?" "Though I grew up on the Sky Island, am not a Sky Islander. I hail from the Blue Sea," Xios responded, clutching his still dizzy head. "I see. You are quite resilient now after taking such a beating. You seem relatively unscathed," Kaido expressed, impressed. "That's not surprising. Him from the Lunaria clan." Judging by the situation, Xios realized he would likely be joining the Beast Pirates today, so there was no need to hide his heritage, especially since the second-in-command of the Beast Pirates was a remnant of the Lunaria clan. Hearing this, Kaido stopped drinking and stood up, scrutinizing Xios closely. He looked left and right, but couldn't see anything in Shios that resembled the Lunaria clan other than his gray-white hair. "Don't look at me like that. I only have half Lunaria blood," Shios retorted, feeling uneasy under Kaido's gaze, aware of what he was thinking. Kaido, however, confidently said, "That's not right. I heard from Jean that even mixed-blood Lunarians retain most of their features. They should at least have wings. I'm not too sure. My mother seemed to belong to a lineage hunted by the world government." At that moment, Shios fully regained his composure and jumped out of the pit. "As for the wings, due to my lack of Lunaria traits as a child, my father had them cut off, so I could live a more normal life." Kaido fell silent upon hearing this, for he understood what wings meant to the Lunarian people. They were a forbidden symbol that should never be touched. In truth, if wings were cut off, the chance of survival for those remnants would greatly improve, as wings were too conspicuous. Yet, even to the point of death, they wouldn't resort to such measures, but Xaia's father had personally severed his son's pride. After a moment of silence and a few swigs of his drink, Kaido addressed Shios. "All right, since you've admitted defeat, you should come back with me to Wano." "Fine, I accept the bet, but it's a pity. I actually intended to join Big Mom's crew." Shios agreed readily, but sighed with a hint of regret. Kaido's temper flared immediately at this. "Someone like you has no place in our beast pirates. Why would you even want to join that old hag Big Mom?" Seeing Kaido about to lash out again, Shios quickly waved his hands. "Can you not be so aggressive? First tell me why you want to join that old hag's crew." Kaido suddenly became like a child, competitive and eager. "It's not for any other reason, and mainly there are just too many beautiful daughters in Big Mom's crew. I thought of marrying one and then gaining strength to build up her pirate crew." Shios replied candidly. Your ambitions aren't too shabby." Kaido was taken aback by his answer. His hand paused midair, holding his drink. "Right? I think so too. Well, speaking of beautiful daughters, I have one too. If you can handle her, marrying her wouldn't be out of the question." Kaido pondered for a moment before responding. "In that case, you shouldn't mind what I just said, right?" "If you can do it, feel free." Kaido laughed heartily, not minding the ambition of his subordinates. If they lacked ambition, he wouldn't want them. He had all the confidence in the world to overpower Shios. "Haha, with your words I feel reassured." Shios laughed along with Kaido. After their laughter, Kaido had nothing more to say. He finished his last drink and said to Shios, "Get ready, we're heading back to Wano." "So soon?" Shios asked curiously while brushing off the dust from his clothes. Kaido had already transformed into a blue dragon spiraling in the sky. "A bit. There are still some matters to handle in Wano. I took a moment to sneak out for a drink, but I didn't expect you to consume the devil fruit, and now we've wasted quite a bit of time." Shios nodded and transformed into the eight-headed serpent flying into the sky. He gently swished his tail, summoning a flame cloud from afar, which turned out to be Ulki, whom he had sent away. After briefly explaining the situation to Ulki, Shios asked for his opinion. "So are you going to stay on the Sky Island to manage those guys, or come with me to Wano?" "I want to come with you. My strength is still too weak, and as for those guys, I can send them a message via the transponder snail." After a moment of contemplation, Ulki chose to accompany Shios to Wano, not for any other reason, but simply because the strong on the Sky Island were far too few. Previously, Ulki had thought his strength was at the pinnacle across the White Sea, even capable of competing in the Blue Sea. Yet after taking a few hits from Kaido, he was thoroughly awakened. His current strength was still far too weak. He wanted to train alongside Shios to enhance his own abilities. "All right," Shios nodded. To be honest, he didn't care much for those subordinates left on the Sky Island. Among them, the only one with potential was Ulki. After sending them a message, he would leave their fate to them. Once Ulki's intentions were confirmed, Shios no longer hesitated, wrapping his tail around Ulki and soaring into the sky. "Kaido, am ready to depart." If that's the case, make sure to keep up with us." Kaido laughed heartily as he flew off into the distance. In the land of Wano, Ghost Island. "Damn it, has Brother Kaido returned yet?" Jin paced back and forth anxiously, though no one could see his face behind the mask. "Not yet. Earlier, one of the subordinates said they saw Brother Kaido flying away with a jug of sake. What a reckless big brother, sneaking off to drink at a time like this." Beside him, the portly queen complained while sipping his red bean soup. The death of Kaido's enemy Kaido was still fresh. The current situation in Wano was still quite unstable. It was a critical time when they desperately needed Kaido to be present. Jin never expected that Kaido would sneak away to drink, and without even bringing a transponder snail. However, considering that Kaido had been leading the Beast's pirates to seize territory and had fought with Big Mom and Whitebeard multiple times, and now due to the death of Kaido, he was rushing back to stabilize the situation after being busy for so long, Jin could somewhat understand. At this moment, Jin and Queen suddenly looked up as their observation Haki sensed a powerful aura approaching swiftly from the sky. "Is it Brother Kaido?" "Yes, but the other two auras beside him are." Just as they were puzzled, two colossal beasts broke through the clouds and descended rapidly onto Ghost Island. It was none other than Kaido and his companion Xius. This commotion attracted the attention of the pirates at the dock, who looked up in shock at the two giant beasts in the sky. What is that approaching from the sky? You fool, that's Boss Kaido. How could you not know this if you joined the beast pirates? Idiot, you're the fool. I know that's Boss Kaido, but I'm talking about the one next to him. The bickering among them drew the attention of other pirates on the island, who all looked up at the sky and discovered two giants soaring through the air. One was the Azure Dragon, a form known to them as Boss Kaido, while the other beast, after a brief moment of surprise, they also recognized. Isn't that the Yamata no Orochi? He must have eaten that devil fruit. It must be. I didn't expect Boss Kaido to go out and bring back such a precious Zoan type. By the way, is the Yamata no Orochi fruit really that powerful? I saw Kaido before when he transformed, and honestly, it was a bit comical. The difference is indeed too great. This must be due to the compatibility between the fruit and its user. Ignoring the noise from the subordinate pirates, Kaido transformed into his human form upon approaching the enormous skull of Ghost Island. Xius followed closely behind and casually placed the dazed Ultai onto the ground. Was it really that dizzying, just from flying for a while? Xius looked at Ultai in confusion. If you two weren't up there racing to see who could fly faster, I wouldn't be in such a dizzy state. Ultai looked at Xius with a resentful expression. Seeing that he could still walk, Xius didn't bother with him following Kaido as they intended to enter the castle. However, before they could reach the castle gates, Jin and Queen walked out. Brother Kaido, how could you sneak off to drink at a time like this? That's too much. Even from a distance, Queen's voice was already audible, while Jin crossed his arms and looked at Kaido with a bit of exasperation. Kaido felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. After all, abandoning such a mess to sneak off for drinks was indeed excessive. I only had a little to drink. If I hadn't encountered these two brats, I would have returned much earlier. Who are they? Queen asked the question he had been wanting to ask. They are two talented guys I met while drinking. This all began when I was drinking in the sky. At that time As he spoke, Kaido began to recount the story of how he encountered Xius and Ultai. Brother Kaido, those hidden rats have sensed your absence and are starting to stir again. I have received word that they are gathering a group of samurai to cause trouble. Jin beside Queen glanced curiously at Xius next to Kaido. He felt a strange familiarity about the young man. However, considering the tense situation in Wano, he decisively interrupted Kaido's lengthy narrative. They are just a bunch of pathetic fools. But ever since Odin's death, they can only act to this extent. Kaido looked dismissively at the actions of the samurai in Wano. Since Brother Kaido has returned, let me take care of those guys. After reporting the situation to Kaido, Jin eagerly spoke up, having endured those guys for a long time. Previously, he had been holding back for the sake of guarding the base. His name is Xius. That fruit of the Yamato no Orochi was eaten by this kid. I think he has potential, so I brought him back. Perfect. Since those samurai are causing trouble, let this kid deal with them. Hearing this, Kaido thought for a moment before grabbing Xius, who was looking around, and pushing him in front of Jin and Queen. There was no other way. Mainly the beast's pirates were currently short-handed. They didn't have the abundance of talent they would have in over a decade. Jin and Queen were two of the few powerful individuals under Kaido, and he had other pressing matters for them to handle. The current predicament of the beast's pirates couldn't be blamed on others. This was largely due to Kaido himself, who spent his youth challenging other masters at sea and never focused on building a force. After enduring several years of defeats, he finally woke up to this reality. Unfortunately, time was too short, and he couldn't gather a decent crew at once, leading the pirate crew to rely solely on Kaido's formidable strength to hold on. What? X2 Jin and Queen exchanged bewildered glances at Kaido, somewhat confused by his decision. Looking at Xius' age, he seemed to be about the same as Yamato, and even if he had eaten a Zoan type, could he really face so many samurai? It should be noted that while those powerful samurai were still hiding throughout Wano and had not shown themselves, the number of gathered samurai was not to be underestimated. Could a kid who had just eaten a devil fruit really deal with these enemies? It wasn't that Jin and Queen were overreacting. In fact, most people's peak in the world of One Piece occurs after the age of 30. Being in their teens is just the beginning. Characters like Monkey D. Luffy, who defeated a Yonko before turning 20, are simply absurd. It can't even be said he is exceptionally talented. After all, there are many prodigies at sea. Characters like Big Mom, who could casually defeat a giant elder at 5, and Kaido, who became the strongest soldier in a kingdom at 10, still had to endure for decades at sea before emerging. Characters like Luffy, who took just 2.5 years to defeat a Yonko, can only be considered as having a cheat. Moreover, he not only has his own cheat, but also drags his entire Straw Hat crew along. Kaido waved his hand, signaling Jin and Queen not to overreact. Just from his recent battle with Xius, he knew that with this kid's strength, there were few people in Wano capable of killing him. It surely wasn't something those gathered samurai could accomplish. If Xius were to fail in such a small matter, it could only mean that he wasn't worth Kaido's attention. Kaido turned to Xius and asked, "So what do you think? Wanna go? You are the boss, it's your call. I'm alright. Later I'll prepare a grand celebration for you to commemorate your joining the beasts and let you meet the other executives. Kaido laughed heartily, patting Xius on the shoulder. Okay, Queen, you arrange the manpower. Jin, come with me. After receiving Xius' answer, Kaido directly left with Jin. Kaido was busy with more than just the matters of Wano. Some audacious pirates were continuously encroaching on his territory outside of Wano, with Big Mom's crew being the most ruthless. This matter also needed to be resolved swiftly. Quinn walked out of the castle with Xios holding a phone bug from a recently concluded call. Alright, I've arranged for a capable group to take you to the warriors' meeting point. After finishing the call, Quinn took the red bean soup handed to him by a subordinate and said to Xios, Your name is Xios, right? I must remind you those warriors are not to be underestimated, you might end up dead. Quinn assessed Xios while sipping his red bean soup. You needn't worry about that, I have great confidence in our strength. You just need to tell us where the enemy is. At that moment, Urki finally regained his composure from the dizziness of high-speed flight and stood up confidently, addressing Quinn. Confidence is a good thing, Quinn said with a smile, shaking his head. Alright, I have things to attend to, so I won't take you with me. Your subordinates are right there, they'll fill you in on the details. After directing Xios, Quinn turned back to the main hall to discuss matters with Kaido and Jean. Those fellows are not to be trifled with, you'd better truly have some skills. Quinn thought to himself as he turned away. Those unruly pirates were not easy to deal with, but he didn't have the time to dwell on it. Since Big Brother Kaido recommended them, they must have some ability. On a high platform, Xios and Urki stood observing the pirates below. Feeling the fierce aura emanating from them, he nodded inwardly. They were indeed elite, though their glances occasionally shot over were far from friendly. Who is in charge of you? After observing for a while, Xios asked the pirates below. I am the captain managing this crew of pirates. My name is Babanuki. A robust pirate stepped out from the crowd, a forced smile on his face. Xios looked at the nearly 5-meter turtle giant and waved him over, waiting until he approached to say, Come over and tell me what's going on now. Yes. Babanuki replied respectfully, though he was somewhat displeased with this sudden arrival. However, he had just seen Xios descend from the sky at the dock, and the imposing figure gave him a significant sense of pressure. Though size does not necessarily equate to strength, the fact that this youth was valued by Big Brother Kaido indicated he must possess some skills. Of course, during the upcoming battle, if Babanuki discovered that this youth was merely a facade, he would not hesitate to show his fangs. Originally, the warriors from Wano wanted to take advantage of the turmoil following the death of Kaido the Plunderer to gather a team of elite warriors and secretly head to Rabbit Bowl. They seemed to have received some secret information that Bingo Lang was not dead, but imprisoned in Rabbit Bowl, and wanted to seize the opportunity to rescue him. However, due to Big Brother Kaido going out to drink, they originally only gathered a small team of elite warriors. Now, with a large number of warriors receiving news, we do not know how many are planning to head to Rabbit Bowl. We only know they will gather somewhere not far from Rabbit Bowl in Jiuli. Babanuki disclosed all the information he was aware of. Wait, how did the warriors know that Big Brother Kaido went out drinking? Xios asked with some confusion, thinking it impossible for Kaido to brazenly announce his drinking to everyone. Ahem, that's because our beast pirates have also been infiltrated by some fellows, and they leaked the information. As for how we knew, since Kaido the Plunderer is dead, his intelligence network has been inherited by our beast pirates. That guy had spies all over Wano. Babanuki explained. Xios then understood that it was the beast pirates who had gathered the remnants of Kaido the Plunderer. To be fair, while Kaido was a waste, he was indeed skilled at planting spies. However, he looked at Babanuki somewhat oddly, thinking, you guys are playing espionage here. He said to Babanuki, so if we head to the dilapidated town later, won't they already know? You can rest assured that the spies in the pirate group have been mostly taken care of by Lord Inzai, and there will definitely be no such situation. Babanuki assured. Upon hearing this, Xios felt somewhat relieved. After all, this was his first task after joining the beast pirates, and he wanted to do well. If he messed it up, there would be no feast to celebrate. Alright, I understand the situation well enough. Let's hurry and make a quick decision. Yes. Wano Rabbit Bowl. At this moment, Xios was leading Urki and Babanuki along with a group of pirates off the ship. He turned to Babanuki and said, Where are those warriors now? I just spoke with the spies. They are currently lying in ambush outside Rabbit Bowl, waiting to act when it gets dark. Should we ambush them? Babanuki replied, offering a suggestion. Xios looked at Babanuki in surprise, not expecting this seemingly brutish guy to be quite clever, but after thinking it over, he rejected the proposal. No need for that. Let's go directly find them and take them out outside Rabbit Bowl to avoid disrupting the normal operations of the quarry. Yes. It wasn't that Xios was being arrogant. He had already confirmed that this group of warriors did not have any particularly noteworthy individuals, and with his current strength, he could easily handle it. Moreover, he wanted to take this opportunity to show off his strength, as he was not interested in being looked down upon after just joining the beast pirates. Hearing Xius' orders, Babanuki directly led the group of pirates to the hiding place indicated by the spies. These pirates did not need to rest. They were all capable of surviving in the new world, and having just eaten and sharpened their blades on the ship, they were eager to head straight to their destination. Instruct everyone to stay hidden. We must not be discovered. This opportunity is rare, and we must rescue Big Brother Bingo Lang and the other imprisoned brothers. A robust man dressed in loose clothing showing off a mane of dark chest hair whispered. Rest assured, everyone here is battle-hardened and won't make any rookie mistakes. Gangu said with a smile. Yes, we are now considering how to find Big Brother Bingo Lang in such a large quarry. We cannot afford to delay, we must act swiftly. Mytate also chimed in. Upon hearing Mytate's words, the warriors present fell silent. This was indeed a critical issue. Just as they were racking their brains for a solution, suddenly a subordinate came to report. Big Brother, a group of pirates is coming from a distance, and it seems they are coming for us. What? The great governor and the other warriors present exclaimed in shock. Don't panic, don't panic. Perhaps they are just passing by. It might not be aimed at us, said Mitabi beside him. B-boss, it shouldn't be possible. They are charging straight at us. The reporting junior brother replied with a troubled face. Damn it, where did it go wrong? Our plan should have been perfect. Could there be a traitor among us? They couldn't comprehend why their meticulously crafted plan was discovered. There could only be one possibility. It was that their side had a traitor. Alright, it no longer matters to dwell on this. We should focus on what to do next. Should we leave quickly while they haven't chased us, or continue with the plan? Just as the great governor and the other warriors cast suspicious glances at the junior brother behind them, the silent Adai brought their thoughts back. Indeed, discussing these matters is pointless now. Delving deeper will only confuse us further. The issue of the traitor can be investigated after this matter is resolved. The current tricky situation is what they should consider. We cannot give up. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must not be missed. It took so much effort for everyone to gather. We must save Brother Bao Wulong. Just as many warriors showed signs of retreat, the great governor jumped out to inspire everyone. How many have come? The great governor asked the reporting junior brother. About 100. Upon hearing this, the great governor's spirits soared even higher as he shouted to the warriors beside and behind him. But it's only about 100. We have nearly 1,000 elite warriors here. Are we really afraid of them? Anyway, that monster Kaido has already left Wano country. We just need to defeat them quickly and then head to the rabbit bowl to rescue Brother Bao Wulong and the other suffering brothers. That's right, let's do it. The nearby gang, Wulong, feeling invigorated, was the first to step forward in agreement. Yes, let's do it. Are we really afraid of them? Other warriors responded in kind. To those who came to join were all passionate heroes, and knowing that the monster Kaido was not present, they had nothing to fear. Then let's charge. Before his words fell, the great governor drew his treasured sword and charged out of the forest toward the incoming pirates. Charge. The warriors behind also imitated him, drawing their swords and pursuing. Lord Shios, it seems that group of warriors is charging towards us. Babanuis, with his keen eyesight, observed the scene in the distance. Roar, they aren't fleeing, but are instead charging towards us. Shios also saw the warriors rushing towards them. Lord Shios, since they haven't chosen to flee, let's execute Plan B. Babanuis inquired. Shios nodded. Originally, they intended to walk boldly over, forcing them to flee while leaving spies behind for a rear guard. Once unencumbered, Shios could transform into the Yamata no Orochi and show them what a carpet bombing really meant. But it didn't matter. No matter what choice they made, it was a dead end. Shios waved his hand, signaling the pirates to quicken their pace. Both sides, warriors and pirates, were formidable. It didn't take long before the two groups collided. Evil beast pirates, get out of our country. It is you who should leave. You dogs whose general has been defeated by Boss Kaido dare to shout. Kill. Clashing sounds echoed. Clang. In an instant, the chaotic battlefield erupted with various curses and the sounds of clashing weapons. Although the warriors had the numerical advantage, the pirates who came were all elite troops drawn from Onigashima, resulting in an even battle. However, Shios and the great governor's group of warriors did not move. Even amidst the chaos of the battlefield, they quickly spotted the enemy's leader, and a shared thought arose in their minds. Capture the leader first. Without the cursing like the pirates and warriors on the battlefield, and without any unnecessary chatter, the great governor and others had already dashed toward Shios. Break the cap. The first to arrive was Gang Wulong, who swiftly swung his sword towards Xius' neck, confident that even a fortress could be split in two by this strike. But to his surprise, with a screech, the sword merely grazed Xius' neck, creating a spark. What? Gang Wulong stared dumbfounded at Xius' originally smooth and fair neck, now covered in layers of scales. An overwhelming sense of crisis forced him to instinctively want to retreat, but his moment of distraction caused him to miss the best opportunity to do so. A fist covered in black-red scales had already smashed into his face, and Gang Wulong, was instantly sent flying by this tremendous force, crashing into Mitabi, who was trying to rush up to assist. At this moment, the originally handsome and tall Shios, over 2 meters high, transformed into a terrifying monster covered in black-red scales, his figure now nearly 4 meters tall. This was Shios in his beast-human form. The sudden change shocked the other rushing warriors, who couldn't help but regret their impulsive charge. However, the current situation left them no room to retreat. Evening Primrose, Blood characters, the Great Governor, and A-Dai exchanged no glances, directly and tacitly executing a combination technique aimed at Xius' chest. Humph. In his beast-human form, Xius' physical strength and reaction speed were significantly enhanced. He directly caught the 2 blades aimed at him with his bare hands, gripping them tightly so that the Great Governor and A-Dai could not pull them out no matter how they struggled. Taking advantage of this, Shios lifted the 2 blades upward, raising the Great Governor and A-Dai. At this moment, both of them felt a surge of dread. They never expected Shios to pull such a stunt. After all, in close combat, both feet must remain on the ground. They couldn't use their strength while in midair, and now being lifted presented a very dangerous situation. They hurriedly let go, wanting to retreat, but it was already too late. Shios executed a whip kick, with the Great Governor being the first to be struck, his body folding in half from the blow, and A-Dai was also sent flying far away. During this brief moment, Mitabi, who had been knocked away by Gang Wulong, rushed over. Seeing the 3 being taken down, a chill surged in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and roared as he charged forward. Swish! Shios threw the 2 blades he had just taken from the Great Governor at the rushing Mitabi, blocking his retreat. Mitabi raised his hands to block and successfully deflected the 2 blades. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was horrified to find that Shios, who had been in front of him, had vanished. Sensing danger, Mitabi attempted to leave his spot, but suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and without thinking, he swung a knife behind him. Yet his reaction was still too slow. Xius' large hand had already grabbed the back of his neck, interrupting his counterattack. With a slight exertion, a cracking sound was heard, and Mitabi's body fell limply to the ground. In the land of harmony, Rabbit Bull. Charge. Eliminate them all. Drive these vile pirates away. The pirates and samurai were caught in a chaotic melee, cries of battle echoing all around. Although these pirates were all elite members of the Beast Pirates, far stronger than the samurai, the overwhelming difference in numbers gradually turned the tide against them. Babanuki sliced down a charging samurai, wiping the blood from his face as he surveyed the battlefield. Realizing the moment had come, he pulled out a signal gun hidden on his person and fired it into the sky, a crimson flare shooting up to illuminate the entire battlefield. The surrounding samurai stared up at the crimson signal flare, momentarily dazed and confused about what was happening. However, some companions fighting alongside them exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, and silently retreated to a crowded area. Then, without mercy, they swung their swords. Accompanied by screams of agony, the samurai were utterly blindsided by the betrayal of their comrades. One by one, they fell victim to surprise attacks. Those fortunate enough to escape serious injury still found themselves in dire straits, while the majority met their end at the blade. Damn it, you bastards! Why would you attack your own comrades? The unaffected samurai glared with rage at the traitorous group, each one demanding answers. You fools, we were never on your side. The attacking samurai burst into laughter as they tore off their disguises, revealing the family crest of the Black Charcoal clan emblazoned on their bodies. It wasn't that they still wished to pledge allegiance to the Black Charcoal clan, but the death of the Black Charcoal Serpent came too swiftly for them to prepare new identifiers. The remaining samurai were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that their former allies had turned into lackeys of the Black Charcoal clan. Yet the pirates lurking nearby were unfazed by this turn of events. They had known of the plan long before the battle began. In fact, the reason they had been pushed into a corner so quickly was a deliberate tactic by Babanuki and his followers, all to set up this moment. Seeing the samurai caught off guard by the betrayal, the pirates wasted no time in attacking them without mercy. These pirates had no sense of morality. They seized the opportunity to strike, especially in the chaos of battle. The pirates who had been holding back unleashed their true strength. Among them, Ulki, who had been harboring a pent-up energy, released it all at once. He leaped into the fray, wielding 2 large swords he had taken from fallen samurai, cutting through the crowd like a whirlwind. The attacks from the other samurai not only failed to harm him, but also made Ulki grow even more formidable, increasing both the speed and power of his sweeping strikes. In an instant, the beast pirates, who had previously been at a disadvantage, launched a counterattack that shattered the samurai's ranks, causing them to flee in disarray. Shios watched this scene with satisfaction. The current Ulki, after his training, likely matched the strength of Ulki from over a decade later in the Wano arc. It was mainly due to the fact that there were no suitable enemies on Sky Island for Ulki to grow against. He wasted over a decade there, and upon descending from the island, even a pacifist proved to be quite a challenge. Only after entering the New World facing the formidable pirates of the New World did Ulki's true potential fully manifest, even managing to take down a commander from the Big Mom pirates. In terms of potential, Ulki ranked among the top of the supernovas, especially considering he was nearing 50 at that time, with his potential waning. Nevertheless, he still managed to defeat a significant pirate, which attested to his capabilities. After assessing the battlefield situation, Shios decided not to intervene. Judging by the combat power Ulki and the others were displaying, it would not be long before the battle concluded. He turned to look at the few useless ones lying on the ground, feeling somewhat speechless. Shios had initially thought he would have a chance to stretch his muscles and gauge his current strength, but he was disappointed to find that these weaklings were easily subdued in just a few moves. Just as he was about to tie up these fools and throw them into rabbit bowl, to mind Xius' gaze suddenly sharpened. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his innate observation Haki detected a powerful life force rapidly approaching him. Shios leaped forward just as a slashing strike passed through the spot where he had been standing, the sword's energy cleaving the ground. Turning to face the newcomer, he saw a strange green-skinned river child clad in a kimono and wearing a straw hat. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You are Kawamatsu from the Red Scabbards." "Indeed, that is I," Kawamatsu replied, slowly leaping to protect the fallen leaders behind him. "Huh. I thought only these worthless fools would dare to raid Rabbit Bowl. Turns out there are experts backing them up. They are all righteous samurai, not trash." Upon hearing this, Kawamatsu's expression darkened. "I have nothing to say to a pirate like you. Die." River Child Stream Annihilation of Namyukawa. Kawamatsu charged at Shios, his samurai sword fiercely swinging towards him. Sensing the armament Haki entwined around the blade, Shios did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly retreated to evade. Kawamatsu seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering a flurry of slashes that quickly overwhelmed Shios. Shios realized that this technique far surpassed the abilities of the weaklings lying on the ground. The swordsmanship, akin to a torrential river, pressed down on him with significant pressure. Kawamatsu's strength was on a completely different level than those other fools. Yet instead of feeling fear from this pressure, Shios grew even more excited. He leaned back to evade a deadly strike from Kawamatsu and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a wave of terrifying heat that swept across the battlefield. A scarlet breath shot forth from his lips. Kawamatsu's eyes widened in shock at this scene, the familiar sight reminding him of the terrifying monster Kaido. But he quickly regained his composure, wielding his beloved sword Waimuzu to cleave through the breath, though he was still sent flying by the overwhelming impact. Bang! Kawamatsu crashed heavily into a distant boulder, shattering it to pieces. Cough, cough. Kawamatsu stared at Shios from afar, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He gripped his now red-hot Waimuzu tightly, feeling a burning sensation, even though he had wrapped his hands in Haki. This terrifying breath reminded him of the beast Kaido from years past, although he noted that Xius' strength still fell short of that monster. The strength of the Red Scabbards should not be limited to this. Don't disappoint me. Slowly, Shios caught the samurai sword that had been drawn back by his tail, grinning broadly at Kawamatsu. "I will make you regret saying that very soon." Kawamatsu's expression turned icy as he regarded the arrogant Shios. With that, he plunged his sword into the ground and suddenly extended both hands toward Shios. Rudder Stream Cherry Blossom. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged towards Shios, and even his formidable physique was sent flying by the force. This aura of dominance is truly remarkable. Although he had been sent flying into the air, Shiosi couldn't help but admire this power. However, Hisong had no time to pay attention to Xius' admiration, and in the moment he sent Shiosi flying, he launched a successive attack. Annihilate Namachuan, Hisong spun and slashed at Shiosi, creating a whirlwind that even tore through the clouds above. But what Hisong didn't expect was that Shiosi, suspended in midair, suddenly broke free from his overwhelming control and turned to strike back. The clash of their blades produced a thunderous sound. Hisong's expression changed drastically as he was actually sent flying by that strike. After all, Xius' attack was merely a hasty block, and he was suspended in midair with no leverage. As for Hisong, this was a well-prepared series of attacks. Feeling the immense force transmitted through his hands, Hisong couldn't help but be incredulous. After all, he was known as the strongest warrior of the Land of Harmony, yet he found himself absolutely overpowered by a mere child. Yet being a seasoned veteran of many battles, he knew better than to lose focus in combat. He quickly shook off his negative emotions and refrained from recklessly engaging. Instead, he changed his move and slashed out while being sent flying. Ocean Wild River. In midair, a horizontal circular slash spanning 100 meters appeared, forcing Shiosi, who intended to press the attack, to retreat. This river spirit is quite strong. After dodging Hisong's Ocean Wild River, Shiosi thought to himself as he watched Hisong stabilize himself and land smoothly. In fact, Hisong had completely misunderstood Xius' strength wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. Perhaps in the future, after thoroughly developing his abilities and training his physique, he might reach that level, but at present Xios wasn't that outrageous. The reason he could effortlessly repel Hisong was that Xios had created a cloud in midair as a point of leverage, and now he stood upon that cloud. Watching Xios standing high above Hisong understood everything. Nonetheless, even so, Xius' power was still terrifying, making him involuntarily draw in a cold breath. Ryu Shura, cautious of Xius' power, Hisong's gaze flickered as he prepared to employ his previous tactics. Just as he was about to extend his hands to send Xios flying, the sound of something slicing through the air interrupted his movement. The source of the sound was a katana. Xios threw the sword he had just held, and the terrifying force propelled it through the sound barrier toward Hisong. Hisong ducked low to avoid the flying katana, and then attempted to draw his weapon, the wuxuan planted in the ground. However, the alarming premonition from his observation haki made every hair on his body stand on end. A fist the size of a large pot was already flying toward his face, and the assailant was none other than Xios, who had taken advantage of Hisong's evasion to close the distance. Xios was no fool. His swordsmanship was nowhere near the legendary Red Scabbard 9 heroes, but engaging in close combat was far more advantageous for him. Facing Xios, Hisong was undaunted. He was not merely a knife wielder. As the strongest warrior of the Land of Harmony, his hand-to-hand combat skills were equally impressive. Although Xius' strength was terrifying, close combat relied on more than just brute force. Hisong raised his hands to block Xius' powerful punch, and the dark-colored haki wrapped around his right leg, delivering a side kick. Xius' reaction was equally swift. His left hand, already prepared, blocked Hisong's counterattack, and he seized Hisong's left leg, forcefully pulling to disrupt Hisong's balance. Feeling the immense force coming from his foot, Hisong's expression remained unchanged. The haki surged and covered his hands, channeling the force from his foot back toward Xios. Thus the two engaged in a furious exchange at the edge of the battlefield. Initially, they employed some techniques, but as the fight progressed, it devolved into a wild brawl where punches and kicks were exchanged without restraint. However, Hisong felt that something was off. When he punched Xios, it hardly affected him, yet a single strike from Xios nearly knocked the wind out of him. Moreover, Hisong sensed that Xius' punches grew heavier with each strike, as if a force was entwining around Xius' fists. On the other hand, Xios experienced the opposite sensation. He felt increasingly invigorated as the latent power within him surged forth with each exchange, and most importantly, he sensed the awakening of his haki. In truth, he had felt this awakening during the battle on Sky Island with Kaido, but it was only in the fight with Hisong that he fully comprehended it. It's finally awakening. Die for me. Xios cackled as he threw a punch, his originally flesh-colored fist now hardened by the dark haki, and he struck while Hisong was off guard. At that moment, Hisong was exhausted from Xius' relentless barrage. Faced with the punch enhanced by haki, he could no longer resist. His hands, which had been raised in defense, were pierced through, and the punch landed heavily on his abdomen. In an instant, Hisong felt as if all his organs had been displaced, and he vomited a large pool of blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall behind. Xios did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, contemplating the marvels of haki. It seems my haki talent is quite good, awakening just now and already able to harden an entire arm. Looking at his hardened arm, Xios felt a sense of pride. After all, cultivating haki talent is extremely important. While haki lies dormant within everyone's body, talent influences the total amount, intensity, and training speed of haki. Being able to awaken and cover an entire arm like Xios and maintain it for battle is undoubtedly a sign of exceptional talent. On the other side, Hisong was somewhat bewildered. When he awakened his haki, it was nothing so outrageous. He could barely cover his knuckles, and it dissipated within seconds. In the face of such a monster, even Hisong, who was steadfast in spirit, felt a wave of helplessness. To be honest, Hisong now regretted coming here so recklessly. In his heart, his most important task was to protect Prince Hiyori. If not for Kazuki Hiyori's earnest persuasion, he would never have abandoned the princess to come assist. Moreover, he hadn't had a proper meal in days, and his mental state was strained from needing to search for food and evade those hunting for Kazuki Hiyori, preventing him from resting well. If he had a full meal and a good night's sleep, Hisong would not have been so easily suppressed by Xios. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Watching Xios, who had been struck multiple times, yet remained full of vitality, Hisong believed he could never outrun this guy, especially not lead him to Prince Hiyori. Shaking his head, Hisong realized that the current situation no longer allowed him to ponder these matters. He had just adjusted his stance, and during the moment he was sent flying, he had already pulled out the wuxuan planted in the ground, now holding it in his hand. Though Xius' punches were heavy with his arms blocking and the haki wrapped around his abdomen, Hisong was still capable of fighting. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Hisong steeled his gaze. He could only wager his life now. Annihilate Namachuan. After embracing a determination to die, Hisong unleashed a tremendous power, stomping fiercely on the ground, which instantly crumbled beneath him. With ease, Hisong broke through the sound barrier and rapidly charged towards Xios. Xios, observing Hisong's desperate move, did not dare to be careless. He inhaled slightly as Hisong rushed towards him. In an instant, a blinding blue light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar that illuminated the entire battlefield. Thunder roar, a bolt of lightning filled with a destructive aura struck towards Hisong from Xius' mouth. What? Hisong was completely unprepared for this move from Xios. Even though his observation haki had predicted the danger in advance, the speed of the lightning was simply too fast. The terrifying thunder instantly pierced through Hisong, causing every cell in his body to scream in unbearable pain. Yet Hisong did not utter a sound. He silently withdrew some of the armament haki flowing around his body, reapplying it to harden himself against the thunder. Though Hisong's haki was far beyond that of an average person, it was still insufficient to maintain the flowing cherry blossom state, while fully covering his body, forcing him to endure it this way. After feeling the numbness and pain in his body slightly alleviate, Hisong rallied his muscles, swinging his external weapon to shatter the chain of lightning. The violent explosion caused by the clash of sword energy and lightning kicked up countless clouds of dust. Xios paid no heed to the billowing smoke, his observation haki firmly locked onto Hisong. At this moment, although Hisong was severely injured, the aura emanating from him not only did not diminish, but instead surged to its peak. Kappa flow annihilation of Nankawa. Hisong's figure suddenly cut through the dust, resembling a spinning top as he descended from the sky towards Xios, releasing a wave of sword energy that tore the sky apart. His current state was far from good. His body was charred, emitting the scent of cooked meat. His once towering figure had become shriveled due to the loss of moisture from the lightning strike. Had he not reacted quickly and summoned his armament haki, he likely would have been reduced to ash. Nonetheless, Hisong's gaze remained resolute, and his furious roar pierced through the battlefield. All combatants, whether pirates or samurai, turned their attention to the battle between Xios and Hisong. Heat wave. Xios, watching Hisong continuously assault him, couldn't help but grin, revealing his sharp teeth in his beastly form. With a wide mouth, a fiery red ray shot through the air towards Hisong. Lord Hisong. Lord Xios, go for it. Kill this scum. In an instant, everyone's hearts on the battlefield were stirred by the attacks of the two. But the next moment, the pirates were stunned while the samurai erupted in cheers. In midair, Hisong, in response to Xius' counterattack, spun even more violently, like a sharp arrow piercing through Xius' fiery breath. Approaching Xios, he aimed for his neck. Xios seemed to have been caught off guard, reacting just a moment too late. He reached out to intercept, but was struck directly on the neck. The once impenetrable scales on Xius' neck were slashed open by Hisong's flowing cherry blossom akin to thin paper, allowing him to pierce through and strike deep into his neck. Hisong was filled with ecstasy, not expecting things to progress so smoothly. Although he was now severely injured, even if he managed to kill Xios, escaping would be difficult. The battlefield's tide had turned, and the samurai's defeat was certain. However, to slay Xios, a creature with limitless potential, would still honor the debt of gratitude owed to Lord Kazuki Odin. My lady Hiyori, I'm sorry, but I may not return today. Hisong's only worry now was for Kazuki Hiyori. He wondered if she would be able to take care of herself after his death. But there was no time for anything else. After this thought crossed his mind, Hisong focused all his energy on the external weapon, which was already embedded in Xius' neck, infusing all his haki into his beloved sword, aiming to sever Xius' head. What he did not expect was that even with all his strength and haki poured into the blade, he could only penetrate partway into Xius' neck and could not advance any further. Looking at the external weapon firmly lodged in Xius' neck, Hisong was filled with horror. What happened, little brother? You were just popping champagne, or one might think you had already won. Xios tilted his head, using his shoulder to trap Hisong's external weapon. He looked at the shocked Hisong with mockery. How annoying, you monster. Hisong gazed at Xios in despair, realizing it was merely a trap. He couldn't understand how Xios dared to take such a risk without fearing for his life. Hell, take that as a compliment. Xios was not afraid at all, not to mention his confidence in withstanding this strike. As a user of the Yamata no Orochi fruit, he had 8 heads. Xios did not give Hisong any chance. This was precisely when Hisong was at his weakest. He had poured all his haki into the blade, leaving himself wide open. With a powerful grip, Xios seized Hisong's neck, pulling him closer. A surge of high temperature and explosive energy flames suddenly engulfed Xius' legs, followed by the slow coverage of dark armament haki. With a heavy, forceful kick, Xios struck directly at Hisong's abdomen, the terrifying energy penetrating through him, creating a bottomless pit with a diameter of several dozen meters behind him. Hisong attempted to struggle once more, but with Xius' powerful grip, he took the blow heeding, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him. Blood gushed out uncontrollably as he seemed to lose consciousness, and then everything went dark as he fainted. The samurai on the battlefield were dumbfounded. The rapid change in the battle far too shocking. The drop from heaven to hell was immense. They watched as Hisong was on the verge of slaying Xios, only to be unexpectedly defeated. On the other hand, the pirates were in stark contrast, joyfully wielding their swords against the surrounding samurai. Initially annoyed by the sudden appearance of this pretty boy, they were astonished to find he was such a formidable powerhouse. Run! If even Lord Hisong has fallen, we are surely doomed. Yes, let's hurry and flee. Seeing that even Hisong had fallen to Xios, the samurai lost all will to fight. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they fell into complete disarray. However, the pirates would not let their achievements escape. They shrieked loudly, brandishing their swords and chasing after them. Observing the battlefield's resolution, Xios did not intervene. He clutched his blood-soaked neck, glancing at the fallen. Hisong, his heart filled with joy. He had gained some understanding of his own strength. He knew he hadn't fought with all his might in this battle. Aside from the final move being somewhat risky, he had maintained complete control throughout. Not to mention, he hadn't even utilized the racial talents of the Lunaria tribe. If he had, with flames enveloping him, even if Hisong dulled his blade, he would be unable to breach his defenses. Moreover, he was not particularly skilled in utilizing his devil fruit powers, many of which remained untapped. If he were inexperienced, he might not only fail to achieve anything, but also give Hisong an opportunity. Looking at the nearly breathless Hisong, Xios did not strike him down. He still had great use for this river spirit. He waved over a few pirate subordinates and instructed them to secure Hisong with sea stone handcuffs and send him into the rabbit bowl, while also finding a few doctors to ensure his life safety. The pirate subordinates, witnessing Xios brutally pull out the foreign wuxuang lodged in Hisong's neck, felt a surge of admiration as blood sprayed everywhere. Upon hearing his command, they hastily began to make arrangements. Casually shaking the blood off the knife the moment it hit the ground, it emitted a sizzling sound, clearly containing deadly poison. This knife is quite impressive. Xios weighed the foreign wuxuang in his hand, deciding to use it as a makeshift weapon for now. Taking out the snail used to contact Kaido from his pocket, Xios was about to report the victory of this battle. However, before he could connect, he suddenly frowned as his observation haki provided an early warning. Bang bang, a man and a woman dressed in ninja attire suddenly appeared from nowhere, throwing out two hidden weapons, instantly causing the previously flat ground to explode into a cloud of smoke. The two pirate subordinates, cautiously escorting Hisong towards the rabbit bowl, were caught off guard by this scene. Before they could react, one of the ninjas, a lewd-looking man in purple, rushed over and kicked both pirates far away. Meanwhile, the other ninja, a slightly plump girl in pink, seized the opportunity as the two pirates were sent flying to catch Hisong, then pushed off with her legs to throw something else. Smoke escape technique. The dissipating smoke thickened once more, and the girl ninja in pink quickly fled into the smoke, while the boy ninja in purple, as if sharing a connection, also swiftly retreated the moment the smoke erupted. I didn't expect the plan to progress so smoothly. It seems that handsome guy's reflexes aren't very sharp, the girl ninja in pink said to her companion while carrying Hisong. Enin, don't be careless. We absolutely cannot underestimate that guy. Brother, you're too nervous. Ninzu looked at the somewhat smug Anin with a hint of helplessness, but the most urgent matter was to quickly distance themselves from the area. With this in mind, he said no more. They both had to rescue Lord Hisong from here, especially since they were the ones who first informed him of the situation, and now they felt guilty for getting him into this predicament. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment at how smoothly the plan was going. Indeed, when it came to such matters, ninjas were more adept. I say, aren't you two being a bit too arrogant? Jumping out one by one really gets on people's nerves. Just as the two felt they were about to escape the battlefield, a voice came from above them. Startled by the voice, the two instinctively looked up and found that Xios, whom they thought they had left far behind, had leapt above them. Upon seeing Xios, the two couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. After witnessing the earlier battle, where even the powerful Hisong was defeated, they certainly didn't think they could survive in front of him. Swish, without any verbal exchange, or even a glance, the moment they saw Xios, the two chose to run in opposite directions, greatly increasing their chances of survival. At least one of them might make it. Xios watched as Anin and Ninzu split up, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Eight-headed serpent, thorn piercing, instantly shadows emerged from behind Xios, breaking the sound barrier as they rapidly pursued the fleeing pair. Ninzu, having escaped nearly 100 meters, felt a lack of movement behind him and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could that monster have gone after his sister? Thinking this, Ninzu glanced over his shoulder only to see a long spiny tail hurtling towards him at high speed. The moment he spotted it, a chilling sensation washed over him. He desperately tried to move his body to evade the attack, but it was too fast. He could only watch helplessly as the tail covered in menacing spikes sliced him in half, like cutting through tofu. Oh! Just as Ninzu was cut in half, he had not yet lost his life. He weakly pressed his hands against the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. On the other side, Anin was significantly stronger than her brother. She had sensed the approaching tail in advance. However, facing such a rapid attack, she couldn't evade it either. But Anin possessed something her brother did not. Familiar technique, withering decay. The once solid and smooth ground instantly became decrepit and rotten, resembling mud. Anin's feet sank in deeply, just in time to avoid the tail that was thrusting directly at her. Looking at the grotesque spikes on the tail, Anin couldn't help but pat her chest in relief. Had she been struck by that thing, she surely would have been obliterated. At that moment, the distant wails reached her ears. Hearing that familiar sound, Anin's pupils dilated, and she stiffly turned her head to see her brother cut in half, her heart nearly missing a beat. Brother. Anin looked at her brother's tragic state, tears streaming down her face, making her still somewhat cute appearance even more pitiful. Lying on the ground, Ninzu also looked towards his sister. Despite being 100 meters apart, their vision was clear enough. Ninzu, whose face was twisted in agony, looked at his sister with terror in his eyes. Although he could no longer speak, he desperately pointed behind her. Anin, filled with sorrow, seemed to realize something as she turned her head stiffly, only to see a tail poised just a finger's width away from her head. Shios had approached her without her noticing. He looked at Anin, whose face was filled with terror, yet also showed resentment, and smiled. The familiar fruit. Quite an impressive ability. Would you be interested in joining the beast pirates? What familiar fruit? This is my mature seduction technique, and I won't be joining any beast pirates. Anin retorted, glaring at Shios with animosity. Shios replied unfazed, shaking his head in boredom. The tail that had been aimed at Anin suddenly shifted and wrapped around her neck. Feeling the chilling sensation around her neck, Anin thought she was about to be decapitated. After closing her eyes for what felt like an eternity without receiving an attack, she curiously opened her eyes only to see Shios stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Let's try out a new move with you. Shios smiled, as if having made a decision after some contemplation. Anin also reacted, although she didn't understand why Shios hadn't attacked. This was a great opportunity for a counterattack. She reached out her hands, intending to grab the tail wrapped around her neck and activate her ability to age Shios, turning him into a decrepit old man. Life drain. However, Shios would not allow her to use the ability of the familiar fruit, as it indeed posed a problem. Once aged, the result would be irreversible, unlike most other fruit abilities that could be negated with Haki. Just as Anin's hand was about to touch Xius's tail, she felt a sudden pulling force from the tail around her neck, sensing that something was being drained from her body. Connecting this with the name Shios had shouted earlier, Anin realized that what was being drawn out was her very life force. Anin struggled to break free from the tail's grasp, but before she could exert herself, she felt utterly drained, as if she had run 10 laps around Wano. Her previously plump figure became gaunt, and her once smooth hair turned dry and gray. The once cute and vibrant Anin transformed into the appearance of a frail old woman in her 70s or 80s. After draining Anin to that old woman's appearance, Shios decisively stopped activating his ability, sparing her life. Though Anin now looked terrifying, Shios had actually left her with plenty of life force, not harming her fundamentally. As long as Anin took good care of herself, she could eventually return to her original form. Perhaps she would even thank Shios, as after her recovery, she would likely become slender and graceful, much like the situation in the original storyline after being drained of nutrients by Green Bull. The reason he spared her was not out of lust, but because the familiar fruit was indeed a remarkable ability. He couldn't bring himself to kill Anin, who knew where the devil fruit ability would be reborn. He wanted to see if there were other ways to handle it. After all, she wouldn't cause much trouble, so leaving Anin alive was not a problem. On the other side, the severely injured ninja was also entangled by the tail, absorbing his life force. Shios was far less gentle with him than he was with Arun, directly and violently extracting his life force. In an instant, Ninja was reduced to the appearance of a withered human corpse. Although his strength was lacking, his life force was indeed quite vigorous. Retracting the tail that extended over 100 meters, Shios contentedly stroked his neck, where the once terrifying and grotesque knife wound had completely healed, showing not a single scar, as if he had never been injured. This was precisely the effect of Shios using the life force he had just absorbed for healing. The power of this ability was nothing short of miraculous. It was likely not far behind the mythical phoenix fruit. Shios. Lord Shios. Two of Ninja's subordinates, having been thrown aside, helped each other to walk over. Although their strength was indeed inferior to Ninja's, they were not so weak as to be taken out with a single blow. After all, they were also pirates who had roamed the new world. Alright, you two go rest for now. They'll find a few more people to take these two down. Shios looked at the two unfortunate brothers with some helplessness and waved his hand to let them rest. No need, we're fine. Yeah, that guy just caught us off guard, otherwise I would have knocked him out. Hearing Shios say this, the two pirates who had previously been limping while supporting each other immediately perked up, standing tall and looking as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for Xius' observation of their inner emotions through his Kenbunchika haki, he might have actually believed them. Shios sensed the various emotions emanating from the two and felt somewhat speechless, but seeing how excited they were, he didn't pay much attention. Watching them happily escort Hisong and Arun to the rabbit bowl, Shios couldn't help but marvel at how talented the beast's pirates were. Meanwhile, Kaido, who had just finished discussing with Jean and Quinn, started drinking again. Quinn, how is that kid doing? Wiping the spilled alcohol from his beard, Kaido asked Quinn beside him. Oh, there hasn't been any news yet. By the way, boss Kaido, is that kid really so strong? Are you really okay with him leading the team alone? Kaido did not explain Quinn's doubts. He believed that Shios would not let him down. Bururu. Quinn, seeing Kaido's lack of response, didn't mind, instead enjoying his favorite red bean soup while smoking a cigar. Just then his transponder snail rang. Quinn looked at the transponder snail with confusion. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be the one he had given to Shios. Did something happen? Quinn did not think about the possibility of a victory, as it was simply too quick, as Shios was likely just arriving at the rabbit bowl, and he probably hadn't even grasped the situation. Shios, is there something going on? Quinn asked curiously. Nothing much, just that I've defeated those samurai. The calm voice of Shios came from the transponder snail. Oh, so you won against them? You won. At first Quinn didn't react, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized, his pupils widening and his tone becoming sharp. That's right, by the way, a kappa suddenly appeared. It seems to be one of the red scabbards, and I've also captured him and brought him to the rabbit bowl. Puff. Originally shocked to hear that Shios had already defeated the samurai, Quinn sipped his red bean soup several times in surprise, but upon hearing that he had also taken down Hisong, he sprayed the soup out, nearly dropping his eyeballs in astonishment. Even Kaido, who was drinking nearby, was a bit surprised. He had some impression of that Hisong. Although he felt that Shios was likely to win against Hisong, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Immediately a smile spread across Kaido's face. He stood up, walked over to Quinn, and shouted into the transponder snail, "Well done, kid, hurry back, I'll throw you a feast." Kaido didn't wait for Shios' response and hung up the call, turning to Quinn and instructing, "Go send invitation letters to those cadres. I have some matters to announce at this feast." After hearing Kaido's instructions, Quinn's eyes flickered slightly. The most important matter recently was probably only that one. On Onigashima, in the banquet hall, all the cadres of the beast's pirates who had originally been in different locations gathered here. Tables filled with delicacies were set up neatly, and beautiful waitresses walked among them, with wine glasses, creating a lively and bustling scene. "Sister Maria, why did Lord Kaido suddenly call us over?" The two children run tea and pay G1 curiously asked the Black Maria. "I don't know either, that must be something very important." The tall and imposing Black Maria, like the legendary Hashijufujin, smiled at the two, although she already had some guesses in her heart, as there had been some rumors in the pirate crew that Lord Kaido was about to implement reforms within the entire crew. Shaking her head, she didn't dwell on such matters. After all, she had never been interested in them. It was the two little kids that Lord Kaido had entrusted her to take care of that piqued her interest more. Meanwhile, other cadres who had received the news gathered together with their close companions, whispering to each other, discussing something. "Have you heard about that matter?" Indeed, taking advantage of this good opportunity, I must pull down Jean and Quinn, those two bastard guys. The beast's pirates cannot be occupied by such people in high-ranking positions. Yes. Agreed. They had originally been somewhat restrained, but as the atmosphere gradually heated up, they began to speak louder, as if they were about to take down Jean and Quinn and ascend to high-ranking positions. Just then a pitch-black figure flew directly into the center of the banquet hall from the entrance, and the newcomer was none other than Jean, a high-ranking cadre of the beast's pirates. "Silence, the banquet is about to begin." Although Jean's voice was loud enough to cover the entire hall, some cadres still ignored him, continuing to chat among themselves. I said, "Silence." Looking at the group of cadres who were still loudly chatting, Jean felt a bit angry, raising his voice to unleash his full aura. Although he did not possess Conqueror's haki after so many years of fighting in the New World, his aura was still formidable, and those cadres felt this intimidating presence and gradually quieted down. Jean coldly glared at the group. He truly did not understand why Brother Kaido would keep this group of useless people, each with weak strength, yet high spirits. Usually even he and Quinn couldn't manage them. However, considering that Brother Kaido was about to arrive, he suppressed his anger. After scanning the surroundings to ensure that the environment had become quiet, Jean nodded in satisfaction. "I have an announcement to make." As he spoke, Jean slowly turned around, and the officials below finally noticed a remarkably handsome young man standing behind him, having appeared there without them realizing. This was not their fault or Jean's towering height, and the mixed atmosphere of the crowd made it difficult for their observation skills to detect him. This is Xios, who has just been brought down from Sky Island by Brother Kaido. He possesses remarkable strength and has just defeated a large group of samurai who attempted to break into the prison, even capturing one of the red scabbards hushing alive. Today he officially joins the Beast Pirates, so let us give him a warm round of applause. A plump figure jumped down from the second floor holding a microphone and introducing him loudly. This person was another high-ranking member of the Beast Pirates Queen. As he introduced, fireworks continued to shoot up in the center of the venue, and several beautiful courtesans danced joyfully alongside Queen and Shios. However, the awkwardness was palpable as the officials on stage exchanged cold glances, none of them willing to show support. Shios twitched his lips, his embarrassed toes nearly digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. Damn it, Queen hadn't informed him about this segment. Wasn't a simple introduction sufficient? Suddenly, amidst the awkward atmosphere, a loud applause erupted, and the person clapping was Kaido, who had walked in from the side corridor of the banquet hall. With a broad smile, he clapped loudly. Seeing that even Kaido had joined in, the other officials below quickly responded, enthusiastically applauding. If it weren't for the earlier awkward silence, this would have been considered a warm welcome. Noticing the lively atmosphere, Queen wanted to say a few more words, but Shios, unable to hold back any longer, hurriedly stepped off the stage to interrupt him. Watching Shios decisively leave the stage, Queen felt a bit regretful, but this feeling didn't last long as he joined the surrounding courtesans in a dance. Surprisingly, this hefty fellow danced quite well. Walking over to Urki, Shios was somewhat speechless. Why didn't you applaud just now? Didn't you see how embarrassed I was? I was going to clap, but I feared I would be the only one, and that would be even more awkward. While chewing on a large bone, Urki scratched his head awkwardly. Shios thought for a moment and realized it was indeed true. If not for Kaido's intervention, no matter what he did, he would have likely faced an embarrassing outcome. These rebellious fellows only took orders from Kaido. Without further thought, Shios grabbed a large bone and began to gnaw on it, as he was quite hungry, having fought all day without even a drop of water. Once everyone had finished eating and drinking, Kaido, seated at the head of the banquet hall, clapped his hands, and the previously noisy environment fell silent. Today, besides welcoming Shios, there is another matter to discuss. Currently, the structure of the Beast Pirates has some issues. The division between officials of various ranks is not very clear. Therefore, I will announce a new system today. From now on, I will officially serve as the governor of the Beast Pirates. Beneath me will be the captain, followed by... Listening from below, Shios found it rather interesting. The new system Kaido was announcing for the Beast Pirates, while not entirely aligned, was generally similar to what it would be like a decade later. However, the only thing puzzling him was that aside from the firmly established position of Governor, Kaido had not mentioned who would assume these roles. The other officials around him shared the same confusion, although they didn't dare to interrupt Kaido while he was speaking. Many were fidgeting nervously. That's essentially it. The more detailed information will be posted by Queen on the bulletin board at Onigashima, so those interested can check it out for themselves. Now you must be wondering who will take on these roles. After taking a big gulp of alcohol, Kaido continued. Our Beast Pirates have always emphasized that the capable rise to the top, so come and compete for these positions, and of course if you're interested you can challenge me for the governor role. At the end, Kaido revealed a smile that was both amiable and threatening, causing some scheming officials to break out in a cold sweat and lower their heads. Due to the overwhelming number of officials, we will only contend for the two most important positions, this time the captain and the Flying Six. After surveying the crowd and seeing all the officials looking nervous, Kaido smiled with satisfaction. Now let the competition for the captain begin. As Kaido's voice fell, the venue became instantly silent. Almost all the officials were eager to compete for this position, but upon seeing the fierce gazes around them, they all shrank back. After a brief moment of silence, Jean and Queen strode confidently to the center of the venue. With their arms crossed and their towering figures combined with their intimidating presence, the officials in the venue were surprisingly subdued. Don't think you can become the captain so easily. Just as the officials hesitated, a tall and muscular man stood up and roared at the two standing in the center. It's Mag Shark Kuro. It's not surprising that this guy seems to have been unhappy with Jean and Queen for a long time. This will be entertaining. Kuro is already a notorious pirate in the New World. With no reservations, Kuro, fully aware of the strength of the two before him, immediately unleashed his most powerful move. His already tall, scarred body suddenly swelled to over 10 meters, transforming into a prehistoric great white shark with 4 limbs and a mouth full of terrifying teeth. Raging sea-frenzied shark, the terrifying aura instantly enveloped his mouth full of sharp teeth. The rapidly charging Kuro became a meat grinder, charging towards Jean and Queen. To be fair, despite his reckless demeanor, his strength was indeed formidable. Even the tough and resilient ancient species would struggle to withstand such an attack. Though his strength was impressive, Jean and Queen, as Kaido's right-hand men, were equally formidable. Imperial Guardian Fire Dragon King. The first to act was Jin, who instantly drew the long knife at his waist. A terrifying flame enveloped his body and spread to his blade. He aimed the knife at Kuro, unleashing a fierce, menacing fire dragon that shot towards him. The terrifying fire dragon instantly engulfed Kuro, and the intense heat combined with the overwhelming aura caused Kuro to scream in agony. Astonishingly, Kuro pressed on, enduring the ferocious flames as he continued to charge forward, showcasing the formidable physique of his fish fruit ancient species, great white shark form. However, he completely overlooked another person. Armored Dragon Bomb. A sudden roar came from above Kuro's head as Queen, whose massive form resembled a small mountain, slammed down. The incredible aura combined with the force of the descent sent the struggling Kuro flying, spitting blood as he was crashed into the exquisite mural on the side of the banquet hall. Queen, however, utilized the rebound force from this attack to leap back to Jin's side. Although he had transformed into the large and clumsy armored dragon, his movements remained agile and swift. What? Kex actually got taken down just like that. The sudden change in the banquet hall stunned the officers of the beast pirates, with some of the weaker ones unable to comprehend what had happened. Those who understood the situation, such as Maria and Shoshi, looked at Kex, who was slammed into the wall, with pity. This guy is truly unfortunate. They all realized that Kex had clearly intended to challenge Quinn at first, not to directly confront two people. However, Kex never expected that these two would be so shameless as to strike against him, catching him off guard and knocking him down. To be honest, from Xius' perspective, through observation, Kex's strength was indeed formidable. As for Jin, that's another story, but the Lunaria clan's talent offers a significant advantage in unknown combat. In terms of strength, Kex and Quinn were fairly evenly matched. After all, Quinn had not yet prioritized his body modifications, and due to frequent experiments, he had become somewhat lax in his training. With his current strength, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Kex. It's just that Kex was foolish. If he had stated beforehand that he wanted to directly challenge Quinn, Jin would never have intervened, considering Kaido was still present. Jin slowly sheathed his sword, and Quinn transformed back from his beast form into human form, leading to a moment of silence in the hall. Despite the ambush, the clean and decisive defeat of Kex had left everyone present in a state of shock. After glancing around and seeing no one else daring to speak, Jin and Quinn turned to Kaido. Well, since no one is challenging, the main representatives of the beast pirates will temporarily be Jin and Quinn, and I bestow upon them the titles of Calamity of Fire and Calamity of Plague. Now let the battle for the Flying Six begin. Kaido laughed heartily, looking at the two standing in the arena, raised a bowl of sake, waved his hand to set two seats beside him, inviting Jin and Quinn to sit at his side. Once Jin and Quinn took their seats, the other officers started to stir, realizing that they couldn't defeat the two, but they could still contend for a position in the Flying Six. Ha, since you want to take action, I won't hold back. A tall and burly man wielding a spiked club jumped out, becoming the first to challenge, instantly provoking the anger of the other officers, who were furious that someone dared to step forward. Just as the other officers were about to take action to drive him away, a loud crash came from the side of the banquet hall, and a shadow burst through the wall, landing in the center of the hall and pinning the man with the club to the ground. The newcomer was Kex, who had just been sent flying by Jin and Quinn. He casually tossed aside the unconscious man. Kex glared at the two who were seated beside Kaido, but said nothing more. There was nothing much to say, but he had acted foolishly. He would get his revenge and reclaim his position. He turned to the crowd in the hall, making his intentions clear. He wanted to compete for a position in the Flying Six and aimed to be their leader. Meeting Kex's gaze, the other officers did not flinch. He was merely a failure. Although strong, they were not afraid. Seeing the reckless and eager expressions of the officers, Kex's face darkened further. Glancing around at the restless officers, Kex's anger simmered until he spotted someone eating heartily, and his eyes brightened. The person Kex noticed was Shoshi, who was indulging in food with Ulki. At this moment, Kex's thoughts were simple. He wanted to regain the face he had just lost, and this young man was just right. Shoshi was not only the main character of this banquet, but he had also just defeated one of the Red Scabbards, Kawamatsu. It was perfect for establishing dominance. As for whether he would fail, that thought never crossed Kex's mind. He viewed Shoshi as just a kid with some strength. Shoshi noticed Kex's gaze and looked up at him. Kid, dare to come up. Kex's eyes were filled with provocation as he beckoned to Shoshi. Shoshi was somewhat speechless, not expecting that just being here eating would lead to someone challenging him. Sigh. Shoshi swallowed the large chunk of meat in his mouth, wiped his hands on Ulki's clothes to clean off the grease. Originally, Shoshi did not want to take action, not for any other reason, but because he did not want to draw attention from other forces at sea. Shoshi did not intend to stay in Wano country for long. He wanted to venture out, as he knew many places with hidden treasures like the Thunder Fruit he had just missed. But at this moment, Shoshi began to understand that in this ruthless world of the beast pirates, being low-key would only invite challenges. Slowly he stood up and walked toward the center of the hall, preparing for a fight. Strike the first blow to avoid being overwhelmed. The previously restless officers fell silent once more. Using this young man to test Kek's strength seemed reasonable considering he had defeated one of the red scabbards. What a pity, he perfectly fits my sister's taste, and now he will get beaten up. Black Maria sighed, taking a puff from her cigarette. See, you two have such a huge size difference that seems impossible. Jack, who was gnawing on a cow, looked puzzled. What do you know? Black Maria rolled her eyes at Jack, ignoring the muscle-brained idiot. As Shios gradually approached, Kek's scales began to form on his body, and a tail emerged from behind him, making him appear even larger and more imposing. Kek looked at Shios, who had transformed into his hybrid form, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Frenzied shark, shattered fong. Kek also transformed into his hybrid form, the massive shark demon, reappearing in the hall. The terrifying armament haki covered his jagged teeth again as he stomped hard, swinging his massive tail on the ground and charging toward Shios. Shios did not even dodge as he stared at the charging Kek indifferently, feigning strength. Seeing Xius' demeanor, Kek's fury intensified, and he opened his mouth wide to bite down. However, what surprised Kek was that with a dull thud, Shios was untouched. His once impenetrable teeth, which could shred any enemy, could not penetrate Xius' defense at this moment. Kek could not accept this fact. He clamped his jaws around Shios and exerted force, trying to tear the brat apart, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not pierce Xius' body. Shios looked at the furious Kek with a cold smile, pressing one large hand against one side of Kek's mouth, while using his foot to firmly hold the other side, forcing Kek's jaws open under his horrified gaze. Terrifyingly high-temperature crimson flames enveloped Xius' hand, and the newly awakened armament haki gradually hardened his arm, slowly gathering power as he aimed for Kek's gaping mouth. Armament flame strike. Kek watched helplessly as Shios punched into his mouth, the terrifying heat instantly searing through his body, burning his internal organs. The once fearsome giant tooth shark was reduced to a charred fish, and the shocking force sent him flying hundreds of meters, piercing through the banquet hall and out of the skull at the center of Onigashima. What? The officials in the banquet hall were all ready to watch a show, but they never expected the situation to change dramatically. The one they thought was about to suffer a beating, Shios decisively knocked out the pirate Keisai with a single punch. Even Jean and Quinn, who were sitting on stage, couldn't help but glance at Shios. Especially Jean, who fixed his gaze on Shios, for he would never mistake that flash of fire. Haisha Maria looked at Shios in surprise, then cupped her face with her hands and murmured, "How wonderful is this, what it feels like to fall in love at first sight." Jack, sitting beside her, was speechless as he chewed on meat, looking at the tall woman. Truly a love-struck brain. Wow, I didn't expect that at all. Kaido was also somewhat surprised by Xius' strength. In the battle on Sky Island, the gap in power had left him feeling utterly unimpressed. Now that he had a comparison, he was indeed surprised. In that case, let Shios take the lead of the Flying Six. Kaido glanced at the stunned officials and directly announced the appointment. After Shios displayed such strength, no official dared to speak out against it. Case's strength far exceeds that of Hisong. Even I am afraid I would be no match. However, the talent of the Lunaria clan is truly advantageous in battle. Shios slowly withdrew his stance and let out a gentle breath. Case's domineering aura and physical prowess were at a level far beyond what Shios could reach now, yet he had defeated him in an instant. The Lunaria clan's talent was indeed outrageous. It was truly strong for a first encounter. Shios nodded to Kaido and prepared to return to his original seat, but unexpectedly Kaido had not finished speaking. There's one more good thing I need to announce. I think Shios is not bad, and since Yamato has also grown up, let's make this banquet their engagement party. Shios, who had not yet reached his seat, was taken aback upon hearing this, turning to look at Kaido in bewilderment. He had indeed joked about becoming Kaido's son-in-law, but he had never seen Yamato, so he couldn't imagine what she would look like. Looking at Kaido's face, he simply couldn't picture how Yamato could be beautiful. The other officials who were seated were already shocked by Kaido's announcement of Xius' leadership of the Flying Six, and now, with this explosive news, they were in an uproar. Before Shios and the other officials could speak, a loud bang came from the entrance of the banquet hall. The metal cast door was kicked open by a figure, and the door was knocked completely out of its frame, deforming as it spanned nearly 100 meters to embed itself into the exquisite mural behind Kaido. Everyone turned their heads in unison, seeing a figure with gradually changing white hair, 2 red demon horns on her head, dressed in a sleeveless white kimono and a red long skirt, a huge shimenawa tied to her back, and wooden sandals revealing her fair, delicate feet. Most strikingly, her hands were shackled. This outfit allowed Shios to recognize her at a glance. The newcomer was indeed Yamato. He stared blankly at her, then turned to look at Kaido, unable to believe that these two were actually father and daughter. Completely different from Kaido's imposing appearance, Yamato was cute and charming with features like a painting. Though still somewhat young, she already displayed a stunning beauty. Even after being accustomed to various beauty filters, Xios couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. At that moment, Yamato frowned with an angry expression. She had also received Kaido's invitation, but she truly did not want to participate in this banquet. Out of curiosity about Xios, who had defeated one of the red scabbards, she had been hiding outside waiting to see his abilities after the banquet. Unexpectedly, she overheard Kaido announcing her engagement party. Yamato, who was usually straightforward, could not hold back and rushed in. Yamato did not look at the others, but fixated on Xios, approaching him step by step with a kanabo in hand. As she neared, a terrifying conqueror's haki emanated from her, causing the officials along the way to retreat in fear. Those with weaker strength felt the overwhelming aura and broke out in a cold sweat. Kaido watched as Yamato suddenly burst in and glanced at the door embedded in the mural beside him. His forehead veins throbbed, and he couldn't help but clench his fist, shattering the wine cup in his hand. However, recalling his earlier words, he suppressed his anger and said, "Yamato, you came at the right time. You heard what I just said. Let's hold the engagement ceremony right away." Yamato paid no attention to her father's words, her eyes fixed on Xios, the terrifying conqueror's haki pressing down upon him. As he faced Yamato, feeling her overwhelming aura, Xius' lips curled slightly. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity, and a black-red aura erupted from him, forcefully pushing back the conqueror's haki that enveloped the entire hall. The clash of the two haki caused the banquet hall to erupt, causing several maidens and guards holding drinks to faint instantly, including some weaker officials. Yamato, feeling the conqueror's haki emanating from Xios, was momentarily stunned. She looked at Xios sitting there and saw what seemed like a terrifying dragon with 8 heads and 8 tails watching her from behind him. Yamato gradually felt like she couldn't hold on any longer, unable to believe that her conqueror's haki was actually weaker than Xius'. Feeling this pressure, Yamato gritted her teeth and held on. She absolutely did not want to show fear in front of this fiancé. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Kaido, sitting above, could no longer contain his rage. He slowly stood up, picked up the hachiji, and an overwhelming conqueror's haki shot up into the sky, instantly suppressing both Xius' and Yamato's haki. "I say, you two, are you a bit too arrogant?" Before his voice fell, Kaido's figure vanished from the spot and instantly appeared in front of Xios and Yamato. Thunderbagwa. Xios and Yamato's expressions changed dramatically. They wanted to resist, but in front of Kaido their strength was as powerless as newborn infants, and they were both sent flying out of the banquet hall. Looking at the two he had sent flying, Kaido snorted coldly and turned to the officials at the banquet, saying, "The selection for the Flying Six continues." Somewhere in a rocky mountain on Onigashima, Yamato, dragging her injured body, searched for her lost Akainu, having accidentally dropped her beloved Kanabo due to Kaido's sudden attack. Thinking of Kaido, Yamato couldn't help but curse, swinging her fists at the air as if beating Kaido. "Bastard old man, how dare you decide to marry me off without my consent? Bastard old man, stinky gorilla old man." As she continued to curse, tears welled up in Yamato's eyes. Her current injuries were not just from Kaido's earlier blow. He had beaten her severely before when she laughed at the sight of Kaido's distress over the death of Kaido Odin. The reason was that she had laughed at the sight of the corpse, which directly led to her getting a beating. This was merely a part of Yamato's daily life. She could be said to have been beaten by Kaido from childhood to adulthood. Whenever she mentioned Kazuki Odin, Kaido would fly into a rage and give her a beating. Yamato, however, was like a head of iron. The more Kaido hit her, the more she wanted to speak. Thinking of this, Yamato shook her head and continued to search through the grass for her Akainu. No wonder my mood suddenly improved. It turns out someone got beaten and is hiding in the woods, secretly wiping away tears. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from nearby, and Dei looked over warily. The newcomer was Xios. Dei looked at Xios and recalled his previous words, causing her face to flush. She hastily wiped her face, trying to remove the tears. "You bastard, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been beaten." Seeing Dei suppress her embarrassment while looking fierce, Xios almost burst out laughing. There was nothing he could do. The combat power boost of the white-haired girl against the countryman was simply too high. Xios slowly approached Dei, immediately raising her vigilance. Dei hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, but suddenly gasped as she inadvertently tugged at her wound. Seeing Dai's clumsy demeanor, Xios couldn't help but chuckle. He activated his observation haki to slowly dispel the vigilance emanating from Dei. Then Xios pulled out a mace from behind and handed it to her. "Here, you were looking for this, weren't you?" "Ajian. Why? Are you helping me?" Dei blankly accepted her Ajian, looking at Xios, her heart inexplicably warming. "Because you're very cute." Seeing Dai's dazed expression, Xios took the opportunity to lean in and gently pat her head with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Dai's face turned red as she swatted Xius' hand away and delivered a punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Seeing Xios flying away from her punch, Dei couldn't help but chuckle feeling her previously gloomy mood lift instantly. Day blushed as she touched her head. Although she had just received a head pat attack, she surprisingly felt no resentment, but instead sensed a very friendly aura from Xios. After Day composed herself, she hummed a little tune and skipped down the mountain. Ahem, Xios waved his hand to disperse the smoke around him, grimacing as he touched his abdomen. That little girl Day really had some strength. That punch almost made him vomit his earlier meal. Earlier, Xios hadn't reacted in time, thinking he had successfully calmed Da's emotions with his observation haki, but unexpectedly, he was ambushed. Xius' observation haki could sense and soothe the emotions of others. Although it wasn't as effective in the short term as Lady Yaheim's brainwashing, it far exceeded in the long run. After all, Lady Yaheim's brainwashing only worked on the useless celestial dragons, while it was ineffective against strong-willed warriors. Xios straightened his disheveled clothes and looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat speechless. That old rascal Kaido really had no sense of martial ethics, ambushing him like that. Now Xios didn't even know where he had been sent flying. Blur blur. A sound came from Xius' sleeve. He opened it to find a talking snail continuously emitting noises. This was a phone snail he had obtained from his pirate subordinate, and only Urki knew how to communicate with it. Hey brother Xios, are you alright? That blow from Boss Kaido was really brutal. The phone snail mimicked Urki's smiling face. I'm fine, just don't know where that bastard sent me flying. I'm getting ready to fly back now. The selection for the Flying Six should still be ongoing. You better put up a fight. Huh. Me, eh? Before Urki could respond, Xios directly hung up the call. Looking at the disconnected communication, Urki was left bewildered. Although his strength was unmatched in Sky Island, being part of the Beast Pirates as a Flying Six was quite a challenge for him. He didn't even know how to use the color of two haki. Xios didn't care about Urki's grumbling. He knew Urki probably wouldn't make it as a Flying Six. This wasn't an anime where characters like Nami and Usopp could train for 2 years and defeat the Flying Six. That was simply absurd. However, pressure breeds motivation. Xios believed that Urki, this future supernova, would definitely grow rapidly in such an environment. Just as Xios prepared to transform into the Yamata no Orochi and catch up with Day, a sharp sound cut through the sky. A toothless wyvern clad in dark leather soared through the air. Xios immediately recognized that it was Kaido's right-hand man and also his compatriot Jean. However, before he could greet him, he noticed Jean was flying straight towards him at high speed and showed no signs of slowing down as he approached. Dan Gong Huang. Jean transformed into a wyvern, lunged at Xios as if hunting prey. The suddenness of the attack was overwhelming, and Xios didn't sense any malice from Jean, leaving him unprepared. With a thunderous crash, the mountain beneath Xios was pierced by Jean's strike. Strangely, Xios stood his ground, taking the attack head-on without moving an inch. Jean looked at Xios, who was firmly bracing himself with his arms crossed and showing no signs of injury. Particularly the flames erupting from behind his head filled Jean's eyes with astonishment. Jean slowly retracted his wings, gradually transforming back into his human form and removing his mask, revealing his handsome face. At that moment, he looked at Xios with a voice that was somewhat excited and distorted. You're also a descendant of the Lunaria tribe, aren't you? Yes, I am. Seeing Jean's excited acknowledgement, Xios knew that Jean would never harm him, as he might be one of the last remaining compatriots in the world. So it is true. I noticed your battle with Kex just now. By the way, what happened to your wings? Do you have family? After hearing Xius' response, Jean became a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Well, my wings. Xios looked at the excited Jean, feeling somewhat troubled by his rapid-fire questions, but he understood his excitement and gently explained. I see. After listening quietly to Xius' response, Jean calmed down a bit. Faced with Xius' tragic past, his tone inevitably turned heavy. Don't worry, such things will never happen again. If you have any issues in the Beast Pirates, you can come to me. Then I won't be polite, Uncle Jean. Can you find me a place to stay? I wasn't full yet, and I need to change my clothes too. After hearing Jean's response, Xios was not polite at all. He sensed Jean's strong emotions, and if he didn't make any requests, Jean would probably really get angry. Sure, I'll arrange that for you. Sure enough, upon hearing Xius' request, Jean's face lit up with joy, and he readily agreed. Stay close to me, I'll take you to arrange it. After saying that, Jean transformed back into the toothless wyvern, flapping his wings to fly. Xios also turned into the Yamata no Orochi to follow. By the way, you can call me by my name, Abel. In the air, Jean turned his head towards Xios. It should be noted that even Kaido wouldn't call him by the name Abel, as it represented Jean's painful memories. Now he actively told Xios, which implied a lot. All right, Uncle Abel. Xios promptly changed his address. On Ghost Island in the central castle, Jean turned to Shios and said, Shios, I will report to Brother Kaido. First, you wait here for a moment. By the way, who else knows about your connection to the Lunaria clan? Don't worry, besides Big Brother Kaido, no one else knows. Shios understood Jean's concerns and smiled at him, saying, "That's good. Your current strength is still too weak. It's best not to tell others." Jean said seriously to Shios, as he truly did not want his tragedy to happen to any other clansman. Shios felt the weight in Jean's words and slowly nodded. Seeing that Shios could understand, Jean did not say much more and directly turned to fly back to the castle hall. "Ah, hello there, young handsome. You seem to be quite familiar with Lord Jean, haven't you just met?" Just as Shios was waiting for Jean to finish his report, boredly staring at the sea and admiring the scenery, a charming voice came from behind him. Turning his head, accompanied by the sound of wooden clogs clacking, he saw a woman nearly 8 meters tall slowly approaching. She wore a stunning kimono, her golden hair styled in an ornate updo, and her alluring fox-like face resembled the legendary 8-foot lady. It was none other than Black Maria. "Yes, I hit it off with Uncle Jean at first sight. I came to ask him for help finding a place to stay." "Uncle Jean, huh?" Black Maria's eyes narrowed slightly, looking even more like an alluring fox. "Aren't you going to compete for the Flying Six? You came here just to enjoy the scenery." "Yes, I'm just here to enjoy the scenery. I can't beat those monsters, and I have no interest in competing for the Flying Six." Black Maria laughed, covering her mouth. At that moment, 2 children suddenly dashed out from behind her. One of them, a little girl wearing a pink mask with a pair of demon horns, complained discontentedly. "I have an interest, but that detestable Kaido won't let me and Xiaopei participate." "Sister, don't say that. Lord Kaido's decision is correct if our strength isn't at that level yet." Hearing Runma's words, Peggy weakly tugged at Runma's sleeve, saying, "Cut it out, you're afraid before even trying. Xiaopei, you are just too soft-hearted." Runma looked at Peggy with a hint of frustration. Peggy felt Runma's gaze and lowered her head, feeling that her sister was being a bit excessive. The siblings relied on their deceased father's relationship with Lord Kaido to successfully be taken in by him. They should be grateful for being able to survive in this chaotic new world. However, they not only failed to repay Lord Kaido, but they had also recently stolen 2 ancient devil fruits from him, making Peggy feel that they owed Lord Kaido too much. Now he was very troubled by Runma, often clashing with Lord Kaido. "Who are those 2? Shios looked at the children with interest. "Just 2 little brats that Lord Kaido asked me to take care of." Shios looked at the porcelain doll-like Runma and smiled as he reached out to pat her head. "You want to become one of the Flying Six? You are still quite far off." Runma angrily swatted Zaya's hand away from her head. "Cut it out with the condescension, you useless fish," that was knocked away with one blow. Shios, looking at Runma's fierce expression, wasn't angry. He merely beckoned to her with his finger. Runma wasn't stupid, as she instantly understood Zaya's meaning and wasn't intimidated at all. She became excited, shouting as she transformed into a sizable fishman and charged at Shios. "Sister." Peggy couldn't react quickly enough to the sudden turn of events. Black Maria, however, reacted, but had no intention to intervene, standing aside with a smile as she watched everything unfold. "Oh." With a loud bang, Runma, holding her head, squatted down on the ground, tears in her eyes. "If you act so arrogant, I'll smack your bottom." Shios looked at the little girl with teary eyes and smiled mischievously. Runma, frightened, covered her bottom and then couldn't hold back any longer, crying as she ran out of the castle. "Sister." Peggy first bowed apologetically to Shios and then hurriedly chased after her. "Young handsome, rather than going to find Uncle Jean for a place to stay, why not consult me? Uncle Jean may not know as much as I do in this regard. Just call me Shios." Shios felt a bit uncomfortable with Black Maria's address, although he was indeed quite handsome. "As for a place to stay, do you know where Yamato lives?" "Ah, Princess Oka's residence." Black Maria looked at Shios with a curious gaze, thinking that even if Lord Kaido had already engaged you 2, there was no need to rush it. Cough, cough. Shios cleared his throat a couple of times, but had no intention of explaining. "I do know where Princess Oka lives. It's quite nice, but I know of an even better place." "Oh, where?" "My house. It's not only spacious and roomy, but there are also many beautiful sisters there." Shios stared dumbfounded at Black Maria, who did not shy away from his gaze, but instead met it directly, even playfully winking at him. "You?" Shios was caught off guard by Black Maria's teasing and momentarily couldn't find his words. "Sister seems quite interested in you. How about we have a sweet romance?" Looking at Zaya's expression, Black Maria found him even cuter. Women inherently have an attraction to power, especially since Black Maria came from Wano, a country inspired by Japan. Shios had achieved such strength at such a young age, his future was limitless, and Black Maria was quite fond of him. "I just got engaged to Yamato not long ago." Honestly, Black Maria was indeed beautiful, but the size difference between the 2 was a bit too much. Even if Shios were to charm her, he would still feel out of his depth. That's okay, in Wano it has never been about monogamy, and moreover in this world the strong are not bound by such rules. Black Maria's statement was not wrong. In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. As long as you are strong enough, whether you have multiple wives or husbands, no one dares to interfere. Hearing this, Shios realized that the size gap might not be insurmountable. Whitebeard would have the most say in this matter. Just as Shios contemplated how to win over a powerful woman, a sound of breaking air interrupted his thoughts. Jean had returned, and he curiously glanced at Black Maria, standing beside Shios. Then I'll take my leave. I can't let those two little brats get lost. Lord Kaido personally instructed me to take care of them. Seeing Jean return, Black Maria tactfully took her leave, but before leaving she winked at Shios, her meaning quite clear. They'll look for you again later, young handsome. Jean cast a strange glance at the departing Black Maria, but did not ask further. Shall we go? Do you have any requirements for the place to stay? Uncle Abel, do you know where Yamato resides? After a moment's hesitation, Shios still asked. Jean's gaze mirrored that of the Black Maria from earlier. Ghost Island, a refined courtyard near the central castle. Jean brought Shios here, but he did not directly lead him into the yard as he was unsure how to address Yamato. On the way here, Jean had tried to persuade Shios, but he remained unmoved. This is the place. If you want to change later, just give me a call. I've already arranged food and clothes for you. I'll have them sent over later. With that, Jean hurried away, his form somewhat flustered. Watching Jean's figure disappear from sight, Shios found it somewhat amusing. He did not expect the usually cold Jean to have such a side. Stepping forward, Shios did not knock, but leaped directly into the courtyard. His observation haki had already swept through the courtyard, and there was only one familiar presence here. As soon as Shios stepped into the yard, he startled the person inside. Yamato rushed out holding a spiked club, glaring at the man she had just parted with moments ago, angrily saying, "What are you doing here? This is my home. What am I doing? Moving in. From now on, this will be our home." Shios replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing this, Yamato, who was already fuming, exploded. "What do you mean our home? Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, a heavy and profound aura of armed haki slowly enveloped the spiked club she was holding. "Wow, what a terrible attitude. Ew, I just helped you out, and you turn on me so quickly." Shios feigned sadness, but seeing Yamato's increasingly unfriendly expression, he still smiled, and said, "I heard you've been calling yourself Kazuki Odin." "That's right, I am Kazuki Odin." Yamato's expression was somewhat confused, but she proudly puffed out her impressive chest. Upon hearing Yamato's words, Xius' expression became increasingly enigmatic. "Since you say that, then the red scabbards must also be your retainers, right? Then as one of your retainers, shouldn't you guarantee the safety of Kawamatsu? He is currently my defeated opponent. If I tell Kaido that I want to execute him, do you think he will agree?" At this point, Shios revealed his true intentions, smiling at Yamato, whose expression had suddenly changed. "Yamato, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your most important retainer, would you?" Yamato finally understood Xius' scheme after hearing his words, gritting her teeth as she glared at him, her chest rising and falling intensely. Despite her young age, she was already quite formidable. "Since you don't object, I'll go pick a room." "Oh, this one looks nice." With that, Shios bypassed Yamato and entered the room. Behind Yamato, Shios secretly chuckled, finding it incredibly easy to manipulate this foolish woman. "Get out. That's my room." Watching Shios pass by her and choose a room in her courtyard, Yamato almost ground her teeth to dust. At that moment, she wanted to swing her club at him, but she held back until Shios attempted to move into her room, at which point she could no longer restrain herself and roared. Sensing the various emotions emanating from Yamato that suggested she wanted to beat him up, Shios chose not to continue challenging her mental defenses. "Fine, then this room it is. By the way, is there a bathhouse here? I've been fighting all day and feel a bit disheveled." Yamato, relieved to see Shios finally calming down, pointed to the left to indicate where the bathhouse was. Afterward, she walked slowly to her room like a deflated balloon. But before Yamato could reach her room, she heard Xius' voice. "Want to join me? I can help wash your back." Yamato's footsteps abruptly halted, and she turned her head stiffly, her face filled with disbelief. Shios was also taken aback. Yamato's reaction was off. Part of the reason he wanted to stay here was due to Yamato's severe gender identity disorder. If they lived in the same courtyard, wouldn't that make him a welfare girl in the flesh? But now the emotions he sensed deep within Yamato made him realize that things were not right. "You bastard, go die." After a long pause, Yamato finally seemed to come to her senses, and without hesitation drew the spiked club from her waist and swung it at Shios. Yamato's daze gave Shios time to react. He sidestepped to avoid the spiked club, and before Yamato could strike again, he grabbed her wrist. "What's wrong with you? Aren't you Kazuki Odin? Since we're all men, what's the big deal?" Hearing this, Yamato's face turned beet red. "Do you think I'm an idiot? I can't even tell if I'm a man or a woman." This? Shios was also stumped. He didn't expect Yamato to be completely different from his impression of her. "Damn, that old thief for misleading me." Yamato shot a furious glance at Shios and directly withdrew her spiked club, heading back into the house. Bang! With the heavy slam of the sliding door, the vast courtyard was left with only Shios. "Now I've really offended this girl terribly." In the early morning, as a ray of dawn illuminated Da's delicate face, she slowly opened her eyes. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she tossed aside the blanket and skillfully got dressed and washed up just as she always did. Although Day was the young master of the 100 Beasts pirate group apart from the maid who came to clean and deliver meals regularly, she had no one else serving her. She had been living alone for many years. However, her once lonely life suddenly gained some color. Leaning against the door frame, Day munched on the breakfast prepared by someone while watching a figure diligently training in the courtyard. That person was none other than Xios. Although they had only lived together for a few days, Day felt that Xios had completely integrated into her life. With a sigh, Xios slowly set down the specially made training equipment he had been carrying on his shoulder, releasing a breath of relief. By now his clothes were already soaked with sweat, revealing his perfectly toned muscles. He reached out to unfasten the various weighted gear on his body and bounced on the spot, nodding in satisfaction. The training equipment he had asked Quinn to make was indeed quite good. You really are quite diligent. Seeing Xios complete his morning exercises without fail, Day tossed him a bottle of water. After these few days of effort, Xios had managed to restore Da's favor. Of course, in this world, only by possessing strength can one establish a foothold. Tisk, what strange words again. Day rolled her eyes charmingly. Although she complained verbally, she still accepted the training equipment from Xios and began her own workout, which was unprecedented for her. Previously, while Day had trained hard, she had never done so regularly, nor had she sought Quinn to create any training equipment. Xios smiled and shook his head at Day, who was all talk but action. He gulped down water and sat aside, admiring Da's training form. Previously, Xios thought Da's physique was already quite impressive, but he never expected it to be even more so when she was unbound. According to Day, if she wasn't bound, her movements would be hindered, let alone fighting. Now at home, Day freed her big lights, and when Xios saw it for the first time, his eyes nearly dazzled. Feeling Xius' appreciative gaze while training, Day felt somewhat helpless, but couldn't do anything about it, only warning him with her eyes to tone it down. After enjoying the view for a while, Xios withdrew his gaze and took out a book from his possession, which he had found in the 100 Beasts pirate group's inner storage while using the identity of Fei Lubao. This was none other than the infamous Marine 6 styles. Xios didn't expect to find such a thing in a pirate group, but considering the number of marine traders within and the marine branches that Kaido had destroyed over the years, it made sense. After studying for these past few days, he had already learned the basics of the Marine 6 styles and could barely use them, though not in actual combat yet. His goal was to quickly master the highest mystery of the Marine 6 styles, the return of life, a remarkable skill that allowed one to control every part of their body freely, an immense boost in combat. Time passed quietly until noon, when someone knocked on the courtyard door. A servant came in with dishes, pulling Xios out of his ocean of knowledge. After finishing lunch with Day, just as Xios wanted to continue pondering the mysteries of the Marine 6 styles, a single sentence from Day almost made him break out in a cold sweat. Today, let me tell you more about the glorious deeds of Kazuki Odin. I still have many things to share with you. Seeing Day so enthusiastic, Xios couldn't help but reflect on whether he should have used this method to boost Da's favor. Indeed, the key reason Xios was able to quickly establish a good relationship with Day was that he had actively brought up the past of Kazuki Odin, allowing Day, the head fan of Kazuki Odin, to freely chat about his past. Most of the stories came from Kazuki Odin's diary, with a small part being Da's hearsay, which she elaborated on after embellishing in her mind before telling Xios. Stories such as easily repelling the mountain god that invaded Flower Capital, accidentally reaching a stalemate with Whitebeard in Wano, and facing off against the legendary Pirate King without losing ground were among the better ones. However, there were also others entering brothels at 6 years old, using a friend's bones as fuel for Odin, and abducting young girls to temples in his teens, which nearly made Xius' mind shrink. Yet Xios endured all of it. He understood that Day wasn't just trying to boost her favor, the important thing was to correct Da's distorted worldview. While it's easy to say, achieving it was incredibly difficult. Day had a kind heart from a young age, but she was born into the 100 Beasts pirate group, a place filled with violence and slaughter. As a child, she admired Kazuki Odin for bravely shouldering the oil pot to protect his retainers. When she told her father, she was beaten and even put in handcuffs filled with explosives. The most outrageous was that Kaido actually threw his 80-year-old daughter into the cave of Onigashima and starved her for 10 days and nights. If it weren't for the samurai who gave Day food, she might have died there, which explained her admiration for the samurai, as she was surrounded by nothing but the scum of humanity. It's no wonder that Day later openly defied her father and teamed up with Luffy to take down her old man. One could only say that both father and daughter were defying the heavens. Now the first step for Xios was to reverse Da's definition of a hero. While Kazuki Odin had his merits, if Xios were to evaluate him, he would say he was a total failure, someone who started with a royal flush and ended up in such a state. Not a hero, but rather completely off the mark. No need today, let me tell you a story instead. Oh, what story? Day, who was about to launch into a lengthy account of Kazuki Oden's great achievements, was interrupted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but still curiously asked, unaware that Shios had quietly redefined Kazuki Oden's great deeds into a story. Legend has it that in the East Blue, there is a mysterious island with a mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain, and on that mountain, there is a cave called. Seeing that Day was intrigued, Shios began to narrate his pirate version of the journey to the west, which he had painstakingly modified over several days, telling the story of a monkey who accidentally ate a mythical beast fruit and gradually grew into the great sage equal to heaven who took it upon himself to protect the world. This tale continued until midnight, leaving Shios parched from talking. He took some water from the side to moisten his throat. All right, to know what happens next, tune in for the next installment. Huh, it's over. Tell me more. Hearing this, Day finally came back to her senses, but still pleaded with Shios to share a bit more. She was deeply captivated by the rebellious monkey in this story. For her, a simple girl who had always lived on Onigashima journey to the west was a breathtaking experience. However, Shios ignored Da's pleas and turned back to his room. As he turned away, his smile was so wide it nearly reached his ears. The plan is working. Xius' peaceful life did not last long before it was interrupted by Kaido, his inconvenient father-in-law. After finishing a segment of a pirate-themed romance of the Three Kingdoms with Day, Shios looked displeased at Kaido in front of him. His favorability had already increased significantly over the past 2 days, and he had just been trying to initiate some preliminary physical contact when this old man called him over. Kaido ignored Xius' gaze and addressed the high-ranking members of the Beast's pirates who had arrived one after another. The situation in Wano country has stabilized to a certain extent, and it is time to deal with the territories outside. I am preparing to select some cadres to guard Wano. Who wants to come? Hearing Kaido's words, the cadres present exchanged glances and fell silent. They did not wish to stay here. Each of them wanted to go out and fight. Staying here meant being constrained, but going out would be entirely different. However, Xius' heart stirred upon hearing Kaido's words. Seeing the silent group of cadres, Kaido frowned and was about to assign several of them, but Shios took the initiative to step forward. He'll go. Seeing Shios step forward, Kaido's frown deepened. He wanted to take this kid out for some proper training. Only through the trials of blood and fire could Shios this piece of fine iron be forged into an unparalleled sword. Observing Kaido's expression, Shios smiled. I just recently consumed the devil fruit, and I am not very proficient in hockey. I still need more training. Moreover, the situation in Wano is not very stable right now, so I want to find a way while I stay here. Upon hearing this, Kaido's frown relaxed a bit. It was okay for him to train and consolidate himself. As for the latter part of what Shios said, you little brat, go ahead and do it. Just don't blow up Wano country. Kaido agreed with a hearty laugh, not so much out of trust in Xius' governance skills, but because Wano country was already in such a dire state that there was no room for it to get any worse. Hearing Kaido's words, Shios couldn't help but laugh along with him. Kaido was someone he could work with. He genuinely let go of his authority, and hearing Kaido's words put Shios at ease. His earlier words were not a deception to Kaido. Although Shios currently did not want to attract attention from other forces on the sea, he merely wished to bide his time. He indeed had some thoughts about Wano. Kaido's stronghold was not being run well. Wano was being poorly managed by Kaido, a brute who knew nothing about governance. Corruption ran rampant throughout the nation, and the common people were suffering. This tyrant Kaido even wanted to set up factories that indiscriminately discharged waste, creating a situation where Wano was filled with pollution and public discontent boiled over, leading to the uprising of the Akazaya 9 after a wave of agitation. Shios was truly at a loss for words regarding Kaido. Although Kaido was somewhat foolish in other aspects, he was utterly incompetent when it came to governance. All right, it's decided. The others should prepare to set off with me. After seeing that no one opposed, Kaido slapped his hand down decisively, and the people present began to leave in groups to get ready. Among the departing crowd, Shios caught hold of Jean and cheerfully said, "Uncle Abel, can I borrow your spy organization for use?" "Sure, brother." Kaido just said he would help you with all his might. Facing the request from his own clansman, Jean naturally had no intention of refusing, but he still pretended to use Kaido as a shield against any potential backlash. Then I wish Uncle Abel a successful expedition. They'll treat you to drinks when you return." All right. After saying this, the two parted ways to prepare for their respective affairs. Before separating, Jean handed Shios a black transponder snail, which was used to contact the spy organization. Seeing the two finish their conversation, Ulki finally found a chance to run up to Shios, staring at him with a resentful gaze. "Brother Shios, you're quite something, throwing me into the competition for the Flying Six while you run off to cohabit with Princess Hiyori." Ahem. Shios also felt a bit embarrassed under Ulki's stare. "Isn't this great? I can feel that your strength has far surpassed before. In no time you might even become one of the Flying Six." Hearing this, Ulki felt excited. His strength had indeed made rapid progress in recent days, far beyond what he was capable of on Sky Island. Next you will go on an expedition with Kaido. I believe your strength will improve even further. Sensing Ulki's excitement, Shios encouragingly patted his shoulder. Alright, I won't let brother Shios down. Watching Shios leave, Ulki felt a surge of blood boiling inside him, but he still felt that something was amiss. Wano Country Rabbit Bowl. In a dark dungeon, Shios looked at Hisong bound like a rice dumpling with a smile. How are you getting used to life here? Hisong, hearing Xius' words, did not respond, but merely glared at him coldly. No need to look at me like that. I'm here to help you. After my investigation, Kazuki Hiyori should be under your protection now, right? Upon hearing the name Kazuki Hiyori, Hisong's originally deadpan, icy gaze trembled, and he yelled at Shios, "Don't think about harming Princess Hiyori." Shios was not angered by Hisong's shout. He calmly sensed the various emotions emanating from Hisong and said softly, "It's not that I want to harm her, it's just that her current situation is inherently dangerous. A teenage girl living alone in the perilous wilderness. Tisk encountering any wild beasts might be the least of her worries. If a wandering swordsman spots such a cute little girl, she could face severe misfortune." Hisong, listening to Xius' words, clenched his teeth and stared at him with bloodshot eyes, saying nothing. "Since you look at me this way, it shows I'm right. I'm here to help you. If you tell me where Kazuki Hiyori is hiding, I can guarantee her safety afterward." "You are delusional. Don't think you can make me betray the Kazuki family." Hisong could no longer hold back and roared. "Even if you don't say anything, it doesn't matter. The warriors who came with you to Rabbit Bowl aren't so tight-lipped. We've already figured out your general hiding place. Even if you don't tell us, it's only a matter of time before we find her. If you don't speak now, and we find Kazuki Hiyori ourselves later, I can't guarantee her safety then." Listening to Xius' words, Hisong's eyes grew more desperate, yet he still kept his head down, gritting his teeth in silence. "Clap, clap, clap," Shios applauded. "Your loyalty to Kazuki Odin truly earns my admiration. Alright then, if you want speak, consider it as if I never came here." After saying this, Shios seemed to give up, calling to a guard nearby as he raised his foot to leave the dungeon. Hisong watched as Shios walked step by step out of the dungeon. The gradually receding sound of his footsteps felt like they were stepping on his heart, causing it to twitch. He thought of Kazuki Hiyori. It had been several years since he rescued her from the chaos of war. After such a long time together, he had long regarded her as his own daughter. During these days of being imprisoned in the dungeon, he was constantly worried about her safety. Having just heard Xius' words made him even more anxious, but he knew better that this shameless person wanted to capture Hiyori, which undoubtedly involved a massive conspiracy. As a member of the Akazaya 9, he absolutely had to stop this. The worry for Kazuki Hiyori's safety and the responsibility he bore caused Hisong immense pain. "Wait." After struggling for a long time, Hisong finally called out to Shios. Shios, as if anticipating this, smiled slightly and turned around to wait for Hisong's response. "If I tell you where Hiyori is, can you really guarantee her safety?" "Of course, I am not someone who betrays trust." Hisong looked at Shios with eyes full of suspicion, but now he was like fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. After reluctantly revealing a location, Hisong slumped to the ground in exhaustion. Shios saw this and did not disturb him further, instructing the guard to give Hisong some good food and wine before leaving the dungeon. "I'm sorry, everyone." In the dim dungeon, Hisong stared at the rock wall above, feeling deep remorse for his companions who had already crossed into the future, having let down their expectations. Outside the dungeon, Shios stood in the sunlight, tossing the black transponder snail in his hand with a carefree smile on his face. The Wano Country Restoration Plan officially begins. In the land of Wano, the city of flowers, a small remote village lay in ruins. Xius walked slowly through this dilapidated village with a small group of people surrounded by famished villagers whose emaciated figures starkly contrasted with the tall, robust pirates beside him. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, the land of Wano is truly miserable. Even a place so close to the city of flowers is in such a state of decay," Babanuki remarked to Xius, observing the timid villagers with astonishment. "Don't worry, everything will soon change," Xius said as the group reached the most remote eastern part of the village, where a house stood more dilapidated than the village's small huts. "Lord Xius, this must be the place. There are no other houses that fit the criteria around here." Babanuki assessed the surroundings and spoke to Xius. However, Xius did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the small, decrepit house, feeling no trace of life from it. Could it be that Hisong was deceiving him? It shouldn't be. There was no need for him to deceive himself at all. Raising his hand, he tore off the worn-out door and stepped into the small house, which was surprisingly tidy inside. Xius quickly noticed a letter placed on the table in the center of the room. Calling it a letter was inaccurate. More precisely, it was a small note filled with writing. After scanning through it, he found the note's content to be brief, simply expressing gratitude to Hisong for years of care. Upon reading this note, Xius understood the time frame. It was now Guan Yu Arai who realized that Hisong had been giving her the food he found while enduring hunger himself, thus deciding to leave, so as not to burden Hisong any further. Rias took a deep breath. Guanyue Arai's peculiar way of thinking truly left him speechless. One could only say she was indeed a member of the Guanyue family. If she thought of herself as a burden, she should have communicated better, whether it was finding ways to help Hisong search for food or planning food distribution effectively. In any case, it would have been 1,000 times better than leaving without a word. One must know that in the original story, when Hisong saw this note, he intended to commit seppuku. After having spent 7 years together, not knowing Hisong at all truly left Rias feeling somewhat at a loss. No surprise, Guanyue Arai in terms of abstraction far surpassed Tamao. Flames burst forth from his hand, reducing the note to ashes, and Rias briefly contemplated before turning his gaze towards the City of Flowers. Babanuki, do you know where the pleasure quarters in the City of Flowers are? Rias asked, and Babanuki looked at him blankly before his eyes brightened as he leaned closer to Rias and whispered lewdly, Lord Rias, I'm very familiar with that place. They'll take you there right away and arrange a few for you. Rias glanced at Babanuki's lascivious expression and kicked him in the behind in annoyance. I'm here on serious business. Since you know, hurry and take me there. Oh, Babanuki replied, rubbing his behind, looking aggrieved. In the City of Flowers at the pleasure quarters, Rias surveyed the scene, which was vastly different from what he had just witnessed. Here lay a bustling street filled with people whose faces were rosy and spirits high, a stark contrast to the famished villagers. As soon as Rias and his group arrived on the street, they attracted a great deal of attention. Their imposing presence was undeniable, especially Rias, whose youthful appearance, despite being evident, made the women on the second floor dressed provocatively and heavily made up gaze at him with shining eyes. Looking this handsome, he could charge no fee at all. Just as Rias was about to stop a few passers-by to ask where the establishment run by Kyushiro was located, a sultry voice drifted into his ears. I didn't expect that after so many days of not coming to find sister. I thought you were having fun with Lady Kamurasaki. I didn't expect you to come here to the pleasure quarters. A figure nearly 8 meters tall, standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, was Black Maria, who approached with graceful steps. Her stunning face bore a faint smile, instantly overshadowing the flirting courtesans on the street. It's you wicked one. As always, the masked Runtai appeared while Peggy Wan beside her nervously tugged at Runtai's sleeve, signaling her sister to be cautious. Maria, what are you doing here? Didn't you go out to battle with Kaido? Rias ignored Runtai and directed his question at Black Maria, which frustrated Runtai to no end. The governor asked me to establish a pleasure quarter on Onigashima, and today I came to inspect it, Black Maria replied, gently brushing her hair. That's perfect. You should know where Kyushiro's establishment is. Take me there. Rias commanded Black Maria without reservation. After all, he was a flying six and had some authority, and he wanted to find Guanyue Arai as soon as possible. Although he knew that she was most likely under Kyushiro's protection by now, this was still reality, and it would be problematic if Guanyue Arai were to encounter any accidents. All right, Lord Rias. Seeing Rias so serious, Black Maria stopped her playful banter and smiled brightly as she agreed. Not far ahead, Black Maria pointed to a small loft, indicating that they had arrived at the location. Knock, knock, knock. Before Rias and his group could ascend, the sound of footsteps came from the loft, and a man with a blue hairstyle resembling an airplane dressed in loose kimono hurriedly came down. The person was Kyushiro, who was also one of the Akazaya 9. Oh dear, I didn't expect Lord Rias to come here. It truly brings glory to my humble establishment. Oh, you know me, Rias said, taking a keen interest as he sized up Kyushiro, sensing a mixture of wariness, sorrow, and hatred within him, yet despite the turmoil of emotions, he wore a smile on his face. Of course, your heroic tale of defeating the rebels at the Rabbit Bowl has spread throughout the land of Wano, and I greatly admire you. Kyushiro exaggeratedly praised Rias' achievements. Had Rias not been able to see through his inner thoughts, he might have been convinced by his flattery. Ladies and gentlemen, please head upstairs. I'll have the girls in the courtyard come out to serve you. Please don't mind us, Black Maria said, noticing Kyushiro's awkwardness. Just prepare us some food. That's all we need. He'll have a serving of spiral fries and another serving of spicy cheesy corn chips for him. Runtai unceremoniously ordered food for herself and her brother. Hearing Black Maria's words, Kyushiro visibly relaxed and waved his hand. Rest assured, our chefs are very professional. Please head upstairs. In the front, Sekiro, leading the way for Shiosi and others, had a grim expression on his face. When Xius' group arrived in the flower capital, Sekiro received news about this Shiosi, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and he felt a deep sense of wariness. Sekiro had been paying close attention to Shiosi ever since he learned that Shiosi had defeated Hisong thanks to information from a person hidden beside the Great Black Snake, who was later recruited by the Beast Pirates. The situation in Wano Kuni had changed too rapidly. Even he did not anticipate that the Great Black Snake would be taken out so easily. After receiving this news, Sekiro was quite troubled. If it was just about killing the great black snake, he could have done that long ago. The reason Sekiro did not act was that he had always believed in the prophecy of Kazuki Odin, and until the time of the prophecy arrived, he would even protect the great black snake. But upon seeing the great black snake's death, the situation began to tilt in their favor, and Sekiro felt relieved only to be surprised by Xius' sudden emergence, which turned the situation back. Now he had come to the flower capital not knowing what he intended to do. Thinking of the princess he had just found, Sekiro felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. What Sekiro did not know was that behind him Xios was fully aware of the changes in his emotions. "Ladies and gentlemen, please have some drinks. I will go choose a few nice ladies now." Instructing the servants to prepare the food and drinks promptly, Sekiro smiled at the already seated Xios and his group, deciding to arrange for Kazuki Hiyori to leave this place quickly even though he did not know Xius' intentions. "No need, just call all the women in your courtyard out. I want to choose properly." Xios smiled at the suddenly stiffed Sekiro. "Ahaha, Lord Xios is indeed extraordinary. Alright, I will go and call all the ladies out." Sekiro chuckled awkwardly after hearing Xius' request and prepared to step out. "Just have someone bring them here. My brother has long heard of the legendary sleepy death, so shouldn't we drink a few cups today?" Pointing at Babanuki beside him, Xios said. Hearing this, Babanuki slowly raised a question mark, still pondering Xius' earlier words. While calling them all out, and still claiming to be here for serious business. However, he wasn't foolish. After a moment of daze, he reacted and laughed heartily, beckoning Sekiro to join him for a drink. Looking at the smiling Xios, Sekiro felt a chill deep within. He instinctively wanted to grip the hilt of his sword, but quickly realized, slowly lowering his hand. He instructed a nearby maid to call the others, and picked up a wine cup from the table, raising it to Babanuki. The once sweet and delicious wine was now difficult for Sekiro to swallow, and he could only hope that Kazuki Hiyori would not come over. However, it wasn't long before Sekiro almost crushed the wine cup in his hand upon seeing Kazuki Hiyori standing among a group of flirtatious courtesans. Xios examined the group of courtesans and quickly spotted Kazuki Hiyori, who was significantly shorter and wearing a stern expression. He recognized her easily, not only because of her striking hair color, but also due to her enchanting elfin-like face. It must be said that the future beauty of Wano Kuni was not an exaggeration. Although she was still young, her captivating appearance was evident, though regrettably, she came off as abstract. Xios waved to Kazuki Hiyori, signaling her to come over. Initially in disbelief, she looked around before pointing to herself and confirming that he was indeed calling her. Kazuki Hiyori immediately cast a pleading glance at Sekiro. She had come today just to learn a bit and gain experience for the future, never expecting to be directly called out. "Lord Xios, this little girl is my sister, not one of the women in our courtyard. Would you consider?" Sekiro could no longer hold back upon seeing Xios directly call out Kazuki Hiyori. He stood up and addressed Xios. "Did you not say to call all the women in the courtyard? Since they are here, can I not choose?" Xios narrowed his eyes at Sekiro. "Exactly, since they are called out, can I not choose?" Babanuki, standing nearby, also rose his hand, already resting on the hilt of his large sword, prompting other pirate subordinates to stand as well. Sekiro stood frozen, caught in a dilemma as he looked at the rising pirates. He didn't mind those ruffians, they were mere foot soldiers. What truly put him in a bind was the silent, eating Maria, who exuded a suffocating pressure, and Xios. Just when Sekiro was at a loss, Kazuki Hiyori moved, stepping towards Xios and casting a determined glance back at Sekiro as she passed. Upon reaching Xios before he could speak, Kazuki Hiyori directly sat in his lap. Looking at the blushing girl who had lowered her head, Xios felt a bit taken aback. He hadn't even spoken yet, and she had taken the initiative. However, thinking of her identity as a member of the Kazuki clan, Xius' frown gradually eased. Unlike Xios, Sekiro could no longer contain himself upon seeing Kazuki Hiyori sitting in Xius' lap. He grabbed the nearby wine jug and took several gulps to suppress his inner emotions. "I'm quite hungry after a busy day," Xios said, hugging Kazuki Hiyori while patting his stomach. "If you're hungry, Lord Xios, I will prepare something for you. What would you like to eat?" Sekiro replied, just wanting to serve these people well and send them off quickly. "How about a bowl of beef noodles?" Xios thought for a moment and said, "Alright, I'll have someone cook that for you." Although Sekiro found it somewhat strange for someone to eat beef noodles in a brothel, he quickly agreed. "I heard that the swordsmanship of Sleepy Death is exceptional. I wonder if he can slice me a bowl of beef noodles." Before Sekiro could give his orders, Xios interrupted, smiling at Sekiro. "Well, okay, I will make it for you right away." Although it felt somewhat humiliating for a great swordsman to cook beef noodles for someone, Sekiro no longer cared, wanting to get rid of these people quickly. "By the way, don't put green onions in it." Watching Denjiro hurry away to prepare beef noodles for him, Xius lowered his gaze toward Hikaru Otsu, whose neck instinctively tensed under his quiet scrutiny. Hikaru Otsu, trembling with nervousness, only drew a gentle smile from Xius. He stroked her head, soothing her frayed nerves with his kinbunchaku, and refrained from further action. He was not so newly born as to act upon a 13-year-old girl. Warmth bloomed within Hikaru Otsu as Shios' large, comforting hand rested upon her hair. "Your name is Hikaru Otsu, isn't it?" "Yes, I am," she blurted out before freezing mid-sentence, clamping both hands over her mouth in sudden terror, her eyes wide with alarm. "Heh, don't worry, I'm no good man." At those words, Hikaru Otsu flinched violently, curling herself into a tight, shivering ball against Shios' chest. Watching her tremble uncontrollably, Shios let his kinbunchaka slip seamlessly into her mind, effortlessly mapping the fragile landscape of her emotions. Yet he chose not to impose or override her while guiding her instead with quiet, patient subtlety. "You remember Kiku, don't you? He's already in my custody." Her pupils contracted sharply at Shios' words. Kiku had kept this secret from her. Yet now the truth struck like thunder. The man who had raised her for 7 years, the steadfast guardian she called father, had been seized by this very demon before her. "He's been fretting over you, princess, even behind bars. Though bound in chains himself, his thoughts never strayed far from your safety. Truly, such unwavering devotion moved even me just a little. What do you want? Please, don't hurt him." Hikaru Otsu gripped Shios' robe, tears streaking her face as she pleaded with desperate, tear-drenched eyes. Shios smiled faintly. "Simple. Obey me for the time being, and both of you shall remain unharmed. I trust you wouldn't wish for Kiku to suffer any unfortunate accidents in confinement." Staring at Shios' serene, smiling face, Hikaru Otsu felt an icy dread seep into her bones. She knew with absolute certainty that she must never agree to this demon's terms. Yet memory rose unbidden. Kiku, who for 7 long years had scavenged food solely for her, starving himself in silence. Her father in all but blood. And so with a heart torn asunder she nodded. Slow, pained, inevitable. Satisfied, Shios gently ruffled her hair. "Ah, beef noodles coming right up." Denjiro bounded up the stairs, laughing, a steaming bowl cradled in his hands. Denjiro glanced at Hikaru Otsu, tear-streaked and trembling in Shios' arms, and assumed she'd merely been frightened. Placing the bowl before Shios, he noticed the empty sake cup, then turned to reach for the nearby sake jug. Finger pistol, Yamata no Orochi. Before Denjiro's fingers brushed the jug, a chill wind lashed his back. His spine prickled. Instinct took over. He drew his sword and slashed backward without hesitation, but it was already too late. 3 thick bone-spine tails coiled into one brutal whip, slamming into his back. Numbness exploded through his body. He flew backward like a sack of rice, bursting clean through the floorboards and crashing onto the street below. Hikaru Otsu, still cradled in Shios' arms, stared frozen in disbelief, until screams erupted from the street below, jolting her back to reality. She whirled toward Shios, voice raw with shock and accusation. "Why did you do that?" "Because I don't eat beef," Shios replied, offhandedly, glancing dismissively at the steaming bowl before him. Hikaru Otsu stood utterly dumbfounded. His answer had shattered every expectation. But Shios wasted no time on her reaction. With one swift motion, he tossed her toward the waiting Black Maria, then strode to the gaping hole in the floor, gazing down at Denjiro sprawled on the street. A crowd had already gathered, pointing, murmuring, their eyes darting between Denjiro on the cobblestones and Shios standing calmly above them. Cough, cough. "Lord Shios, why have I offended you? If you seek companionship, I'll summon every courtesan in the district. If you crave beef noodles, I'll slice the meat myself and serve it fresh at your feet. So why attack me? Does the beast's pirates truly believe they may run rampant across Wano country with impunity?" Denjiro, now regaining his breath, still puzzled by the sudden assault, yet quick-witted enough to seize the moment. With the crowd watching, he raised his voice in righteous indignation. Wano country's stability remained tenuous. The beast's pirates needed order, not scandal. And here beneath the open sky of the flower capital, Denjiro intended to dismantle their authority before witnesses. These were no common revelers. They were Wano's elite daimyo merchants, high-ranking retainers. True to form, the onlookers murmured among themselves, casting furtive, fearful glances upward toward Shios atop the ruined balcony. But Shios only laughed, deep, unrestrained, until he doubled over, leaving the entire crowd stunned into silence. "That self-righteous posture. Truly, you've made me laugh. First examine the mark on your back, then speak to me." Denjiro's face paled. He twisted, realizing too late. The blow had shredded his Hiyori. Blood oozed from raw, mangled flesh, but unmistakably carved into his skin was a seal, crisp, ancient, unmistakable. "That's the Kazuki clan crest." "What a sleepy Kurozumi is a Kazuki." No wonder he was attacked. The last remnants of the Kazuki are hunted without mercy. The flower capital's patrons were sharp-eyed and discerning. Guided by Shios' words, they recognized the crest instantly, and connecting the dots to Denjiro's earlier outcry, realized they'd been manipulated, used as unwitting pawns. "Damn it, I misjudged completely. Denjiro clenched his jaw, furious at his own lapse. Not only had he failed to tarnish the beast's pirate's reputation, he'd inadvertently exposed and disgraced the Kazuki lineage itself. Gritting his teeth against the agony blazing across his back, Denjiro forced himself upright, intending to vanish into the chaos. But before he could take 2 steps, darkness swallowed his vision, and black blood erupted from his lips. He collapsed to his knees, staring in horror at the viscous ink-dark stains spreading across the stones. Dizziness swirled, his limbs turned leaden. Poison, spreading fast. Each desperate twitch only accelerated its grip, until his world dissolved into blackness. Oh, so he fell to the toxin outright. Behind him, Xius observed Denjiro's collapse with genuine surprise. His venom had surpassed even his own expectations. To fell the second-in-command of the 9 red scabbards with a single dose. He'd withheld it during prior battles, wary of its potency, or lack thereof. Now he understood the Yamata no Orochi fruit's greatest power lay not in strength or scale, but in its lethal, insidious venom. Administer an antidote. If he survives, toss him into Udon prison to keep Kiku company. Xius turned and issued the order to Bananuki, who had just leapt down from the balcony. BRR BRR. A den mushy chimed from within Xius's robe. He lifted it to his ear, and a voice crackled through, weary yet alight with triumph. Lord Xius, target located. He's concealed deep within a forest near Benzuru village. We have him under complete surveillance. In the land of harmony, in the forest outside Bienli village, Julie, upon receiving the news, Xios transformed into the Yamata no Orochi and flew here directly, for this individual was of utmost importance and must be captured without delay. As for the Black Maria and Babanuki, he left them at the Flower Street Control Bureau to manage the situation. That guy Chuan Silong was not alone. He had gathered a large number of death warriors under his command. Xios felt reassured leaving Black Maria behind, though she seemed disheveled and feverish. Her strength surpassed even that of Ulki, having received training from the legendary Kaido. My lord, the person is right there. Following the most capable intelligence elite under Jin, as they passed through a grove, a small wooden house appeared before Xius' eyes. My lord, be careful. The intelligence elite initially wanted to call a few people to pave the way for Xios, but unexpectedly Xios walked straight ahead. Although the open space appeared safe, his experience told him that there were many traps inside. Sure enough, after taking just a couple of steps, it seemed he triggered something accompanied by a series of ringing sounds, and a thick fog suddenly erupted from the open space. From within the fog, a figure leaped out of the wooden house, charging directly at Xios. As the mist dissipated, a person wearing a strange long-nosed mask appeared with a massive pair of white wings on their back, stepping in long wooden clogs. Brandishing a renowned blade radiating a chilling gleam aimed at Xius' neck, the figure exuded an air of a peerless master. At this moment, Kogetsu Shoki was quite proud. He thought his entrance was spectacular. When the mechanism was suddenly triggered, he nearly lost his soul from fright. Upon realizing that it was just a young person who had stumbled into this place, Kogetsu Shoki felt relieved. He thought of making a stylish entrance to intimidate the young man who had frightened him. Seeing Xios, who was already stunned, filled him with pride. Xios sensed the emotions emanating from Kogetsu Shoki, and he narrowed his eyes, tilting his head in curiosity as he scrutinized the person before him. Kid, this is not a place for you to be. Kogetsu Shoki looked at Xios, who seemed to be frightened into a stupor, and feeling bored, wanted to send this young man away quickly. Leave now or else. Before Kogetsu Shoki could finish his sentence, Xios had already taken action, delivering a simple, yet powerful kick right to Kogetsu Shoki's abdomen, sending back the words he had yet to utter. Oh, it hurts. Kogetsu Shoki rolled on the ground in agony after taking that hit. Xios frowned. That last kick had been a bit too gentle. Kogetsu Shoki was simply too weak. Afraid of accidentally killing him, Xios finally understood the troubles of Aizen. To step over an ant without taking its life is indeed a difficult balance to master. This could be considered a fortunate trouble. Xios was currently in a period of rapid power growth, with his strength changing daily, causing his control to naturally decline. Yamato had complained more than once about him breaking furniture, which is why he was eager to learn the technique of life restoration. Once he mastered it, such troubles would be no more. While Xios was inwardly troubled by his difficulty in controlling his strength, Kogetsu Shoki looked at him in sheer terror. Although he wore a mask, his body trembled, betraying his fear. As he watched Xios approach step by step, Kogetsu Shoki suddenly fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his mask. My lord, spare me. I truly did not mean to. I have elders above me and younger ones below. Before Kogetsu Shoki could finish, he suddenly grabbed the ground with his left hand, kicking up a cloud of dust towards Xios, while his right hand swung the blade down fiercely, his face hidden beneath the mask twisted in a fierce grimace. But what left Kogetsu Shoki in despair was that Xios showed no intention of dodging. He simply raised a finger to block the blade, and no matter how fiercely Kogetsu Shoki swung, he couldn't budge Shiosi an inch. Old man, I've tolerated you for too long. Shiosi looked at Kogetsu Shoki, whose mouth curled into a dangerous arc. In his past life, seeing this old fool made him furious, and now he unexpectedly had the chance to beat him up. What? I don't even know you. Oh. Kogetsu Shoki was completely bewildered, as he had never seen this young man before. However, before he could argue any further, Shiosi had already taken action. With a swift motion, Shiosi landed a powerful blow, shattering the mask on Kogetsu Shoki's face and embedding it into his skin as blood mixed with tears flowed slowly from the cracks of the mask. Before Kogetsu Shoki could scream, Shiosi stomped his face into the mud, then kicked him hard in the abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Lying on the ground, Kogetsu Shoki could no longer speak, only whimpering softly. Ah, refreshing. After personally beating Kogetsu Shoki, Shiosi felt as if he had just sipped an icy drink on a hot summer day. All right, time to get down to business. After his moment of satisfaction, Shiosi did not forget his pressing matter. After all, Kogetsu Shoki had many good things, and today he intended to extract a hefty amount of gold from this old fool. Casually picking up the 2 blades that Kogetsu Shoki had dropped, one was the infamous second generation of the Aoki series, while the other, though unrecognizable to Shiosi, was of even higher quality than the second generation Aoki, albeit a bit ugly. After inspecting the blades, Shiosi contentedly placed them behind him, gesturing for a few of his men to carry Kogetsu Shoki into the wooden house. This was just a small hall. The real treasure lay ahead. The decor inside the wooden house was quite simple, with scattered swords and exquisite young girl dolls throughout the room. The weapons were well-crafted, but not renowned. However, upon seeing those dolls, Shiosi cast a peculiar glance at Kogetsu Shoki. Hey, where have you hidden the good stuff? Stopping a few people from searching the wooden house directly, Shiosi asked Kogetsu Shoki. But Kogetsu Shoki lay there as if he had fainted, completely unresponsive. Shiosi didn't mind letting his men drag Kogetsu Shoki around the entire house. You've actually dug a tunnel here, you old fool, are quite cunning. After circling around, Shiosi walked straight to a spot in the wooden house and stomped down hard. A dark hole appeared before his eyes. Kogetsu Shoki watched Xius' actions in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. How could this be? This tunnel had been created over a decade ago, when he had asked the finest craftsmen in the land of Harmony to build it. How could it be found so easily? Shiosi naturally would not explain to Kogetsu Shoki that it was his own heart that betrayed him. Descending into the tunnel, what came into view was a sizable cabinet filled with a variety of beautiful young girl dolls, all of which were provocatively dressed and posed. 18 dolls. Shiosi could no longer contain himself upon seeing these dolls. Your son has been killed, your grandson has traveled through time, your granddaughter has gone to Flower Street, and the citizens of the land of Harmony are suffering, yet you are here playing with 18 dolls. He turned back and kicked Kogetsu Shoki again, knocking out 7 or 8 of his teeth. Shiosi disdainfully wipes the blood from his foot on Guanyue Shuxisho's clothes, then turns to regard the dolls Guanyue had toyed with every night. A cluster of flame erupts in his palm. With a flick, Shiosi immolates the dolls until only ash remains. Guanyue Shuxisho watches the puppets burn, eyes bulging with rage. He lunges to smother the blaze, but is held down and kicked into submission by his pirate underlings. Shiosi regards Guanyue with cold bemusement. He reckons, even at the death of Guanyue Yutian, that old man had not been this grief-stricken. He turns his gaze to the other items in the chamber, a wooden tub filled with a dozen blades. Shiosi casually draws one from among them. A superb sword, no less fine than a master-forged saber. He guesses these were forged over the years by Guanyue. The old man's smithing skill is undeniably that of a master. Turning, Shiosi eyes the true treasures, 2 swords reverently mounted on the wall. Both had belonged to Guanyue Yutian. One is famed as the sky-cleaving Tian Yu Zhan. The other is the notorious Yinma, said to raise even the netherworld. Pirates gossip that this blade once reduced Sualong to a living pillar of Yinma madness. Shiosi merely draws Tian Yu Zhan and inspects it. Indeed, a splendid blade, though to a layman in swordsmanship it is merely impressive. What truly piques him is Yinma. Shiosi tightens his grip and slowly draws it free. At first the sword is still, but as he prepares to swing, the Yinmo's blade erupts with an uncanny purple light, ravenously drawing in Xius' haki. Shiosi feels his haki draining, yet remains untroubled. From the blade he senses a lethal, astonishingly fierce aura, and a wry smile tugs at his lips. Compared to that, Shiosi fears nothing. A red gleam flashes in his eyes. Conqueror's haki surges forth like a geyser, an overwhelming tide of will that shatters the chamber and sweeps across the forest, touching as far as Bienli village and felling countless villagers unconscious. Only the pirates and Guanyue, who stood close to Shiosi, are spared. He had kept them near to prevent the blast from killing them outright. Yet even so, standing within the conqueror's haki, they feel nothing but boundless brutal malice. It is as if an eight-headed, eight-tailed demon dragon peers into their souls, leaving each of them pale and hollowed. The Yenmo's strange purple light is stamped down the moment it touches the conqueror's haki. The haki it had taken from Xios is returned, and the once demonic sword immediately falls quiet. Only after feeling Yenmo's ferocity thoroughly suppressed does Xios withdraw his conqueror's haki. He lifts the blade and studies its subtle mysteries, sensing how it has stirred awake the sleeping depths of his own haki. He thrusts out a palm, and an invisible force erupts, punching through the chamber and soaring into the sky, an advanced externalization of armament haki. Having awakened armament only days ago, Xios can already achieve this with Yenmo. That is what he prizes most. Given Yenmo's nature and Xius' prodigious haki talent, it will not be long before he can produce such effects by his haki alone. After sheathing the two blades and preparing to leave with Guan Yu's, Xios notices a flicker of relief in Guan Yu's Shuxisho. Narrowing his eyes, he studies the chamber again. After a brief inspection, Xios slams a palm down. An unseen force flips up a section of floor to reveal a small black box, and Guan Yu's shock rises anew. When Xios opens the box, his pupils widen. He marvels at the old man's wealth. Inside sits a single mythical beast-type devil fruit. It is not that Xios has never seen such a fruit before. The box even contains an illustrated compendium depicting this very fruit. Bring this old bastard back and give him a thorough interrogation. Pry from him everything. His swordsmithing techniques, the secrets of Huji's hidden vault, everything he knows. Yes, Lord Xios. Zhuoxiao Pao scorching cannon. Xios suddenly spews a thick column of fire toward Day. The searing heat ignites the surrounding forest as it approaches. Laming Bagua Thunder. Bagua Day, undaunted, raises her hand and unleashes her teacher Kai's classic technique. Bolstered by stout armament haki, a typically close-quarters strike becomes a ranged staff-like force. The collision of the two moves sends a shockwave that reshapes the terrain. Yet for both combatants, it is only a probing prelude. Before the aftershocks die, they lock into a brutal tangle, trading fist for staff in a relentless exchange. The duel rages from noon to dusk. At last, Xios lands a heavy flame-laced punch squarely on Da's face, sending her crashing down. A battered and broken, she cannot rise and reluctantly admits defeat. Xios, equally bruised, drops to the ground beside her and pants heavily. Damn it. If it weren't for these shackles, I'd have knocked you cold. Day, though beaten, remains defiantly hot-headed. Am not fruit-powered either. If I lose, I lose. Xios watches her stubbornness with mild amusement. Day turns her head in a proud snub. After days of sparring with Xios, she must concede he is slightly stronger, but she will never admit it aloud. All right, that's enough for today. I'm off. Xios waves to the pirate underlings in the distance and leisurely departs. By the reckoning of time, Hasong should by now be ready to talk. Hushi Guatuin dungeon. Hasong, shackled in seastone manacles, is brought into an interrogation chamber where Xios has been waiting a long while. You bastard, what are you doing here? Hasong spits at Xios the moment he sees him. Since revealing Guan Yu's hideout to Xios, Hasong has endured relentless torment. In recent days, Chuansalang was dragged in and forced to share his cell. From Chuansilang's mouth, he learned that Rai had indeed been under protection and that it was his own leak that led to her capture. Now that Rai lies in Xius' hands, Hasong is racked with remorse and hatred, cursing Xios day and night and wishing to carve him to pieces. Don't be so quick to rage. Look at this first. Feeling Hasong's rising fury, Xios smiles and produces a photograph from his breast pocket. In it, Guan Yu Rai forces a smile and flashes a peace sign. Anyone can see the smile is strained. Seeing the photo, Hasong lunges and clutches at studying it, until he is certain she bears no injuries, then exhales in relief. You didn't hurt, Rai, did you? Relax. For now she is safe. Xios watches the agitated Hasong, amusement curling his lips. You bastard. What do you want me to do now? Hasong snaps, furious, yet beginning to understand Xius' intent. Hasong is no fool. Hearing Xius' words, he grasps the implication and cannot hold back his outrage, though he finds himself powerless. Rest assured, this will be the last time. Complete the task I set you, and I guarantee I will not harm either of them. On the second day after Xios left the dungeon, a piece of news spread among the upper echelons of the Wano country. The River Pine, previously captured by the leader of the Six Bod Shios, had now escaped from the prison and vanished without a trace. Yet this was not the most explosive news. What truly detonated Wano country was a photograph depicting an elderly man covered in wounds, heavily shackled within a cell. Although the image was somewhat blurry, those with discerning eyes could easily recognize that this elderly man was none other than the former general of Wano, Kogetsu Sukiyaki. In an instant, countless individuals hidden in the shadows began to stir, and the previously stable situation in Wano country suddenly turned tumultuous. However, the mastermind behind all this was completely unconcerned. Shios lay in a rocking chair holding a peculiar snail phone that resembled Kaido, the governor of the Beast's pirates. Shios, hick, what do you want? The snail phone emitted a human-like belch perfectly mimicking Kaido's current expression. Shios lay in the rocking chair rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. Of course it's something important. Big Boss Kaido, do you remember I mentioned I had some thoughts about the current situation in Wano? I want to implement them now. Oh, go ahead and tell me. Kaido replied nonchalantly, showing no expectation for Zaya's proposal. Shios spoke in a calm voice. I currently have the former general of Wano Kogetsu Sukiyaki, as well as Kogetsu Oden's daughter Kogetsu Hiyori, the revered underworld boss of Wano Baguro, the former daimyo of Hakuba Shimatsuki Yasui, and 2 of the Red Scabbards. Kaido's expression grew increasingly astonished as he recognized only Baguro and River Pine among these people. As for the others, he had no idea where Shios had found them. All these individuals were once heavyweight figures in Wano. I recently spread the news that Kogetsu Sukiyaki is still alive, and I believe some people can no longer hold back. What do you intend to do? Kaido's expression turned serious. Although he appeared simple, he was quite astute most of the time. He fully understood the severe consequences of Shios spreading this news. Wano had probably become a powder keg ready to explode. I plan to publicly execute all the individuals I just mentioned in Wano soon. Kaido slowly typed a question mark, then began to understand. Was this kid planning to eliminate all remnants of Wano? However, was this approach a bit reckless? Just as Kaido pondered, he heard the latter half of Zaya's statement. Before the executions, I will announce several policies. First, I will abolish Wano's isolation policy and declare the opening of the country. Additionally, I will revoke the tax exemptions for those noble families, so that from now on everyone in Wano must pay taxes. If possible, it would be best to have them return the lands they annexed. What are you talking about? Kaido spat out a mouthful of alcohol. Did this kid know what he was doing? Do you realize what will happen if you do this? The entire Wano will go berserk in an instant. You're going to make an enemy of the whole country. No way. I absolutely disagree. Kaido firmly rejected Zaya's proposal. He had just stabilized his territory outside and didn't want his stronghold to collapse. Shios was not at all surprised that Kaido's refusal was within his expectations. I received some interesting news from Kogetsu Hiyori. The Red Scabbards and Kogetsu Oden's son Kogetsu Momonosuke are all alive. They traveled to the future using the powers of Lady Toki. What? Such a thing actually exists? Kaido furrowed his brows. This was indeed a significant problem. In that case, I can agree to the public executions of those people, but the policies you mentioned are absolutely unacceptable. Why not listen to my reasoning for doing this? No matter what reason you give, I cannot agree to your reckless actions. Kaido gulped down some alcohol, but his mind was growing clearer. In recent years, due to the constant power shifts in Wano, the populace has suffered greatly, while those noble families have taken the opportunity to annex lands and amass wealth. Meanwhile, Big Boss Kaido, you remain indifferent, and even establish factories, leaving the whole of Wano in chaos, with crops failing and rivers undrinkable. The old ministers of the Kogetsu clan are also hiding in the shadows, recruiting soldiers in anticipation of their young master's return through time. At that time, given the state of Wano, they will probably rally everyone with a single call. Tun tun tun. Kaido silently drank his liquor. Only by building a stable foundation can we erect tall buildings. Wano is our foundation. Only by managing Wano well can you, Big Boss Kaido, set your mind at ease and compete with the heroes of the new world. Now is the best opportunity to completely clear Wano. The current landscape of the new world is still unsettled. No one will pay attention to Wano. The only resistance we face is domestic, which shouldn't pose much of an obstacle for you, Big Boss Kaido. Shios was not merely flattering. If Kaido got serious, he could easily wipe out all of Wano by himself. But if you implement those policies, half of Wano will probably go to war with us. Kaido still hesitated. It's not that exaggerated. Just kill a batch first, and then take out those leading the charge. Shios replied coldly. You're being a bit too extreme. Kaido could no longer hold back. It's easy to say, but if they followed Zaya's plan, it would likely involve killing tens of thousands of people. Wano was not a small nation. At this moment, Jean at Kaido's side interjected. Even if we can handle this, what about afterwards? According to your earlier plan, Wano would have no one left to govern it. Wouldn't that be worse? Jean was not trying to oppose his comrades. He mainly wanted to find the loopholes in the plan to avoid discovering mistakes during execution, which would make the situation worse for Shios. The vast and boundless sea has never lacked talent. There are many countries in the New World and plenty of people who want to immigrate to Wano, which is free from pirate interference. With careful selection, we can acquire a large population and skilled individuals. These are tasks I already assigned to Uncle Abel's intelligence organization. They must have yielded considerable results by now. The situation in Wano still needs to ferment, and we have time. After everything is settled, we shall rename Wano, and then this country will truly belong to the beast's pirates. Kaido did not expect Xios had already planned everything. If Kaido had the character of some petty Jiangdong rat, he might have been filled with dissatisfaction and suspicion towards such a subordinate. But Kaido was not. Well then, let's do it your way. If worst comes to worst, we'll just start over. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido laughed heartily. He wasn't one to hesitate since Xios had paved the way. They should just go for it. Looking at the disconnected snail phone, the room fell into silence. Faced with such trust from Kaido, Xios couldn't help but smirk, deciding to tread lightly when it came time to seize Kaido's position. Now it was time to face another dilemma. Xios stood up and opened the door only to find Yamato holding a box of food looking at him with teary eyes. "Xios, you bastard." Xios had no choice but to dodge the food thrown by Day. As a thrifty gardener, he would not waste it, using his tail to intercept the food and gently place it aside. Seeing Xios still having time to clean up the food made Day even angrier. Her heart was now filled with the pain of betrayal. She had lived a solitary life until Xius' arrival made her understand the meaning of friendship. In her heart, Day had already regarded the boy who told her stories every night as a close friend. These days, Day had specifically learned some cooking skills, thinking of surprising Xios, but unexpectedly overheard his words at the door, which left her feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Day had never seen Xius' cold and ruthless demeanor, wanting to directly incite a massacre in the Land of Harmony. It turned out that Xios was just an ordinary cruel pirate, no different from the others in the Beast Pirates. Lost in thought, Day could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her face and dripped onto her ample bosom, creating a scene as if a pear blossom was caught in the rain. Hey, don't cry just yet," Xios said, feeling flustered upon seeing Day quietly sobbing. "What else do you have to say? I should have realized that you and that bastard father are cut from the same cloth." Day looked at Xius' tense expression, her heart warming as she hastily wiped away her tears. Day was not someone who was overly sentimental. Her emotions crumbling so quickly only proved Xius' importance in her heart. "If you understood what I just said, you would realize there is no reason to be angry." Xios was now making a grave mistake by trying to reason with an angry woman. "Are you saying I'm unreasonable?" Fortunately, Xius' mind was sharp, quickly shifting his approach and using his observation to soothe Da's emotions. "Are you angry because I want to punish those people?" Day remained silent. Clearly, while that was part of the reason, it was not the main cause of her anger. "Is your anger because I want to go to war with the noble families of the Land of Harmony?" "What do those noble families have to do with me?" Day retorted Xios directly, but her tone was obviously calmer. "I am angry because of the innocent people who will be affected by this war. The Land of Harmony has finally stabilized for a while. Why start a war again?" Day said to Xios. "Because the Land of Harmony needs reform, and such reform must be witnessed through trials of blood and fire." "But," before Day could finish, Xios interrupted her. "Do you think the current stability means the people of the Land of Harmony can eat enough?" "Don't be naive. The land in the Land of Harmony is severely consolidated, and the beast factory is opening in large numbers, polluting the environment. The residents of the Land of Harmony do not even have land to cultivate. Perhaps from your perspective this war will cause the deaths of many innocents, but how long has it been since you left Ghost Island? Now the Land of Harmony is rife with famine and banditry. How much longer can they survive? It is better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering and resolve these troubles directly." Day fell silent, her impoverished mind unable to come up with other words to counter Xius' statements. "Don't worry, before executing the plan, I will consult the various lords. If they are sensible, it will be even better." Da's eyes brightened. Yes, she could persuade the various lords to support Xius' policy. Half a month later, in the banquet hall of Ghost Island, Xios quietly watched Day argue passionately among the numerous lords, but sadly, it was ineffective against these seasoned veterans. "Why won't you support it? Clearly this benefits the Land of Harmony." Faced with Da's naive words, the various lords could hardly bear it. They had only treated Miss Day with courtesy because of Kaido's face, but with Da's continued insistence, they no longer beat around the bush. This policy might indeed benefit the Land of Harmony, but what about us? Yes, we have governed the Land of Harmony for so long. We deserve recognition for our efforts. We cannot be treated this way. You are right. The lands and properties are accumulated by us over generations. Why should they be shared with those lowly commoners? Day looked at these well-dressed but gluttonous individuals, a wave of sadness passing through her eyes, not for them, but for the innocent people who would die in this war. Even if Day was naive, she understood that this war was unavoidable. Clap, clap. Xios, sitting at the head table, clapped his hands forcefully, and the noisy venue instantly fell silent. "Next, let me say a few words. What Day just said is not her personal opinion, but the national policy that our beast pirates will soon issue." "What The closest Lord Julie could not sit still and stood up in surprise. He had always thought that what Day just said was merely a moment of childish inspiration from a young person. Before Julie could continue speaking, his upper body turned to ashes, leaving only 2 limp legs on the ground. Shios slowly lowered his raised hand and said calmly, "I have not finished speaking." Seeing the sudden death of Julie, they did not expect that the head of the lords would be killed like this. The venue instantly fell into a chilling silence. Next, I will publicly execute the remaining members of the Kazuki family, including Kazuki Odin, Kazuki Hiyori, and Shimatsuki Yasui. The execution date is tentatively set for next month. This period will be your time to think. By then, I want to hear your definite responses at the execution site. After speaking, Shios leisurely stood up, taking Da's hand and walking out of the venue. For a moment, Shios did not know where to go, so he just strolled with Dae. Dae looked at her hand tightly held by him, rolled her eyes helplessly, but did not pull it back. As they slowly walked to the seaside, Shios suddenly turned to Dae and asked, "Dae, what is your dream?" "A dream? I want to establish a country in the land of harmony, and then I want to set sail and explore the ocean." Upon mentioning this, Da's mouth curved into a smile as she spoke passionately. "Really? Is that your dream?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Dae seemed to sense something was off and looked at Shios with confusion. "That is not it at all. I am asking about Da's dream, not Kazuki Odin's dream." Hearing Xius' words, Dae felt as if struck by lightning, forcing a smile. "Aren't I Kazuki Odin?" Dae felt a bit guilty saying this. After these days of Xius' careful guidance, she understood that heroes do not embody the abstract nature of Kazuki Odin. These days she had also felt a bit lost, as if her worldview had been refreshed. Sensing Da's inner turmoil, Shios smiled slightly and continued speaking. "Do you know why your conqueror's haki has weakened? It is because your heart is in confusion. The strength of conqueror's haki is determined by your will." After gaining some clarity about the abstract nature of Kazuki Odin, Da's conqueror's haki did indeed rapidly decline. Dae looked at Shios with uncertainty, but before she could speak, Xius' large hand had already covered her forehead. "Tell me, what is your true dream?" Dae bit her lip tightly as Xius' observation was constantly guiding her inner emotions. I want to protect everyone in the land of harmony." Listening to Da's dream, which was barely audible, Shios shook his head. "Your voice is too soft, I can't hear you." Dae gritted her teeth and expressed her inner desire loudly. "I want to drive out all those bastards from the beast pirates from the land of harmony." But Shios remained relentless. "I can't hear you at all, your voice is so small, and you want to protect the land of harmony." Dae finally lifted her head and shouted to the sky, her voice almost deafening Xius' ears. "I want to defeat that bastard Kaido." Indeed, Da's true dream was to defeat Kaido, the one who had brought her a lifetime of nightmares. In the cruel environment of the beast pirates, the kind-hearted Dae witnessed too much blood and slaughter. She had wanted to change it all, but what awaited her was always her father's scolding and beatings. In Da's young heart, Kaido was like a demon. Kaido had killed countless enemies in front of Dae with his kanabo, and that invincible posture had deeply imprinted itself in her heart. This mindset persisted until Dae saw Kazuki Odin, the powerful figure who could leave permanent scars on Kaido. Only then did she realize that Kaido was not invincible. At the execution site of Kazuki Odin, witnessing Odin's heroic side made Dae admire him so much. What she truly admired was Odin's strength to defeat Kaido. After shouting to the sky, Dae suddenly felt as if she had released some kind of shackles, and her overwhelming conqueror's haki was emitting uncontrollably. Of course, Dae did not want to control it now. The terrifying conqueror's haki shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds, and the fish and shrimp in the sea were knocked unconscious. This intensity far exceeded Da's previous abilities. Dae closed her eyes to feel her inner will. Click! Suddenly a strange sound came from Da's hand. She looked down in confusion to see that Shios had removed the sea prism stone handcuffs she had worn for nearly 10 years. Looking at her suddenly empty hands, Dae felt a dreamlike sensation. Is this really reality? Am I not dreaming? Shios looked at Dae, who was in a daze, and smiled as he ruffled her white hair, shaking the keys in his other hand. "I specifically asked Kaido for these keys. From now on you are free." Tears streamed down Da's face. Though it was merely the unlocking of a pair of handcuffs, she felt as if a great mountain had been lifted from her. "All right, stop crying and let's go home for dinner. I wasn't full at the banquet just now." Shios gently wiped away Da's tears and smiled at her, turning to lead her home. But Dae grabbed Xius' hand, stopping him in his tracks. Shios turned in confusion, about to ask what Dae wanted when he saw her leaning in closer. In an instant their lips met. Shios was stunned. Did I just get kissed? However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment as he wrapped his arms around Da's slender waist and savored the moment. Not knowing how long they kissed, Dae, blushing, pulled Xius' mischievous hands out from her clothes and shot him an annoyed glance. "All right, let's go home." "I'm so full and content, Da," he said, patting his round belly while lounging in the chair. Shios couldn't help but chuckle at the plump he. "Phil, just work out later. I've had these sea prism stone handcuffs on for so long, and haven't even developed my abilities yet. Shios looked at he with some confusion, wondering why he suddenly became so diligent. It was already night, and he had never seen he act this way before. If that's the case, then Kaido is indeed in some danger. With he removing his sea prism stone handcuffs so early and being so diligent, one can only imagine how strong he will become in the future, a prospect that even Shios couldn't predict. I will participate in the upcoming battle and eliminate all those bastards at once, ending this war as swiftly as possible. Seeing Shios' puzzled gaze, he stood up and walked towards the courtyard outside. She needed to quickly familiarize herself with her current body and make sure to smash the heads of those old bastards who mocked her earlier. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Shios couldn't help but mourn for those famous individuals for a moment. Just then a timid voice came over. "Lord Shios, here is your dessert after the meal." Shios turned to see a little girl with emerald green hair standing there holding a plate of sweets. Shios looked up and down at Kagetsu Riko and felt a bit puzzled by her attire. "Where did you get this outfit?" At that moment, Kagetsu Riko was dressed in a black and white maid outfit which, combined with her cute and charming face, could make anyone bleed from cuteness. Kagetsu Riko blushed slightly and replied shyly, "This was given to me by Lady Maria. She said you would like it." Xius' expression darkened. That woman Maria was quite something. She had said that if she trained Kagetsu Riko for a few days, she would obediently comply. Now looking at it, Shios wondered what exactly Maria had taught Kagetsu Riko, regretting that he had believed her nonsense. However, it didn't matter, as Shios wasn't worried about Kagetsu Riko being around him. After all, she had managed to survive in front of the abstract family-ending Black Tatsu without making a move. Of course, Shios did not make the mistake of empirical reasoning. He carefully used his observation haki to glimpse into Kagetsu Riko's inner thoughts. Regarding Kagetsu Riko's emotional state, Shios found it very much in line with his stereotypical impression of the Kagetsu family. He waved his hand to dismiss her and prepared to think carefully about the execution scheduled for next month. "Then I will excuse myself to warm your bed first." In a banquet hall somewhere on Onigashima, Shios looked perplexedly at the gluttonous Run-T. "What are you doing here, you deadweight?" "What? I'm strong too." Hearing Xius' words, Run-T, who was stuffing herself, unhappily flexed her not subvious muscles on her arm. Shios no longer paid attention to Run-T and turned to her guardian, the beaming Lady Maria, as he was here to discuss the arrangements for the day of the execution. Noticing Xius' gaze, Lady Maria came over with a jug of wine and filled Xius' cup, her beautiful smile enchanting enough to steal anyone's soul. "Lord Shios, I have no way to handle this child either." Shios no longer engaged in idle conversations, saying, "All right, have the phone bugs from Wano been arranged? We can't have any disruptions during the live broadcast of the execution. Are those people here yet?" "Almost done. Lord Quinn has been busy modifying those phone bugs. The test broadcast has already been completed without any issues. As for those individuals, they are still visiting Wano. We have dispatched elite members from the pirate crew to protect them." Shios smiled in satisfaction. That was enough. As long as the live broadcast at the execution site went smoothly, he didn't worry about the deployment of combat forces. Since Kaido would personally oversee the situation, if he got angry, one swing of his club could pierce through Wano. Regarding the people Shios had just mentioned, they were the officials who would soon take over the affairs of Wano, all meticulously selected by the intelligence organization under Jin. They were currently visiting Wano to avoid being blindsided when they assumed office. Though the effect of this was not necessarily significant, it was certainly better than being completely uninformed. "Lord Shios, are you really going to execute those people?" Seeing that Shios was in a good mood, Lady Maria gently asked, not because she thought Shios was soft-hearted, but because she genuinely saw potential in Kagetsu Riko and felt it was a pity to kill her. Once the execution is over, their lives or deaths are of no consequence. Shios waved his hand dismissively. Oh, by then, all the combat power in Wano would be wiped out. Even if Kagetsu Shusuk survived, what could he do? Could he conjure up the white Zetsu? True enough. After hearing this, Lady Maria smiled slightly, and then focused on serving Shios food, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, he couldn't refuse the service of the beautiful older sister feeding him. Only Run-T beside them rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking that her own mother had never fed her like that. After the meal, Shios took out a package from the side and slowly pushed it towards Lady Maria. This was the devil fruit he had found from Kagetsu Shusuk. "You haven't eaten a devil fruit yet, so see how this one is." Lady Maria looked at the package being pushed toward her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She indeed hadn't eaten a devil fruit and was astonished that Shios would gift her one. Lady Maria slowly opened the package, revealing a black fruit covered in white spider webs lying quietly inside, accompanied by a note detailing the fruit's name and abilities. Zoan type, mythical beast, spider fruit, Jorigomo form. Lady Maria's expression changed drastically, as she never expected Shios to be so generous, presenting her with a mythical beast type fruit. "Maria, eat it," Shios said to the dazed Lady Maria. However, Lady Maria did not eat it. Instead, she slowly stood up and walked in front of Xios, solemnly bowing deeply. From now on, I am Lord Xius' subordinate. You can command me as you wish. Sensing the emotions emanating from Lady Maria, Xios smiled slightly, helped her up, and solemnly handed her the devil fruit. Without further hesitation, Lady Maria swallowed the devil fruit in one bite. Due to her large physique, the fruit seemed like a small cherry in her hands. Not long after consuming the devil fruit, Lady Maria underwent a dramatic transformation. Her entire body instantly morphed into countless spiders, filling the room, startling Run-T, who jumped on his Xius' head with a scream. However, Xios remained calm. This was a typical manifestation of power surging, and it would settle down shortly. Indeed, after a while, Lady Maria returned to her form, although her size had shrunk significantly from nearly 8 meters down to about 3 meters, as she hadn't retracted all the spiders, but left some outside. Comparatively, the most noticeable change was that Lady Maria's beauty had dramatically improved, not in an obvious way, like having a different face, but rather her entire being approached perfection and exuded a charming aura. This made her already stunning face even more enchanting, causing Xius' heart to skip a beat as he gazed at her. Xios also understood the cause of this change. The Jorigamo fruit was very similar to the sweet fruit, bestowing a significant enhancement in beauty to its user. You should familiarize yourself with the abilities of the fruit. The war is about to start. In fact, giving this fruit to Black Maria was a decision that Xius thought long and hard about, mainly because there weren't many suitable people around him, and he could ensure Black Maria's loyalty through observation hockey. Now, seeing how quickly Black Maria adapted to the fruit's rampage proves that she has a good affinity with this mythical beast seed. If developed properly, the future looks promising. After casually giving Run-T 2 fried chestnuts, Xius left the tavern. Since everything was arranged, he could confidently go and cultivate his feelings with Yamata. In a hidden forest in Wano country. Hey Kawamatsu, did you really see Kazuki Odin? The Ashura boy asked Kawamatsu, beside him showing no respect for Kazuki Odin. He was a retainer of the Kurozumi clan, not a retainer of the Kazuki clan. I did indeed see the former shogun. He was covered in wounds and had suffered cruel torture. Kawamatsu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and replied. The Ashura boy's words reminded him of what Xius had told him in prison. A flicker of struggle flashed in Kawamatsu's eyes, but was quickly buried. Everything is to protect Prince Mitsuki. Are we really going to save our Lord's father? You all should remember Madame Shai's prophecy. Confirming the accuracy of the news, the Ashura boy turned to look at the others. These people came from various places. Some were samurai secretly trained by prominent families, while others were heroes who admired Kazuki Odin and came to assist. We must go save him. This time we will drive out the beast pirates and let Kazuki Odin lead us once again in Wano country. The first to express agreement was from a prominent family. Now that the policies issued by the beast pirates had shaken their foundations, there was no possibility of coexisting peacefully with the beast pirates. Yes, we must go save him. We can't just stand by and watch Lord Odin's father die in front of us without taking action. The passionate heroes who had come to defend began to shout, as they had never witnessed Kaido's power and believed that he had merely used despicable tricks to defeat Kazuki Odin. Influenced by them, the samurai present stood up one after another, expressing their determination to go save him. Meanwhile, the Ashura boy and Kawamatsu, who were aware of Kaido's terrifying strength, remained silent. Under the prompting of others, the Ashura boy stood up and addressed the agitated samurai. Perhaps some of you do not understand Madame Shai's prophecy, thinking it is merely a legendary tale, but I can tell you clearly now. Madame Shai possesses a special fruit ability. She has already sent Kazuki Momonosuke and the other red scabbards to the future. This prophecy is real. Even so, do you still wish to save them? Upon hearing such explosive news, the samurai were taken aback, unsure of what to do. If this prophecy is true, then wouldn't their actions ruin Madame Shai's grand plan? After a moment of shock, a samurai spoke up. Regardless of whether this prophecy is true or not, we must go save them. Otherwise, how will the people of Wano view us? Even if the young lord were to cross over, what good would it do? Moreover, if we allow the beast pirates to implement those policies, the entire Wano country will collapse in an instant. Some strategists sent by prominent families began to plot. After carefully listening to these suggestions, the Ashura boy and others fell silent. They were indeed correct. Wasn't Odin once close friends with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? I wonder if we can invite him to help us. Moreover, we have our ally Zo, and we can ask Inuarashi and Nekomamushi for assistance. Suddenly, a strategist recalled Kazuki Odin's past connections, which enlightened others, and one by one they excitedly suggested. We can't go looking for Captain Newgate. Lord Odin once broke the agreement with him, and he would rather dance naked for 5 years than seek help from Captain Newgate. As for the Mink tribe, we don't even know where the elephant god went. Even if we contact them, they won't make it in time. The Ashura boy stood up and doused the crowd with cold water. But you are right, we must go save them. Now everyone here is absolutely trustworthy. Let's plan how to rescue them. Kawamatsu nodded in agreement, but his hand discreetly pulled out a black din mushy under his cloak. Time passed quietly, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. The execution time had arrived. In Wano country at Rabbit Bowl, a massive execution platform was constructed here, with several din mushy capturing the scene, broadcasting it to various major towns in Wano, all equipped with live streaming din mushy modified by Queen. On the execution platform, Kazuki Odin Kinnaman and others knelt in prisoner garb, while Kaido, Xius, and others sat leisurely on chairs waiting. With half an hour left until the execution time, the pirates waiting at Rabbit Bowl grew increasingly anxious, checking the time from time to time. Hey, why do you think they will definitely come to rescue these people? What if they don't come? While waiting, Queen, who was beside Xius, asked curiously while holding red bean soup. Do you think they are like you? Before Xius could respond, Jin beside Queen disdainfully replied, Bastard, do you believe I will beat you up? Fat pig, am I afraid of you? In just a few exchanges, the two began to argue, causing Xius beside them to take a sip of tea in exasperation. Xius never worried that those people wouldn't come to save them. Putting aside the fact that not doing so would completely lose the people's hearts, they couldn't overcome their own inner barriers. In the world of One Piece, inner strength is what truly matters. A classic example is Crocodile and Moria. One was originally a desert crocodile who fought evenly with Barrett and challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, only to be cleaved by Whitebeard and turned into a petty thief hiding in Alabasta, coveting the power of ancient weapons. The other was a passionate hero who cared for his crew and dared to lead his pirate crew to challenge Kaido, only to be subdued by Kaido, who used a kanabo to break his addiction to the Wave King, turning him into a dark, overweight otaku, playing with figurines in the Devil's Triangle. This shows the importance of will to the strong. If those samurai really could stand by and not save their lord's father and daughter, as well as the esteemed Kinnaman and Kinjiro of Wano, then Xius and the others need not be wary of them, for they would have already failed. Suddenly Kaido and Xius simultaneously looked up at the distance. They've come. As Kaido and Susi spoke, the powerful figures present felt the tremors beneath their feet. Suddenly several armies appeared around the Rabbit Bowl, consisting of ragtag bandits with steel knives exuding a fierce aura, a large group of warriors with gleaming blades, and elite troops fully armored, all closing in on the Rabbit Bowl. Are there really this many? It seems Susi's decision was correct. If we let them develop any further, it could be. Even Jean was somewhat shocked. He had already received news that many factions would participate in this great battle, but he didn't expect there to be so many. A rough scan with his observation haki revealed that there were probably hundreds of thousands of troops. Well, I certainly didn't expect this. Kaido was also taken aback by the hidden strength of Wano. It doesn't matter, after today no one in Wano will dare to rebel. Susi, undeterred by the vast army of Wano, leaped up, causing the execution platform to shake. He jumped onto the rocky walls surrounding the Rabbit Bowl. The live broadcast phone worm activated, capturing the entire battlefield. The people from all over Wano witnessed the approaching army and were filled with rage. The live broadcast has begun. Oh, I hope we can drive the beast pirates away. Yes, quickly shut down those factories. The land I painstakingly cultivated has been polluted. Hurry and rescue General Shokabaki. Let him lead all of Wano again and restore our peaceful lives. With so many troops, we can surely drive away the beast pirates. Susi was indifferent to the crowd's outcries in Wano. He merely scanned the encroaching army with indifference as Yamato, who had been waiting impatiently, jumped up beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Susi, let's go with that move, aiming for minimal casualties. All right. Saying this, the two extended their fists towards each other for a fist bump. As their fists connected, two terrifying auras erupted from them, then intertwined and bound together. The fearsome images of a white wolf and 8 demon dragons appeared behind them, overlapping each other. Everyone on the battlefield felt this extreme pressure, including Jean and Quinn. Now even Kaido couldn't remain seated. The overlap of these two conquerors' haki was not as simple as 1+1. He could even perceive the embryonic form of the dominance over the seas within it. The level of understanding and bond required for this move was not something easily achieved. How long had it been since Susi left that he was already able to coordinate with Yamato to this extent? The other members of the Beast's pirates were also in extreme shock. They knew how difficult Yamato's personality was. They never expected Susi to be such a romantic, successfully courting the princess of Onigashima so quickly. The two spotlighted individuals were struggling as they were not very familiar with this move. After clumsily merging their haki, they suddenly released all of their conqueror's haki. The terrifying pressure, accompanied by dark lightning, cleverly bypassed the Rabbit Bowl and spread outward in a circular wave. Before they could fully attack the encroaching army of Wano, the soldiers felt an impending doom. Yet before they could react, the conqueror's haki crushed through them with unstoppable force. They felt as if a heavy hammer had smashed into their heads. In an instant, the army of Wano lay scattered with only 2,000 to 3,000 remaining standing. Even those who stood were swaying unsteadily. These hundreds of thousands of troops were not mere fodder. In the first half of the Grand Line, they could easily be considered small tyrants on the streets, with many capable of earning bounties over 10 million as pirates. Yet they had been so easily taken down. The pirates inside the rabbit bowl widened their eyes in disbelief, having prepared for a fierce battle only to see so many enemies dispatched so easily. But the most shocked were the common people of Wano. Those pirates at least had some awareness of true extraordinary power, while this group of ordinary citizens knew nothing of real strength. In their minds, hundreds of thousands of troops symbolized invincibility, capable of easily sweeping across all of Wano. How could they be so effortlessly defeated by 2 young men? Those who had just been shouting were now trembling and kneeling on the ground, no longer daring to voice any dissatisfaction towards the beast's pirates. On the battlefield, the survivors looked dumbfounded at their fallen comrades. They had gained so much confidence from seeing such numbers come to their aid, yet just like that they were all taken down. What kind of battle was this? Ashura's face turned ashen. This single blow had destroyed their entire plan. After all this time as bandits, they had forgotten how strong true top-tier power could be. But with the arrow on the string, it had to be released. He had come with the resolve to die. He drew his famed blade from his waist and shouted loudly, "We have no way out." Everyone charged together. "Even if we die, we must take down those damn pirates." With that, Ashura took the lead and charged forward, followed closely by Kawamatsu. Seeing their determination, those who had survived under the conqueror's haki no longer hesitated and drew their blades. However, many did not charge forward. Instead, they surrounded a few individuals who were obviously of the highest status, all of whom were lords from various regions of Wano, the heads of the great families. Though they appeared to be rather rotund, their strength was quite impressive, having withstood the earlier onslaught of conqueror's haki. They did not hide in their estates, but chose to participate in this battle that concerned their lives and fortunes. However, it was clear they now regretted that decision. "Hurry and get us out of here." The lords looked on in terror at the fallen Wano allied forces, urgently instructing their subordinates to retreat. On the battlefield, this large group stood out significantly, and at least Yamato spotted them at a glance. She snorted coldly, gripping her kanabo, and leaped down the rocky wall, racing towards the retreating warriors. Although Ashura and the others secretly resented the cowardly lords, they could not just stand by and watch Yamato chase after them. One by one, they raised their swords to intercept, but Yamato did not even glance back, focused solely on charging forward. Just as those warriors were about to close in on Yamato, a terrifying whirlwind formed a wall of wind before them, and then a crimson breath shot down from the sky, instantly exploding in front of them. A horrendous mushroom cloud rose, and the shockwave, accompanied by extreme heat, sent them flying, clearing a path for Yamato. In the sky, the Yamata no Orochi peered down from the clouds, its terrifying form chilling the blood of the hot-blooded warriors who gazed in horror at the beast resembling a demon in the heavens. Shios stared coldly at the allied forces of Wano country on the ground, his massive figure undulating in the clouds, casting a shadow that covered most of the battlefield. Am I dreaming? Is this the Yamata no Orochi? This is the same fruit as that guy Kaido. The allied forces of Wano country below looked up in astonishment. In terms of appearance alone, the oppressive aura of Shios' Yamata no Orochi far surpassed that of Kaido's Azure Dragon. However, Shios did not give these people time to be stunned. With a thought, endless currents of air began to swirl before him, transforming in an instant from a small whirlwind into a colossal tornado that reached the heavens. The sandstones and weeds on the ground were lifted by the storm, forming a terrifying dust tornado, within which countless blades of wind swirled, reducing everything caught in the tempest to dust. And this was not the end, as Shios opened his 8 massive mouths, releasing a sweet, foul-smelling purple mist that painted the tornado in a splendid hue of purple. Looking at such a beautiful tornado, Shios grinned sinisterly and pushed it straight toward the allied forces of Wano country. The Azura boy and others looked at the tornado, emanating an eerie purple glow, their scalps tingling as they sensed a lethal threat emanating from it. We absolutely cannot come into contact with that thing. This thought echoed continuously in their minds. Jiu Tian 1. The Azura boy was the first to act. A sword chi as swift as lightning shot out and slashed at the poisonous tornado, but the chilling wave of slashing did nothing. The poisonous tornado effortlessly consumed the attack. Damn it, everyone attacked together. Seeing that the Azura boy alone could not pose a threat to the poisonous tornado, the other warriors also joined in. Those who could withstand the joint might of Shios and Yamato were no ordinary warriors. With countless sword chi slashing toward the poisonous tornado, it surprisingly slowed its speed. It's effective. Everyone put in more effort. Seeing that the poisonous tornado was indeed slowing down, the warriors' morale surged instantly, unleashing sword chi waves as if they were free, and for a moment tens of thousands of the allied forces of Wano country surprisingly held their ground against the poisonous tornado. No, something's not right. Originally, the Azura boy was somewhat excited to see the poisonous tornado being restrained, but after unleashing several slashes, he suddenly realized something was amiss. According to the previous pace, the poisonous tornado should have dissipated quickly, but it showed no signs of fading. Upon closer observation, the Azura boy discovered that there were continuous currents of air replenishing the poisonous tornado, and the source was none other than Shios above. He intends to exhaust our stamina. What a despicable guy. The Azura boy was furious. He had not forgotten that there were still many pirates in the rabbit bowl. If they were exhausted like this, it would be disastrous. The Azura boy relayed this information to the other warriors, who finally awoke from their earlier pride, each one spitting out curses against Shios' treachery. This won't do, everyone, come with me. Bang! The Azura boy suddenly stomped the ground and leaped into the air, accompanied by 7 other figures, each from their respective factions, all proficient in dual-color hockey, their strength only slightly inferior to the red scabbards. Bastard, die, you despicable guy. Yasui's two-sword style 10 cuts of the peach garden. In a fit of rage, the Azura boy unleashed his ultimate technique, honed over years of practice imitating Kazuki, Odin's move. Although the current Azura boy was worlds apart from Odin in strength, his anger gave it a degree of might, and the other warriors also began to unleash their ultimate techniques. Shios looked at the warriors leaping up, somewhat dumbfounded. Oh, weren't they always so brave? They dared to engage him in aerial combat without even being able to step lightly. In the air, the massive figure of the Yamata no Orochi suddenly vanished, replaced by the imposing and fierce Shios. Although he could withstand these few attacks without much trouble, this was a nationwide live broadcast, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Originally, the Azura boy and others aimed for the neck of the Yamata no Orochi, but all their slashes missed, leaving them wide open. They could not leverage their strength in the air and found themselves in an awkward predicament. However, they did not mind. As long as they could prevent Shios from maintaining the poisonous tornado, they all intended to land directly on the ground and charge again toward the rabbit bowl. But to the horror of the Azura boy and others, several black-red clouds with golden edges suddenly appeared in the void, and Shios stood upon these clouds, smiling as he watched them descend. Raging wind stomped swift. 8 bone-spike tails emerged from behind Shios. After a brief moment of charging, these tails swung violently, compressing the air before him and forming dozens of vacuum, slashing waves. This was a technique Shios had developed during this time. He could now use his tails to execute the 6 styles. Caught off guard, several people in the air were instantly wounded. 2 unfortunate souls were even directly sliced into pieces, while the others fared no better, each sustaining varying degrees of cuts from the slashing waves. Wind pressure bullet. And this was not the end, as Shios' cheeks suddenly bulged, and an invisible vacuum wave shot toward a warrior struggling against the raging wind stomp. Though the person reacted, Shios had chosen this move precisely because it was fast. With a loud bang, the warrior's head exploded into fragments. Bastard. Seeing a companion perish in an instant, the Azura boy's pupils turned bloodshot. Even while airborne and unable to leverage himself, he slashed out several fierce waves at Shios. Facing such weak and feeble attacks, armed hockey instantly enveloped Shios' arms as he waved his hand to disperse the attacks, grinning maliciously as he charged toward the still descending warriors. Underworld Fire First Style. The ghostly purple flames instantly enveloped Shios' fists, and he swiftly targeted the 2 closest individuals. Those 2 reacted quickly, covering their weapons with armed hockey and preparing to block, but this was nothing more than a futile effort against Shios' iron fists. The 2 swords were directly sent flying as Shios' iron fists slammed into their chests with unstoppable force. The 2 originally slowly descending warriors plummeted to the ground at high speed, creating 2 deep craters. However, the Azura boy and others breathed a sigh of relief in their eyes. Although Shios' punch indeed had great power, it was not enough to break through armed hockey and kill the 2 instantly. And indeed, the 2 in the craters were not dead. They crawled out with the purple flames burning in their chests, exchanging glances that revealed their relief at having survived. They immediately tried to extinguish the flames still burning on their chests, but found that the strange purple flames would not be extinguished no matter how they tried, and they even burned their hands in the process. Only then did they realize this was definitely some special fruit ability, and they immediately attempted to suppress the flames with armed hockey. But they discovered that while armed hockey could indeed extinguish the flames, their hockey strength was insufficient to slow it down even slightly, and the strange purple fire began to burn on their armed hockey. Oh! A chilling scream escaped from their mouths as foul-smelling black blood spilled forth. Their once strong bodies began to wither and shrivel, and in no time, they turned into a pile of dry bones. This sudden occurrence stunned the Azura boy and the others. What was that fire? How could it even bypass armed hockey? Shios also observed this scene. The reason he did not pursue the advantage was to see what would happen to the two when facing the underworld fire, and now the result satisfied him. It was worth the time he spent developing this technique, as the underworld fire combined the high temperature and explosive characteristics of flames added with extreme toxicity, and Shios had even granted it the ability to absorb life force. This technique took him a long time to develop. If it weren't for his concurrent mastery of the fire abilities of the Lunaria tribe and the Yamato no Orochi, he could never have achieved this level. Feeling the life force transmitted from the two consumed by the underworld fire, Shios scratched his back, feeling the progress. Just a few more times, and it would be done. As long as he absorbed a few more enemies of such high quality, the wings that had been severed in his childhood would soon be reborn. After this brief moment, the Azura boy and others successfully landed and destroyed the now diminishing poisonous tornado that Shios had maintained. However, Shios remained unfazed. The poisonous tornado had already fulfilled its mission, even exceeding expectations by annihilating several hundred individuals. He used his tail to catch the few who had just died in Maderu. Although they had already lost much life force, it was still not to be wasted. After vanquishing the poisonous dragon tornado that swept across the battlefield, the allied forces of Wano country launched another charge towards the rabbit bowl. It's time for us to join the fray. We can't rely solely on Lord Shios. Eliminate these scoundrels. The pirates inside the rabbit bowl could no longer contain their excitement. Those who performed well in this war would gain significant rewards, such as devil fruits from treasure troves, exquisite weapons, and training methods for hockey. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the qualification to challenge higher-ranking members. With this, one could confront their superiors. Although the 100 Beasts pirates emphasized the survival of the fittest, one could not simply usurp authority, otherwise the entire pirate crew would descend into chaos. Countless ambitious pirates within the 100 Beasts pirates were waiting for this opportunity to overthrow their superiors. Leading the charge were two burly men. One wielded two scythe-like weapons, mercilessly reaping the lives of the samurai, while the other swung a super alloy pencil like a giant windmill on the battlefield, severely injuring any samurai who came into contact with it. These two were Jack and Ulki. At this moment, Ulki was markedly different from before, radiating a fierce aura with a grotesque scar on his face, clearly indicating a significant improvement in strength. During Ulki's time at sea, he had clashed with various top powers in the New World, enhancing both his physical prowess and hockey abilities, though he had endured quite a bit of punishment. The scar on his face was from an altercation with the Whitebeard pirates over territory. He attempted a sneak attack on Bista, but was caught off guard. Ulki had nearly died that day. While these two burly men shone brightly on the battlefield, the most captivating presence belonged to Black Maria. Originally tall and enchanting, Black Maria transformed into countless spiders under the power of her devil fruit, swarming towards the allied forces of Wano country. Some sprayed venom, others used their sharp fangs to slice open enemies' throats, while some shot out sharp webs to pierce through foes, creating a clearing on the battlefield. Koyaji, what are you doing? A samurai fiercely battling the spiders was suddenly stabbed in the stomach by a companion fighting alongside him, causing him to roar in anger. However, upon closer inspection, the samurai was struck with fear. Koyaji's expression was blank, his eyes emanating an eerie glow as a massive spider perched on his head, controlling his every movement. In a daze, Koyaji decapitated the samurai, then rushed towards the next target. At that moment, numerous samurai on the battlefield, enchanted by the spiders, turned their weapons against their former companions. Above the cliffs of Rabbit Bowl, a miniature Black Maria sat cross-legged, covering her mouth with laughter as she watched the unfolding chaos. Shios, high in the sky, observed the scene with satisfaction. He had not misjudged her. Black Maria had an exceptional affinity with this fruit. After assessing the battlefield situation, Shios redirected his attention. Below him stood several samurai, all experts proficient in hockey and seasoned in battle. These carefully selected samurai were sent by Ashura Duji to monitor Shios, aimed at preventing him from transforming into the Yamato no Orochi and unleashing his devastating power. Of course, whether this would be effective was something Ashura Duji himself was unsure of. Shios slowly drew the sword Enma from his waist, gently stroking its blade with his left hand, causing a spectral purple flame to envelop it, giving the sword an aura, as if it were forged in hell. Looking at the wary Wano samurai below, Shios curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smirk. With a crooked smile of the Dragon King, he swung Enma downwards, engulfed in the ghostly flames. In the next moment, a flash of purple sword light sliced through the earth, as if it were soft tofu, severing hundreds of samurai along with it. Feeling the life force emanating from the fallen bodies, Shios felt as if he had undergone a cleansing, a refreshing sensation coursing through him. If one were to lift his shirt, they would see the two gruesome scars on his back slowly changing. Seeing the fearful expressions of the samurai charging towards him with their weapons drawn, a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Shios' eyes, Today, he intended to hunt for a good while. Bird call. A terrifying wave of haki swept through, piercing through all samurai in its path, as Yamato raced towards the fleeing daimyo of Wano. With a cold expression, Yamato killed all samurai blocking her path. Despite her kind heart and strong sense of justice, she was no saint, and having resolved to end this war swiftly, she would not show mercy to those who obstructed her. This was a lesson she had learned from Shios' stories. After once again sweeping away dozens of samurai with her kanabo, Yamato finally caught up with the terrified daimyo of Wano. Gently planting her beloved kanabo on the ground, Yamato surveyed the daimyo with a cold gaze. She held no fondness for these gluttonous individuals. In fact, due to their previous taunts, she wished to knock them out right then and there. Come with me now, or else. The threat was clear, though she didn't finish her sentence. The daimyo exchanged nervous glances, but eventually one of them mustered the courage to step forward. Princess Ashiruko, please step aside. We have dozens of elite samurai here, each one trained by us, not inferior to the Red Scabbards. Upon hearing this, Yamato was nearly amused. Even at this point, this group of daimyo dared to threaten her. Her remaining patience was exhausted, and without a word, she swung her kanabo. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The ground beneath her feet shattered as Yamato struck towards the elite samurai loyally protecting the daimyo. Although these samurai were not as formidable as the daimyo had boasted, they were not weak either. Having anticipated the attack, they managed to respond in time. They split into 2 groups, one half prepared to defend against the strike, while the other half rushed in with their swords drawn, attempting to take down Yamato. Unfortunately, these frogs living in the well of Wano were completely unaware of the gap in power. Yamato's kanabo seemed to encounter no resistance at all, sending the samurai attempting to defend flying. As they soared through the air, blood gushed from their wounds, some even splattering with internal organs. They were clearly doomed. The attacking samurai, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, but there was no retreat. They steeled themselves and unleashed their strongest attacks against Yamato. To their despair, their attacks against Yamato felt like striking against high-purity sea prism stone. Not only did they fail to inflict any damage, but their hands were left numb. Mirror Mountain. As she defended against all their attacks, cracks slowly appeared on Yamato's body and countless shards of ice fell away from her. This was the ice armor she had enveloped herself with during her previous strike. Everyone run. This is a monster. Faced with such a despairing scene, the samurai could no longer bear it and fled for their lives. However, Yamato would not allow them to escape. God knows what havoc they might wreak upon Wano if they got away, and such a possibility was very real. To eliminate this potential threat, it was best to root it out completely, a lesson she had learned from Shios. Divine Step, White Snake Drive. The war has finally reached a fever pitch, with pirates and warriors engaged in relentless combat and struggle. Kaido alongside Jin and Quinn stood quietly on the execution platform, observing the battle without any intention to intervene. Even Kaido did not foresee that events would unfold so smoothly. He had originally thought he would have to take action himself, yet neither Jin nor Quinn was dispatched. Jack and Ultai's strengths were as Kaido had anticipated, but the sudden rise of Black Maria caught Kaido's attention, and Yamato's actions left him bewildered. In just a few months, the entire beast's pirates had become unrecognizable to him. The source of all this chaos was none other than the figure of Xius, who was relentlessly harvesting the lives of warriors on the battlefield. Ultai's joining the Mythical Zoan Fruit of Black Maria and Yamato's change of heart. Each of these developments propelled the beast's pirates in a positive direction. Letting this kid join the beasts was truly the right decision. With a hearty laugh, Kaido drank an entire jug of alcohol, using the battlefield of hundreds of thousands as his feast. Meanwhile, Xius was completely unaware of how his father-in-law was now looking at him with new respect. At this moment, he wielded Enma, rampaging across the battlefield. Regardless of how famed a warrior had been in Wano or a local hero, they were mercilessly slain and drained of their life force before Xius. Bastard, stop right there. Just after Xius had dispatched a warrior attempting to ambush him, a thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, the source being Ashura-doji. Ashura-doji was in a state of confusion. He no longer knew how to continue this war. He had just been about to rush toward the rabbit bowl when he was pushed back by Jack, Ultai, and countless spiders transformed by Black Maria. Standing amidst the battlefield, Ashura-doji looked around in confusion, feeling a growing sense that Wano was doomed. Until he saw Xius, who was continuously slaying warriors. The turmoil and frustration within Ashura-doji found an outlet. He was determined to kill this man, the one responsible for the collapse of the entire situation. Xius sensed the burning gaze directed at him, and slowly turned to face the approaching Ashura-doji, feeling the despair and madness that lurked within him. Just a little more, Ashura-doji, and I will use your blood for a sacrifice. With a casual flick, Xius wiped the blood from his blade and pointed it at Ashura-doji. You filthy pirate scum, if you can then try it. 10 fists of peach blossom. Upon hearing Xius' words and witnessing the blade he held as Shuraduji was utterly enraged, channeling all his haki into the weapon, transforming it into a flowing advanced armament color, and swung with all his might at Xius. Heavenly Prison. Xius showed no fear, raising his blade to meet the unmatched force of the strike. In the next instant, the entire battlefield fell silent due to the collision, the scattered sword energy shredding the earth to pieces, affecting many pirates and warriors. At the epicenter of the clash, the two were briefly locked in a stalemate, but soon after Xius unleashed an unstoppable force, sending Ashura-duji flying. The terrifying power twisted Ashura-duji's arms, and a horrific wound was carved across his chest, revealing glimpses of his innards. Feeling the vitality flowing from his blade, Xius smiled coldly. At this moment, Ashura-duji was no longer worthy of standing against him. Cough, cough, how could this be? The heavily injured Ashura-duji knelt on one knee, disbelief etched on his face. He had actually lost like this. He pressed his hands against the wound on his chest desperately, trying to suppress the raging inferno of hellfire with a layer of haki. However, his seriously injured body clearly could not maintain such intense armament color. Ashura-duji appeared defeated, toxins coursing through his body alongside the hellfire, the flames consuming his life force. I decide. Ashura-duji looked up at Xius, who was walking toward him, struggling to say something, but Xius, uninterested in his last words, swiftly stabbed through his skull. The hellfire, now unrestrained, instantly turned Ashura-duji to ashes. The surrounding warriors looked on in disbelief. How could one of the famed Akazaya 9 die at the hands of Xius? The viewers of Wano watching through the live phone bugs were equally shocked, erupting in cries of disbelief. The legendary strongest monster of the 9 was slain just like that. How powerful is this Xius really? Even Xius felt a twinge of emotion. The Akazaya 9 who had posed a challenge to him just months ago were now easily dispatched, and in comparison, he realized how exaggerated his own strength had become. However, Xius quickly refocused. There was still a more pressing matter at hand. After absorbing the life force from Ashura-duji, he finally replenished the vitality he had been lacking. To avoid disturbance, Xius summoned a cloud of auspiciousness and soared into the sky. In the high skies, Xius no longer suppressed his overflowing life force, allowing it to flow freely within him, healing those old and hidden injuries that were usually undetectable. Xius first felt a tingling sensation in his back, followed by a sharp pain. However, he gritted his teeth and bore it without making a sound. In what felt like an instant, yet also a long time, with a tearing sound, a pair of black wings burst forth from his back. These wings were as dark as those of other Lunarians, but for some unknown reason, they bore strange red patterns. These wings made the already strikingly handsome Xius appear like an angel that had fallen to the mortal realm. Black Maria, who had been controlling spiders on the ground, stared blankly at Xius in the sky, unable to help but cradle her face with her hands, her eyes shimmering with stars. Lord Xius is truly enticing. Ew, I want to taste him. Slurp. Suspended in midair, Xius was momentarily dazed. He felt a wondrous sensation, as if a person blind for decades was seeing light again, or someone bedridden for ages was finally standing on solid ground. A sense of fulfillment overwhelmed him, making him want to laugh out loud. The Lunarian race's divine fire was greatly enhanced, with the temperature and control over the flames significantly improved. The once volatile and uncontrollable hellfire was now as easy to manage as a docile puppy. Xius couldn't help but extend his hands. A swirl of dark purple hellfire cradled in his palms, growing larger with each infusion of his energy, transforming from a small flame into a massive fireball several meters wide, which he then compressed to the size of a basketball. Looking at the hellfire sphere before him, Xius noted that despite containing flames capable of incinerating everything, all the heat was contained within, not a single degree escaping. Even Xius, standing close by, felt no warmth. This was enough to prove that Xius' control over flames had reached an unparalleled level. Sensing the unmatched destructive force within, Xius relaxed his grip, causing the hellfire sphere to fall. As it descended, its temperature radiated outward, distorting the air. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, with all the warriors and pirates staring in shock at the hellfire sphere plummeting from the sky. They were doomed. This was an unresistible force. This thought flashed through their minds. Although faced with such a terrifying attack, they all felt a primal urge to turn and flee, yet no one moved, for they knew it was futile. This was a power they could not resist. As the hellfire sphere continued to descend, it swelled in size, nearing the ground at nearly 100 meters wide, and it was still expanding rapidly, igniting the battlefield with its emitted heat. Oh no, this is bad. Xius reacted, realizing in his excitement he had thrown down a massive bomb. If it detonated like this, at the very least 99% of the people on the battlefield would perish. It was a bomb formed from all his physical strength, the fire created by extracting everything from his mythical Zoan, or just how powerful could it be? Even Xius didn't know. Kaido, Yamato, and others also reacted. Kaido, who had been happily drinking, suddenly saw Xius throw down a large bomb, nearly spitting out his drink. He transformed into his dragon form, summoning endless gales to disperse the scorching heat, enveloping the battlefield, while Jin and Quinn also launched attacks to intervene. Yamato, who had been escorting several Wano nobles toward the execution platform, also transformed into his divine form, unleashing an endless chill to block the Hellfire Sphere, but it was already too late. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Hellfire Sphere detonated. On this day across Wano's 9, even Hiyori, located at the farthest point, felt a massive tremor, with countless people witnessing a terrifying mushroom cloud forming in the direction of the rabbit bowl. The explosion that shook the entire land of Harmony caused remarkably limited casualties. Most of the warriors and pirates were merely stunned by the violent shockwave. We're not dead. What happened? These warriors and pirates had originally thought they were doomed, yet after the violent shockwave and the deafening explosion, they found themselves unscathed. They all raised their heads toward the direction of the explosion of the dark fireball, where they saw a battered azure dragon engulfed in dark flames thrashing in the air. It was Kaido, that monster who withstood the explosion. He protected us. Long live Governor Kaido. Ha, I really thought we were going to die. Unlike the incredulous warriors, the pirates of the 100 Beasts laughed heartily upon realizing this. Though they were all reckless men valuing their lives, little surviving was still a blessing. Sorry, Kaido, I got a little too excited and lost control. Xius, transformed into the 8-headed serpent, awkwardly extinguished the dark flames on Kaido, feeling immensely satisfied after briefly compensating for his own shortcomings. Just moments ago, Xius had been preparing to swallow the dark fireball back. However, he estimated that if he did, his outcome would likely not be very good, fearing he might die a second time. Unexpectedly, Teacher Kaido stepped forward voluntarily, confronting the dark fireball to shield everyone, absorbing most of the heat and shockwave, bearing all the damage himself. One could only say that greatness needs no words. Humph! Kaido snorted coldly, but said no more. That blast had certainly shaken him, and he hadn't anticipated Xius' strength had reached such a level. Ignoring Xius, who looked guilty, Kaido gazed down at the battlefield, fixating on the nearly 10,000 warriors who were still stubbornly resisting. A flash of killing intent crossed his gaze. This war needed to end. Feeling Kaido's gaze, a wave of despair surged within the hearts of all the warriors. They realized they couldn't possibly win. That terrifying explosion just moments ago had failed to kill Kaido. In fact, judging by their experience, it seemed the blast had only inflicted minor injuries on him. His wounds were already beginning to heal slowly, and soon he would likely be completely recovered. Looking up at the two colossal figures, each hundreds of meters tall, the warriors fell silent, while the pirates did not pursue, instead laughing and joking among themselves while pointing at the warriors. Now is the time to show loyalty to the land of Harmony. Kill. However, just as everyone thought the warriors would lay down their weapons and surrender, a short warrior stepped forward, gripping his sword tightly, and charged towards the rabbit bowl. Even Xius couldn't help but admire the warriors' loyalty, but it didn't matter, as Xius was precisely interested in their unwavering loyalty. Everyone, put down your weapons. A crisp female voice echoed across the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. A display screen slowly rose from the rock wall, projecting a small girl with emerald green hair resembling a fairy who was holding a megaphone and tearfully addressing the entire battlefield. Is that Princess Hiyori? Some warriors recognized the identity of the little girl, though they were still somewhat hesitant. But the next moment, Kazuki Hiyori revealed her identity herself. My name is Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Odin. This revelation caused an uproar across the entire battlefield. No, it should be said that it shocked the entire land of Harmony, as Princess Hiyori was asking everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. Even Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and Denjiro looked at Kazuki Hiyori and the figure standing beside her, stunned. I'm sorry, I know I have no right to ask this of you, but I want to say that you don't need to continue this war, that you can't possibly win. The land of Harmony has already lost. As she spoke, tears streamed down Hiyori's face. She felt terrible for helping the 100 Beasts pirates seize her own country. But as Hiyori looked at the 8-headed serpent swirling in the clouds, her heart calmed slightly. I'm sorry, everyone, but I have no way to turn back now. In the sky, Xius looked at Kazuki Hiyori with a strange expression, thinking her speech and expression made it seem like she was about to announce that the land of Harmony would be renamed in service of another country. Yes, everyone surrender quickly, or we've already lost. At that moment, several more people rushed into the frame, frantically urging everyone to surrender. These were the daimyos of the land of Harmony who had been captured by Yamato, now looking at Jin's cold gaze, hurriedly persuading everyone. What's going on? All the warriors on the battlefield were utterly confused. The princess is asking us to surrender, and now the daimyos are too. What are we even here for? To surrender? Wait, that's Lord Kawamatsu. A sharp-eyed warrior spotted Kawamatsu standing beside Kazuki Hiyori and exclaimed in disbelief. Looking at Kawamatsu, he didn't appear to be captured. Could it be that the organizer of this war was actually an undercover agent? All the warriors were completely despondent, casually tossing down their swords and kneeling on the ground, no longer having any thoughts of resistance. Both the princess and the daimyos had surrendered. What was the point in continuing? Even more despairing were the people of the Land of Harmony. It's over. The 100 beasts will rule the whole country. Factories will surely spring up everywhere, and all the land and water sources will be polluted. This country is completely finished. Some people from the Land of Harmony began to run into the streets shouting and yelling, even starting a 0 yen purchase event, creating a beautiful scene. Everyone in the Land of Harmony need not panic or fear. We, the 100 Beasts Pirates, are here to save you. At this point, Xius had reverted to his human form, taking the megaphone from Kazuki Hiyori and addressing the people of the Land of Harmony. Of course, this was of no use. Faced with the executioner who had destroyed their country, they didn't believe a single word he said. What is the reason for the famine in the Land of Harmony? Isn't it because your 100 beasts are recklessly opening factories that pollute the land and prevent crops from growing? Many people from the Land of Harmony secretly cursed. It is because of these daimyos, because of these great families of the Land of Harmony, who have taken what rightfully belonged to you and plundered your food. After Xius finished speaking, the image on the display shifted to another side, showing a warehouse where dozens of warriors lay in pools of blood. But at this moment, no one cared about them. All the people of the Land of Harmony stared blankly at the mountains of grain piled up in the warehouse. How much food is this? This is just a small warehouse of the 9-mile daimyo. He has countless such warehouses. This statement was of course nonsense. No matter how rich a daimyo was, it was impossible to have that much food. However, the people of the Land of Harmony could not discern whether his words were true. They only saw the countless grains lying in the 9-mile daimyo's warehouse, while they themselves were struggling to find enough to eat. The images continued to rotate and showed several more warehouses, some filled with countless grains, others piled high with treasures. These scenes made the eyes of the people of the Land of Harmony redden. These people hoard all the food in their warehouses, letting it rot and grow mold rather than help you, but we 100 beasts are different. We will distribute all this grain to you as relief. The citizens of Wano country, who had just moments before stared greedily at the grain and treasure, lifted their heads in utter disbelief. Had they truly heard correctly? The beasts' pirates were offering them aid. Before they could voice their doubts, figures suddenly appeared across Wano country, at Hanakurabora town and Hibuka port, where broadcast Den Mushi had been installed. They wheeled forth mountains of grain, piling them directly before the devices, declaring that every last sack was to be freely distributed to the people. In an instant, Wano country erupted in astonishment. No one had imagined the beasts' pirates would actually follow through, let alone with such scale. Crowds surged forward, eager to seize the provisions, yet recoiled at the sight of gleaming blades held firmly by the distributors. Just as confusion mounted over the delay in distribution, Xius's voice resonated from the broadcast. Once this broadcast concludes, all citizens may visit any town equipped with a broadcast Den Mushi and claim grain and land previously seized by Wano's aristocratic clans, free of charge upon verification of household registration. All weapons factories across Wano country will now be permanently shuttered. Under the leadership of Plague Queen Quinn, our scientific division will move in to restore the poisoned soil and contaminated water sources. Xius unveiled yet another revelation: grain distribution, land restitution, and factory closures, all delivered in rapid succession, left the populace utterly stunned, many wondering whether they had slipped into a waking dream. After slapping themselves, or each other, to confirm reality, they erupted into jubilant cries of "Long live the beasts pirates!" As for the Kazuki family, what had they ever given the people? A few rice balls. Did the beasts pirates demand nothing in return? Was there some deeper, darker scheme afoot? That quite frankly was none of their concern. After collecting your rations, return home and sleep soundly. The dawn of a new era awaits. The war is over. With those words, Xius severed the broadcast. Beside him, Kazuki Hiyori could no longer contain herself. She flung herself into his arms and wept uncontrollably. Lord Xius, am I truly so despicable? Xius felt the anguish radiating from Hiyori in his arms and gently stroked her hair in quiet reassurance. No, you have done exceedingly well. Nearby, Kawamatsu's temples throbbed with tension. Kazuki, Toki, Kazuki, Sukiyaki, and Denjiro knelt upon the execution platform, faces frozen in ghost-like shock. Yamato leaned against her spiked club and rolled her eyes. Ah, how could I forget you? As if only just recalling their presence, Xius turned toward the platform. Sukiyaki and the others strained desperately to speak, but with mouths gagged they could only watch helpless as Xius approached, blade in hand. Hiyori trembled faintly in Xius's embrace. though estranged from her grandfather, blood remained thicker than water, and witnessing his imminent death stirred sorrow deep within her. Kawamatsu, overcome with shame, averted his gaze entirely from the platform. A sharp, wet thrust, followed by the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh, sent both Hiyori and Kawamatsu jolting violently. Yet no bodies collapsed. Instead, agonized screams tore through the air. The two whirled around, and saw Xius withdrawing his tail from their torsos, then cleanly severing their restraints with a single stroke. Enough. You may go. Xius sheathed his blade and brushed his hands together. Moments earlier, he had used venom to cripple their physical faculties and siphoned away most of their vital energy. Denjiro and the others were now irreparably broken. All present stared at Xius in bewilderment. This was not the man who spared enemies. Why leave such dangerous remnants alive? Lord Xius. With tears glistening in her eyes, Hiyori stepped down from his embrace and bowed deeply, a formal solemn kowtow. She believed it was her presence that had softened his mercy. Even Kawamatsu's expression shifted, softening into something like gratitude. They have lost all popular support. The hidden samurai loyal to Wano have already been rooted out. I have just shattered their strength. Let them go. This was a lie. Xius had injected each of them with a lethal toxin, one designed to incubate silently for years before consuming them in slow, excruciating agony. And during that time they would be watched, unblinking, unrelenting. Only Kaido sensed something amiss, his observation haki detecting a faint, unsettling resonance within their bodies. Yet he cared little. With matters settled, he transformed into his azure dragon form and soared toward Onigashima to drink. What of the foreign administrators brought in to govern Wano? Xius helped Hiyori to her feet and turned to ask Jinbe. All is prepared, Jinbe affirmed with a curt nod. Then proceed as planned. These past days have left me utterly drained. Indeed, Xius had spent the entire time orchestrating relief efforts, fighting all day, yes, but also personally transporting grain across vast distances, assuming the role of a celestial courier. Understood. We'll handle the aftermath. Go rest now. Knowing his exhaustion, Jinbe and Quinn urged him to withdraw while they assumed responsibility for stabilization. Humph. So you found holding Kazuki Hiyori quite comfortable, did you? Even spared those traitors for her sake. Yamato fell into step beside him, lips pursed in exaggerated pout. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly. After all, Kaido's romantic entanglements dwarfed Xius's by leagues. Rather, she resented the spectacle, especially before her own eyes. A mere child, how could she possibly compare to holding you? Grinning, Xius swept her into a firm embrace, drawing from her a cascade of mock-outraged protests. Now that everything's settled and you've scarcely left Onigashima in decades, I'll take you shopping in Hanakura. Wonderful. Wait, there are far too many people here. Keep your hands to yourself. For days thereafter, Xius escorted Yamato across Wano, through flower-draped streets and mist-wrapped valleys. Having never ventured beyond Onigashima, she gazed upon everything with wide-eyed wonder, and Xius' patient and unwavering explained it all. When rogue bandits or wandering ronin threatened local villages, Yamato's sense of justice flared. She'd swing her club Aiken and shatter their skulls without hesitation. Xius seized the opportunity to reshape the beast's pirate's tarnished image. Jinbe disseminated accounts of these deeds far and wide, extolling Yamato, daughter of Kaido and wielder of the Okuri fruit, as a paragon of righteous fury. Within mere days, Yamato's reputation among Wano's common folk had undergone a profound transformation. Many now regarded the Oni princess of the beast's pirates not with dread, but with reluctant admiration. Next came the confiscations. Jinbe's intelligence network had already identified every clan that had aided the Rabbit Bowl conflict. Armed with the list, Xius visited each estate in turn, distributing harvested grain and reclaimed land directly to local Wano citizens while transporting plundered treasures back to Onigashima. Yamato instantly became the object of tearful gratitude across Wano, though Xius's masterful rhetoric certainly amplified her luster. His sole objective remained unchanged: to install Yamato as Wano's next shogun, a vision fully endorsed and actively supported by Kaido himself. In the land of Wano on Ghost Island, a figure was struggling to walk while dragging two iron chains, the ends of which were connected to two clearly decrepit giant ships. Heaving and panting, Xios gasped for air as sweat trickled down his chiseled face. Walking 2.5 circles around Ghost Island had already reached his limit. Given Xius's current strength, dragging two ships was certainly not an issue. What exhausted him was the low-purity sea prism stone handcuffs carefully crafted by Quinn as a training device. With trembling hands, he pulled out the key from his pocket to unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs, allowing his condition to improve. These handcuffs were specially made similar to those from Wano, precisely set to significantly restrict the enhancements brought to Xios by his devil fruit abilities, yet not to the extent that he couldn't perform basic training. Standing nearby, the ever-patient Black Maria helped Shosi wipe away his sweat and replenish his hydration with a towel and water cup, while Kazuki Hiyori was currently accompanying Yamato to capture the defeated allied forces of Wano from the Battle of the Rabbit Bowl. Those forces numbered in the hundreds of thousands as Shosi could not possibly throw them into the mines for labor, such a waste. Shosi handpicked 2,000 elite warriors to form the Wano Country Guard, entrusting them to Yamato for leadership, while Kazuki Hiyori was there to assist in swiftly subduing this group, ensuring that with the support of the Wano princess and Yamato's strength, this guard would surely shine in the future. Lord Shosi, the Lord of Calamity you requested to meet, is waiting for you at the training ground. After attentively helping Shosi wipe off his sweat, Black Maria took out a small notebook to report to him, who for the past few days she had essentially been serving as Xius' personal secretary. Black Maria even specially donned a professional outfit, her long legs clad in black stockings accentuating her alluring figure. A Shosi could only say that Black Maria was truly skilled, nearly causing him to have a nosebleed. Of course, Black Maria only dressed like this when it was just the two of them, otherwise with her already enchanting presence it would be unfair to others. Inside the Skull Castle on Ghost Island. Shosi, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Jin looked at Shosi puzzled. Given how busy the entire crew was, he had only made time for Xius' request. Uncle Abel, I would like to inquire about the racial talents of the Lunaria tribe. Shosi posed his question to Jin, not holding back in front of this elder of his kin. Due to Xius' foolish state before awakening his memories, his father in this life had not taught him much. Is that so? After hearing Xius' question, Jin stroked his chin, though he felt nothing through his mask. Then let's have a match. You'll learn more in battle. Lord of Flames, he declared, and suddenly a fireball appeared in Jin's hand, hurtling towards Shosi. Shosi had not anticipated Jin's attack to be so decisive and swift. In a hurry, he could only raise his hand to block. After a burst of explosive smoke, Shosi emerged unscathed, though his clothing had been singed slightly. Oh, you possess such high elemental resistance without using your talents. Jin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this sneak attack to be ineffective. Indeed, my resistance to elements like ice and fire is quite high. Having taken this hit, Shosi became excited. The extraordinary elemental resistance granted by the Yamata no Orochi was remarkable. Recently, during a spar with Yamato, even the freezing breath of the great god had merely slowed him down slightly, let alone freezing him. I see. Then let's try this move. Demon of self-respect. Jin suddenly transformed into his beastman form, his sharp head reminiscent of a pterosaur, launching a wave of energy towards Shosi. Infernal Fire first style. Shosi was not one to just take hits without retaliating. He unleashed his domineering aura intertwined with Infernal Fire. The two attacks caused a terrifying explosion, yet they had no effect on the two combatants. Before the smoke even dissipated, they clashed once more. Overall, this battle was quite uninteresting. With Xius' current offensive means he could not injure Jin, who was in a state of god fire, without going all out. Jin faced a similar situation. Although his swordsmanship vastly surpassed Xius', his strength and combat experience easily overpowered Shosi, yet he found himself unable to counter Shosi's overwhelming brute force and the terrifying strikes enhanced by the Yama. Fortunately, this was merely a battle to teach Shosi how to properly utilize his racial talents. After imparting all the techniques he knew to Shosi, Jin called a halt to the fight. It seems you rarely use the god fire in combat. Jin noted that Shosi was more accustomed to dodging attacks through reflexes or outright tanking them rather than using the god fire. Well, I believe that no matter how strong an ability may be, it can eventually be countered. True strength comes from within. Shosi nodded. The most typical example was Big Mom. The notorious empress of the New World had been carried away by two who could barely be considered her subordinates, kid-in-law. Even if she had used her sorrow to reverse the fight, it would have been futile. Unfortunately, she had been obsessed with giving birth, transforming herself into a burden. During battles, she relied solely on a few tricks. Once countered, she became powerless. If only Big Mom, the formidable balloon who had once toppled the giant elder, had dedicated herself to training instead of having children, it's hard to imagine how powerful she could have become. Even Jin had similar shortcomings. A being of ancient lineage was easily felled by Zoro's blade. Even if he shifted the god fire to an offensive mode, reducing some defense, his performance was still lacking. Is that so? After hearing Xius' words, Jin indeed felt enlightened. He waved his hand and said to Shosi, "That will be all for today. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me again." Shosi nodded, gave a slight bow, and left the training ground. Jin watched Shosi gradually distance himself, nodding. Due to the recent events of the Battle of the Rabbit Bowl, numerous members of the pirate crew likely already knew Xius' true race. Today, after battling Shosi, Jin finally felt relieved knowing that Shosi had enough strength to protect himself. Outside the training ground, Black Maria stood quietly at the door. Having consumed the Noro Noro no Mi, she had become increasingly enchanting, yet no one dared to look at her for long. In the past 2 days, Black Maria had already dealt with 2 subordinates who had spoken disrespectfully to her. Faced with such brainless fools, even Kaido could hardly be bothered. If they died, so be it. Dressed in a vibrant kimono, Black Maria saw Xios walking out and respectfully bowed. Lord Xios, the hot spring is ready. Shall we go now? Sure. This hot spring was arranged by Black Maria for Xios, completely renovated and intended solely for his use. Indeed, Black Maria had invited Xios numerous times. Xios followed Black Maria into the hot spring she had carefully chosen, feeling a surge of anger as he watched her swaying figure. This woman was clearly trying to tempt him. As soon as he entered the hot spring, several maids rushed over, eager to help remove Xius' clothes. Wait a moment. Xios hurriedly called to stop them. Facing this situation for the first time, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not accustomed to being watched while naked by so many people. My lord Xios, please rest assured these are all carefully selected to serve you, Black Maria quickly replied upon seeing Xius' hesitation. Forget it, let them step back for now. Xios waved his hand. After experiencing the beauty of Black Maria and the incomparable charm of Day, he had lost interest in these ordinary maids. Black Maria nodded obediently, dismissing the group of maids, and personally helped Xios remove his clothes. While helping Xios undress, Black Maria couldn't help but blush. Although she had learned many techniques from various courtesans, she still felt a bit shy in this first encounter. Xios found it amusing to see this older sister, who usually acted carefree and would occasionally tease him, now becoming shy. After assisting Xios with his clothes, Black Maria excused herself to prepare some items. Xios paid no mind and slowly stepped into the hot spring, immediately feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. This was the curse of the sea upon those with devil fruit powers. However, after training with sea prism stone handcuffs, Xios did not lose all ability to move. Instead, under the curse's suppression, he was more able to feel the warmth of the hot spring. After all, his physique was too strong and the temperature of the spring was almost negligible. Comfortably lying in the hot spring, Xios slowly closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. Although he had left most matters of Wano country to Jean and Quinn, there were still many issues he had to resolve personally, and his daily training was equally essential. Xios truly felt a bit tired. While Xios was enjoying with his eyes closed, a sound came from outside the door, and Black Maria walked in. He glanced over at first, but then his eyes couldn't move away. Black Maria stood at the door, her face flushed. Her attire was extremely bold. Although she wasn't completely undressed, it was nearly indistinguishable from being so. While crucial areas like headlights were not exposed, the sheer fabric Black Maria wore did little to conceal those sensitive spots. Xios stared blankly as Black Maria approached, then she knelt behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. My lord Xios, how about this? This is a massage technique I learned after consulting many experts. It's indeed quite good. Black Maria's technique was exceptional. Her nimble fingers relieved all of Xius' fatigue. Normally, Xios would thoroughly enjoy such an incredible massage, but at that moment, he could not concentrate on it due to the occasional jostling from the headlights. The clear waters of the hot spring clearly could not block Black Maria's gaze. Her face flushed as she cautiously leaned close to Xius' ear. You can command me as you wish, my master. Xios really couldn't hold back anymore. Or rather, no man could remain composed after hearing such words unless he was homosexual or a eunuch. Xios flipped over, pinning Black Maria down. At this moment, he was panting heavily. The warm breath against Black Maria's belly made her face turn even redder. Please wait a moment, I need to shrink a little first. Seeing Xius' urgency, Black Maria planned to activate her ability to transform most of her body into a spider, thereby reducing her size. No need, I just happened to learn a new move, let me try it on you. Xios stopped Black Maria's action as scales gradually covered his body, his physique expanding. He entered a hybrid form, but this was not a combat scenario. Xios intentionally controlled his beast transformation to not be as exaggerated as in previous battles. Of course, even in his hybrid form, Xius' size was still vastly different from Black Maria's, but he had just learned a new technique, one that allowed him to control his entire body's muscles. Xios never expected that the first use of his newly learned 6-style secret art life return would be in such a scenario. However, there was no time to think about anything else. Facing the seductively inviting Black Maria, Xios charged forward. The clear waters of the hot spring were stained with a splash of crimson waves rising rhythmically as a plaintive sound echoed throughout the hot spring room. 5,000 words omitted. When Xios opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. He found himself lying in a room next to the hot spring with Black Maria beside him, a smile on her face, as if she were dreaming of something wonderful. This was already their second battlefield. That hot spring could no longer be used again, as it had been a battle between two mythical beasts likely requiring extensive repairs before it could be put back into service. Xios gently moved his arm off Black Maria, but this was clearly unnecessary. With her strength, she woke up the moment Xios touched her. Black Maria opened her glistening eyes, quietly gazing at Xius's handsome profile, her eyes filled with such affection that it could drown any man. "My lord Xios, let me help you get up." After a moment of silent observation, Black Maria propped herself up, but was immediately pressed down by Xios. "All right, you should rest well today. I will call a few of your subordinates to serve you later." Although Black Maria is a mythical beast user, yesterday's battle was indeed quite intense. Xios wished to show mercy, but unfortunately Black Maria was too skilled. The techniques she learned from her courtesans were simply too much for him to handle. Feeling Xius's affection, Black Maria obediently nodded, her heart sweet like honey. She was determined to repay him well. The techniques she learned were not limited to just that, and due to the constraints of their first battle, she hadn't fully unleashed her strength. After ensuring Black Maria was settled, Xios went to the shore of Ghost Island, bringing the sea prism, stone handcuffs, picking up the 2 iron chains, and continuing his daily training with the 2 scrapped ships. Although Black Maria was indeed delightful, to reach the pinnacle of this world, one could not remain lost in the land of gentleness. Of course, lacking these things was absolutely not an option. Xios worked hard not to end up like I'm sitting on that throne directing 5 old men. He wanted to enjoy all the beautiful things in this world. Anything that obstructed him, Xios would shatter. His identity as a member of the Lunaria clan destined him to be at odds with the world government, so overthrowing the world government to become the king of the world was Xios' ultimate goal. "If I thought you would sleep a little longer after all, that woman Maria must have served you very comfortably." Daiha pouted, watching Xios struggle to align the key with the keyhole of the sea tower stone handcuffs. Previously, Daiha had eagerly prepared to report to Xios the good news that she had successfully reorganized the Wano country's guard, only to find out after searching for a long time that Xios had gone to the hot springs. However, before the excited Daiha could enter, she was blocked by a maid at the door. Seeing the maid's flushed face and sensing the entangled aura of the 2 inside with her observation haki, Daiha immediately realized what had happened. At that moment, Daiha was so furious that she picked up her spiked club and rushed in to beat Xios, but in the end she suppressed her anger and left in frustration. Now seeing Xios, Daiha couldn't help but stab at him twice. This, to be honest, Daihi's reminder made Xios recall the scenes from last night. The broad embrace of the Black Maria, which could bury him, felt like sleeping in a pile of soft and elastic cotton. "You really think so?" Daiha couldn't stand Xius' suddenly lost in thought expression. This scoundrel was actually fantasizing right in front of her. Without hesitation, Daiha drew out the weapon she had at her waist and swung it toward Xios. Thunderous 8 trigrams. "Damn, you're actually going to hit me." Xios dodged this attack, which lacked any killing intent, and slapped at Daihi's large headlights. "Bastard, where are you hitting?" At that moment, the beach of Ghost Island was filled with the sounds of young boys and girls laughing and playing. Their playful scuffle continued until a trembling pirate ran over to deliver a message. "Lord Xios, Princess Kiku, the governor asks you both to join the banquet in the hall for the celebration." Xios dodged a swing of the spiked club with a low bow, responding with a smile. "I can't believe it's ready so soon. Tell Kaido we will arrive shortly." "Yes." Ghost Island Banquet Hall. This was Xius' second visit here. The last time, he was a mere minion when he first entered Wano. But now Xios held the 3rd seat in the entire banquet hall, sitting alongside Kaido and Jin. Well, everyone is here, so the celebration can officially begin. To celebrate, that Wano has completely become my territory. Seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Kaido slammed his wine bowl down on the table and laughed aloud. He was genuinely happy. After such a long time, Kaido finally understood the tremendous benefits of having a solid base. No longer needing to station so many people to guard against rebellion, the logistics and supply deliveries had also become significantly faster, along with countless other benefits. This was only the initial integration of Wano. If a few more years passed, it would be even more needless to say that given the current situation, Kaido was confident he could multiply his territory in the new world several times. Thinking of this, Kaido glanced at Xios seated below, increasingly satisfied with his cheap son-in-law. "Why did you come here?" Xios rested his chin, accepting food from the Black Maria with one hand, while blocking the small head of Runty that bumped into him, watching Daiha, who had rushed to his table to eat, heartily, feeling somewhat speechless. He had arranged a seat for Daiha right next to Kaido's right hand, and in terms of rank, it was still above Jin. No one would have any objections. Wasn't it only natural for the heir of the beasts to sit in that position? "I don't want to sit next to that stinky gorilla." Daiha glanced at Kaido, who was laughing and drinking at the main seat, replying. Although her personality had changed significantly under Xius' guidance, her feelings toward Kaido hadn't improved at all. Daiha had secretly taken back the handcuffs that Xios had unlocked for her. At a remote coast of Ghost Island, Daiha watched the mushroom cloud rise from the explosion, feeling utterly heartbroken. She had initially thought it was just a threat, not expecting Kaido to actually set a bomb. Fine then. Sensing the emotions within Daiha, Xios didn't say much more. After tossing a stir-fried chestnut that made Runty run away in tears, he picked up a large piece of meat from Kazuki Oden's plate and stuffed it into her mouth, turning her sadness into appetite. For a moment, the scene of Black Maria feeding Xios and Xios feeding Daiha looked somewhat odd. The pirates below were turning red with envy, wondering if there was any fairness left. Damn it, not only did he manage to win the favor of Princess Kiku, but he also secured the stunning Black Maria, and beside him stood Kazuki Oden, who was obviously destined to be a breathtaking beauty. Yet Xios even made it seem like they were all getting along harmoniously. If looks could kill, Xios would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows by now. Naturally, he sensed the jealous emotions swirling around, but he couldn't care less about how these lesser beings felt. At this moment, Xios was quite busy as many officers from the Beast's pirates approached him to toast. These unruly pirates were all conquered by his intellect and strength, their faces filled with admiration, making Xios feel a bit embarrassed not to drink. After finishing a large drink and promising to drink together in the future after sending Jack away, someone Xios didn't expect approached. The newcomer was the shark demon Kusu, who had previously tried to assert dominance over Xios. To be honest, this kid had a lot of luck. At that time, Xios was indeed provoked and didn't hold back, and by the time Kusu was sent for emergency treatment, he was already half-cooked. Surviving this was a testament to being an ancient type. Lord Xios, it was my fault before. Before Xios could say anything, Kusu directly gulped down a large cup of wine. During these days lying in the hospital, he thought a lot, and came to understand that Xios must have used a special method to defend against his attack. However, after witnessing Xius's combat prowess in the War of the Rabbit Bowl, Kusu's lingering doubts about Xius's victory being a fluke were thoroughly shattered. Although he had already realized that Xios belonged to the same race as Jin, understanding why he could defend against his attack, Kusu still had no intention of fighting again. It hadn't been long and Xios had already reached this level. Now, even if he didn't use the talents of the Lunaria race, Kusu feared he wouldn't be able to win. Kusu wasn't an idiot after all. Seizing the good opportunity of the celebration banquet, he decisively stepped forward to apologize, wanting to latch onto this powerful figure. Goodness, having such strength at such a young age, even Governor Kaido might not be able to suppress him. It's really nothing to worry about as long as we clear the air. Xios observed Kusu's emotions and had a rough understanding of his thoughts. Without changing his expression, he raised his cup and drank heartily. He really hadn't taken the previous matter to heart. After all, he had already turned Kusu into a grilled fish, so there was no anger left. The scope of this banquet extended beyond Ghost Island. The entire country of Wano was in celebration, and Xius even named this day the Beast Festival. For pirates, this was a festival to celebrate their complete takeover of a nation. For the people of Wano, it was a festival to celebrate the distribution of food and land previously hoarded by the noble families, now shared by the Beast Pirates with the citizens of Wano. Countless citizens of Wano took to the streets, singing and dancing, celebrating this day in praise of the kindness and generosity of the Beast Pirates. As for the Kazuki family, they had long been forgotten. The banquet on Ghost Island lasted an entire day, featuring numerous activities such as martial arts competitions and a concert by Queen. Even Xius participated in a few games. What troubled Xius was that during this time, many pirate officers kept pouring drinks for him, the greatest contributor to the war. To be honest, Xius did not want to drink. The legends of Yamata no Orochi and the experience of the previous wielder Kurozumi Orochi, who was killed while drunk, made him reluctant to indulge too much. However, the atmosphere at the scene was indeed lively. Xius did not use his extraordinary physique to sober up, as this was one of the rare occasions he could get drunk. When Xius opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. He found himself on the second floor of the banquet hall, a designated resting area. He vaguely remembered being helped in by Black Maria. Turning his head, Xius saw the striking figure of Yamato with her long white gradient hair lying on his right side, while Black Maria and Kazuki Hiyori were also present. Xius gently pulled the little girl Kazuki Hiyori off him and slowly extracted his arm from Yamato's embrace, finally freeing himself from Black Maria's warm hold. Standing at the bedside, Xius looked at the three women still with their eyes closed and found it somewhat amusing. While Kazuki Hiyori was truly asleep, the other two had just woken up but pretended to still be asleep out of embarrassment. "How long are you two going to keep pretending?" Xius said, glancing at the two who were pretending to sleep, and gave them a playful slap on their behinds. "You pervert." Yamato, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly sprang up and threw a punch at Xius, knocking him to the ground, then straddled him and began to rain down punches. Xius did not resist, allowing Yamato to sit on him. After all, her punches were light, so he treated it as a massage. Moreover, having Yamato's round and supple form on him was indescribably delightful. With his free hands, he occasionally playfully poked at Yamato's exposed chest, eliciting squeals and scolding from her. Even Black Maria covered her mouth and giggled, joining the chaotic melee. In an instant, the room was filled with flying pieces of clothing, and the entire scene began to develop into something inappropriate for children. Lying on the bed, Kazuki Hiyori secretly opened one eye to take a look, then quickly closed her eyes tightly, blushing. However, she couldn't help but steal another glance, feeling as if a forbidden door was slowly opening. This peaceful life continued for several months, during which Xius diligently trained during the day, handled official duties, or sought out Jin to spar with. Occasionally, he would relax and accompany Yamato shopping or tutor Kazuki Hiyori, and sometimes tease the headstrong Runny. At night, he would seek to subdue Black Maria, the Spider-Woman. Even after several months, Xius still had not fully explored all the knowledge that Black Maria had acquired. The numerous skills passed down by the courtesans of Wano over the centuries were simply too many. Even though Xius was exceptionally talented in this area and possessed astonishing stamina, as a mythical beast, he still found himself lost in a sea of knowledge. Until one event completely shattered Xius' peaceful life. The new emperor of Nine Snake Island, Boa Hancock, has been offered a bounty of 80 million berries by the world government for her first expedition. Xius looked at the newspaper in his hand, where the front page featured a stunning woman in a cheapao standing amidst ruins, tilting her head towards the camera. Although her entire face exuded an aura of coldness, her extraordinary beauty radiated an astonishing charm. Even though it was just a photograph, it was enough to captivate most men. However, Xius was certainly not among them. Although the sweet fruit was indeed formidable, it was not enough to sway him with just a photograph. If Boa Hancock were to strip in front of him, that would be a different story. Xius, is something wrong? Black Maria, who was peeling fruit for him, looked at Xius, who suddenly looked dazed with curiosity. After reading the report, Black Maria felt that this woman was indeed quite powerful, but she couldn't understand why Xius was so concerned. After all, she was just a little pirate who had never even been to the New World. It's nothing. Why just feel it's time to set sail? This sea is about to become chaotic. He'll accompany you on your journey. No, I have other matters for you to attend to. Xius declined Black Maria's offer, putting down the newspaper, slowly standing up and walking towards the door. Where is Kaido? The governor just finished his expedition and should be drinking now. So you're determined to set sail, huh? Indeed, I plan to first set sail to establish a powerful pirate crew, then navigate to the New World to join the Beast Pirates. By then, our Beast Pirates will undoubtedly become the strongest crew in the New World. Xius said with a sincere face. Huh? Kaido scoffed dismissively. Are you sure you're not planning to go out on your own, then return to rob my gold coins after becoming powerful? After such a long time together, Kaido had also learned some of the odd phrases that occasionally slipped from Xius' mouth. That's impossible. You know I speak the truth. I've always regarded you as a guiding light on my path forward. Enough talk. If you want to set sail, then go ahead and do so. Bring whoever you want with you. Before Xius could finish, Kaido directly interrupted him, and after dropping a comment, he knocked Xius flying. Watching Xius fly away, Kaido slowly revealed a smile. He had no concern for Xius' ambitions. He knew that all this time Xius' heart had never truly submitted to him. Kaido was just waiting for Xius to venture out, and then return, where he would defeat him with absolute strength and fully subjugate him. By then, the Beast Pirates would have both Xius and Yamato as their future top experts. As for whether he would lose, there was no possibility of that. Even if he truly did lose, he could just hand over the Beast Pirates to this kid Xius. After all, he was still his son-in-law. Thump, thump, thump. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but take a couple more swigs of his drink. Kid, let's see how far you can go in the future. Drain my family. Hawkins, who had been knocked away by Kaido, brushed off the dust on his clothes and slowly stood up. Your heart is truly broad, Kaido. Hawkins was naturally aware of Kaido's leniency towards him and had some understanding of his thoughts. Then let's see who laughs last. Hawkins was full of confidence about his future. He was determined to join the Beast Pirates. As soon as he arrived home, Hawkins was a bit dazed. He saw Yamato excitedly holding bags and looking at him with a bright expression. When are we setting sail? I've already prepared everything for our journey. After we set sail, let's go to the East Blue first. I really want to go to Flower and Fruit Mountain. It must be. Seeing Yamato enthusiastically planning their trip and the smile on her face, Hawkins rubbed his forehead, but ultimately steeled himself to interrupt her. I don't plan to take you with me this time. Yamato, who had been daydreaming about Flower and Fruit Mountain, suddenly froze, staring blankly at Hawkins. The land of Wano is still quite unstable. You are the best candidate to guard it, and the training for the Wano guards hasn't finished yet. Hawkins explained to Yamato why he couldn't take her with him. The land of Wano was at a critical moment of transformation, and a reliable person was needed to protect it. Oh, after listening carefully, Yamato understood that she was not someone who disregarded the bigger picture. Although her desire to set sail was very strong, she still responded quietly. Alright, I won't take you this time, but next time I come to Wano, I'll definitely bring you along. Seeing Yamato so downcast, Hawkins couldn't help but comfort her by stroking her head. Will you come back? Yamato looked up at him, her big watery eyes staring intently. Of course I'll be back. I won't miss the Flame Festival next year. By then I'll take you out to sea, and now that the sea stone handcuffs no longer bind you, you can set sail yourself as long as it's not for too long. It's not the same. I want to go with you. As Hawkins was persuading Yamato, she suddenly said this, and looking at her serious expression and the feelings conveyed from her heart, Hawkins' heart skipped a beat. Hawkins couldn't help but lift Yamato's chin and captured her tender lips, savoring the sweetness. Not knowing how long they kissed, it was only when Hawkins felt Yamato's hands pushing against his chest that they finally parted. Seeing Yamato blushing and slightly out of breath, Hawkins couldn't help but chuckle. Are you an idiot? After so long you still don't know how to breathe. Hearing Hawkins teasing, Yamato rolled her eyes. Well, why don't you teach me properly? Every time we kiss it feels like I'm about to meld into your body, especially since your hands aren't behaving. How can I learn anything from that? All right, Maria and that little girl are waiting for you inside. I'm going to take a shower now. After giving Hawkins an annoyed glance, Yamato left to take a shower. Hawkins' warm hands had just roamed all over her body, leaving her feeling sticky. After watching Yamato leave, Hawkins opened the door to his room. He saw Maria in black and Hiyori looking at him eagerly. Both had heard his earlier words. You two don't need to look at me like that. Oh, I don't plan to take you along either. Upon hearing Hawkins' words, both Maria and Hiyori lowered their heads, looking glum. Come on, you don't have to be like that. I've left you both with tasks in Wano. Hawkins had just comforted Yamato and now needed to comfort Maria and Hiyori, feeling a bit exhausted. But facing their bright eyes again, Hawkins continued. Yamato will have a heavy task ahead. You both need to assist her well. Hiyori, you need to do some ideological work with those warriors, and Maria, besides assisting Yamato, you must not neglect your own strength. Seeing both nod seriously and a smile return to their faces, Hawkins finally wearily waved his hand, letting them go. After they left, he took out the transponder snail and dialed Urki. Brother Hawkins, what's up? Get ready, we're setting sail. So sudden. Urki was taken aback by this abrupt news, but quickly responded. Do you have any plans? This time we will take everyone from the 7th Division with us. The 7th Division was the team Hawkins led when capturing Hisong. They later embarked on a campaign with Urki, and the 7th Division participated in the Battle of the Rabbit Bowl, achieving significant results. This team had long been impressed by Hawkins' formidable strength and outstanding charisma, though of course his generous rewards were also a significant reason. Those guys are indeed not bad. Urki praised the 7th Division. After going through blood and fire, each of these pirates was an elite of the Beast's pirates. Let's bring that guy Kurozumi along too. After a brief hesitation, Hawkins decided to take Kurozumi with them. That shark had considerable potential, and Hawkins was confident he could sway him completely after bringing him out to sea. Alright, I'll notify him right away. Urki was not surprised by this decision. He had seen Kurozumi toasting Hawkins at the banquet. Alright, let's leave it at that. Okay. After hanging up the transponder snail, Hawkins slowly leaned back on the sofa. It was not easy to stabilize Wano, and now he was about to set sail again. Ever since he consumed the Yamata and no Orochi fruit, he hadn't had a single day of rest. But Hawkins wouldn't complain. All this effort would eventually pay off. Creak. Just as Hawkins was slowly organizing his thoughts, the door was pushed open by a hand. Standing outside the door was Yamato, who had just bathed. Her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, especially her bare food-grade jade feet, which made one want to savor them. Hawkins looked up in confusion and was somewhat stunned. Only then did he truly understand what it meant for water to bring out the lotus flower natural and unadorned. Yamato, blushing, closed the door and stepped towards Hawkins. As she got closer, her clothes fell off one by one until she finally lay on Hawkins' back. You jerk, you can't forget about me after you set sail. Seeing Yamato like this for the first time, Hawkins was taken aback. Was this the same Yamato who was usually so carefree? In fact, Hawkins' guess was not wrong. These were all techniques taught to Yamato by Maria in black, referred to as the 36 strategies to attract men, specifically used against Hawkins. Feeling the softness pressed against his back, so enveloping it seemed to swallow his entire head, Xius could no longer restrain himself and instantly transformed, pinning Yamato to the ground. You. And Yamato tried to speak, but her words were cut off as Xius silenced her. Flustered and disoriented, she wondered why Maria had never warned her this might happen. Ryup. And with several sharp rips of fabric, Yamato's last shred of modesty was torn away. Gazing upon her flawless jade-like body, luminous and pure, Xius felt an irresistible surge of desire. It hurts. And wincing at the sharp pain beneath her, Yamato frowned, glaring with quiet fury at the massive hand pressing down on her. Then a sly idea flickered across her mind. Damn it, Yamato, don't misuse your ability. It's freezing, and The next morning at Onagashima's harbor, Xius led his loyal crew aboard the warship, a masterpiece forged by Queen himself. Though renowned worldwide as a preeminent scientist of the Beast's pirates, and famed primarily for his breakthroughs in biotechnology, Queen's naval craftsmanship was unmatched among pirates. Even Xius had pleaded for months before Queen, amid his overwhelming schedule, finally found time to build this vessel. "Wah, Lord Xius, please stay safe." And standing on the shore, the loudest voice belonged to Kazuki Hiyori, tears glistening as she waved fervently toward Xius. Yamato and Black Maria stood behind her, also waving farewell toward the coastline. Peggy-wan and Runny had even arrived. Peggy-wan enthusiastically waved, bidding farewell to the elder brother who had long protected both her and her sister. Runty, ever the proud and reserved one, turned her face aside, but the glisten of tears at the corner of her eye betrayed her true feelings. Xius waved back in return, then instructed Urki to steer the ship slowly away from Wano country's waters. He stood at the bow, gazing steadily at Onigashima until it vanished beyond the horizon. He would return to Wano country, sooner or later. Yet Xius sought more than the Beast's pirates. He coveted something far weightier. Pluton, the legendary ancient weapon, a colossal warship said to hold dominion over the world. Its location was now known only to Xius. Not even Kazuki Toki was aware of it. Kazuki Toki believed he had revealed only fragments, his sword-forging techniques, and hints about Wano's treasuries. Xius had extracted this secret forcibly, using his observation haki to probe Toki's fractured consciousness during a moment of extreme duress and mental collapse. Xius had no intention of pursuing Pluton yet. He lacked the strength to claim such power. Lord Xius, shall we strike Whitebeard or Big Mom first? Since we've fully cleared Wano's waters, what's our next move? Kes, noticing the ship had departed entirely, turned to Xius, who still gazed into the distance. Urki, you know the secret passage to Skypiea, don't you? Let's go there. Ignoring Kes's absurd suggestion, Xius issued his command to Urki. Haha, returning to Skypiea? It truly has been ages. Upon learning their destination, Urki felt a wave of nostalgia. Checking his compass to confirm bearings, he accelerated full speed toward the hidden route he knew well. That passage lay deep within the calm belt, where the new world met the four seas, shrouded in absolute secrecy. So Skypiea is real after all. Allegia, castle of the Music Academy. Yuta, are you ready? After announcing that Miss Yuta, the nation's complete embodiment, was about to begin her live concert broadcast, Gordon turned to her. Yes, I'm all set. I'll be right there. Sipping juice delicately while discussing music theory with a companion, Yuta lifted her head and smiled warmly in reply. Watching her radiant, confident expression, Gordon returned a gentle smile and turned to inspect the equipment. For no discernible reason, an inexplicable sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Gordon, like a silent omen whispering of imminent upheaval. Draining the last sip of juice, she handed the empty glass to a nearby attendant, just as she rose to take the stage. Then abruptly she glanced toward the sofa beside her, where moments before there had been nothing. Several sheets of musical score now lay, unexpected, uncanny, and utterly out of place. Curious, Yuta picked them up. Her eyes widened. She had never encountered such bizarre, surreal notation. Though wildly imaginative, the scores concealed profound, sophisticated musical theory. Entranced, she began studying them intently. In the hall, Shanks leaned against a wall, pondering Yuta's future. Lately, her singing had carried an unprecedented lightness, joyful, unrestrained. This was the world's pinnacle of musical excellence. Here, masters could perceive every nuance in her performance. Their praise struck straight to her soul. Their insights filled gaps she hadn't even recognized. Unlike Beckman and the others who merely offered awkward, hollow compliments after each song, though one couldn't blame them given the Red Hair Pirates' rough-and-tumble nature and utter lack of musical literacy. Ordinarily, when Yuta sang for them, she likely held back unfulfilled. Thus, Shanks resolved to leave her in Allegia. This was where her genius could bloom without restraint. Yet the most decisive reason remained: Shanks was preparing to enter the New World, a realm far deadlier than the first half of the Grand Line. In the relatively safe zones of the Paradise and the Four Seas, Shanks could easily traverse with Yuta at his side. His strength ensured their survival. But the New World was different. Even Shanks dared not claim advantage against titans like Whitebeard, Kaido, or Big Mom, let alone while protecting someone vulnerable. For Yuta's safety, he steeled himself to leave her behind. Just as Shanks weighed possible excuses, his gaze snapped violently toward the hall's center, toward Yuta. A chilling, warped aura surged through the concert hall, thick with swirling, corrosive human emotions: despair, malice, dread. The instant that aura expanded, a crimson shockwave erupted skyward, obliterating the castle in a single blinding flash. Even Shanks failed to react in time, crushed deep beneath the collapsing ruins by the sheer force of the blast. As the scarlet tremors faded, a grotesque, towering figure emerged atop the rubble, a monstrous humanoid with only an upper torso clad in black, wearing a formal hat, mouth stretched wide in a grin revealing rows of jagged fangs. With its arrival, a dense, crackling thundercloud, glowing with violent electricity, slowly blanketed Elegia Island. Totemijika hovered above, surveying the island with cold detachment. Its left eye burned red and in shape, its right a fathomless void black orb. Across the vibrant city of Elegia, an overwhelming urge to destroy radiated from its being. Ruhr knit threw open its jaws, and lightning raw and furious erupted in torrents from its maw, reducing bustling streets to ash and igniting half of Elegia in an inferno of fire. A sizable pirate ship sails across the vast and boundless ocean near the windless zone. The captain will be arriving soon. Rest assured this place is definitely reliable. Urouge at the helm turns to Susi, who is fishing. This secret passage leading to the Sky Island was discovered by him during his youthful travels across the White Sea. It is a spiraling updraft that shoots into the sky. Urouge has ventured down with the special octopus from the Sky Island, but due to the origin of this updraft being the windless zone, he did not explore it much before returning. However, because this updraft frequently brings some specialties from the Blue Sea to the Sky Island, Urouge has carefully observed the pattern of this ascending current in order to arrive on time to collect these items. According to Urouge's previous observations, the next ascending current will occur in one day, and at their sailing speed, they should be able to catch up just in time. Susi, who is fishing, also nods slightly. He is not in a hurry about this day or two, otherwise he could simply transform into the Yamata no Orochi and fly the ship directly up to the White Sea. But that would turn him into a sea beast like the two snakes of the Nine Serpents pirate crew, and he has never heard of Kaido having his pirates pull ships. If it weren't for an extremely urgent situation, Susi would never do something so demeaning. Moreover, Urouge's sailing skills still need to be honed. Although he learned a few techniques from the Beast Pirate's navigator, he still requires genuine experience at sea. I wonder how the Thunder Fruit is doing. Has Enel eaten it yet? Thinking of the Sky Island, Susi naturally associates it with the Thunder Fruit he previously desired. Unfortunately, the transponder snail on the Sky Island lost signal once they moved away, otherwise he could inquire about the situation. Captain, we've caught a fish. While Susi is lost in thought, Keisai sitting next to him suddenly shouts, urging him to reel in quickly as a large fish has already bitten the hook. Susi stops pondering and enjoys this rare moment of relaxation. Yuta, wake up quickly. Shanks calls out to Yuta, who is wrapped up by Totem Jika while constantly waving his griffin to intercept the attacks. At this moment, the originally peaceful Irigia has vanished, replaced by countless screams and wails that echo throughout the island, with ruins everywhere bearing the scars of war. It's useless, Totem Jika is invincible, and Irigia is finished. Gordon, one of the fortunate survivors, kneels on the ground in despair. Damn it, Beckman, everyone attacked together. Seeing Gordon completely collapse, Shanks, feeling helpless, calls on his crew to launch yet another futile assault on Totem Jika. Neither the slashes enhanced with advanced haki nor the projectiles capable of easily piercing warships can inflict any harm on Totem Jika. This is the terrifying power of the music demon, capable of destroying the world. Without simultaneous attacks in the spiritual world and the real world against Totem Jika, this monster remains invincible. Watching countless citizens of Irigia perish at the hands of his daughter, Shanks feels veins bulging on his forehead as he desperately slashes at Totem Jika, but he finds himself utterly powerless. It's not that Shanks cares deeply about the citizens of this nation, but he knows his daughter's temperament. If Yuta wakes up to find she has destroyed a country with her own hands, she would likely collapse. Damn it. Captain, we've arrived. Urouge points to a small island not far ahead with the updraft beside it, but since the time is not yet right, they will have to wait a little longer. Fortunately, this ship, modified by Queen, can sail normally in the windless zone, otherwise Susi would truly have to play the role of a beast pulling the ship. Stop calling me Captain all the time. Listening to Urouge repeatedly address him as Captain, Susi can't help but think of a certain iced tea brand, leading to a comical expression on his face. Huh, then what should I call you? Now that we're at sea, just call me Captain from now on. Oh, Keisai hurriedly takes note, though he finds Susi's quirk a bit odd. He says nothing more. Captain, you can rest assured this updraft spirals upward, making it very safe. Urouge, seeing Susi frowning as he gazes at the small island, hastily explains, assuming he is worried about the safety of the updraft. However, Susi ignores him and continues to stare in that direction, his frown deepening. Urouge finally realizes that Susi's unusual demeanor is definitely not due to concern for the updraft. You all stay here, it seems there's something up ahead, I'll go take a look. Without waiting for Urouge to ask, Susi leaps into the sky and transforms into Yamata no Orochi, flying toward the distance, leaving the crew bewildered, wondering what just happened. This aura. In midair, Susi carefully senses the familiar aura ahead, an aura filled with extreme coldness and evil, reminiscent of the violent rage that permeates his own Yamata no Orochi form. This aura becomes stronger the closer Susi gets until he flies through the windless zone into an unknown sea area. Susi sees an island shrouded in a large mass of thunderclouds, and he senses several powerful auras on that island. After a brief hesitation, Susi increases his flying height, gathers a large cloud to conceal himself, and then stealthily flies toward that island. As he approaches the island, a sinister melody fills the air, mixed with negative emotions that could drive an ordinary person insane, but this naturally has no effect on Susi. After finally seeing the situation on the island, Susi's 16 eyes widen in shock. Totem Jika, red-haired Shanks. This is Iregia. Susi immediately recognizes the monster rampaging on the island, as well as the several figures fighting against it. In an instant, Susi's mind races. He never expected to stumble upon Yuda's first rampage, making this an unprecedented opportunity. After pondering for a while and carefully observing the battlefield, Susi quietly retreats, flying back the way he came. At this moment, the pirate ship piloted by Urouge remains in place, with the crew members still in a state of confusion. Just as Urouge is about to call Susi on the transponder snail to inquire about the situation, he sees Susi rushing back, quickly dashing into the cabin to grab a bunch of items before flying off in a hurry. Urouge, holding the transponder snail, shares a blank stare with Keisai, both filled with bewilderment in their eyes. Divine avoidance, red-haired Shanks covered in blood launched a strike against Totem Jika, initially expecting yet another futile attack. To his surprise, Totem Jika dissipated in response. What is this? Bewildered Shanks stared at the scene, shocked that the Totem Jika, which he had been unable to harm even slightly, had vanished like this. It must be that Yuta has exhausted her strength. After all, she is still just a little girl and cannot maintain that monster for long. Nearby, Beckman, who was fighting alongside Shanks, also breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to fight, they might suffer losses themselves. After confirming that Totem Jika had been completely dealt with, Shanks hurried to the place where Totem Jika had dissipated, finding Yuta lying there, her face pale. Benson, come quickly and take a look. Seeing Yuta in such a state, Shanks panicked and did not dare to move recklessly, urgently calling for his ship's doctor. Don't worry, Captain. It's just a temporary fainting due to excessive exhaustion. She'll be fine shortly. Benson hurried over, examined Yuta closely, and reassured him. In truth, Shanks' concern was causing him to panic. If he had observed closely, he would have noticed that although Yuta's breath was somewhat weak, it was still very steady. Captain, let's take Yuta away first. It won't be good if she wakes up and sees this scene. Yes, Captain, let's take Yuta away first, chimed in the crew members nearby, who did not want to see Yuta in tears. Mr. Gordon, don't worry. I will explain to the world government that this incident was caused by my actions. Gordon also came over, looking at the devastated Elijah. No, Mr. Gordon, this is all the doing of the red-haired pirates. Please convey this to Yuta. Shanks slowly stood up and uttered words that left everyone present dumbfounded. Shanks then expressed his desire to leave Yuta behind, and although the red-haired pirates felt some reluctance, they agreed for Yuta's safety. After hearing Gordon assure him that he would train Yuta to become a singer who would bring happiness to the world, Shanks set sail from Elijah with his crew. Shanks surveyed the surroundings and found everyone wearing a frown, then laughed heartily. Let us all smile. Before Shanks could finish, he and Beckman simultaneously looked up at the sky, where a dark figure streaked down like a meteor directly toward them. Who goes there? All members of the red-haired pirates sprang into alertness, watching as the figure passed above them, seemingly with no intention of attacking. Wait, Yuta. Before they could relax slightly, Beckman suddenly shouted, instantly waking everyone up, for the figure's destination was Elijah. On Elijah Island, just as Gordon was about to take Yuta to a relatively intact room to rest, a gust of wind suddenly swept past him from behind. Gordon turned back in confusion and saw a mysterious masked man wearing a Hanya mask and a loose cloak staring coldly at him from behind. You? Before Gordon could speak, the mysterious masked man's large hand grabbed his head and effortlessly tossed him aside. This mysterious masked man needed no introduction. It was Shios in disguise. He had just returned to retrieve this outfit, with the Hanya mask being a gift from Yamato before his departure. Shios glanced at Yuta, who was lying on the ground, and without hesitation delivered 2 simple strikes to gently awaken her. Ouch, you hit me. Who are you? Yuta was suddenly awakened, still somewhat disoriented, but seeing the strange person in front of her, wearing the Hanya mask, she fearfully took 2 steps back. However, Shios had no time to explain to Yuta. He pulled her into his embrace and turned to face behind him. Accompanied by several sounds of breaking air, red-haired Shanks had already arrived, sword in hand, with Beckman and others closely following. Brother, could you please let Yuta down? Looking at Yuta, who had been taken hostage, Shanks suppressed his internal anger and spoke calmly. Roar, finally captured the legendary daughter of red-haired Shanks. I can't just let her go so easily. Shios deliberately lowered his voice, responding with a hoarse tone. Hearing Shios refer to Yuta as his daughter, Shanks' expression darkened. It seemed this guy had come prepared. I don't know what you want to make an offer. Before Shanks could finish, Beckman interjected, signaling the approaching crew members of the red-haired pirates to surround Shios. That depends on what you can offer. Shios remained unfazed by their little antics, appearing calm and unbothered. Damn it, you bastard, let me go. Yuta, don't move. At that moment, Yuta and Xius' arms began to struggle upon seeing Shanks arrive, but before Shios could say anything, Shanks interjected with a reprimand. The clever Yuta understood that Shanks did not want her to get hurt, so she stopped struggling and obediently quieted down. After pondering for a moment, Shanks pulled out a small booklet from his pocket and said coldly, "Since you have investigated that Yuta is my daughter, you should know that I once sailed on the Pirate King's Roger's ship. This booklet contains insights on swordsmanship from the captain, Mr. Rayleigh, and me. This should suffice, right?" Seeing what Shanks took out, Xius' eyes lit up. Shanks could not have anticipated today's situation, so this booklet must be genuine, containing insights from the Pirate King, the Dark King, and the youngest of the 4 emperors in swordsmanship. Shios was drooling at the thought. Shios did not say much more and extended a hand toward Shanks, signaling him to throw the item over. Shanks was not afraid of Shios pulling any tricks and tossed it directly into Xius' hand. Shios flipped through a few pages of the booklet to confirm it was indeed insights on swordsmanship and, satisfied, tucked it into his own. "All right, you can release Yuta now, can't you?" Seeing Shios had accepted the item, Jesus couldn't help but say, "When did I say I would release Yuta?" "What? You?" Upon hearing Xius' words, the crew members of the red-haired pirates glared in anger. Even Shanks and Beckman had darkened expressions. "Friend, you've taken the item and still won't release her. That isn't right. Rest assured I will definitely let her go as long as you give me one more thing." Feeling the piercing gazes filled with killing intent directed at him, Shios remained unfazed. Of course, with the mask on, no one could see his expression. "What is it? I see your ship is quite decent. If you give me the ship, I will naturally release Yuta." Shios revealed his true intentions. The swordsmanship notes were just a fortunate find. What he truly wanted was that thing on the red-haired pirate's ship. The gum fruit. To be precise, it should be the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast sun god Nika form. This fruit, possessing the most outrageous abilities in the world, had not yet been eaten by King Nika. It was quietly lying on the ship of the red-haired pirates. After Shios finished stating his demands, the scene fell into silence. Although Laji, Lu, and Yusubu felt reluctant to send out the Red Force, they believed it was worth it for Yuta. However, Hongfa and Beekman were different. They knew that there was something on the ship that could change this era. For a moment, Xiankasi hesitated, a struggle flashing across his face, clearly finding it difficult to make this decision. This was something even Shios had not anticipated. He thought Xiankasi would decisively hand over the Red Force. Now it seemed that Xiankasi indeed knew some secrets of the rubber fruit. But right now, Shios was not concerned about whether Xiankasi knew or not. He turned to Yuta, nestled in his arms, feeling good emotions emanating from the girl. At that moment, Yuta stared at Xiankasi with disbelief, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. Yuta did not understand the significant meaning of the rubber fruit in her eyes. She only saw her father struggling to choose between her and a ship. "Xiankasi." Beekman, noticing this, hurriedly called out to the still conflicted Xiankasi, "No, Yuta, The indecisive Xiankasi finally seemed to awaken from his daze, looking up at Yuta. Seeing her expression, he became anxious but did not know what to say. The secrets of the rubber fruit absolutely could not be revealed to this mysterious masked man. The other crew members of the red-haired pirates were at a loss. Xiankasi had not disclosed anything about the secrets of the rubber fruit to them. To them, wasn't it just a ship? Although it was precious, it shouldn't be such a big deal. Yet they absolutely trusted Xiankasi and Beekman, causing the atmosphere to become strange. Seeing this, Shios seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Xiankasi's reaction was indeed a great help. How interesting, but it's just a ship. Is it worth hesitating over trading this for your own daughter? In fact, what Xiankasi chose now was not important at all. Even if he refused Shios and did not trade the ship for Yuta, with the profound father-daughter bond between them, Yuta could find several reasons herself. This sensitive girl was at an age of wild imaginings, and Xiankasi's hesitant demeanor sent a chill through Yuta's heart. Did Xiankasi really think I was worth less than a ship? Are you really her biological father? Don't tell me you adopted her. Shios thrust another dagger into Yuta's heart, making her feel a chill. After all, wasn't she picked up by Xiankasi? Seeing that Xiankasi had provided him with a divine assist, Shios decisively changed his plan. The most important thing now was to take Yuta away. Originally, Shios had no thoughts about Yuta. He was simply preparing to use her to obtain the rubber fruit. After all, Yuta was indeed somewhat unstable. If he forcibly took her away, Shios was uncertain whether his observation haki could stabilize her emotions. He didn't want to end up with Totem Jika throwing in his face. That would be hard for Shiosi to handle. However, seeing that the situation on the scene was favorable for taking Yuta away, it was better to give up on the rubber fruit. As for being able to read people, if he wasn't recognized, let alone the 4th or 5th gear, he probably wouldn't even be able to activate 2nd gear. So Shiosi was of no great use to him. But Yuta was different. Just singing for a few years could turn nearly 70% of the world's population into her fans. What a terrifying ability to gain fans, which would be an unimaginable help for Shiosi in dealing with the world government in the future. If Yuta sang for a few more years, what about the World King M? How many fan clubs do you actually have? You bastard. Seeing Shiosi constantly sowing discord, Xianxus's forehead bulged as he could no longer hold back. A terrifying conqueror's haki erupted from his body. This conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the entire Aleagia and continued to spread outward, causing many sea kings lurking in the surrounding waters to faint and slowly float to the surface. Xius's eyes narrowed beneath the mask, sensing this terrifying conqueror's haki. His expression turned serious. Coupled with his earlier observation of the battle between Xianxus and Totem Jika, he roughly estimated his current strength. How should I put it? Very strong, extremely strong, but not overwhelmingly so. Compared to the abyss-like aura he felt from Kaido, Xianxus's strength at this moment still seemed somewhat immature, but he was stronger than Jin and Quinn. After all, Xianxus still had a few years before becoming one of the 4 emperors. He had not yet reached his peak. However, it was enough to fight Shiosi. Shiosi estimated that he could only barely engage in combat, with Xianxus relying on his innate fire of god talent and the bizarre abilities of the Yamata no Orochi. This was after Xianxus had been significantly drained by Totem Jika. It was truly unavoidable. Xius's training time had simply been too short. In terms of armament haki, while talent was important, accumulation over time was also indispensable. His Devil Fruit ability was only in its preliminary development, without even a shadow of awakening. Now Shiosi was equivalent to an enhanced version of Kazuki Momonosuke, albeit one that had been ripened. Physically, all aspects of his hardware had met the standards, but skills like armament haki remained his weak points. We will give you the ship, I'll let you to go. Beekman, holding back the about to explode Xianxus, spoke to Shiosi in a deep voice. The most important thing now was to rescue Yuta. As for the rubber fruit, Beekman suspected that the true aim of this mysterious masked man was actually the rubber fruit. Haha, compared to that ship, I would rather see the father-daughter affection between Hongfa and this little girl now. To Beekman's surprise, Shiosi waved his hand, rejecting the proposal. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he took out a den mushy from his pocket. With Xius's activation, a series of images projected onto the ground. What played inside was a huge figure like a demon, wantonly destroying and ravaging Aleagia. This was the Totem Jika that Yuta had transformed into, and it was what Shiosi had just captured from the sky. He hadn't expected it to come in handy now. Is that me, Yuta's pupils slowly widened as she watched the playback on the den mushy. Although the image was somewhat blurry, she could still barely make out a small figure inside the demon that was destroying Aleagia. To her shock, she saw herself, who was like family to her, the red-haired pirates, actually abandoning her and sailing away on a ship. Xianxus and the others did not expect that Shiosi had recorded the video. Watching Yuta's incredulous and nearly broken expression, they all became anxious. That's right, now you know why I could capture you, right? Xius's deep voice echoed in Yuta's ear like a demonic whisper. That's because they left you behind in Aleagia, otherwise I wouldn't dare to capture someone on the ship of the red-haired pirates. As Shiosi spoke, Yuta's pupils slowly lost focus, appearing as if something had broken inside her. It's not like that. We left you in Urouge to protect you. Shanks explained hurriedly. Yes, leaving a little girl in the very place where she was just slaughtered is indeed for her protection. Shut up, that wasn't Yuta's intention. She was affected too, Shanks continued. With a look of agreement, Shu said yes, if there are survivors they would surely understand Yuta and would never seek revenge against her. With Mr. Gordon around, such things will never happen. Faced with Shu's words, Shanks was at a loss for how to counter and could only bring up Gordon. Shu's agreed again. Yes, although my country was just thoroughly plundered by this little girl, I will definitely protect her. Shanks was completely at a loss for words, looking towards the ever-cunning Beckman beside him. At that moment, Beckman was also puzzled, unsure how to respond. Indeed, I will protect Yuta and train her to become the greatest singer who will bring happiness to the world. This is my vow to all the citizens of Urouge. Gordon, who had been thrown aside by Shu, struggled to get up and said, Yuta's singing is an invaluable treasure in this world. If she continues to stay with us, she will eventually be hunted down as a pirate. Leaving Yuta here is the best choice. Gordon will train her to become the best singer in the world. This decision is made for Yuta's sake. Beckman, racking his brain, replied, and then he looked at Yuta, wanting to see if she was already moved to tears. But to everyone's surprise, upon hearing such a touching response, Yuta showed no sign of emotion. Instead, she clenched her teeth and tightened her fists. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Who are you trying to move? Did you ask this little girl for her opinion before making this decision? After hearing the responses from the two, Xius burst into a fit of laughter, noting the lethal impact of the phrase, "This is all for your good. I'd rather sing for you than become the greatest singer." Tears streamed down Yuta's smooth little face as she never expected that the people she had lived with for so long did not understand her, as well as this suddenly appeared masked man. Does Yuta want to become the greatest singer in the world? Certainly, but she would never part ways with the red-haired pirates for that. After hearing Yuta's words, the crew of the red-haired pirates fell silent, staring blankly at Yuta, who was covering her face and sobbing. Even Beckman, the smartest among them, was speechless. As for you, old man, what right do you have to represent all the citizens of Urouge? Knowing full well that the forbidden melody contains the power to destroy the world, you still placed it in the castle's treasury. You bear 90% of the responsibility for Urouge's destruction. Xius turned to look at Gordon, who was struggling to get up, his expression filled with disdain. Xius was utterly disgusted by this useless old man who not only did he hide the forbidden melody, but after witnessing Totem Jitsa thoroughly pillage Urouge, this old man still managed to collect it again. Simply outrageous. Gordon stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. For a moment, everyone present was left speechless by Xius' retort. Since you all no longer want this little girl, I'll take her. I happen to need a child bride. Seeing the silence in the arena, Xius suddenly struck. A shadow burst forth from the ground behind Gordon, tearing him apart, and retrieved the forbidden melody hidden in his clothes. This was the tail that Xius had quietly sent into the ground earlier. What? This action was so swift that no one present could see it clearly. But soon Shanks reacted first, drawing his sword and attempting to strike at Xius, while Beckman and the others hurriedly moved to intervene. But Xius, without a glance, leaped into the sky amidst Yuta's startled cry. The sharp strike instantly cut into Xius' skin, but that was all. His solid muscles firmly blocked Shanks' attack. Shanks, mindful of Yuta's presence, did not use his full strength, allowing Xius' divine fire to easily defend against it. In the midst of Shanks' shocked expression, Xius kicked him back, obstructing the attack routes of Beckman and the others. Flame charge. A cluster of flames erupted violently in Xius' hand, which he sent directly outwards. The fireball created by the explosion illuminated the entire night and forced back those who wanted to continue attacking. Bastard, return, Yuta. Seeing Xius about to escape, Shanks no longer held back and attacked with all his might. Divine avoidance. A high-level armed color enveloped Griffin, interspersed with hints of Conqueror's haki, an aura that seemed capable of slicing through everything enveloped Shanks. A bone-chilling sensation spread from Xius' back, yet he still did not use Yuta as a shield. Xius halted midair, facing Shanks, drawing the long knife at his waist to confront him. Of course, this was not Enma. Shanks had certainly seen Enma before, and Xius would not make such a rookie mistake. The disparity between the armed colors of the two was simply too great. The blade in Xius' hand was merely an ordinary swift blade, not to mention the gap in their swordsmanship. Shanks' divine avoidance with an unstoppable force severed the long knife in Xius' hand and left a wound on his chest deep enough to see the bone. Flame charge. Enduring the severe pain from his chest, Xius kicked at Shanks, and the flames on his foot erupted once more, creating a massive fireball that engulfed Xius, Yuta, and Shanks together. Seeing the fireball consume Yuta, Shanks panicked and rushed towards Xius, wanting to save Yuta. Within the fireball, Xius activated the latent vitality within his body to rapidly heal his wound and sensed Shanks approaching with his observation haki. A smile crept upon Xius' lips. His plan had succeeded. As for Yuta, she was enveloped by his auspicious clouds and would face no problems for the time being. A tail emerged behind Xius, but unlike before, this tail lacked any bone spurs. It was entirely smooth and glossy. Xius slowly aimed the tail at the approaching Shanks. Heavenly Cloud. At this moment, Shanks braved the surrounding heat, rapidly closing in on the presence captured by his observation haki. Knowing that Yuta might already be scorched to charcoal, Shanks grew increasingly anxious. But before Shanks could get too close, he suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, as if an invisible grim reaper had gripped his throat, a sense of impending death weighing heavily on his heart. A flash of light instantly cut through the night sky, severing the massive fireball, and this flash continued unabated, cleaving through the entire island of Urouge and penetrating the ocean until it vanished from sight. In the waters near Urouge, the other crew members of the red-haired pirate crew, who were unable to use the moonwalk, stood dumbfounded on the island, watching the golden light that divided the world. Their observation haki sensed their captain's aura rapidly diminishing along with another presence. What happened? Was it an attack from that mysterious masked man? Damn, what just occurred? Above the Urouge sea, Shanks, clutching his severed arms, stared wide-eyed at the events unfolding before him. The golden light had come so swiftly that he thought he was going to die, but a pair of hands saved him from a fatal blow. These hands belonged to none other than Beckman. At this moment, Beckman was covered in injuries, blood splattered everywhere, and one of his arms had mysteriously vanished. At this point, he had lost consciousness and was plummeting towards the sea. Beckman. Seeing Beckman's dire state, Shanks, disregarding his own severed right arm, dashed towards the falling Beckman. Xius also found himself in a precarious situation. That attack had drained most of his stamina and haki. He stumbled in midair, nearly falling, but managed to catch his breath and grabbed onto a cloud to swiftly distance himself from Aliagia. What is going on? The weaker Jesus Burgess and the others looked at the two men's grim conditions in disbelief. The mysterious masked man was indeed powerful, but there was no way he could have reduced both the captain and vice-captain to such a state simultaneously. Shanks had no time to answer their questions. With his eyes glowing red, he rushed towards Aliagia, cradling the nearly lifeless Beckman. As soon as he landed, he roared, "Ben, hurry up." Ben understood the gravity of the situation and rushed over. Upon seeing Beckman's condition, he gasped in shock, knowing that even if the vice-captain survived, he would be incapacitated. Watching Ben take out the medical kit and quickly stabilize Beckman's condition, Shanks finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked towards Xius, who had already flown far away, with an endless fury reflected in his pupils, veins bulging on his forehead. Thinking of his kidnapped daughter and his severely injured brother-in-arms, Shanks could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Captain. On the other side, Xius, having completely distanced himself from Aliagia, finally let out the breath he had been holding and fell onto a deserted island in the calm belt. Xius, lying on the deserted island in a cross position, couldn't hide the smile on his lips. That last move was indeed Xius' strongest attack. In the myth of the eight-headed serpent, one of the three famous divine treasures, the Sword of Heaven's Clouds, is hidden in its tail, also known as the Kusanagi sword. Xius also possessed such a sword within his body. He had attempted to draw it out before, but had not succeeded. After continuous development on Ghost Island, Xius was finally able to successfully launch it using his haki, though the cost was still quite high. However, the effect was gratifying. If it weren't for Beckman's selfless rescue, Shanks would have likely perished beneath the Sword of Heaven's Clouds. I wonder if Beckman is dead. Thinking of Beckman, who had sacrificed himself to save him, Xius in his haste did not have time to consider whether Beckman was alive or dead. However, he soon cast that thought aside with the mask on. How could Shanks possibly find him? Xius now felt as if his spine had been pulled out. Lying on the ground to rest for a moment, a wisp of dark fire appeared in his hand and was casually thrown onto the deserted island. In an instant, the entire deserted island was ravaged. Countless animals and plants were burned to ashes by the dark fire, and endless vitality was plundered by Xius. So weak, burning, all this can't even compare to one of the red scabbards. After turning the entire island into a barren wasteland, Xius sighed. The gap between the strong and the weak in this world is absurd. The weak could fall to their deaths just by tripping on stairs, while the strong could plummet from 10,000 meters and sustain not even a scratch. What have you done to my father? Feeling the continuous impacts from the cloud, Xius focused and released Yuta from within. As soon as she emerged, Yuta hurriedly asked, "Don't worry, he's not dead." When Yuta came out and immediately asked about Shanks, Xius not only did not frown, but instead smiled. Now Yuta was separated from Shanks by a thick wall. Yuta had never called Shanks dad before. This wasn't a sign of estrangement, but rather a symbol of their good relationship. Yet now she referred to Shanks as her father. Knowing Shanks was alive brought relief to Yuta, but she then fearfully stepped back a bit, having just heard this guy in front of her call her a child bride. She was only 10 years old. What kind of pervert was this guy? Phew, that should be enough. After plundering all the vitality of the entire island, Xius finally recovered a bit. The remaining injuries would heal slowly. He couldn't develop a habit of relying on vitality every time he got hurt. Xius turned to Yuta, slowly removing his Banryo mask and speaking to her. "Although I did lie to you a bit earlier, it's true that the red-haired pirate crew abandoned you. Come with me from now on." Yuta looked at Xius as he removed his mask, surprised. She had expected a perverted, greasy old man, but instead, he was a very handsome young man. If that were the case, then being a child bride wasn't so hard to accept. "Hey." Seeing Yuta in a daze, Xius tapped her on the head, waking her from her stupor. "Come with me. Who are you? What do you want to do?" Listening to Yuta's series of confused questions, Xius thought for a moment, stroking his chin. "I want to bring down the world government and become the king of the world, opening up a brand new era. I think you're a great little girl. Oh, just come with me. I won't abandon you." Upon hearing Xius' words, Yuta did not feel any admiration, but instead looked at him with some disdain. Could it be that this person was some sort of delusional kid? Smack. Seeing Yuta's expression, Xius was dissatisfied and gave her a light smack on the head, causing her to shed a tear. Then he said impatiently, "Come on, let's talk slowly on the way." With that, he cradled Yuta again and flew toward the sea where Ulki and the others were located. In midair, Xius suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Yuta, "Have you had a life card made?" This needed to be clarified. He didn't want to be caught off guard one day. "No, Dad," said, "I'm too young and weak to have a life card made." Yuta, being held by Xius, replied honestly. She herself didn't know why she was so obedient to this kidnapper. "That's good." Xius looked at Yuta with a hint of curiosity. He hadn't expected this little girl's fondness for him to grow so quickly. In midair, Xius did not waste any time preparing to thoroughly educate Yuta. This girl was quite precocious. At just 10 years old, she was already thinking of creating a new world. "Yuta, do you know the meaning of life?" The Windless Zone, an unnamed deserted island. At this moment, Urki and the others sat dumbfounded on the giant rock of the island, unaware of what Xios had gone to do. "Gentlemen, Captain Xios has arrived." Just as they were beginning to fish out of boredom, Babanuki was the first to spot Xios in the distance. Xios moved quickly, landing on the deserted island before they could even reel in their lines. Without waiting for a greeting from Urki and the others, they saw the little girl in Xios' arms. "Boss has some strange preferences, first Hiyori and now this little girl. Each one of them is a beautiful gem." Of course, this was something they dared not voice aloud, only murmuring in their hearts. Yuta's beauty was undeniable, and she had become a superstar that made even Brooke feel inferior. Although her singing was a significant factor, her looks were equally essential. Her red and white hair contrasted sharply, and her adorable face radiated vibrant youthful energy. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Hiyori. Yuta, feeling a bit scared, hid behind Xios' back, as none of the people present looked particularly friendly. Urki, with his tall stature and a grotesque scar across his face, and Keisai exuding a murderous aura, would frighten anyone just by being present. "How's the ascending current?" Feeling their silent critique, Xios was somewhat speechless. "I'm not some Lolita enthusiast. It just so happens that I like those who happen to be little girls. It should be about time I..." Urki calculated the time and felt it was almost right, but before he could finish, a loud bang interrupted him. A massive whirlpool appeared on the previously calm sea, gathering enough power to easily shatter islands. "It's here, let's get on the ship." Seeing the ascending current form, Urki hurriedly called everyone to board the ship. As soon as they got on, a torrent of water spiraled upwards into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight that shocked everyone present. "Wow." Yuta, who had been frightened and hiding behind Xios, couldn't help but be drawn in, climbing up onto his shoulder to admire the rare spectacle. "All right, let's set off." Urki, having seen this sight many times, was not overly surprised. Once everyone finished admiring it, he called out and directly steered the ship into the ascending current. It turned out that Urki was not misleading anyone. This ascending current was indeed safe, completely unlike the perilous current that the Straw Hat Pirates would later encounter. With Urki's skilled navigation, the warship smoothly ascended into the sky, breaking through the clouds to reach the White Sea. As soon as they reached the White Sea, many crew members felt uncomfortable, sitting on the ground, slightly gasping for breath and feeling dizzy. However, these pirates had fought through the New World, and they quickly recovered. The most affected was Yuta, who lay weakly on Xios' shoulder, but her large eyes couldn't help but observe her surroundings, admiring the rare beauty. "We are at XXX, send a team to pick us up." Having grown up on the Sky Island, Urki was undoubtedly the most suited to this environment. He had already pulled out the Sky Island exclusive communication snail to contact his former subordinates, as no special shrimp would do in the White Sea. After a brief exchange, Urki hung up the call and turned to Xios. "Captain, the chief said there are people from the trade association nearby, and they will arrive shortly. Even in a place like this, we have members of our trade association. It seems the chief has been managing the Angel Trade Association quite well." Xios couldn't help but feel astonished that there were people of his own in such a desolate place. "Captain, what is the Angel Trade Association?" Keisai, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. "That's an organization we previously managed. It was going well until Governor Kaido took them to Wano country." Urki quickly replied, already steering the ship towards the nearest small island, Cloud, which was the designated location agreed upon with the Angel Trade Association. This trade association was established by Xios during his 3 years on the Sky Island. Initially, Xios led this organization to rob notorious angel bullies, gaining a mighty reputation thanks to his tough skin and fire control. It was at this time that Urki was pulled under Xios' command. "They're here." Not long after they landed on the island, several large modified ships approached majestically. As they drew closer, robust men with small white wings on their backs jumped down. Upon seeing Xios and Urki, they hurriedly spoke. "Captain Xios, brother Urki, you finally returned. The chief has been worried sick these days." It's a long story. Let's go back and talk." "Yes. White Sea Appiato. It's been a long time, Appiato." Xios looked at the gradually enlarging Appiato with a hint of emotion in his eyes. "It's quite far. Even on the super-fast shrimp, it took 2 days of sailing." Urki, seeing the long-awaited land, grinned widely. After 2 days on the super-fast shrimp, he could hardly sleep, and now he could finally rest well. Before Xios and the others could disembark, a grand welcome ceremony was already underway at Appiato, with numerous agile Sandia people appearing in their sight. As the ship docked, the chief led a group of people to welcome them. Xios, seeing the chief he hadn't seen in a long time, laughed heartily in greeting. "Chief, it's been a long time. Boss, you finally returned. The welcome ceremony has been prepared. Oh, let's have a feast first." "All right." The Sandia people surrounded Xios and his crew as they entered Appiato, where a grand banquet awaited them with countless Sky Island specialties of fish and fruits served before them. Even Yuta, looking weak, got up and ate quite a bit, while Xios's crew and the Sandia people danced joyfully around the bonfire, creating a scene of merriment. After politely declining some drinking invitations from the Sandia people, Xios and the chief stepped into a small tent. "Nothing significant happened while I was away, right?" "Nothing major. By the way, here's the bill for these days. Please have a look." Saying this, the chief handed over a ledger that someone had passed to him. Xios waved his hand. "There's no need to look. I trust you." "This." The chief wanted to say something, but seeing Xius's firm decision, he didn't press further and gratefully took back the ledger. "We will never forget the kindness of the Sandia people." Xios felt the overwhelming gratitude emanating from the chief and smiled slightly. These Sandia people were the ones Xios had subdued 2 years ago. At that time, he had just expelled Shingon Fu with force, and it was a time when he needed people the most. He immediately thought of these hard men who engraved loyalty into their bones, the Sandia people. After promising to return Appiato to them, Xios earned the loyalty of the Sandia people, while the Sky Island people who had occupied Appiato were all expelled. Whether it was the Huaxiao people of his past life or the descendants of the Lunaria tribe in this life, he had no fondness for those who seized other people's lands. Subsequently, Xios formed the Angel Trade Association with these Sandia people, and with his novel business ideas from his previous life, the Angel Trade Association quickly gained fame throughout the Sky Island. Then came Xius's attempt to seize the Thunder Fruit, which led to his addiction to the Wave King's power. The lively banquet continued until deep into the night, and by the time Urki and the others awoke, it was already noon the next day. As they staggered out, their eyes fell upon Xios, who was diligently training. At that moment, Xios was struggling to walk while dragging a massive serpent as large as a mountain around Appiato. This serpent was Nolan, the Lord of the Void. Originally reigning over all of Appiato, this Serpent King had been schooled a few times by Xios and was now under his command. At this moment, Nolan felt a bit depressed. It had been a long time since it had seen the calamity known as Xios, and it was initially excited only to find that their reunion involved being used as a training prop. Nolan exerted all its strength trying to break free as the entire serpent body trembled, yet it could not pull away from Xios, who continued to drag it forward around Appiato. Wow, no wonder he is the leader. Even the Lord of the Void can be easily subdued. A small boy with black hair and a red headscarf watched this scene with excitement. "Chieftain, do you think I can be as strong as the leader in the future?" The chieftain, smiling, looked at the jumping little boy and encouraged, "Wappa, as long as you work hard in training, I believe you can do it." "I'm going to train right now." Wappa nodded seriously at the chieftain's words and hurriedly dashed into the camp, grabbing a long sword to start training, which drew laughter from the Sandia tribe members. "Phew, that's enough. They'll find you for training tomorrow." Xios checked the time and felt it was about time, finally letting go of the unfortunate big snake Nolan. Roar! Nolan glanced at its nearly pulled-out tail, and hearing that Xios would use it for training again tomorrow, fled back into the jungle. "Here, have some water." Yuta, noticing Xius's cracked lips, hurriedly brought over a cup of water from the side. Watching Xios gulping down the water, Yuta felt complex emotions. She didn't know why she was doing this, especially since she was the one who had been abducted. Perhaps it was the things Xios had said while holding her in the sky about the new era, things Yuta had never imagined. Or maybe it was what Xios had promised about not abandoning her. In any case, Yuta no longer wanted to leave as she decided to follow this strange person for a while. During last night's banquet, no one was watching her. Yuta knew there was a phone bug in the nearby room, but she didn't call Shanks for rescue. Instead, she had joined the banquet and even passionately sang a song. Thud, ouch, that hurts. Just as Yuta was lost in thought, Xios threw a roasted chestnut at her, causing her to cry out in pain while covering her head. "You bastard, why did you hit me?" Seeing Yuta, who was deep in thought just a moment ago, instantly break her composure, Xios chuckled mischievously. "What does a little girl need to think so much for?" Yuta glared at Xios, furious, just as she was about to pounce on him to bite, when she heard Xios speak. "Come, let's do an experiment." Thus, a puzzled Yuta was directly scooped up by Xios and flew toward the sky, heading for an uninhabited island beside Appiato. "What experiment are you going to do?" Yuta, now comfortably nestled in Xius's arms, asked curiously. "About Totem Jika." Ignoring Yuta's shocked panic, Xios landed straight on the uninhabited island. No, I can't." As soon as they landed, Yuta struggled to jump down, and waved her hands in refusal. The last time she lost control, she had truly destroyed a nation and slaughtered over 1 million citizens. Just thinking about it made her shiver in fear. Don't worry, this is an uninhabited, deserted island. You won't harm anyone else. Shios reassured Yuta, but looking at him, Yuta suddenly realized and laughed. Rest assured though, Totem Jika is powerful, it can't kill me. Even if I can't defeat it, I can still fly away, right? But Yuta hesitated after hearing Xius' words. Seeing her expression, Shios walked over and grabbed Yuta's shoulders, directing her gaze into his eyes. If you keep being afraid, it will forever be your nightmare. Right now, your physical strength is not enough to support Totem Jika becoming too strong. This is the best opportunity to master it. Master it. Master that demon. Yuta finally understood that Shios wanted her to completely master Totem Jika, and her face showed disbelief. Just from the videos Shios had shown her, she could sense Totem Jika's frenzied and evil aura. Power has no right or wrong, it depends on the person who wields it. Does mastering Totem Jika mean you will commit all sorts of evil? Your dreams are great, but they require the support of power. Right now, the opportunity to master Totem Jika is right in front of you. After hearing Xius' words, Yuta's gaze became resolute. She knew that what Shios said was completely correct. To achieve her dreams, the power of Totem Jika was indispensable. Come on, what should I do? Looking at the determined girl before him, Shios couldn't help but smile as he took out some music sheets from his pocket and handed them to Yuta. By holding these music sheets, you'll know what to do. Remember to keep your mind steady. Yuta swallowed hard and solemnly accepted the familiar music sheets. As soon as the music sheets were in Yuta's hands, strange music resonated throughout the deserted island. However, this music, which could drive an ordinary person to despair, did not affect Shios. He quietly observed the changes in Yuta. Endless black and purple energy enveloped Yuta as an evil aura erupted, even causing Urki and others on Appayado Island to sense it. Shios looked at the scene, seriously ready to act at any moment. He didn't let Yuta do this on a whim. He genuinely believed that Yuta could master Totem Jika. In the theatrical version, after being defeated by the red-haired diva, Yuta once said, "So you are lonely too." Many speculated that this line was directed at the red-haired diva, but Shios believed that Yuta was actually talking about Totem Jika, that this demon filled with a desire for destruction was actually very lonely. Thus, Shios believed that it was not impossible for Yuta to master the power of this musical demon. Oh, it seems to have failed. That's not surprising. Looking at Totem Jika, which was gradually taking shape, and glaring at him, Shios scratched his head, realizing that it was indeed a bit forced, but it was still effective. Shios nodded at Totem Jika, whose eyes occasionally flashed with signs of struggle. With a few more attempts, the results should be even better. Roar! After a brief struggle, Totem Jika completely went berserk, unleashing a bolt of lightning filled with destructive energy towards Shios. Then let's fight. Shios showed no fear, instantly transforming into his beastman form and punching back, the terrifying aftermath immediately exacerbating the already barren island. How long has this been going on? Kes handed a piece of freshly grilled meat to Ulki. A day and a night. Ulki took the meat and bit into it, then mumbled, "The captain is really strong, managing to fight that monster for such a long time." Kes also sighed, looking at the island shrouded in thunderclouds not far away, the terrifying sounds of collisions and the monstrous roars occasionally sending chills down their spines. At this moment, the chief, clad in rough linen, approached with a look of anxiety. "Is it still not over? What's happening?" Ulki scratched his head, glancing at the worried chief, and was about to suggest going in to urge them, when his observation color sensed that one of the two powerful auras on the island had vanished. Then a battered and torn Susi returned, carrying Yuta. He threw Yuta to a young Sandia girl and instructed her to take good care of him, then turned to the chief. What happened? It wasn't that Susi could hear from that far away, but he sensed the chief's anxious emotions. Baika has seized a large shipment of our goods and demands that our Angel Trade Association join them. The chief, unfazed by how Susi knew, said anxiously. Baika is one of the strongest floating islands in the White Sea, but seems that the prosperity of their trade association over the years has made Baika envious, prompting them to take action against them. The Angel Trade Association, which has only been established for 3 years, lacks the foundation. If they were to fight Baika, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. However, Susi was unconcerned and instead asked, "Is anyone hurt?" "There should be no one." A Baika released a few people to report while the others were captured. The chief was also influenced by Susi's calmness, and his mood gradually eased. "I hadn't gone to trouble them yet, but they came looking for us first." Susi's gaze turned cold. Initially, he intended to understand the current situation of the trade association before making a move against Baika. He didn't expect these guys to seek their own death. "Chief, gather the troops." Ulki prepared to set off for Baika. After hearing Susi's orders, Ulki and the others decisively went down to execute it. The chief stood there in a daze, not because his loyalty was less than Ulki's, but because of the difference in their perspectives. For Ulki, who had experienced the struggles of the New World, taking down a small Baika was no big deal. But for the chief, Baika was the strongest force he had known. However, after a brief hesitation, the chief immediately went down to rally his people, while there were also dedicated individuals from Susis, floating island people, to notify them. In no time, ships filled with Sandia and floating island people set sail toward Baika. By the way, don't we have a spy in Baika? Yes, the leader, I think he is called Inoue. In a magnificent palace in Baika. I suppose the informant has arrived by now. What do you think the Angel Trade Association will choose? Sitting on a throne made of pure gold, a tall figure toyed with the latest products of the Angel Trade Association. The gods, surely those fools wouldn't dare to oppose Baika. Indeed, serving me is their honor. Below, the priests were loudly praising the figure on the throne while belittling the Angel Trade Association. Listening to them, the god of Baika could no longer contain his boisterous laughter, which echoed throughout the entire temple. Outside the temple, a young man in clothes that had turned white from washing was scrubbing the floor. If one looked closely, they would see that this young man had been paying attention to the movements inside the temple. At an unguarded moment, the young man quickly glanced into the temple, and when he saw a yellow object, his eyes lit up. Then he silently cleaned the floor and respectfully retreated. After putting away his tools, the young man left the temple built in the center of the island and walked towards the bustling street. As the young man hurriedly made his way home in silence, a pair of large hands suddenly reached for his head, tearing away the cloth wrapped around it, revealing earlobes that were much longer than normal. Instantly, laughter erupted behind him as a group of floating island people resembling thugs gleefully stared at Inoue. Finished your work, big-eared boy. Ha ha ha, every time I see those big earlobes, I can't help but laugh. The young man silently passed through the mocking laughter until he turned into a dim alley and squeezed into a small room where he could no longer contain himself and punched the wall, his eyes revealing deep-seated hatred. This young man was none other than Inoue. As an oddity born with long earlobes, Inoue thought he had gotten used to the mockery he had faced since childhood, yet each time he was ridiculed like this, his rage burned within him. These people mocked him not only for his earlobes, but also because he was a rare wingless race among the floating island people. Because of this, Inoue had been abandoned at birth. Had it not been for a kind-hearted person of the same wingless race taking him in, Inoue would have long died in an unknown alley. Over the years, he had survived by begging and scavenging, and sometimes when luck was good, he could pick up some odd jobs. Inoue pulled a communication shell from under his narrow bed and fell into hesitation. But Inoue recalled the events from 2 years ago when the kind-hearted person who had adopted him was killed by several temple guards merely because they suspected him of being a criminal and executed him on the spot. Although it was later determined to be a case of mistaken identity, it was left unresolved. After all, the wingless race in the floating islands was akin to the N-word in a plantation. Thinking of this, Inoue no longer hesitated and dialed the communication shell. He wanted those lofty individuals to experience the pain of being wingless. Is this the Angel Trade Association? Yes, indeed, that yellow fruit that looks like lightning is inside the temple. On the Sea of Clouds not far from Baika, after hearing Inoue's report, Susi wore a strange expression, not expecting to find a double agent right at Inoue's head. According to what Inoue just said, the thunder fruit should be in the temple of Baika. Thinking of this, Susi felt a rush of excitement. He was quite envious of this strongest nature-type fruit. Leader, we might have already been discovered. At that moment, the chief approached Susi to report. To be honest, this was not unexpected. Their expedition was not subtle at all, with nearly 100 warships making it glaringly obvious. In the resplendent temple of Baika, the Baika god and his priests still appeared to be in a festive mood, surrounded by songs and dances. As for the previous conflict with the Angel Chamber of Commerce, it was merely a trivial matter that they did not take seriously. A mere upstart that had only risen for 2 years was insignificant compared to the centuries-old Baika. No matter how diligently one worked in such an environment, their sharp edges would be dulled. The Baika god once harbored great ambitions in his youth, yet now he simply indulged in wine and beauty. But today was different. This scene of revelry could no longer be sustained. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the temple's doors were suddenly flung open, and a guard rushed to the center of the temple, kneeling down. My god, the Angel Chamber of Commerce is attacking. The once lively temple fell silent, and the Baika god withdrew his large hand from the beautiful priestess, incredulously asking as he cleaned out his ears. What did you say? Who is attacking? It's the Angel Chamber of Commerce. They have already breached the outer defenses and entered the Sea of the Gods. In an instant, the entire temple plunged into a deathly silence, and soon after, the furious voice of the Baika god echoed throughout the temple. How dare they? How dare they lay hands on Baika? And why did they only report after breaking into the Sea of the Gods? Have our defensive islands on the outskirts fallen? Yes, those islands were all breached by the Angel Chamber of Commerce. The only reason we received the news is that they allowed a few people to return. The guard on his knees trembled as he spoke. Thud. The wine cup in the Baika god's other hand fell to the ground utterly unexpected. His furious questioning had already come to pass. The fiery demon of the angel chamber has returned, and he even brought a large group of the wingless. Each of them possesses extraordinary strength, easily breaching our islands. Seeing that the Baika god was no longer speaking, the guard gritted his teeth and revealed all the intelligence. The fiery demon is a title given to Shios by the people of the Sky Islands above the White Sea, as he can freely wield flames in battle and withstand any assault without suffering serious injury. Of course, Shios himself despised this unsavory title, but it was of no consequence. The title of the fiery demon spread widely across the White Sea. So that guy has returned, and he brought reinforcements. The Baika god finally realized, yet still found it hard to comprehend. After all, although the fiery demon was well known in the White Sea, he shouldn't be this formidable. God, I believe this group from the Angel Chamber must have used some underhanded tactics. Yes. Otherwise, how could they have easily barged in? At this moment, the priests below, after being shocked by this explosive news, first felt suspicion. These families that had occupied the White Sea for centuries had their vision forever shackled. Their imagination could only extend as far as Baika. Even if Baika himself took action, he could not breach the Sea of the Gods so swiftly, so they firmly believed that the Angel Chamber must have employed some other despicable means to succeed. Yes, indeed. We Baika are the strongest nation in the White Sea world. We cannot be frightened so easily. Listening to the priest's animated discussions, the Baika god also began to believe, waving his hand. Gather the forces of Baika. We will drive out these despicable scoundrels. The guard on his knees wanted to say something, but seeing the priests around, and then glancing at the Baika god on the throne, he silently closed his mouth, bowed his head respectfully, and exited the temple to convey the orders. The news of the Angel Chamber of Commerce at the gates spread somehow, plunging all of Baika into chaos. In the tumultuous Baika, squads of soldiers gathered to suppress the chaotic situation, yet soon they dragged out a group of ragged individuals amidst cries of despair. These people were the wingless. Chief, I never expected the group of crew you brought to be so valiant. The chieftain looked at the crew members, some sitting and some lying down, all with indifferent expressions, and marveled. He had witnessed these seemingly harmless individuals effortlessly slaughtering several cloud islands like butchering chickens. Weapons like burning cannons and striking shells were useless against them, while their casual strikes could easily take the lives of an entire small squad. Of course, they are my carefully selected crew and are elites even in the New World. Shios smiled slightly, sensing the chieftain's deep astonishment. We specifically sent back a batch of people. They shouldn't be so ungrateful. Meanwhile, Urki leisurely pulled out a fishing rod and began to fish, turning to Shios with a grin. The group sent back had experienced their power. It wouldn't be long before Baika would voluntarily surrender. Shios thought the same. Now that they had breached all of Baika's external defenses, even if the other side was reluctant, they could only surrender obediently. Just as the crew on the ship began discussing the post-battle banquet, Shios frowned his observation, since detecting something amiss. After a moment, a lookout on the observation deck also noticed something unusual and shouted in disbelief. Enemy detected. A large number of ships are departing from Baika Island towards us. The ship fell into a brief silence, then laughter erupted throughout. Urki, you guessed wrong. They are completely disregarding your presence. Ha, brother. Urki got slapped in the face. The crew jested at Urki, who paid no mind and laughed heartily. As the laughter subsided, everyone's faces turned serious and a chilling aura began to spread. Shios said coldly, since they don't want to give face, then we won't hold back. Oh. From a distance at this moment, the Baika god, clad in shining golden armor, slowly drew the long sword from his waist, striking a handsome pose. For the glory of Baika, charged forward. Accompanied by the Baika god's roar, several somewhat decrepit warships slowly sailed towards the fleet of the Angel Chamber of Commerce. These warships surged forward in silence, manned entirely by the wingless, who stood on the ships with faces full of despair as they watched Baika gradually recede. They were all forcibly conscripted by the Baika god. Most of them had their wives and daughters held captive by him, thus had no choice but to act as a suicide squad. I never expected that one day this useless group of wingless would come in handy. The Baika god laughed heartily at the bow of the ship, preparing to use this group of wingless to test the waters. He was not foolish. What if the Angel Chamber of Commerce truly forced their way through their defenses? With these guys scouting ahead, if things went awry, they could quickly surrender to save their lives. Among the forcibly conscripted wingless, there was also Ainalu, who struggled to rise, clutching his head, where he had been struck by a guard for resisting. These damn bastards. Ainalu could no longer hold back and cursed at the high-ranking members of Baika for the first time in front of others. Ainalu shouted at his fellow tribesmen who were casting glances at him. Are you really going to march to your deaths? They didn't even provide us with a wooden stick. In response, Ainalu was met with silence. His wife and daughter had already been taken control of by the Baika deity, and they were helpless. Even if we follow what those bastards say, do you really think your families will be safe? Once again, there was only a deathly silence. Ainalu gritted his teeth, feeling a deep-seated disgust towards his fellow tribesmen who had already surrendered. After considering for a moment, Ainalu pulled out a communication snail from his pocket. He wasn't sure if it would still be useful, but desperate times called for desperate measures, and he had no other options. After just a brief moment of dialing, a magnetic male voice came from the communication snail. Is this Ainalu? Ainalu was surprised at how quickly the call connected, and that the person on the other end recognized him, but he had no time to think further and hurriedly explained. My lord, please don't open fire yet. We are all being controlled by the Baika deity. On the other end, Xius listened in silence, feeling little sympathy. In the twisted world of One Piece, there were many villains, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, who could blow up an entire street just by stumbling, and Roger, who slaughtered an entire kingdom's army for merely speaking ill of his comrades. Even the celestial dragons, beings defying the heavens, wiped out nations within 3 years, and the number of humans they have slain during the 800 years of the world government's rule is beyond imagination. Compared to the vicious Baika deity, these individuals were on another level. After listening in silence, Xius replied, I can help you deal with the Baika deity, but what will be the cost? I have nothing. Upon hearing that Xius was willing to help him, Ainalu felt a surge of excitement, but then froze upon hearing the latter part of the sentence. Did he possess anything of value? If you have nothing, then offer your loyalty. Xius' magnetic voice came from behind Ainalu, startling him as Xius had somehow appeared behind him. Ainalu stared blankly at Xius, then at the communication snail in his hand, and quickly reacted by kneeling on the ground. My lord, I am willing to offer my loyalty to you. Feeling the emotions radiating from Ainalu, Xius smiled in satisfaction. Ignoring the timid wingless crew on the ship, Xius looked directly at the massive warship adorned in gaudy gold behind him, still able to see the Baika deity's ugly face from several miles away. Sinister scales slowly covered Xius' body, and in the shocked and terrified gazes of Ainalu, and the wingless Xius form began to swell. In no time, the colossal Yamata no Orochi coiled around the entire Sea of the Gods. What? All the people on the opposing Baika warships stared blankly at the Yamata no Orochi, feeling as if they had not woken up today. The Baika deity also fell from the bow of the ship onto the deck with a thud, finally understanding how his defenses had collapsed. Quick run. The sound of the Baika deity falling also awakened everyone on the deck, and seeing the Yamata no Orochi swirling in the sky, not a single person felt rebellious as they hurriedly urged to escape. But it was already too late. Xius' observation haki had enveloped them all, slowly opening his 8 massive mouths with a ghostly purple light shimmering within. Demon light cannon. The next moment, 8 beams of purple light dyeing the entire sky shot out from the mouths of Yamata no Orochi. Countless warships evaporated in the beams, instantly wiping out the Bika's centuries of accumulated power. The immense vitality was devoured and stored by Xius, leaving him fully satisfied. This battle was not about destroying Baika, so he did not annihilate all the warships. Once he confirmed that the enemy had completely lost their power to resist, Xius happily ceased his attack. The remaining matters would be handled by Ulki and the others, as the Angel Merchant's fleet had already surrounded the defeated foes. With a glance downward, clouds gathered around Ainalu, lifting him and bringing him before Xius. Go take care of him. Then Xius directly threw Ainalu onto the Baika deity's warship. At this moment, the Baika deity was so frightened he nearly wet himself, not even thinking about why the purple flames that devoured people did not harm him. With a thud, Ainalu landed safely thanks to the clouds holding his somewhat dizzy head and surveying the surroundings, soon spotting the terrified Baika deity staring at him. Ainalu now understood what Xius meant, and it suited him perfectly. Looking around, he picked up a handy steel knife and approached the Baika deity. Wait, don't. I can give you. Without hesitation or trembling, Ainalu swiftly stabbed the Baika deity's stomach with a single blow. But it didn't end there. With bloodshot eyes, Ainalu, like a madman, continued to slash and chop until he nearly turned the Baika deity into minced meat, not because he had vented enough, but because he was exhausted from hacking. Not bad. Xius, leaning against the railing, watched Ainalu's actions with satisfaction. This kid was truly ruthless when he struck. Thank you, my lord, for avenging me. With a thud, Ainalu was startled to turn around upon hearing Xius' voice, finally feeling relieved. He threw down the steel knife and began to knock his head on the ground. Compared to before, this time, Ainalu's bowing contained much more emotion. My name is Xius. Let's go. Take me to the place where you mentioned the yellow fruit is hidden. Yes, Lord Xius. In the central temple of Baika Island, Xius slowly descended with Ainalu. At this moment, the temple seemed a bit empty, as all the people had long since fled. Strolling through the temple, Xius looked at the luxurious surroundings and felt a hint of envy for the lives of these individuals, each living better than Kaido. Lord Xius, it's right ahead. After careful discernment, Ainalu led Xius into a palace that was clearly of a higher level than the surrounding buildings. As soon as they entered the palace, Xius saw a deity statue in the center. The statue had a strange design, holding a delicate model ship in one hand and a golden fruit shaped like a lightning bolt in the other. Xius quickly stepped forward to grab the fruit, carefully inspecting it and confirming that it was the thunder fruit. As for the model ship, Xius estimated it to be the Arc Maxim. After a brief moment of thought, Xius lightly rubbed the skin of the thunder fruit and looked at Ainalu. "Ainalu, do you crave power?" Ainalu was momentarily taken aback and replied curiously, "Of course, Lord Xius, I crave it." "Then eat it." Xius tossed the thunder fruit to Ainalu and then explained, "This is a devil fruit. Although eating it will bring about the curse of the sea, it will also grant you extraordinary power. My previous transformation was a manifestation of the power of the devil fruit." Hearing this, Ainalu was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a marvelous thing to exist in this world, but he quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No way, how can I use the power of a god? In Ainila's heart, Xius was his god. How could he use a power that originated from the same source as his god?" Sensing Ainila's inner feelings, and knowing he was not pretending, Xius was even more satisfied. The reason he offered this fruit to Ainalu was not only because he had developed it well in the original story, but more importantly, he valued Ainila's loyalty. After helping Ainalu take revenge, his observation Haki sensed that Ainila's loyalty to him was probably no less than Ulki's and even surpassed in certain aspects. This was the reason Xius offered the fruit to Ainalu. When bestowing a top-tier devil fruit, like the thunder fruit, the first consideration is always loyalty. No matter how well you can develop it, without loyalty, it is of no use. The most typical example is Rox, who had Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte, Lean, and various SSRs under his command. If these people were truly united, they might even be able to breach Mary Xios. But the result was that a single battle in God Valley shattered them, so Ainila's loyalty was the reason Xius bestowed the fruit. "Go on, eat it. Only with power can you serve me more effectively." Xios spoke in a low, resonant voice. After a moment's hesitation, Enel swallowed the fruit. He believed Xios was right. In his current frail state, he could offer no real aid to his excellency. Ugh. The instant Enel bit into the Goro Goro Nomi, a wave of putrid, nauseating bitterness flooded his palate. His face contorted violently, but he clenched his jaw, forced down the entire fruit, and swallowed it whole. Xios made no mention that only a single bite was necessary. After all, he himself had consumed the entire fruit. Why should Enel be spared such trial? Before Enel could even acclimate to the vile taste, a searing surge of electricity erupted through his body. In an instant, Enel's lean, almost simian frame swelled grotesquely into a taut, trembling sphere, then detonated. A cataclysmic burst of lightning tore outward, reducing the sacred temple to rubble. Xios had anticipated the fruit's violent backlash and had already shielded the Arc Zephyr model. This power. Scattered bolts coalesced midair, and within their flickering brilliance, Enel's form reappeared, staring in disbelief at his own hands, now composed entirely of crackling luminous lightning. With but a single bite of this fruit, he had transformed from a wingless outcast, mocked and trampled upon, into a sovereign force capable of toppling palaces with a gesture. Carefully guiding the lightning to reassemble his form, Enel flashed instantly before Xios and dropped to his knees, trembling with fervent awe. "I thank your excellency for bestowing divine power upon me. With this strength, I shall proclaim your divine majesty to all realms." Hearing those words, Xios's lips twitched faintly. This sounded less like loyalty and more like proselytization. Yet he was deeply satisfied by Enel's unwavering devotion. Nodding slowly, he said, "The Goro Goro Nomi ranks among the most formidable devil fruits ever recorded. Hone its potential well. I have great faith in your ascension." Enel's expression flared with renewed exultation. "Yes, your divine servant shall never fail your sacred expectations." That declaration nearly induced second-hand embarrassment in Xios. Fortunately, no one else stood nearby. He swiftly waved Enel away. "Scattered resistance remains across this island. Go eliminate them. It will serve as perfect practice for mastering your new abilities." At Xios's command, Enel sprang upright, electrified with zeal. "I shall not disappoint your divinity." And with that, he dissolved into a blinding storm of lightning, streaking toward the battlefield still raging across the island. Deafening thunderclaps reverberated across Burka, interspersed with ecstatic cries of glory to the divine and other incomprehensible invocations. Once Xios shattered Burka's grand fleet, the nation's collapse became inevitable. The battle sent shockwaves across the White Sea. Nations struggled to comprehend how this organization, barely 2 years old, could so effortlessly obliterate Burka, a maritime empire that had stood unshaken for centuries. Then came an even more unsettling announcement. The Angel Trading Consortium intended to unify all powers across the White Sea and demanded unconditional surrender from every faction. Naturally, the official wording was far more diplomatic. Formal invitations were dispatched to every notable faction across the White Sea under the pretext of forming a joint trade alliance. Under the chieftain's guidance, faction leaders witnessed Xios effortlessly sparring with the Sky Lord Norlara, and promptly pledged fealty to the Angel Trading Consortium. Hearts fully subdued. A few defiant holdouts remained, until Urki and Kess intervened. Once their heads were severed and crushed beneath boots, no voice in the White Sea dared dissent against the consortium again. Within just over a month, the Angel Trading Consortium, once merely a first-tier power, had unified the entire White Sea. Why does construction of the Ark Zephyr proceed so slowly? Inside a vast soaring hall, Xios frowned upon the master shipwrights tasked with building the Ark Zephyr. Artisans summoned from across the White Sea, each a legendary authority in naval architecture. Your Excellency, we delay not by choice, but the Ark Zephyr contradicts every principle of Sky Island shipbuilding. The lead craftsman grimaced in reply. Sky Island warships relied entirely on sky shells. The Ark Zephyr bore no resemblance to any vessel known in their skies. Truth be told, they could build it if they substituted every incomprehensible component with wind bells. But such compromises would cripple the Ark's performance and likely introduce catastrophic flaws. Enough. You have labored diligently these past days. Xios did not press the artisans further. If Sky Island masters could not realize the Ark, then he would seek those who could, in the Blue Sea. Tom, the legendary craftsman who built the sea train, still lived and surely would not disappoint. At that moment, the chieftain entered the throne chamber. Once the shipwrights departed, he bowed deeply. Lord Commander, now that the White Sea is unified, the name Angel Trading Consortium no longer suffices. Indeed. Do you have a proposal? Xios set aside the Ark Zephyr model and turned his gaze toward the chieftain. We may retain the core identity, renaming ourselves the Angel Divine Realm. The chieftain paused, then added, the Angel Trading Consortium shall continue independently as the economic pillar of the Divine Realm. After brief contemplation, Xios accepted the name. Its continuity offered practical advantage. Very well. Announce it immediately. The chieftain nodded, then turned to depart, only to be halted by Xios's voice. Prepare accordingly. I shall depart the White Sea within days. The chieftain froze. The White Sea's stability remained fragile. If Xios left now, disgruntled factions would surely stir. Precisely to draw them out, I shall leave Urki and a contingent of crew behind to assist. Understanding dawned. With Xios present, rebellion was unthinkable. His departure, however, created the perfect opportunity to root out lingering resistance. And with Urki and elite New World pirates standing guard, the chieftain felt no trepidation whatsoever. Yes, Lord Commander. Word of Xios's imminent departure reignited activity across Apadu. Long dormant corridors now hummed with quiet urgency. At dawn, after Xios completed his morning regimen, Yuta, adorably petite in a floral miniskirt, darted over. Hey, you're taking me with you, right? Yuta had grown profoundly bored these past days. After several failed attempts at her earlier method, under Xios's supervision, she'd abandoned the approach entirely. Each confrontation with Totamjika lasted an entire day, a staggering waste of time. So Xios simply fitted her with a sea-stone cuff and instructed her to sing the forbidden score, continuously calling it, fostering resonance. Strangely, it worked. Yuta did feel her bond with Totamjika deepening. Yet singing the same melody day after day across Apadu's echoing heights had reduced the vivacious girl to near desperation. Xios looked at Yuta, who was gazing back with her sparkling eyes, and playfully flicked her forehead. Stop pretending to be cute. Yuta covered her forehead and whispered in protest. I also want to go out and have some fun. Don't act like you've been working hard here or something. Looking at Yuta's pitiful expression, Xios was somewhat speechless. In recent days, Xios had come to understand Yuta's methods. The little girl, relying on Xius's support, roamed around Apaya with impunity, even playing on the head of Nolan, the Lord of the Void. All right, I'll take you along. Seeing Yuta's tearful expression, Xios, though knowing she was faking, relented. Yage. Yuta's face instantly brightened, and she joyfully jumped on as Xios planted a kiss on his cheek, and then ran off to prepare for the trip. As Yuta happily contemplated what to take, a loud crash of thunder suddenly erupted in front of her, and the figure of Enelu appeared. Master Yuta. Enelu respectfully bowed to Yuta, recognizing her as Xius's betrothed, and thus deserving of respect. Yuta understood why Enelu was so respectful towards her. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she didn't explain and continued to bounce joyfully away. Master Xios, I hope I can join you this time. After bowing respectfully, Enelu stepped forward shyly to make his request. Enelu had rushed back the moment he heard that Xios was leaving. The thought of training alongside his deity made him tremble with excitement. Go prepare then. Xios nodded in agreement to Enelu's request, knowing that having Enelu by his side would allow him to teach him well. Shiosi had already considered the personnel to take along. Besides Yuta and Inoue, there was also Keisai the Great Shark. The preparations for this departure were exceptionally quick, almost hasty, and they set off the very next day. At the end of the clouds, the battleship bearing Shiosi and the others slid towards the blue sea under Yuta's astonished exclamation, lifted by an enormous flying octopus. In the crowd of send-off attendees, an ordinary-looking Sky Islander quietly activated a communication shell in his sleeve. After the shell was activated, some suspicious characters gradually made their way to a hidden room in Apaya. These individuals were all former rulers of the White Sea, discontent with Xius' forceful unification of the region. Although they had surrendered to the Angelic Kingdom, they still harbored unyielding ambitions. That guy has already left. Our people saw him depart from the end of the clouds. At the forefront of this group was Gonfuer, who had been expelled by Shiosi. After being ousted, Gonfuer had been secretly gathering power, and he had prepared to take action upon seeing Shiosi remain hidden for so long. However, he did not expect Shiosi to return and directly unify the White Sea with absolute power. While he was relieved that he had not acted rashly, he also gritted his teeth in frustration at Shiosi. This gathering was one of the events he organized. What's the point of resisting? If he returns as that 8-headed monster, he might just burn us all to ashes. A rough-looking Sky Islander was the first to speak, slamming the table. This sentiment echoed among many present. The pressure Shiosi exerted on them was immense. Just the thought of that 8-headed demon dragon made them feel as if they were being suffocated by a constricting snake. I know where their treasure is. Everyone knows how wealthy the Angelic Trade Guild is. If I were you, I would suggest we gather our strength, seize that treasure, and then directly go to the world government. Having interacted with them for so long, I believe everyone understands that as long as we offer them money, it wouldn't be hard for us to become nobles in Mariewa. After a long silence, a tall, thin Sky Islander stood up. In recent years, the world government had been in contact with them through the Western Sky Summit, seeking to establish relations. It wasn't that the world government preferred peace and didn't want to attack. Rather, the military and resources consumed by launching an expedition from the Western Sky Summit were immense, and the costs outweighed the benefits. If they forced an attack, they would end up losing everything. Sending strong forces to suppress them would not help either. The world government wasn't looking for more slaves. They wanted the unique resources of the Sky Islands. All right, let's do it this way. That despicable Angelic Kingdom has seized so much of my wealth. Let's show that bastard Shiosi a thing or two. Yes, becoming a noble in Mariewa sounds good. The proposal of this Sky Islander received unanimous agreement from everyone present. Since we've made a decision, let's not delay. Let's hurry and depart while everyone is still here. At this moment, Gonfuer stepped forward, having changed into armor at some point. At that moment, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted. Since everyone is here, we should indeed set off. However, we might want to change the destination. How about hell? Everyone present was struck with shock, standing up in unison and looking at the person who had appeared beside them. Inoue, wearing a small white hat, paid no attention to their terrified expressions and instead took a bite from an apple on the table. It's that Inoue. Quick, call someone. Some in the crowd had already recognized him. The person before them was the recently infamous Inoue, whose ruthless lightning had turned many who attempted to resist Shiosi into ashes. These Sky Islanders quickly used various methods to contact the guards outside, who were all their carefully cultivated assassins. If it's about calling for help, forget it. They should have been taken care of by Brother Ulki by now. Hearing no response from outside, all present turned pale with fear. You? Just as Gonfuer was about to say something, a lightning spear pierced through his body. You wretched bastards dare to rebel against me, your god. If I weren't pressed for time, I would make you experience the feeling of being struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon, forged from pure lightning, engulfed everyone present, and with a thunderous roar they were all reduced to ash, leaving not even bones behind. After confirming that everyone was eliminated, Inoue raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning into the sky, signaling that Ulki and the others had been taken care of, then transformed into a flash of lightning to pursue the already distant Shiosi and his group. The speed of the rumble fruit allowed Inoue to quickly catch up to Shiosi and the others who hadn't escaped far. Huff huff. Inoue, appearing on the deck, was panting heavily. Such long-distance movement was extremely taxing, and with his current physique, he was barely holding on. How did it go? Shiosi, having already sensed Inoue's presence with his Kenbunshiku, casually threw some water towards him and asked, Master Shiosi has taken care of everything. Inoue first bowed respectfully to Shiosi before grabbing the water that had been tossed to him and drinking deeply. Upon learning that the threat in the White Sea had been completely resolved, Shiosi smiled slightly and then picked up Yuta, who was still curiously poking at the flying octopus. Go put on more clothes. The next island we visit is going to be very cold. Although I've heard that the doctors there are quite good, it's best not to catch a cold. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Wow, such a huge snow mountain. Yuta, dressed in thick winter clothing, exclaimed as she gazed at the towering snow-capped peaks in the distance. All right, let's disembark first. Xios and the others were also somewhat surprised by the island's unique scenery, though they didn't make as much fuss as Yuta did. As soon as Xios and his party stepped off the ship, a group of Iron Barrel Kingdom guards gathered around. They had received word long before Xios approached the Iron Barrel Kingdom's waters. If Xios had been on a small boat, no one would have cared, but he was aboard a large warship developed by Quinn. Naturally, the Iron Barrel Kingdom, plagued by pirate incursions from the Grand Line, had to remain vigilant. Who are you people? The little captain of the guards stepped forward, coldly questioning them. One could hardly blame his brusque tone in a place like the Grand Line rife with pirates. His restraint was commendable. However, the captain's accusatory tone and the fact that several guards behind him raised their firearms to aim at Xios enraged Enelu. With a crackle, a bolt of electricity shot out from Enelu, incapacitating all the guards who had raised their guns. He had shown mercy, sensing they did not truly wish to escalate the situation. If you lot dare to show disrespect to Lord Xios again, I will electrocute you all to death. Enelu's reaction surprised even the guard captain, not to mention Xios, who Enelu had truly become his fervent follower. You guys. Seeing most of his comrades dropped in an instant, the guard captain staggered back in shock before drawing his sword, his face contorted with anger. The remaining guards also raised their firearms, aiming at Enelu. Stop it! Just as the tension in the air escalated, a loud shout came from behind the guard captain. A burly man in a green coat with special armor on both arms approached. Captain. The little captain of the guards quickly bowed respectfully upon seeing the newcomer, who was none other than Dalton, the captain of the guards protecting the Iron Barrel Kingdom. The little captain hurried over to report the disrespectful behavior of Xios and his group, but Dalton raised his hand to interrupt him, then crossed over to Xios and the others. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. This is a communication error on our part. As Dalton bowed to express his apology, Xios chuckled, finding him to be quite the clever fellow. No wonder he later became the king of this nation. We are here to seek something, and would like to ask if you could contact the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. No problem, I will take you to the palace right away. Without hesitation, Dalton readily agreed to Xius' request, not even considering consulting the king first, as he led Xios and his party towards the palace. Leading the way respectfully, Dalton wore a serious expression. His eagerness to assist Xios and his group was not simply due to a generous heart. He had just been patrolling nearby and witnessed the events unfold. The lightning attack used by the young man with long earlobes was enough to make even Dalton doubt his own evasion capabilities. Moreover, the young man did not seem to be the leader of this group, likely not even the second-in-command. Faced with such a formidable and mysterious group, Dalton felt compelled to keep them calm. Your Majesty, this is the situation. Dalton reported the circumstances to the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, including his assessment of Xios and his party's abilities. You did well in this matter, Dalton. The elderly king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom nodded in approval after hearing the report. The military strength of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was not strong, and provoking such a mysterious group would be unwise. You may bring them in now. Yes. Moments later, Dalton led Xios and his group into the palace. Everyone, please have a seat. May I ask what brings you here? As soon as the Iron Barrel King arranged for everyone to sit, he directly inquired. It was not rudeness on his part, but rather the frailty of his aging body that compelled him. Had it not been for the urgency of the matter, Dalton would never have disturbed the current king. I have heard that your kingdom possesses a devil fruit. I am here in search of it. It is called the Gulp Fruit. Seeing the Iron Barrel King respond this way, Xios was not polite and stated his purpose directly. He had come here specifically for the Gulp Fruit. The value represented by this fruit was immense. Even though Wapol had fallen so low as to eat garbage, he still became the king of the World Alliance through the super alloy synthesized from the Gulp Fruit. This also illustrated the value represented by that super alloy. It should be noted that becoming the king of the World Alliance was not an easy feat. Even considering the timeline of the emergence of pacifists, one might suspect that the super alloy had resolved a significant problem for them, leading to their rapid emergence. Gulp Fruit. Oh, it seems we do have such a devil fruit in our treasury. The Iron Barrel King furrowed his brow in thought before recalling that there indeed was one. He waved his hand to beckon Dalton. Dalton, go fetch the Gulp Fruit. The king's demeanor clearly indicated he wanted to use the fruit to resolve the matter and send Xios and his group away quickly. Xios shook his head with a smile, addressing the frail Iron Barrel King. Our Angel Trading Company has never engaged in any underhanded dealings. Please take a look, Your Majesty. As he spoke, Xios produced the specialties he had specifically brought from Sky Island, which were the Flame Shell and Heat Shell. He handed the 2 Sky Island shells to Yuta beside him, who skillfully demonstrated their use. Initially, the Iron Barrel King did not think much of it, but once he saw the flames erupting from the shells and the extreme heat they emanated, his eyes instantly lit up. These are the specialties of our Angel Trading Company. I wonder if your kingdom would be interested in establishing a trade relationship with us. Xios smiled faintly at the visibly excited Iron Barrel King. The Sky Island shells the Angel Trading Company had been collecting and cultivating over the years were specifically meant for trading in the Blue Sea. These items might not fetch a good price on Sky Island, but they were quite different in the Blue Sea. TCH, that old man actually kicked me out. I wonder who he is meeting with. Wapol, looking disgruntled, kicked a small black dog that was by his feet. A guard nearby hurriedly tried to calm the upset prince, knowing what kind of person Wapol was. If he let him vent his anger freely, he might go on to destroy the homes of innocent civilians. Don't be angry, Your Highness. We can go out hunting. It seems there's a bear ahead. Huh, why does that bear look like it's wearing clothes? Upon hearing that there was a bear ahead, Wapol's attention was immediately diverted. He snatched the firearm from a nearby guard and eagerly ran after it. Hey, Captain, there are many famous doctors in the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Why do we have to look for that Korea? The backpack-wearing Beba asked Trafalgar Law, who was wearing a spotted hat. Peijin and Shachi nodded in agreement, somewhat puzzled by Law's choice. Just shut up and follow. What do you know? That which is the highest authority in medical skills in this country. Trafalgar Law glanced back at the useless trio behind him with a speechless expression. The trio, having just been scolded, looked as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. As they aimlessly searched for Koreha, a bullet grazed Beba cheek, nearly scaring the big white bear to death on the spot. The quickest to react was Law, who swiftly drew the demon blade Ghost Cry, which he had stolen from a pirate using the power of his surgical fruit. With a series of quick slashes, Law split the remaining bullets in half and coldly stared at Wapol, who was laughing in front of him. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter a talking bear. I must skin you alive. Wapol greedily eyed Beba, who was hiding behind Law, nearly scaring the timid big white bear into cardiac arrest. Upon hearing Wapol's intention to skin his companion, Law's gaze turned frosty. He raised his right palm, and an invisible cyclone formed a semicircle before violently exploding. The invisible spatial field enveloped Wapol and his group, and Law sliced towards them from a distance. The closest guard was immediately cleaved in two strangely, without a drop of blood splattering. However, Law had primarily focused on eliminating the residual platinum lead disease within his body, thus his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, giving the opposing guard time to react. The guard nearest to Wapol pushed him out of the RM range, allowing Wapol to narrowly escape a fate of being chopped into pieces. Wapol looked at the guard, who had been cut into multiple pieces and was still twitching, turning pale with fear. A shrill scream erupted from his mouth, as if he were the one being dismembered. The guards scattered throughout the jungle searching for prey, for Wapol also heard the gunshot and the scream. They hurriedly rushed towards the source of the sound. What? There's more. Law sensed that many people were rapidly approaching them through the spatial field. He hadn't expected to be surrounded, and his expression darkened somewhat. Captain, what should we do? Beba and the others anxiously huddled close to him, asking. Law looked at Beba and the others, gritting his teeth. Although it would be easy for him to escape, now the range of RM was limited. Just by himself, he could manage the stamina drain, even with several consecutive jumps. However, taking these three along was unrealistic. With his stamina, even a single teleport with Beba and the others would leave him exhausted. But then Law's eyes lit up as he looked at Wapol, who was still wailing like a pig, and in an instant appeared behind him. Listen, fat pig, if you don't want to die, you'd better do as I say. Law coldly said, pressing Ghost Cry against Wapol's neck. Since that's the case, let's celebrate our successful cooperation. Haha, good. Inside the palace of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, King Iron Barrel was conversing happily with Shios, and his previously lifeless old face bloomed with a smile like a chrysanthemum. Just now, King Iron Barrel had successfully established trade relations with the Angel Merchant Association using special herbs and the hiring of advanced physicians. Both parties felt they had profited. King Iron Barrel believed that exchanging these for items like heat pearls and flame pearls that could bring convenience to the kingdom's people was entirely worthwhile. He even learned from Shios about attack pearls like slash pearls. Shios felt he had gained even more. He was no longer interested in Burley, as there was an endless amount of gold lying on Apaya, and it was these advanced physicians that Shios truly desired. Not to mention the Burley earned from this trade would definitely not be small. Just as the two were preparing to celebrate with wine, Dalton hurried over. He first handed a treasure chest to Shios, then whispered something into King Iron Barrel's ear. In fact, it was unnecessary to whisper in Shios' ear. At such close range, Dalton speaking into King Iron Barrel's ear would have the same effect. Upon hearing that Wapol had been kidnapped, Shios merely raised an eyebrow in surprise, silently thinking it was a good death. For a naturally bad seed like Wapol, dying here would indeed be a blessing for the Iron Barrel Kingdom. It wasn't until he heard Dalton describe the abilities and characteristics of the kidnappers that Shios' eyes narrowed. What? Hearing that his beloved son had been kidnapped, King Iron Barrel instantly panicked. He first nodded apologetically at Xios, and then hurriedly prepared to mobilize his troops. Why not take us along? We are somewhat confident in our abilities. Hearing this, King Iron Barrel was startled, and then he realized it was not surprising given the mysterious power of the other party. Then thank you all for your help. At this moment, Trafalgar Law had taken Wapol to a remote coastline of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Law shouted loudly to a group of Iron Barrel Kingdom guards closely following him. Back off quickly, or I will kill this fat pig. At this point, Beba had already reached the coastline where they had hidden their special submarine. Just as Beba was about to touch the submarine, an arm suddenly rested on his shoulder. Enel appeared next to him without him noticing, almost scaring the white bear to death. Just as Beba was about to retaliate, the hand resting on him abruptly unleashed a surge of electricity. Although the fur tribe could use electricity to some extent, they were leagues behind the user of the thunder fruit. As the current coursed through him, Beba collapsed to the ground. What? Law did not expect that merely turning his head would allow someone to appear next to Beba, and before he could react, a tall shadow loomed over him. Kors was grinning with a laugh that didn't reach his eyes, his bulging muscles causing Law to break out in a cold sweat. Without a second thought, Law expanded the spatial field to wrap around Kors, then attempted to cut him in half from a distance. What shocked Law was that the spatial slash, which had always been effective, was completely useless this time. Good ability, but unfortunately poorly developed. Kors cracked his neck, letting out a series of pops. If that attack had been unexpected, he might have actually been hit. Don't come over, or else I. Before he could finish, Law felt something was off. Looking down, he noticed that Wapol, who he had been holding, had vanished. Looking around, he found Wapol being held by a tall and handsome young man. Trafalgar Law fell into despair. Seeing that his only bargaining chip was lost, Trafalgar Law once again felt the despair he had experienced years ago on Rubeck Island. With a casual move, Shios left a lethal toxin on the captured Wapol and tossed him into the hands of the nearby guards. From Xius' observation of the Iron Barrel King's condition, this toxin would likely cause Wapol to succumb to illness a year or two after his ascension. Given this guy's stupidity, he would definitely lose the people's support in that time. At that time, it was highly probable that Dalton would inherit the position of the Iron Barrel King, just as in the original story. With the king changing hands repeatedly within a few years, the Angel Guild could then seize the opportunity to control the Iron Barrel Kingdom with their formidable funds. This was merely a casual move made by Shios. If it didn't work out, it could be considered as ridding the Iron Barrel Kingdom of a scourge. Dalton might not be an exceptional king, but he would certainly be far better than Wapol. Shios, I cannot thank you enough. The Iron Barrel King, oblivious to Xius' sinister intentions, expressed his gratitude seeing that his son had been saved. I have an ungrateful request. I wonder if your majesty can agree to it. Shios ignored the Iron Barrel King's thanks, his gaze fixated on the despairing Luo. I want to take these people with me. This? Very well. The Iron Barrel King looked troubled. He certainly wanted to execute all these audacious people who dared to kidnap his son, but he couldn't refuse Xius' request and reluctantly agreed. Then I shall take my leave. The moment Shios finished speaking, Kek's iron fist struck Luo's head. Facing a notorious pirate of the New World, Luo appeared as weak as a baby and immediately fainted. Subsequently, Shios and his group boarded the ship and departed amidst Wapol's furious shouts. The Iron Barrel King watched his foolish son, who was still shouting, to kill Luo, veins bulging on his forehead. Handing over this country to Wapol was a mystery, but his eldest son Muxalu was even more unbearable and disregarded human life. Thinking of this, the Iron Barrel King felt a wave of exhaustion. If only his son could be as exceptional as Shios. Why was there such a vast difference despite their similar ages? Damn it, let go of me. What do you want to do? Luo initially thought he was doomed, but upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a dim room bound by sea stone chains. Kid, I saw your abilities just now. How about serving me? In your dreams. Shios smiled at Luo, who showed no respect. Then fine, I can only throw all three of you and that bear into the sea to feed the fish. Upon hearing that his three companions were still alive, Luo was overjoyed, but when he heard they would be used as fish bait, he quickly replied, "Bastard, don't hurt them." However, Shios showed no signs of stopping, slowly walking toward the door. Wait a moment. Luo gritted his teeth, looking at Shios, who remained unmoved. If I tell you who my enemy is, you won't want me to join you. He is the pirate Doflamingo, who rules the dark side of the North Sea with power spread across the Grand Line. After saying this in one breath, Luo looked up at Shios, eager to see how this guy would react to Doflamingo's notorious reputation. To Luo's confusion, Shios showed no hint of fear upon hearing Doflamingo's name, his expression even revealing a trace of mockery. Doflamingo, known by the nicknames King of Reporters Mingo and Ming's son. If your enemy is at Doflamingo's level, then I indeed wouldn't want you to join us. Kex chimed in. He was aware of Doflamingo's fame, recognizing that his strength and influence were decent, but nothing compared to Shios. What? Luo was bewildered. Why did the enemy he regarded as a lifelong nightmare seem like a small fry in their eyes? Luo even noticed that the adorably innocent girl beside Xios appeared indifferent, not putting Doflamingo in her eyes at all. In truth, Yuta did not know Doflamingo either, but she understood that both red-haired Shanks and Xios were far stronger than the enemy spoken of by the bound man. Alright, if we encounter him later, he'll help you take revenge. Xios casually unlocked the chains binding Luo. Welcome to our crew. Trafalgar Law walked out of the cell in a daze, feeling the sea breeze, and as if he were living in a dream. Outside the door, Beba and the others who had been waiting for a long time rushed into his embrace, bringing him back to his senses. It seems I have joined a remarkable force. Owen finished the deal and returned quickly. Okay. After ending the communication, Charlotte Owen looked at the calm sea before him, secretly delighted that he would finally possess the power of a devil fruit. The Big Mom pirates had been collecting devil fruits from all over the world, and due to the considerable number and the especially unique abilities of some Big Mom, specifically sent Owen to retrieve them. We're almost at our destination. Can you tell me what fruits are involved in this transaction, Brother Owen? A beautiful brown-skinned girl with long silver hair and incredibly long legs asked beside Charlotte Owen. This person was none other than Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family. Haven't you already eaten a devil fruit? Just curious. Owen looked at his sister's curious eyes, feeling that since they had reached their destination, it wouldn't hurt to share, and thus he spoke. There are quite a few fruits this time, but the other party hasn't clarified everything. I only know that the most special one seems to be the mirror fruit. I've heard a lot about this place. Kex rubbed his hands with an expression of lewd anticipation as he stared at the small island shimmering with various lights ahead. What place? As Kex rambled on, Enel, curious, quickly pulled him to ask. This is the flower island renowned throughout the New World. The best flower street is there, and I've heard that even merfolk are present inside. What are merfolk? Enel, a country bumpkin from Sky Island, asked curiously. Upon hearing Enel's question, Kex grabbed him and began to explain in a lewd manner. Enel's eyes lit up more and more as he listened, eventually joining Kex in lewd laughter. Even Trafalgar Law, who was originally training nearby, perked up his ears to listen. Beba quietly leaned toward Luo's ear and asked, Captain, are there female bears inside? This scene made Yuta frown. Previously, she had seen this with the red-haired pirates, a bunch of old perverts who secretly went to flower streets without her knowledge. Not a single good one among them. In the first half of the Grand Line on the Island of Flowers, Gion, are you sure this information is accurate? In a small courtyard within the world's most famous flower street, Jejia was bored watching Gion apply her makeup. Absolutely, this time we have the assistance of CP0. Gion turned around, and under her incredible makeup skills, she transformed from a stunning beauty into an oily-looking old ant. Even Jejia was taken aback, but he gritted his teeth and said, Gion, if this mission is successfully completed, will you marry me? You don't need to wait for the mission to be completed. I can refuse you right now. Gion seemed to have anticipated this, replying immediately as Jejia's words left his mouth, instantly filling Jejia's lecherous old face with disappointment. This makeup technique is so good that even I can't recognize her. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Stussy opened the door and walked in. You two get ready, as Charlotte Owen has arrived. This joint operation between CP0 and the Navy must not fail, or even the 5 elders will hold us accountable. You bastard, you're going too. Yuta looked at Xius with disdain, not expecting this guy to be as lowly as Beckman and the others. Ouch! Xius casually tapped Yuta on the head and turned to everyone, saying, Alright, everyone go down and relax for a bit. Lord Xius, I want to see the ship. Although Enelu was very curious about this flower street after listening to Kek's introduction, he still stepped forward to see the ship. He couldn't let Lord Xius see it alone. No need, this ship has an automatic alarm system. Everyone go rest, it'll cover the expenses this time. Quinn's technology is still trustworthy, and Xius waved his hand to let everyone disembark. After sailing on the sea for so long, everyone was very tired. Seeing this, everyone didn't insist, and all disembarked. The pirate subordinates, upon learning that Xius would cover the expenses, excitedly rushed towards the flower street. The officers were a bit more reserved and followed behind Xius. Alright, you all go too. Looking at Kex and the others staring longingly at the fleeing pirate subordinates, Xius found it somewhat amusing and waved his hand to let them all act freely. Xius took Yuta's hand and walked towards the other side of the flower street. This prosperous island was not just about physical pleasures, the food street over there was also exceptional. Besides Yuta, Xius was also accompanied by Baby 5. After learning that there was no mother bear, the disappointed Baby 5 initially wanted to follow Law, but was kicked away by him, and even Shachi and Peikin didn't let him follow. As they walked through the bustling food street, Xius occasionally bought snacks for Yuta, while Baby 5 was sent away with a few thousand berries. This isn't tasty, here you go. Yuta took a bite of the squid and found it unsatisfactory, then handed it to Xius beside her. Xius didn't mind and took it to eat. Originally, Yuta thought Xius would go to those kinds of places, but unexpectedly he accompanied her to stroll through the food street, making her very happy. Moi. Just as Xius spotted a stall across selling decent meatballs and wanted to buy a few skewers, his observation Haki suddenly caught a peculiar presence. Xius turned to look and saw a woman with a head over 4 meters tall standing out in the crowd. Although she hid her presence while Xius's innate observation Haki was exceptionally sensitive to presences, and the sharp sense granted by the Yamata no Orochi allowed him to detect a rich vitality from this woman. At this moment, Charlotte Smoothie was feeling very gloomy. She suspected that her brother Owen had come to stroll through the flower street under the guise of a mission. He even said something ridiculous like only one person could go for the transaction and couldn't bring her along. Smoothie dared to bet that her brother Owen was already drinking with several women. Feeling dejected, Smoothie wanted to eat some food on the food street to alleviate her mood, but suddenly sensed a gaze. She turned to see a handsome young boy holding a little girl staring at her. "What are you looking at?" Smoothie, in a bad mood, directly asked. If it weren't for this kid being good-looking, she would have kicked him away for staring at her. Xius discovered remained unfazed. He had intentionally stared to catch Smoothie's attention. "Miss, I was merely admiring the beautiful scenery." Slick-tongued brat. Smoothie pretended to disdain him on the surface, but she was still somewhat pleased. Usually no one praised her in Tato land. "Don't be nervous, kid, I'll find you something nice." At this moment, the group separated from Xius and did not choose to act separately, but were led by Kex, an experienced hand. Having witnessed the financial power of the Angel Association, Kex was not intimidated and directly walked into the most luxurious brothel on the flower street. A charming old madam rushed over, eagerly welcoming this group, who looked like they had plenty of money. "Book a luxurious private room and have your best-looking ones come over for us to choose from." Without waiting for the madam to speak, Kex arrogantly stated, "All right, please go upstairs first, we'll call someone right away." Hearing this, the madam was overjoyed and hurriedly ushered everyone upstairs. However, she was stopped by Kex. He directly pulled the madam into his embrace and said, "Just send anyone to call. I see you are still charming as ever." The madam was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, waving to a servant behind her who was pouring tea, then nestled in Kex's arms, obviously accustomed to such occurrences. Kex smugly raised an eyebrow at the others behind him and swaggered upstairs with Enelu Law and the others nervously following. Moi. Originally tense Enelu seemed to have noticed something and cast his gaze toward a group of people in black who brushed past him. Enelu's observation Haki sensed a tense emotion from them. Indeed, Enelu possessed observation Haki. It awakened when he was bullied and chased by thugs back in Baika. Enelu's observation Haki's perception of others' emotions was different from Xius. He sensed others' emotional electromagnetic waves through the thunder fruit, blurredly feeling their emotions. He could only bully the weak, and sometimes it would even fail. In contrast, Xius' observation Haki directly probed into others' inner emotions. This ability could not be achieved through training. It was a special ability awakened only by those with innate observation Haki. Enelu looked at the black-clad individuals whose expressions were tense and carrying several small boxes, knowing they must have some good treasures. Enelu quietly tugged at Law beside him and whispered, "Can you swap out what's in their boxes? They must have some good treasures." "Boring, no way." Law rolled his eyes in response and rejected Enelu. "TCH, if you can't do it, then forget it." Looking at Enelu's deliberately annoying face, Law knew he was using a provocation tactic, but he couldn't help but be amused by Enelu's intentional antics. "Watch closely." Saying this, he flipped his palm and pulled out a coin from his pocket. Then an invisible spatial field spread out, enveloping the briefcases of the black-clad individuals. After a brief silence, nothing happened. Enelu looked at Law's incredulous expression as if saying, "Is this it? Wait, this can't be." Law was also getting into it. His ability had only failed against Kex, and from Kex's lips, he learned why he couldn't shake him. It was due to armament Haki. Could it be that the boxes were covered by armament Haki? Realizing this, Law suddenly understood. Could it be that the box contained sea stone? Sea stone isn't cheap and the boxes are expensive, so what could be inside? "Our Big Mom pirate crew is undoubtedly the strongest," Charlotte Smoothie confidently stated while holding a wine glass. Beside her, Xius was filled with admiration. He never expected that this seemingly difficult-to-approach mature woman would be so easily deceived. Thanks to his innate charm from his observation Haki, Xius managed to extract her secrets in mere words. Although Charlotte Smoothie did not explicitly state their purpose for being here, Xius had already formed a suspicion. He was now hesitating whether to subdue her directly and extract detailed information. Bruru, just as Xius was in doubt, his snail phone suddenly rang. He smiled apologetically at Smoothie and stepped aside to answer the call. "Lord Xius, we have a discovery." As soon as he picked up, Enel's anxious voice came through, but he didn't elaborate, only reporting an address before hanging up. This was something Xius taught him avoid discussing important matters over the snail phone, as the world government's eavesdropping technology is truly formidable. Looking at the ended call, Xius felt puzzled about what was discovered that warranted such urgency. But then he glanced at Smoothie. Could it be related to the Big Mom pirate crew? I apologize, Miss Smoothie, but we have urgent matters to attend to. We must take our leave. You go ahead. Charlotte Smoothie watched as Xius gradually distanced himself, feeling somewhat regretful. She was quite interested in this intriguing young man and had just been considering inviting him to join the pirate crew. Yuta, I will use the snail phone to summon everyone later. You and the others should return to the ship and leave this island. Yuta, who had been displeased watching Xius chat with Smoothie, understood that something must have happened and obediently responded. Haha, it really made me wait long. Charlotte Owen laughed heartily as he welcomed the man in black, who entered waving his hand to signal the courtesan beside him to leave. Apologies, these fruits are indeed too important. The man in black felt somewhat apologetic for his tardiness. All right, did you bring the goods? Charlotte Owen was not concerned with these trivial feelings. The boxes carried by the man in black were what he cared about most. The man in black smiled without answering and waved his hand, signaling those behind him to place all the boxes on the table, then open them. For fruits covered in strange patterns lay quietly inside. Charlotte Owen's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to grab them, but the men in black had only opened the boxes for a moment before closing them again. Owen was not angry. This group clearly possessed considerable power in the realm of devil fruit trading and could be considered partners to his Big Mom pirate crew. Charlotte Owen took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the man in black. This can be exchanged at all underground trading posts in the New World. The man in black was evidently familiar with the card, and after a moment of scrutiny he accepted it. Which is the flame fruit? I plan to eat it right here. That won't be a problem, right? Charlotte Owen intended to consume the devil fruit on the spot, partly because he could not wait any longer, and partly due to concerns that the other party might dare to deceive his Big Mom pirate crew. The stakes of this transaction were significant. Just be cautious of the power surge after consuming the devil fruit. The man in black understood Owen's thoughts well. He opened one of the boxes and took out a devil fruit. They had no intention of playing tricks today. If they angered the Big Mom pirate crew, they would not escape unscathed. Rewinding a bit in the room to Owen's left. They are almost done with the transaction. Why haven't they moved yet? Enel, listening in with his electric waves, felt anxious and kept urging Law beside him. However, Trafalgar Law remained motionless, maintaining his spatial expansion stance. Law quietly sensed the fluctuations in the spatial field. When the group of men in black opened the boxes, he actually had the opportunity to switch out all the devil fruits. But Law ultimately decided against it. He could not afford to make a mistake and miss even a single fruit, which would be a massive loss. Don't rush. Just then a large hand covered Enel's head. As Enel was about to turn around and curse, he noticed Xius had unexpectedly appeared behind him, undetected even by Enel's observation haki, fused with the thunder fruit. Only Kurozumi was aware of Xius' presence. His observation haki, honed in the life and death battles of the New World, was far superior to Enel's. Meanwhile, in another room, Gion and others were also eavesdropping on the movements in Charlotte Owen's room. Confirmation complete. Owen and the devil fruits are both in the room, but Charlotte Smoothie is still outside. Stussy assessed the information received from the listening snail phone, combining it with her judgment. Although our CP has intentionally filtered the people from Flower Street today, it's best to control the scale. All right, let's make it quick. We can deal with Charlotte Smoothie later. Gion slowly tucked the Kanairo into her waist, feeling somewhat impatient. If this mission succeeded, it would be enough merit for her to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Gion, this mission is truly dangerous. Are you really not considering accepting my marriage proposal after it's over? Beside her, Kaku seemed to have no intention of refuting. He also tensed his body while preparing to strike, but did not forget to voice his marriage proposal to Gion. Stussy was speechless at this, although she had long heard about Kaku's relentless pursuit of Gion. Seeing it with her own eyes was a first. Initially, Stussy thought Kaku was among the promising youths of the Navy, and she did not find him particularly unattractive from the photos, so she couldn't understand why Gion would resist. But seeing Kaku like this, Stussy could only think, what a sleaze, truly disgusting. Kaku wasn't particularly ugly, at least not compared to Borisolino, but he always had to adopt that greasy and nauseating demeanor. Unlike Stussy, Gion had long been accustomed to Kaku's sleaze. She calmly opened the door and walked towards Owen's room, while Kaku hurriedly followed, pushing a cart filled with food. As soon as she stepped outside, Gion noticed someone synchronously stepping out from the other side of Owen's room. Although the person still had traces of youth on their face, their handsome features made her momentarily lost in thought. Xius looked at Gion and was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Could you please bring me a glass of wine as well?" Gion paused for a moment upon hearing this, then realized that she was currently playing the role of a courtesan, hurriedly took a glass of wine from the cart and handed it to Xius. Shu stepped forward to take the wine, and with his other hand he casually wrapped it around Gion's slender waist. Gion was caught off guard by Shu's sudden embrace. She was aware that her current makeup was rather eye-catching, and she hadn't expected there would be someone with such peculiar tastes in this world. Gion's body tensed in Shu's arms, her hands instinctively reaching for the kanairo she had hidden, but she suppressed the urge to avoid alarming anyone. Feeling the masculine aura enveloping her, her heart inexplicably raced. Jiyuan gently patted Xius' chest, feigning anger, and said, "This guest should not cause trouble, oh, I still have work to do." Looking at the goddess he had been longing for lying in another man's embrace, Jiajing's eyes were practically spitting fire as he approached sternly. "Please do not make trouble, guest." Shosi did not take advantage of Jiyuan loosening his grip and swaying his wine glass as he returned to his room, smiling slightly at Jiyuan before leaving. Damn it. At this moment Jiajing's mentality was about to explode. This was the goddess he had been fawning over since joining the navy, and he wanted to chop off Xius' hand that had touched her. On the contrary, Jiyuan did not react much. Shosi was indeed excessively handsome, and he possessed a natural charm that prevented Jiyuan from feeling much anger. If it had been someone else daring to hug her, Jiyuan would have long since chopped him up. Failing the mission was one thing. As the adopted sister of the Crane Chief of Staff, she had the qualification to be a little willful. Jiyuan glanced helplessly at the furious Jiajing and walked towards Owen's room. Meanwhile, Shosi ignored the puzzled looks from Inoue and others frowning in thought. Unexpectedly, the Navy had also gotten involved. Shosi had originally intended to guard at Owen's door, ready to stop the enraged Owen as soon as Luo succeeded. Shosi was not very clear about Owen's strength, but based on the original work, he estimated it was about that level. If it weren't for fearing they might act in desperation and directly consume the fruit, Shosi would have charged in to rob it violently. To his surprise, he encountered Jiyuan and Jiajing as soon as he stepped out. It was not that he knew them. The gap between anime and reality was quite large, and Jiyuan's makeup was also exceptionally exquisite. Mainly Shosi sensed a sharp sword intent from Jiyuan, and her makeup did not hinder him. He could smell the vibrant vitality of youth emanating from her. A powerful young female swordsman without the evil aura of a pirate, and most importantly accompanied by a greasy little sycophant. These traits led Shosi to guess her identity. At this moment in Owen's room, the man in black had already handed the heat fruit to Charlotte Owen. The people behind him were also opening the box to prepare to hand over the devil fruit to Big Mom Pirates, as this box was too expensive to be given away for free. Just as Owen was about to bite into the heat fruit, a sudden knock on the door came from outside. "Sir, your ordered meal has arrived." Everyone in the room was startled, and then Owen irritably said, "I don't want it. But we have already prepared it. If you refuse, it would be too wasteful." Owen was taken aback that the person outside was so persistent about delivering it. His explosive temper could no longer be contained, and he placed the heat fruit on the table, signaling his subordinate behind him to open the door. Today he would not stop until he twisted the head of this kid outside. However, as soon as the subordinate opened the door, a fist covered in armament hockey struck his head, and with the sound of a skull shattering, the pirate subordinate was sent flying back. With a gloomy face, Jiajing slowly withdrew his hand. He was very angry and wanted to vent his frustration on this group of guys. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone in the room. Owen was the first to stand up and threw the wine glass in his hand at Jiajing. "Humph." Jiajing disdainfully snorted and slashed the glass thrown at him with a knife hand strike. Then, with the sound of the floor cracking, Jiajing had already disappeared from the spot. "Soru." Jiajing reappeared directly in front of Owen, and a fist covered in armament hockey swung towards his head. Owen's face was filled with shock, not expecting the opponent to strike so decisively and swiftly. The proficiency of this Navy 6 styles left him in awe, and he crossed his arms trying to block the attack. Accompanied by a loud bang, Owen's entire body was smashed through the floor and fell downstairs. Lying on the ground, Owen felt his trembling hands and knew that the opponent was definitely not someone he could defeat. He hurriedly shouted to the pirate subordinates above, "Eat all the devil fruits you have in hand." Owen would rather destroy these fruits than hand them over to the Navy. The pirates of Big Mom Pirates and the men in black upstairs also reacted, hurriedly reaching for the devil fruits. Hell of peaches, but in the next moment the hands reaching for the devil fruits were all severed at the roots. In front of them, Jiyuan coldly looked at these people, her swordsmanship nearing that of a great swordsman. "Bastard, you won't get away with this." The leading man in black shouted at his subordinates, whose severed arms were on the ground, before he transformed into a werewolf and lunged at Jiyuan. Flying finger gun, but as the werewolf leaped into the air, several invisible air currents pierced through its body. Stussy stepped out from behind Jiyuan, exuding a lazy yet fierce killing intent. Seeing that his side was easily overwhelmed, Owen, with bloodshot eyes, recklessly lunged at Jiajing, who was blocking his way. To be honest, this desperate charge indeed caused Jiajing some trouble. Mainly, Jiajing did not want to lose face in front of his goddess. He had already planned to take out the hidden rose, and proposed to Ji-Yuan after dealing with this group of guys, so he could not let this person ruin his clothes. Even though the werewolf had been pierced through its body while in midair, it did not slow down and continued to pounce on the two women. It used its back molars to bite down on a hidden pill in its mouth. This was a secret medicine circulating in the black market which, although it would greatly deplete the vitality of the body, could unleash far greater strength than before. At this moment, its originally normal wolf fur turned blood red, and it desperately tried to block Ji-Yuan and Stussie's attacks, hoping to buy even a second. The remaining pirate subordinates and men in black seized the opportunity to pounce on the devil fruits. Although they had been instantly killed by Ji-Yuan in their first encounter, they were indeed elite pirates and skilled fighters cultivated by underground forces in the New World. At this moment, their explosive potential propelled them towards the devil fruits right within reach at a remarkable speed. In a moment, the situation on the field was indeed momentarily turned around by Owen and his team. Seeing this unexpected scene unfold, Ji-Yuan and the others frowned slightly. If the fruits were consumed, the credit would be greatly diminished. How could it be gone? However, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded as the box that originally contained the devil fruits was now empty, with only a few berries dropping to the ground during the pirates' frantic search. At this point, both Owen's side and Ji-Yuan's side stopped their actions, looking at the box in shock. At first, they suspected that the opposing side had hidden the devil fruits, but this thought was quickly dismissed. Neither side seemed capable of stealthily hiding the fruits. As Ji-Yuan pondered for a moment, she inexplicably thought of the bastard who had taken advantage of her earlier. She suddenly recalled that lying in that man's arms felt rather strange. His physical strength was not normal. With this thought in mind, Ji-Yuan decisively slashed towards the wall next to her. If she guessed wrong, she could just apologize and make amends to that guy. On the other side of the broken wall, Ji-Yuan, Owen, and the others saw Xios calmly holding a wine glass, Kexis cracking his knuckles, and Luo wiping the sweat from his forehead. Of course, the most important was Enilu, who was grinning widely while holding 4 devil fruits. "I'm sorry, Captain. If my abilities were stronger, I could have exchanged it directly." Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the hostile gazes of the people across the broken wall. The Sea Tower Stone only exerts its greatest limiting effect when attached to a capable user. The main reason Luo couldn't exchange it was that his development of the fruit was too weak. If it were Luo after his fruit awakened, even sealing the devil fruit in the Sea Tower Stone would be a trivial matter. "It's fine. Even if I did manage to exchange it, it would be hard to do so without them noticing." Just now, Xios sensed that the surrounding area of this entertainment district was being encircled, and the encircling individuals were exceptionally skilled. It would be quite difficult for Xios and the others to slip through unnoticed. Moreover, Xios wasn't too keen on leaving. After confirming the identity of Qian Yuan, he began to entertain other thoughts. Despite being prepared for battle, Xios did not expect Qian Yuan's speed to be this swift. "You lot are actually chatting amongst yourselves." Qian Yuan scrutinized the individuals across from her, recognizing only one Kashi, the notorious pirate, with a bounty of 250 million. However, it was rumored that he had already joined the Beast Pirates. Why was he here? These questions flooded Qian Yuan's mind. Seeing them chat despite being exposed made her anger rise. Regardless of everything else, it was a fact that Xios and the others had stolen the fruit, and there was nothing more to discuss. Mao Jean Biluo took the opportunity to strike upward, sending a crescent-shaped slash directly at Xios and his group. Enilu tossed all the fruits in his hands to Luo, while he himself transformed into scattered lightning and disappeared from the spot. Luo was no slower. As soon as he received the fruits, he vanished on the spot, leaving only a pebble behind. His strength was still too weak to remain here without causing chaos. Xios had just informed Luo of the meeting point with Yuta, and returning the fruits was his current task. Kex's skin began to turn coarse like that of a shark, and he dove directly into the ground to dodge the incoming slash. In an instant, only Xios remained in place. He grasped the cursed blade, Yen Mo, and executed a swift draw slash. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the upper level of the entertainment district was directly blown away, causing countless screams and cries. Yet all these people had been specifically selected by CP agencies, being unscrupulous merchants engaged in illegal business or outright pirates. No one cared about their lives. Truly merciless, Miss Qian Yuan. Feeling the force of that slash, Xios teased Qian Yuan. It seems I still held back too much." Qian Yuan looked at Xios, her expression gradually becoming serious, but she couldn't help retorting. Realizing halfway through that she was currently in disguise, she wondered how this kid knew her identity. Most importantly, did this kid discover her identity? He had just taken advantage of her. Recalling how he had held her in his arms earlier, Qian Yuan clenched her silver teeth, ready to strike. However, even angrier than Qian Yuan was Jia Ji, who initially thought it was just an accident. To his shock, this brat had deliberately tried to take advantage of his goddess. "Bastard, die. Tuna charge." The advanced haki flowed around Jia-Jia's hands, his feet constantly, using Soru to accelerate and increase momentum. He was determined to smash this guy who dared to offend his goddess. Hell Iron Block Shatter. Shios directly charged forward. Considering that Iron Block was a well-known illusion technique, he had no intention of using it defensively, opting instead to develop it for offensive purposes. The shockwave generated from their fists colliding was far beyond what had occurred earlier. A terrifying shockwave instantly turned the entire entertainment district to ashes, and a figure was sent flying backward amidst the smoke. Jia felt a sharp pain in his arm, secretly marveling at the terrifying strength of this kid across from him. Jia was a strength-type fighter, but in front of Shios, he was completely outmatched and was sent flying. The arm that had just collided was now engulfed in eerie flames, continuously draining Jia's vitality. After expending a significant amount of haki, he finally managed to extinguish the flames. A suddenly emerging powerhouse who also knows the Marine 6 styles. What a mysterious little guy. Stussy gazed at the handsome Shios, licking her red lips, her curiosity piqued. Everyone attacked together. This kid is not normal. Stabilizing himself after carving out dozens of meters in the rubble with his feet, Jia shouted to Qian Yuan and the others not far away. Jia had previously not taken this mission seriously, but now it was different. If he continued to act carelessly, he might just lose his life here. Just as Jia was focused on Shios, a strange tremor suddenly emanated from the ground, and a shark fin broke through the soil approaching him. Earth Shark. Kashi seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping out of the ground and directly crashing into him. Damn it. Caught off guard, Jia was sent flying far away along with Kashi. Everything in their path was pierced by this strike, buildings and streets were all destroyed, and the two vanished from sight. Peach hell. Qian Yuan didn't pay attention to the sent flying Jia. Though Kashi was strong, he could not deal with him for now. Her primary focus was still on taking down this brat who dared to take advantage of her. Heaven's prison. Shios had long been focused on her, drawing his cursed blade, Yin Mo, and charging forward. A colossal force surged toward Qian Yuan, and she finally realized the kind of monstrous strength Jia had encountered earlier. However, Qian Yuan did not release the force, gritting her teeth to hold on. Maximum Wheel Spear. Stussy had quietly appeared behind Shios at some point, seizing the opportunity Qian Yuan had created for her. Her delicate fingers transformed into an indestructible spear aimed at Shios' back. At a critical moment, several tails bound Stussy's arm that was aiming to stab Shios. If Stussy had not used haki swiftly, these tails could have crushed her arm with the bone spurs on them. Then in the astonished gazes of the two, Shios began to swell gradually. In an instant, he reached over 4 meters tall and used his overwhelming strength to send Qian Yuan flying. Next, he aimed an elbow strike at Stussy behind him. Even before hitting her, the terrifying air pressure sent Stussy's hair flying. If this move landed, it would shatter her head. Life return. Originally, Stussy's arm was tightly bound by tails, as if the bones had been drawn out, completely shrinking a whole circle. Stussy took the opportunity to pull her hand out. Paper drawing. Using the acceleration of paper drawing, she dodged Shios' heavy elbow strike. Although this set of maneuvers looked impressive, it seemed as if she had toyed with Shios. Yet only Stussy knew that she had exhausted all her means to merely dodge a regular attack from Shios. After narrowly escaping with her life, she instantly retreated and sprouted a pair of bat-like wings. Shios twisted his neck, looking at Stussy flying in the air, and Qian Yuan, who was slowly getting up while holding Jean Biluo, a hint of regret flashing across his face. At this moment, there were more than 3 people in the ruins. Many pirates from the Mama Pirate crew had survived the earlier shockwave. They were now quietly lying in the ruins, afraid to move, fearing that the prominent figures above might take offense and casually crush them. As for Owen, there was no need to mention him. Although his strength was slightly lacking, it was not so easy for him to perish. Owen lay on the ground with a face full of resentment, never expecting that he would one day be so humiliated. Yet despite his unwillingness, he dared not stand up. He understood the terror of those above far better than this group of pirate subordinates. Being alone would undoubtedly mean death. Owen was waiting for his sister Charlotte Smudge to arrive. Only by joining forces could they hope to reclaim everything. I didn't expect it to be a Zoan-type beast after all. Jiyuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Just now Shoes had seen through her scheme and deliberately played along, forcing both of them into a perilous situation with the transformation of the Zoan-type. What a heartless guy, you almost killed my sister just now. Stussy, who had just escaped death, was now teasing Shoes with a smile, but her expression suddenly turned cold as soon as she finished speaking. Windleg, a massive vacuum slash struck toward Shoes, while Jiyuan simultaneously launched a curved slash aimed at Shu's lower body. Sisters, both of you come at me together. I can barely handle this. Facing such a dangerous situation, Shoes remained unfazed and even had the leisure to joke. The tail behind him moved freely, tightly binding the vacuum slash that was aimed at him and gradually wearing it down. Although his tail was left scarred, it quickly healed under his vitality. Jiyuin, a budding great swordsman, had to be more cautious with her slash, reinforcing it with armament haki and cutting through with the powerful force of her hybrid form. Ignoring Xius' strange talk, Jiyuin furrowed her brows at the endless abilities Xius displayed. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Having flown a considerable distance, Kaji punched down at the shark's head that was still pressed against his stomach, sending Kuro flying back. Damn it, that kid's ability is quite strange. I wonder if Jiyuin will be okay. Seeing himself pushed into a thicket, Kaji felt a wave of concern for Jiyuin's safety. Armament shattering teeth, the launched Kuro pounced again, his haka-covered jaws aiming to bite Kaji. Humph, what an ignorant guy who can't see the gap in strength. Kaji thought that the previous punch would be enough to make Kuro aware of the difference between them. However, seeing Kuro still charging forward without understanding the situation made him furious. With a cold snort, he aimed to quickly deal with this guy and go support. Just as Kaji was ready to strike, there was a dull thud from the sky. Despite the clear weather, a bolt of lightning descended directly toward Kaji. What? Kaji sensed danger even before the lightning struck. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately his body couldn't react in time. The lightning pierced through Kaji's entire body. Fortunately, he had a layer of armament haki covering him, so he did not suffer severe injuries. However, Kuro seized the opportunity and lunged at him, mouth wide open to bite into his body. Kaji wanted to block, but the paralysis from the lightning rendered him unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as Kuro caught him in his jaws. The terrifying biting force granted to Kuro by the shark fruit overwhelmed Kaji's armament haki, which only held for a moment. With a few sounds of teeth sinking into flesh, Kura's teeth had already penetrated Kaji's body. Feeling the tearing pain from all over his body, Kaji screamed in agony, but thankfully the pain stimulated his nerves and helped him recover from the paralysis caused by the lightning. Kaji raised his hand and struck at Kuro. This blow infused him with a significant portion of his armament haki's power, causing Kura's scalp to tingle. Not choosing to endure the blow, Kuro forcefully retreated, dissipating most of the impact. However, some of his sharp teeth remained embedded in Kaji's body due to the quick withdrawal. Even though Kuro was able to swiftly release most of the force, a massive handprint was still left on his head. As an ancient Zoan user, he could still withstand it, his lips slightly puffing as his newly formed sharp teeth were quickly restored. Kaji quickly pulled out the teeth left in his body, stabilizing his injuries with his life force. He then looked up cautiously at the sky. He didn't believe that the lightning strike was mere coincidence. Just moments ago, one of Xius' group seemed to have transformed into lightning and departed. Being able to elementalize must be a Logia type. Could it be the thunder fruit? Realizing this possibility, Kaji couldn't help but gasp. The top-tier fruit had actually been consumed by someone, and becoming his enemy was the worst news. On a small hill dozens of miles away, Enel firmly locked onto Kaji with his observation haki, the thunder in his hand crackling and ready to unleash. With a loud boom, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky towards Kaji. This time, having been prepared, Kaji dodged the attack in advance, but soon after Kuro transformed into a ferocious shark and pounced at him. Between Enel and Kura's synchronized attacks, Kaji was left with no chance to retaliate. This was the terror of the thunder fruit. Even if there was a vast difference in strength between Enel and Kaji, Enel could still make Kaji suffer greatly with the thunder fruit. On the street closest to the port on Flower Island, a peculiar group was hurrying down the street. It was peculiar because a group of burly men with rough faces who looked like troublemakers were obediently walking behind a stunningly beautiful little girl. Miss Yuta, did the captain say what happened? Babanuki curiously asked Yuta. He had been happily singing with the girl just moments ago when he received an urgent summons from Xius and rushed over in a panic, almost forgetting to put on his pants. Others such as Beibao and Peijin also looked curious. I don't know, he didn't say anything. Yuta's response was brief and straightforward. She wasn't as warm towards the others as she was with Xius. At that moment, a group of CP agents in uniforms noticed the peculiar team and approached to question them. Who are you? Before Yuta and the others could respond, a shadow dropped in front of them. A somewhat exhausted Trafalgar Law fell from the sky before Yuta and her group, several devil fruits rolling out from his arms onto the ground. Sorry, Miss Yuta, could you please take me back to the ship? Seeing the rolling devil fruits, Yuta calmly looked at the CP agents and spoke. If you don't want to get hurt, then step aside. These agents paid no heed to a little girl's warning. The leading agent raised his firearm and aimed at Yuta. Bang! The imagined scene of the little girl lying in a pool of blood did not occur. A purple-black aura appeared in front of Yuta, blocking the attack. Seeing the agents shoot, without hesitation, Yuta no longer said anything. The purple-black aura slowly coalesced into a large hand, which suddenly struck down at the dazed CP agents. The entire street shattered instantly. At this moment, Yuta was no longer in the demeanor she had before Xius. She walked calmly towards the port, not even looking at the CP agents turned to mush by her strike. These unruly pirates respected Yuta not just because of Xius, they had witnessed her transform into Totem Jika. If you hand over the fruit now, I can guarantee your safe departure. Ji Yuan tore off her disguise, revealing her stunning face, and slowly pointed her sword Jinbiro at Xios. Her voice was calm, devoid of the previous anger. Xios, observing Ji Yuan, also dropped his casual demeanor. He realized that the future general candidate before him, who would likely become the greatest swordsman of the Navy faction, was now serious. What had just happened was merely a test. I'm sorry, but I can't give up what I've just acquired. Is that so? Then there's nothing more to discuss. Without any warning, Ji Yuan instantly drew her sword. Xios suddenly felt a piercing coldness and was about to react, but Ji Yuan's Jinbiro flashed with a strange sword light, momentarily stunning him. By the time he regained his senses, Ji Yuan was already upon him, swinging Jinbiro mercilessly towards his neck. This was Ji Yuan's unique sword technique, capable of affecting an opponent's mind during battle. Sensing the advanced armed color on the blade, Xios dared not be careless. His tail struck out towards Ji Yuan, attempting to push her back, but she paid no mind to her own safety and continued to swing her blade at his neck. Ji Yuan's confidence stemmed from Stussy in the air, who was carefully sensing Xios with her observation haki before suddenly launching an attack. Spear of Silence. Several waves of energy struck Xius' tail, causing it to inexplicably freeze in midair. Ji Yuan seized this fleeting opportunity, and her Jinbiro struck deep into Xius' neck. However, just as the blade penetrated slightly, it was firmly grasped by Xius' large hand. Despite the heavy blow, Xios showed no signs of panic, holding Jinbiro tightly and retaliating with a punch aimed at Ji Yuan. Paper Dance. Feeling the fierce wind approaching, Ji Yuan transformed into a drifting piece of white paper in midair, absorbing most of the force from Xius' heavy punch. Although her strength lay in swordsmanship, her physical skills were also monstrous. With a shake of the sword, the armed color exploded, forcefully shaking Xius' hand away, and she countered with an upward slash, aiming to gut him. Stussy swooped down from the air, lunging towards Xius' back, her beautiful red lips wide open, revealing sharp fangs. The seamless cooperation between the two instantly subdued Xios. In a moment of crisis, Xios opened his mouth wide, releasing a fireball into the sky. He had been gathering this fireball since Ji Yuan first attacked. Seeing the fireball ejected by Xios, both Ji Yuan and Stussy felt alarmed. Before they could act, Xios detonated the Hellfire Ball at close range. Although this fireball did not harness all of his strength as in Wano, its power was still formidable. A terrifying pillar of fire illuminated the entire Flower Island Sea with intense heat and shockwaves devastating the center of the island. Fortunately, most of the fireball's energy was contained at the island's center by Xios, otherwise the entire Flower Island would have instantly become a hell on earth. What is this? Has a volcano erupted? Countless civilians, forced out by CP agents and the Navy, stared blankly at the scene, unaware of why they were abruptly expelled from the Flower Street. However, seeing the towering fire pillar, they realized they had narrowly escaped death. In the center of Flower Island, the ground was now covered in lava, burning with eerie hellfire. Cough, cough. Stussy and Ji Yuan emerged from underground, having been caught off guard by the urgent situation. They could only dig a nearby hole to mitigate the heat and shockwave. Although they were shielded by the ground, the two were still burned by the previous attack. Without their armed color, they would have already turned to roasted chickens. The two, looking disheveled, were about to continue attacking when a delicate voice rang out from afar. Stop right there. Charlotte Smoothie had sensed the battle occurring at the center of Flower Island and was taken aback by the scene she encountered. Charlotte Smoothie looked at Xios, who had been chatting pleasantly with her moments ago, now embroiled in a fight with two others on Flower Island. Despite her shock at Xius' strength, she immediately stepped in to protect him. After all, Xios had just praised the Big Mom pirates, especially her, without reservation. Charlotte Smoothie had a very favorable impression of this handsome young man. Sister Smoothie. Xios silently dissipated the other Hellfire Ball he had been gathering, returning to his human beast form, feigning weakness and injury as he looked pitiably at Charlotte Smoothie. Seeing Xius' pale, injured appearance, Smoothie felt a surge of anger. She swung the large sword in her hand, sending a slashing wave towards the two women. Foolish woman, that guy just stole your devil fruit. Stussy, watching Smoothie's attack, felt a bit dizzy and quickly shouted a warning. But Smoothie turned to look at Xius' sincere eyes combined with his handsome features, and her heart melted, ignoring Stussy's warning. Seeing Smoothie completely entranced, Ji Yuan and Stussy exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to engage Smoothie in battle. Surprisingly, as one of the future high-ranking officials of the Four Emperors, the Sweet Commander, Smoothie managed to hold her own against Ji Yuan and Stussy, who had already been worn down by Shios. Mainly because Ji Yuan and Stussy had to be cautious of Xios on the side. If he found an opening, it would truly be deadly. Ji Yuan and Stussy fought with a frown against Smoothie while Xios sat aside to rest, carefully observing the situation for any opportunities. The battlefield had taken on a strange dynamic until someone stepped forward to end this odd situation. Smoothie, what are you doing? Hurry up and capture that kid. From a distance, Owen looked incredulously at Smoothie, wondering why his sister was protecting that kid. Just as Xios and Ji Yuan were getting serious, Owen and the other pirates quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield center, and Xius group couldn't be bothered with these minor characters. Seeing his sister's actions, Owen finally found the courage to step forward, but was shocked by the scene. What is going on? Smoothie was equally confused. Even her brother wanted her to deal with Shios. Did he really steal their devil fruit? Foolish woman, I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Your soul has been snatched away by that kid. Stussy swiftly added fuel to the fire, leaving Smoothie blushing. So the devil fruit just now belonged to Sister Smoogie's family, truly a case of misfortune befalling the Dragon King Temple, where family members fail to recognize each other. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xios chuckled and laughed awkwardly. Realizing Xius's demeanor, even Smoogie understood, and thinking back to her previous performance, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. With a powerful stomp, Smoogie, her face flushed with shame and anger, swung her great sword toward Xios. As her ruse was exposed, Xios sighed, helplessly, his scales once again covering his body as he raised Yinma to block Smoogie's great sword. I didn't mean to be so heartless, weren't we having a good time just now? Smoogie scolded with a delicate tone, then furiously swung her great sword in a flurry of strikes. However, watching Xios effortlessly counter every technique left her shocked. She hadn't expected his strength to exceed her imagination. Mao Rabbit. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity to appear behind Xios, thrusting Jimbalu directly at him, wanting to speak some heartfelt words. Though Ji Yuan hadn't fought Xios for long, he could sense that Xius's strength was continually improving in battle, with both his swordsmanship and armed color having seen some enhancement since the beginning. Such a prodigious talent must be detained here today. As Smoogie had Xios entangled, Stussy and Owen seized the opportunity to advance, aiming to take him down. In an instant, the future Navy Admiral substitute the Queen of Fun Street, and the future suite's 3 stars along, with a supporting Owen, placed Xios in a perilously dangerous situation. Crimson Lotus Bloom. Terrifying flames erupted around Xios, exploding into a nearly 100-meter wide flame lotus at the spot. Ji Yuan and the others were sent flying by the sudden attack, looking at the center of the Crimson Lotus with expressions of bewilderment. At this moment, Xius's already fearsome half-beast form expanded once more, with human traits gradually diminishing and more characteristics of the Yamata no Orochi appearing. Yamata's true transformation beast. Xios opened his faint golden vertical pupils, slowly scanning his surroundings, feeling an explosive power within his body. This transformation was inspired by Chopper's Rumble Ball. However, unlike Chopper's drug-induced capability wavelength alteration, Xios developed his own wavelength influence for animal transformations through life restoration. Altering ability wavelengths is achievable. Kaido slaughter mode is based on this kind of development. In this state, Xios could be said to bear the power of Yamata no Orochi within a human body, his height inflating to 7 meters, which was still a result of his conscious suppression. Another important point is that in this state, Xios could unfurl his wings and freely use his divine fire abilities, as he had previously kept his wings folded and hidden behind him through life restoration. This was to avoid endless troubles if the world government discovered the existence of his Lunaria clan. Those annoying CP agents would fixate on him unless he directly joined a large force like the 4 Emperors pirate crew, just like Jin. However, in this state, there were no such worries. The terrifying Xios sprouted a pair of wings which would not raise suspicion and seemed entirely reasonable. Sure enough, Ji Yuan and the others paid no mind to the black wings covered in strange patterns behind Xios, staring at him in astonishment. Didn't animal transformations only have 3 stages? How could Xios transform again? But Xios had no interest in answering their questions. In this state, his mastery over fire had reached a new pinnacle, with the originally purple-black infernal fire turning pitch-black. The pitch-black flickering flames enveloped Xios entirely as his divine fire abilities fully activated, and the infernal fire coiled around Yinma, extending it to fit his current size. Bastard, stop pretending to be a ghost. The first to lose patience was Owen, not because he was particularly brave, but rather because the fruit had been taken for so long. If he didn't take Xios down soon, he might never get it back. Thinking of Big Mom's punishment, Owen had to muster up his courage. Infernal Dragon. Ignoring Owen, who jumped in front of him, Xios slowly accumulated power, the pitch-black flames erupting in his hand, forming a flying dragon made of infernal fire. Seeing the infernal dragon rushing towards him, Owen's pupils widened, and just as he was about to say "I'm doomed," Ji Yuan and Smoogie had already jumped over from behind him. Though the two had never met before, let alone fought. Yet facing Shosi, the two unexpectedly executed a combination technique, with Jimbalu and Smoothie's great sword crossing each other before slashing down fiercely. This slash dispersed the infernal dragon and continued its momentum towards Shosi, who countered with a strike covered in black flames. The two attacks collided, creating an explosion, yet before the smoke could clear, Shosi charged forward. He needed to end this battle quickly. Dragging it out too long was unfavorable for him, as there might be a Navy admiral on vacation nearby. Instead of rushing at the weakest Owen, Shosi targeted Stussy, whom he regarded with the most caution among them, suspecting she might be hiding some of Vegapunk's cutting-edge technology. Stussy reacted swiftly, wanting to strike at Shosi as he charged towards her, but she only heard Shosi whispering something. Immediately Stussy froze, and Shosi seized the opportunity to exploit her flaw, landing a punch that sent her flying far away, disappearing from everyone's view. What? Ji Yuan did not expect Stussy to be taken down by Shosi so easily, and then attempted to intervene in Xius' next move. Peach Blossom Trap, an attack aimed at disturbing the mind, was launched once more, but Shosi would not fall for the same trick twice. He opened his mouth and unleashed a bolt of lightning, repelling Ji Yuan, who tried to intercept him. Xius' next target was the weakest Owen. He leaped forward, shattering the ground as he lunged at Owen. Stop right there. Seeing her brother in danger, Smoothie desperately thrust her long sword towards Shosi, but it barely pierced the tip before it was impossible to advance further. She could only watch helplessly as her brother was slapped down by Shosi and fainted. In her rage, Smoothie seemed to strengthen her armed color, desperately trying to pierce Xius' body with her longsword, but a large hand halted her further actions. Shosi slowly withdrew the longsword from his body. Regardless of how much force Smoothie exerted, she could not stop him. Peach Blossom Calamity March. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped Shosi, and his observation haki had already locked onto the source of danger. Enraged, Ji Yuan had leaped to Xius' head, raising Jimbalu high, channeling all her armed color into it, and struck down at Shosi with all her might. This was the strongest strike from Ji Yuan, a budding great swordsman, and even Shosi, covered in divine fire, felt a sense of alarm. The timing of Chiyuan's strike was exceptionally cunning, seizing the moment when Shosi was vulnerable. Though Xius' body could not turn in time, he still had 8 agile tails that intertwined before him, forming a defensive net. As Chiyuan struck, he felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Xius' tails were both hard and remarkably flexible, causing Chiyuan's Jinpiro to struggle to break through. Damn it! Chiyuan suddenly stepped hard in the air, unleashing the techniques of shave and moonwalk. With this burst of speed, he finally broke through Xius' defenses. Chiyuan had wagered everything on this. The fight could not drag on any longer, as Xius' terrifying regeneration was a secondary concern. More importantly, the battlefield was filled with lethal poison from the outset. Although Chiyuan had enveloped himself with armament haki, he still felt dizzy, and the strain on his haki was immense. If this continued, he might not even be able to fight. Jinpiro sliced through the tails, blocking his path, and in an instant Chiyuan struck at Shosi with lightning speed. Despite Xius' formidable divine fire ability, it was broken through by the full force of a Quasigriat swordsman combined with high-level armament haki. Chiyuan's Jinpiro successfully struck into Xius' body, and seeing this, Chiyuan was overjoyed, wanting to sever Shosi directly. However, Chiyuan's offensive came to an end there. With the time gained, Shosi had fully reacted. Disregarding the Jinpiro still embedded in him, he enveloped his hand in dark fire and struck directly at Chiyuan. This was the highest secret of Xius' 6 styles. Darkness Secret Technique 6 King's Cannon. Chiyuan felt as if a scarlet character for death flashed above his head. Instinctively, he attempted to use paper to dissipate the force, but found it utterly ineffective. To use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, one must possess 4 ounces of strength. Xius' heavy fist pierced through Chiyuan's armament haki defense. The fist, the size of a grinding wheel, sent Chiyuan crashing down, blood gushing out as if it were free. The terrifying shockwave blasted several streets nearby, altering the terrain at the island's center. The entire Flower Island felt the tremors. Smuggy stared in shock at this scene. She thought if she were to take this hit, she would surely be doomed, but then she gritted her teeth, wanting to take this opportunity to ambush Shosi again. Without even a glance, Shosi swung the severed tail he was holding back at her. Smuggy's great sword clashed with the tail for only an instant before she was sent flying by Xius' overwhelming force. In midair, blood spewed from Smuggy as she looked on in horror, never expecting that Xius' mere change in form would result in such a disparity in power. Shosi infused a large amount of life force into the wound Chiyuan had inflicted earlier, reattaching the severed tail. Under the rapid healing of his life force, he was restored to perfect condition. Xius' gaze casually glanced at a certain direction of the ruins before returning to the ground. His observation haki locked onto Chiyuan, who lay buried underground, confirming that he still had a breath left before nodding. He couldn't kill this girl, otherwise he would have made a mortal enemy with the highest ranks of the warring states and Crane's navy. If such a force pursued him across the sea, even Roger's resurrection would not save him from being put back in the coffin. Xius' form slowly shrank back into human shape. The previous state had consumed an enormous amount of stamina, and he needed to develop it further to return to a normal combat posture. Turning towards the anxious, smuggy Xios casually pulled Owen out of the dirt as he walked halfway. Chiyuan. At this moment in the outer jungles of Flower Island, Jiaching Kexis and others also felt the massive tremor. Among them, Jiaching reacted most strongly, looking towards the island's center, sensing Chiyuan's aura rapidly diminishing. Jiaching was in a bad state, his entire body charred and his clothes tattered. Originally looking somewhat scruffy, his appearance now resembled that of a vagabond. He had just been pulled back and forth by Kexis and Enelu, unable to focus on attacking. If he aimed at Kexis, he could only wrap his entire body in armament haki and focus on defense, while lightning rained down on him from above. Jiaching wanted to strike at the one summoning lightning, but every time he locked onto the target with his observation haki, before he could get close, Enelu would instantly vanish several kilometers away, all the while zapping him. Jiaching was truly frustrated, unable to land a hit nor escape. Of course, Kexis was not faring any better, his body covered in wounds and not knowing how many bones had been broken. The gap in strength between him and Jiaching was significant, and although he barely managed to restrain Jiaching with Enelu's help, it was merely a temporary measure. Given time, they would surely lose. Feeling Chiyuan's aura dissipating, Jiaching the loyal dog erupted in fury, sending a punch that sent Kexis flying before launching a powerful armament haki blast to disperse the lightning racing madly towards the island's center. Kexis initially wanted to continue blocking, but upon witnessing a red lotus suddenly erupting in the sky, he ceased his obstruction and turned to regroup with Enelu. Jiaching raced towards the island's center at the fastest speed of his life, observing the devastating scenes along the way, feeling increasingly alarmed as it resembled a place bombarded by a demon-slaying edict. Upon arriving at the battlefield where Xios had just fought, Jiaching saw Stussy looking serious, holding a heavily injured and unconscious Chiyuan. What happened to Chiyuan? Where did that kid run off to? I must kill him. Ignoring the incessant chatter of Jiaching, Stussy wore a grave expression as she gazed in the direction Xios had vanished. The words Xios had spoken before still echoed in her mind. Hello, Miss Bakine. It seemed Xios was aware that he was a clone of Bakine, but only a very few people should know about this, and they likely wouldn't leak it. The more Stussy thought about it, the more frightened she became. She didn't know how much Xios understood about this matter. Did he merely know she was a clone, or... Looks like I need to pay a visit to Water 7. This was what Xios had just written on the ground, clearly intended for her. Shaking her head to no longer dwell on it, Stussy quickly rushed towards the battleship anchored at a distance over the sea, knowing Chiyuan needed urgent medical attention. On the sea, Xios was soaring through the air on a cloud, calculating his gains from this encounter. He was unsure what powers the 4 devil fruits held, and the 2 trophies Smuggy and Owen were quite valuable. This battle had only cost him some life force. Just as he thought of life force, Xios noticed a fleet of ships sailing on the sea, all of which were escaping from Flower Island. These individuals, filtered through CP agents, were not good people. Most of them were pirate ships. What a group of good brothers, knowing I need life force and coming to help me. Xios looked down at the pirate ships with a touched expression, then condensed dark fire in his hand and sent it down. On the sea, the pirates, who were celebrating their narrow escape, stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the dark dragon. Xios landed on the deck under the admiring gazes of the crew, casually tossing the captured Owen to a pirate minion, instructing him to bind him tightly and keep a close watch. With a thunderous roar, Ainulu rushed over from the island of flowers, clutching Keisai, who hurriedly struggled to free himself from his grip. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? You're driving me crazy. Ainulu ignored Keisai's complaints and respectfully bowed to Xios. My lord Xios, I have not failed you. Well done, Ainulu. With your talent and fruit ability, you will soon be able to handle that guy on your own. Keep up the good work. Xios looked at Ainulu with satisfaction and casually fed him a bowl of chicken soup. The kid had only learned a pulling technique from him once, yet he had mastered it so well that he could coordinate with Keisai to hold down Jiaji. Yes, I will definitely work hard, my lord Xios. Ainulu, praised by Xios, was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He rushed to the designated training area on the deck, put on the sea stone handcuffs lying on the ground, and began to run around the deck. Xios nodded in satisfaction. With Ainul's diligent physical training and the Thunder Fruit, he would undoubtedly become a top powerhouse on the seas in the future. Why did you bring this woman back? Yuta, who had been worriedly watching the island of flowers, rushed over with joy upon seeing Xios return, but her expression soured when she noticed Smuggy slung over Zaya's shoulder. A child's business is not for you to meddle in. With that, Shios strode into the ship's cabin, leaving Yuta behind, gritting her teeth. Shios tossed the unconscious Smoothie into a small room, and then leisurely sat down to enjoy a cup of tea. Shios had not struck Smoothie with much force, and before long her eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly sat up looking around until she spotted Shios drinking tea. Trembling, she asked, "What do you want? What do you think I would want with such a beautiful woman as you?" Seeing that Smoothie had awakened and was asking a classic line, Shios grinned and began to approach her step by step. "No, you can't do this, ugh." Smoothie initially thought Shios was a cute little puppy and had always regarded herself as the big sister, but she soon realized he was a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a large hand cover her leg, letting out a soft whimper. "These legs could entertain me for a lifetime." Zaya's hand moved like a nimble butterfly, easily removing the armor from Smoothie's legs, and he couldn't help but admire their softness and delicacy. These legs were indeed perfect, wonderfully voluptuous, yet perfectly firm, complementing their astounding length. Definitely a pair of legs worth admiring. It's worth noting that characters in the world of pirates usually wear very exaggerated outfits like the Empress Chongsam, which displays a broad bosom. However, Zaya's current view was far from that exaggerated. Without mentioning the risks of wardrobe malfunction, such outfits would be a major flaw in battle. No one would be foolish enough to dress like that. The exaggerated designs often highlight a character's personality or simply serve to sell fan service. A typical example is Rebecca. No serious gladiator would dress like that. Before Shios stood Smoothie, who was wearing a properly fitted battle armor, which was the most practical choice for combat and the selection of most normal people. Yet this specially designed battle armor could not protect Smoothie now, as she watched her exquisite long legs exposed before Shios even being toyed with. Smoothie bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, turning her head away in a pose of a humiliated princess. Shios did not expect Smoothie's psychological defenses to be so weak, and he stopped teasing her. He took out Owen's Den Den Mushi from his pocket and dialed it. Smoothie had prepared herself for disgrace, yet she was taken aback when Shios halted his actions and looked over in confusion. This audacious fellow actually dared to call her mother. Did he not know that her mother was the superpower of the New World, Charlotte Linlin? As soon as the Den Den Mushi was dialed, it was connected. A deep, unpleasant noise came through the device. "Owen, have you gotten the fruit?" At that moment, Linlin was in a good mood, savoring a cake and looking forward to good news from her eldest son. She placed great importance on this devil fruit, especially that mirror fruit, which the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia clearly stated had immensely powerful abilities, though Charlotte Linlin wasn't very clear on the details due to the scarcity of information. "I'm sorry, miss. Charlotte Linlin, the fruit is now in my possession." The entire cabin fell into a dead silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of Charlotte Linlin coming from the Den Den Mushi. "Mama kid, who are you?" "My name is Shios, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King." On the other end, Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, wondering where this middle schooler had come from. "You stole my devil fruit, and you're calling me? Kid, you're really brave." "Hey, I'm super brave, okay? Actually, stealing your devil fruit was not my intention. I originally wanted to admire Miss Smoothie and take her as my pirate wife. I didn't expect to stumble upon the devil fruit deal and take it along as well. Now Miss Smoothie is still quite shy, so I wanted to call and consult you, her mother." Charlotte Linlin fell into her third silence, but this time she didn't remain silent for long before bursting into laughter. "Mama, so you are interested in that little girl Smoothie? Then I'll marry her off to you. When will you come to Tato Land for the wedding?" Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Shios also wore a face of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be such an open-minded mother. As for the wedding, let's hold off for now. I will definitely visit Tato Land when I go to the New World. As for Owen, since Miss Smoothie and I are now engaged, I will not accept your ransom, and I will safely drop him off at the next island." Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin burst into hearty laughter, and the Den Den Mushi displayed a benevolent expression. "Mama, good. Then the two happily concluded this communication amidst a harmonious atmosphere. Smoothie stared in shock at the scene, bewildered as to why her originally wrathful mother had suddenly become so amiable, even sending her off. It was quite embarrassing to admit, but upon hearing her mother offer to send her away, Smoothie felt a sense of relief in her heart. "All right, you will follow me as my fiancé from now on. Off." Thus, Smoothie, still bewildered, was taken out by Shios to meet the various crew members on the ship. Except for Yuta, who looked at her with a disapproving gaze, the other crew members were very friendly, even respectful towards her. This doesn't seem too bad. Anyway, since Mother agreed, she probably doesn't mind. Does Charlotte Linlin care? Of course she does. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin was exuding an aura of murder, her terrifying conqueror's haki resonating throughout the entire Cake Island. Mama, what a reckless fellow. Charlotte Linlin, after a roar of venting her frustrations, turned her gaze towards Katakuri beside her. At this moment, Katakuri felt the overwhelming wrath of his mother, cold sweat covering his face, fearing that her anger would lead to another bout of hunger sickness. Katakuri, go get Smoothie's life card and bring me that brat's head. Although just a moment ago she appeared harmonious with Shu's big mom, had no intention of waiting for the boy to visit her. Charlotte Linlin was known for her vengeful nature, never allowing a grudge to last overnight. Her previous words were merely to stabilize Shu's and prevent him from running off, thereby avoiding trouble for Katakuri. Yes, mama. Meanwhile, Shu's had already anticipated this. Smoothie, this might hurt a bit, you need to bear with it. It's fine, go ahead. Shu's then plunged his tail into Smoothie's body, instantly absorbing her vast life force, causing her to visibly wither. At the same time, Law took action as well, enveloping Smoothie in a spatial field before slicing through it, as if severing something. The other crew members watched this scene with great curiosity, unaware of what the three were trying to accomplish. However, in the next moment, Enel and the others changed their expressions drastically. Through their observation haki, they saw Smoothie continuously losing life force until death. Looking at Smoothie lying motionless on the ground, Enel and Kuro examined her breath with their observation haki, confirming she was undeniably dead. Yet seeing the serious expressions on Shu's and Law, they refrained from interrupting. Shu's gazed at the lifeless Smoothie without a hint of emotion, quietly watching the life card in his hand until it completely burned out, after which he nodded to Law. As he nodded, Shu's transmitted the life force he had taken from Smoothie back through his tail, while Law directed his sword towards Smoothie, summoning a surge of lightning. Heart pulse revival. Smoothie suddenly jolted awake, gasping for breath as she stood up. The sensation of plummeting towards the underworld had been terrifying. Smoothie looked at Shu's and asked, so did it work? Shu's, brushing off the ashes from his hands, smiled and nodded at Smoothie. They had just deceived the life card by feigning death, rendering the life card left on Cake Island useless. Though it sounded simple, it was incredibly dangerous. The life force Shu's extracted could not be carelessly transferred to another, as a small mistake could lead to death. Moreover, it had to be safely returned under Law's guidance. Smoothie gazed at the ashes floating in the air, feeling a sense of loss. She knew she could never return to the Charlotte family. Her mother would definitely not tolerate a traitor. But Smoothie felt little attachment to that place, whether it was a mother who could go mad at any moment and did not value her child's life, or the intrigues among dozens of half-siblings. She found them all utterly distasteful. As for Shu's, Smoothie couldn't quite fathom it. He was clearly a bastard who had disrupted her mission and even kidnapped her, yet she inexplicably trusted him and directly betrayed her family. What's wrong, haven't you recovered yet? Shu's asked, concerned as he saw Smoothie frozen in place. Smoothie stared blankly at Shu's before breaking into a smile and slowly walking towards the railing to gaze at the distant sea breeze. No, just a bit unaccustomed. Unaccustomed to what? Shu's leaned against the railing, curiously turning to look at Smoothie. Smoothie then recounted to Shu's the various distressing experiences she had growing up in Totland, such as how her father was killed by Charlotte Linlin in the most brutal manner, turned into meat paste. As they shared their thoughts, time quietly passed from noon to evening. Lord Shu's dinner is ready. It was only when Enel came to call them for dinner that Shu's and Smoothie realized how late it had gotten. While walking towards the cabin, Shu's turned to Smoothie. So you still haven't eaten the devil fruit, huh? Right, the ashi fruit doesn't seem to suit my style. I came along this time to see if there were better options. If not, I have no choice but to eat it. Smoothie nodded. Only Katakuri knew about this matter in the Charlotte family, and he was the one who arranged for Smoothie to undertake this mission. Katakuri was one of the few people with whom Smoothie could sense familial affection. Compared to Charlotte Linlin, he truly resembled the head of the family. Then just eat this. Shu's pulled out a heat fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Smoothie. The ashi fruit was indeed good, but it really didn't suit Smoothie. It could only deal with minor enemies. In contrast, the heat fruit was different. Its potential for development was immense, and combined with Smoothie's swordsmanship, it promised a bright future. Smoothie looked at the devil fruit in her hand, and then at Shu's retreating figure, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Bang, what? The operation actually failed. Sengoku exclaimed in shock. Although Gion and Kaji were only brigadiers, their strength had already surpassed that of ordinary elite rear admirals. How could they fail with CP0's assistance? It was supposed to be successful, but suddenly an unknown group jumped out midway, snatched the devil fruit, and seriously injured Gion. Opposite Sengoku was the chief of staff of the Navy, Tsuru. Although she appeared calm, her hands constantly tapping the table revealed her anxiety. After all, while Gion had awakened, the doctor said he would still need to lie in bed for at least half a month. This is the intel Gion provided. Saying this, Tsuru handed a stack of papers to Sengoku. Sengoku took the information and began to read it carefully, his frown deepening as he examined the boy's strength. An unknown Zoan type, decent hockey skills, and impressive swordsmanship. Where did this guy come from? Still so young. Sengoku murmured, flipping a page, then his pupils suddenly widened in disbelief. He has Kura's crew, the notorious pirate of the New World, and even has a subordinate with the Thunder Fruit. Sengoku's eyes almost bulged out. Setting aside Kuro, why would someone with the Thunder Fruit be subordinate to another? A fruit with the reputation of invincibility. As long as the eater isn't utterly incompetent, they would undoubtedly rank among the top fighters in the future, yet they are serving under someone else. Not everyone is rocks. Could it be that the user of the Thunder Fruit was granted the fruit by this Zoan-type kid? Indeed, the danger level of this group is extremely high. Not only do they have the Thunder Fruit, but they also possess other special devil fruit users. Tsuru replied gravely. In her view, the potential of this group was absolutely not inferior to those currently wreaking havoc in the New World. After a moment of shock, Sengoku fell into deep thought, contemplating how to deal with this group of people, whether to issue a bounty or... Although they had attacked our navy, they did not cause significant casualties. According to Gion, that beast-type kid had even been careful not to involve too many civilians. Are you suggesting that they could be recruited? Sengoku frowned in response. Although our navy can recruit soldiers worldwide, encountering a group with such high potential might not happen for decades. They have not been classified as pirates yet, so anything is possible. Crane said, not elaborating further. Although this group had severely beaten Gion, it was evident that the kid had held back. Sengoku nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Then let's send someone to test the waters. It would be best to find someone strong. If they refuse, let's see if we can capture them directly. If this group with such high potential becomes pirates, it could give us a headache. Seeing Sengoku nod in agreement, Crane suggested, this matter is somewhat troublesome and might consume quite a bit of time. We need someone strong and available. Just as the two were pondering, the door was suddenly kicked open and a loud voice came through. Sengoku, I want to go on vacation. It's been ages since I've seen that brat Luffy. Looking at Carp, who barged in while picking his nose, Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances as if confirming something. Days later, a piece of news shattered the calm of the sea. A group of mysterious individuals caused chaos on Flower Island in the Grand Line, altering the island's geography. Insiders revealed that Flower Island would likely remain closed for nearly half a year. Instantly, the sea was filled with curses directed at the mysterious group. Damn it, if you're going to cause trouble, can't you at least do it somewhere else? Flower Island is closed. Where are we supposed to find fun now? However, some people focused on the crux of the news. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco excitedly held a newspaper and ran towards the drunken Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Old man, look. The Big Mom pirates got their butts kicked into paradise, losing 4 devil fruits. Marco had no good feelings towards these individuals trying to challenge the status of Whitebeard's crew, and he couldn't help but rejoice at their misfortune. Whitebeard glanced at the contents of the newspaper. Without considering anything else, the details of the Big Mom pirates' troubles were extensively covered, even mentioning that 2 of their executives had been captured and several devil fruits lost, all provided by an unknown Ms. Stussy. Kuaha, the greedy ones are just reaping what they sowed. On Wano country, Onigashima, someone laughed. Ahaha, it's that guy Xius. Yamato, holding the freshly delivered newspaper, laughed heartily at Black Maria beside her. Yes, it's Lord Xius. Black Maria gently wiped the food crumbs from Yamato's mouth and smiled, while Kazuki Hiyori, unable to see over the height, jumped to catch a glimpse of the newspaper being held by Yamato. Although the image was very blurry and Xius didn't look human at all, they all recognized him at a glance. Damn bastard, you only called me a few times in all this time. I wonder when you'll come back. The angriest of all had to be Charlotte Linlin. She looked at the newspaper, furious enough to want to rip off Morgan's wings and roast them, as the article portrayed her Big Mom pirates like clowns. Her hopes of having Katakuri deal with that kid were also dashed. Just as Katakuri set sail, he watched helplessly as the life card pointing the way turned to ashes. Big Mom did not believe that Xius had killed Smoker, otherwise he wouldn't need to call. That kid must have found some way to trick the life card. The more she thought about it, the angrier Charlotte Linlin became, slamming her palm on the ground, causing the entire cake island to tremble. Lord Xius, we are approaching Water 7. Enel excitedly pointed towards the distant island. Take the ship to the garbage dump behind the island. Xius chose not to head to the port of Water 7, but instead circled to the back of the island, which was a garbage dump filled with shipwrecks. The person he was looking for lived there. Before they could approach the garbage dump, a missile shot from it towards Xius' ship, and faintly someone on the shore could be heard shouting. How could someone be here? Get out of the way. As the missile neared, without Xius needing to act, a beam of scorching sword light flashed, causing the missile to explode in midair. Smoker slowly sheathed his sword, frowning as he surveyed the distance, contemplating whether to deal with the person who was randomly firing missiles. Xius had already recognized who was on the shore and waved his hand, instructing the crew to dock quickly. As soon as they docked, a boy rushed over, pulling another blue-haired kid who looked discontent. I'm really sorry, sir. It's all this idiot's fault for experimenting with weapons. The blue-haired kid looked defiant, but it was not directed at Xius. He sincerely bowed to Xius. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xius waved his hand and asked the two, "Do you know where Master Tom is? I came specifically to visit him." "Oh, you're looking for Master Iceberg, and this is Frankie. Please follow me." On the way, Frankie noticed that everyone did not blame him for his earlier offense, and became lively again, constantly asking if the missile's power was too weak to be easily dealt with, causing Iceberg to clench his fist in frustration, wanting to knock him out. In a simple patched-up house, Xius and the others met Tom, who appeared plump but possessed terrifying strength, and who had a temperament that was completely at odds with his appearance. "So you want me to build a ship?" "No problem." Tom readily agreed to Xius' request, since his disciple had just used missiles on them, so this request was not something he could refuse. "Thank you very much. Here are the blueprints." Xius took out the construction blueprints for the Argo and handed them to Tom. Tom initially didn't pay much attention. He had built more ships than Xius had seen. But after carefully examining the blueprints, his expression grew serious. This doesn't resemble current construction techniques, or rather it looks like." Tom abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Xius had already guessed that it resembled the ancient weapon Pluton. After all, both stemmed from ancient technologies that must share some commonalities. This is quite a remarkable blueprint. I can build it, but the energy source for this ship is beyond my capabilities to resolve." After carefully reviewing the blueprint, Tom said, "After getting a shot, I had a good sleep, and it's about time. Luckily, I'm not working overtime today. I can finish this by midnight. The update time in the next couple of days might be a bit chaotic." Shios heard Tom's mention of the energy issue and fell into deep thought. The energy system of the Ark proverb was indeed peculiar, a fact even a layman like him could comprehend. The Ark proverb requires a significant amount of pure energy to operate, such as the lightning from the thunder fruit or the flames of the blaze fruit. In the palace of Baika, Shios also found records related to this matter. It is well known that the people of the Sky Islands over the Beihai Sea are from the moon, and the royal family of Baika is among the most noble of them. Unlike other moon people who descended using balloons, they traveled on highly advanced warships. However, shortly after arriving at the Beihai Sea, they lost the method to produce high-purity energy for unknown reasons. Yet, relying on their advanced technology, they developed a new version of the warship proverb using the devil fruit, and even collected thunder fruits, hoping to create even more powerful ships to conquer this planet. The model in Zaya's hand is the result of their research. For reasons unknown, they failed, and even lost their mastery of advanced technology, leaving only a family tradition to preserve the thunder fruits. Records on this matter are sporadic even within the palace of the Baika royal family. Most of Zaya's previous speculations were self-generated, and he wasn't sure if they were correct. "It's all right, Master Tom. We can handle the energy issue ourselves." What a manly man. "Then there is no problem." Tom chuckled in agreement. "The previous blueprints may have inaccuracies. This is just a model." Seeing Tom agree, Shios raised his hand slightly, and a pirate subordinate pulled out an exquisite model from a box and handed it to Tom. "This is..." As soon as Tom saw the model, his eyes could hardly look away. The previous blueprints were drawn by craftsmen on the Sky Island based on Zaya's requirements, and to be honest, the level was somewhat abstract. They could not comprehend the high-tech warship proverb, let alone modify it, as per Zaya's requests. Tom gently tapped on the warship model, and the model, powered by Inaru, instantly unfolded, revealing various structures within, nearly causing Iceberg and Frankie to drop their jaws. "Are you really going to build this warship?" "I'm afraid even the world government would go bankrupt trying to construct it." Tom looked at the model, which resembled a work of art, and spoke solemnly to Shios. This was not simply a small golden ship like in the original story. The various high-tech features of this warship were beyond anything Tom had ever heard of. Integrating long-distance expeditions and long-range bombardments, it resembled a cutting-edge killing machine. Ridiculously, it even had a large living area, a small ecological circle capable of being self-sufficient. It was akin to a mobile island. If he were to replicate it completely, Tom estimated that even if the elders of the world government saw the price list, they would need a heart-saving pill. What a super warship. If I could build it, I would be willing to die for it. Frankie's eyes sparkled with a dazzling golden light, and just by looking at the model, he nearly drooled. Indeed, it is a miraculous warship. Even the legendary Pluton would pale in comparison. Even the usually composed Iceberg was greatly shaken. "Of course, I'm not asking to build it completely. We don't have that much power. I would like to ask Master Tom to miniature it while preserving its original performance as much as possible. Building such a super warship requires more than just funding. Various special materials and skilled workers are far beyond what Shios can currently afford." "I see. Even so, it is still an impressive warship." Tom nodded in understanding, and his heart ignited with tremendous fighting spirit. If he could build such a warship, he would have no regrets. Even so, the construction period for this warship will be quite long. After all, we are currently short on manpower, and I still need to build the sea train to save Water 7. However, before Tom could regain his lofty ambitions, he was slapped back into cold reality. If there are only a few of you, it will indeed take a long time. But if we integrate all the shipbuilding companies in Water 7, the time required would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Shios, seemingly unconcerned by Tom's cold water, instead smiled slightly. The sea train that Master Tom is researching, the most difficult part right now is merely the shortage of funds, and I can just sponsor you. As he spoke, Shios handed Tom a check stamped with the seal of the World Bank supported by the world government. This seal was engraved with a special devil fruit, making it absolutely authentic. Tom received the check in confusion, but just a glance at the amount made him dizzy. Tom considered himself a tough guy, but upon seeing the number, he couldn't help but buckle at the knees, nearly collapsing. Iceberg and Frankie also leaned in curiously, and the two impoverished boys, who had never seen such wealth, sat down helplessly after counting the zeros. Shios, Lord Shios, is this funding for us? Tom, who had maintained a master's demeanor, now became cautious. This person before him was a super financier. To be precise, I am preparing to start a company dedicated to the shipbuilding industry in Water 7. Looking at Tom, who had succumbed to the allure of money, Shios wore a smile. This money was merely a small sum he exchanged for gold from Appiato. If all the gold were exchanged for berries, the entire financial system of the world government would likely collapse. Upon hearing about the company, Tom and the others exchanged puzzled glances, completely unable to comprehend Xius' actions. They had no idea that Water 7 would one day become the pinnacle of the global shipbuilding industry. The current Water 7 was merely a small island on the brink of destruction, desperately in need of Tom's rescue. But before the three could ask, they saw Shios point at one of them. I would like to hire Mr. Iceberg as the leader of this company. Me. Iceberg pointed at himself in disbelief, unsure of what aspect of himself caught Xius' attention. What? No confidence? Shios slightly motivated the still youthful Iceberg. I can do it. Upon hearing Xius' words, Iceberg stood up instantly. He did not want to miss this opportunity. During this time, he had been contemplating the future of Water 7. He believed in his master's ability to build the sea train to save the island, but what would happen afterward? Could the few shipbuilding companies on the island, which were constantly fighting among themselves, develop this island? Iceberg had been seeking an answer to this question, and now he believed this was the perfect opportunity. I support you, Ice Mountain. Go out there and make your mark as a true man. Tom, standing nearby, also reacted, laughing as he patted Ice Mountain's shoulder in encouragement. I don't know why you were chosen, but good luck anyway. Frankie, standing beside him, awkwardly cheered Ice Mountain on. Bastard, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Stinky Ice Mountain, do you want to be hit? In no time, the originally serious scene became comically absurd with the antics of the two. Then I'll leave this matter to Master Tom. No problem. Shios slightly nodded to Tom and prepared to leave. Although he really wanted to recruit this legendary craftsman, he knew that Tom was currently focused on the great task of saving Water 7. But it was alright, Spandam, that useless fool, would help Shios push Tom towards him. After distributing a large sum of berries for all the crew to enjoy Water 7, Shios and Ice Mountain were leisurely cruising around the city on a small boat. Now Water 7 looked dilapidated, and the passers-by wore expressions of despair, showing no signs of hope, like walking corpses. Because of the conflicts between the sea gods and the shipbuilding companies, every year this island is on the verge of dying. Ice Mountain said quietly as he watched the pedestrians on the road. You were quite resolute just now. Oh, I suppose you have some thoughts on this. Shios looked at Ice Mountain beside him, testing the young man. Although he knew that in the future this kid could become the mayor of the island, who could say for sure that Ice Mountain would definitely be capable now? I think we first need to resolve the conflicts among those companies. We can't let the residents of the island face the risk of dying in a firefight every day. Then, Ice Mountain passionately expressed his thoughts, and even Shios beside him nodded continuously, recognizing that this kid had something. Shios suddenly frowned, interrupting Ice Mountain, who was speaking eloquently. Indeed, your ideas have practical value. Go find Enel. He will help kickstart your plans. Okay. Ice Mountain, a bit puzzled but tactful, didn't ask further. After taking the den mushy from Shios, he headed to find Enel. Shios then stepped out of the boat and entered a small alley. After a few twists and turns, he entered a secretive house, and a mysterious figure in a cloak followed him into the room. Inside the room, Stussy removed her cloak, revealing her stunning face. She furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and asked Shios, "What do you want?" Without any unnecessary probing, Stussy straightforwardly inquired about Xius' demands. There are no listening devices in this room, right? Shios did not answer, but instead smiled and asked Stussy in return, "Do you think I would record today's events?" Stussy retorted in silence, wondering if she would record this to create trouble for herself. "You don't need to be so wary of me. We are on the same side." Seeing Stussy eyeing him suspiciously, Shios slowly spoke. However, noticing that Stussy remained unmoved, he gradually unfolded the wings hidden behind him, a burst of flames igniting at the back of his head. Stussie's pupils slowly contracted as she exclaimed, "Lunaria clan. Indeed, I am a descendant of the Lunaria." Stussie suddenly realized that many of her previous doubts during the battle were now clarified. No wonder this guy's flames and defenses were so exaggerated. It would make sense if he belonged to the Lunaria. Now we both hold each other's important secrets. I suppose we don't need to be so tense anymore. Stussie's lips twitched at this bizarre logic, yet she felt somewhat at ease. Shios revealing his Lunaria clan secret was mainly due to two reasons. First, he wanted to gain some favor from Vegapunk. Given Vegapunk's attitude towards Kuma, he should feel some sympathy for the Lunaria clan, who were also hunted by the world government. Of course, he couldn't have too many expectations. This old man was a scientific madman who had once conducted inhumane endurance experiments on the pacifista. The second reason was to trigger intense inner turmoil in Stussy. Perhaps due to the influence of the artificial being, Shios could easily perceive her inner thoughts and affect her emotions with his observation haki. If her emotions were stirred up, the rapport between him and her would increase rapidly. I am in desperate need of a highly skilled scientist right now. Stussy was taken aback. When she thought of a scientist, the first person who came to mind was of course Vegapunk, and she found it hard to believe. Are you crazy? The world government would never allow Vegapunk to fall into anyone else's hands. Don't worry, I know that Dr. Vegapunk cannot join us. What I want is that genius boy Caesar clown who works with him. Stussy's eyes flickered slightly, as she certainly knew this person. He was the one who usually clashed with Vegapunk, and Vegapunk held no fondness for this man who disregarded human life. If it were him, that would not be impossible. Stussy asked, "What are your thoughts?" Shios confidently replied, "You just need to give me a chance, I will take the person myself." Stussy pondered. Vegapunk held immense power within the entire laboratory, and creating an opportunity was not too difficult. She also thought that if it meant getting rid of Caesar clown, Vegapunk would be quite willing. "All right, wait for my notification." Stussy agreed. "I am also very interested in many of Dr. Vegapunk's research." Seeing Stussy agree, Shios spoke up, "Don't be too greedy." Stussy's expression darkened, not expecting that Shios would be so greedy. "Don't worry, I will pay." Saying this, Shios took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Stussy. Originally, Stussy did not pay much attention to it, but after taking a glance, her pupils widened instantly. "Doctor has plenty of research. You just tell me which one you want." After seeing the enormous amount on the check, Stussy's expression instantly changed. Many of Vegapunk's experiments were severely underfunded. She believed Vegapunk would never refuse such a deal. The research on bloodline factors. Shios spoke decisively. This was the area he most coveted about Vegapunk. This old man had even been able to study the seraphim. Although that mysterious holy flame was also very tempting, Shios felt that Vegapunk would never hand that over to him. "You do know how to choose." Stussy raised her eyebrows. It should be noted that Vegapunk was initially favored by the world government because of his research on bloodline factors. "You pick a time and place." Stussy tucked the check into her pocket, feeling quite pleased, and her tone became much more amiable. Shios thought for a moment and was about to make a decision when he suddenly noticed the newspaper on the table. After carefully reading it, he said, "How about Sabaody Archipelago? We should have enough time to go there with our stops along the way." Stussy glanced at Shios, strangely not understanding why he would decide the time and place using the newspaper he had just bought, but she couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. Stussy roughly estimated the time Shios took to travel from Flower Island to Water 7, nodded, said nothing more, and walked out of the room with her cloak. Shios watched Stussy leave and reopened the newspaper in his hand, murmuring softly, "Is it Doflamingo's auction?" The most prominent feature of this newspaper remains the grand event of Flower Island, which, despite having passed a long time ago, still captivates the hearts and minds of many. Speaking of which, I've made such a mess in Gion, yet the Navy hasn't put out a wanted notice for me. Looking at the newspaper depicting him as a ruthless villain, Shiosi scratched his chin, thinking it shouldn't be this way. He still wanted to leverage his identity as a pirate for something. But he didn't bother too much. What truly concerned Shiosi was another piece of news. The Don Quixote family in the Sabaody Archipelago will soon hold a grand auction featuring rare treasures from around the world's special ethnic slaves, and it is even hinted that a special devil fruit will be available at this auction. Superhuman type, gold fruit. TSK Tisk Don Quixote Doflamingo really is a moneybringer with the surgery fruit, the gold fruit, and even the upcoming Blaze fruit. The moment he saw the gold fruit, Shiosi realized that this should be the auction where Guild Tesoro snatched the gold fruit from Doflamingo. "I can't miss this, the Golden Emperor." Shiosi wouldn't miss the opportunity to recruit Guild Tesoro. At present, Tesoro was far from being the powerful figure capable of controlling 20 of the world's berries, making it the perfect time to bring him on board. Tesoro is a person of great business acumen, and his own strength is quite good. He will surely become an elite rear admiral in the future. Thinking of the gold fruit, Xios couldn't help but feel troubled. He had quite a few fruits on him, but lacked worthy talents to cultivate. Wait, speaking of talents. Xios seemed to recall something and picked up the transponder snail that Stussy had left on the table before leaving. At this moment, Stussy, who had discreetly left Water 7 on a small boat, raised an eyebrow at the incessantly ringing transponder snail. Elegantly sitting on a long bench, she accepted the coffee handed to her by her confidant and waved him away. What on earth is this guy up to? Despite internally complaining, Stussy picked up the transponder snail without asking anything, quietly waiting for the response from the other end. This is the basic quality of her as the Queen of Spies. Miss Stussy, do you know what is most lacking in the Grand Line? What is lacking? Stussy frowned, confused as to why Xios suddenly asked that. The Grand Line is most lacking in talent. I wonder if Miss Stussy could recommend a few for me. Stussy fell silent. She didn't expect someone to ask her a spy chief for people. Are you sure? I am part of CP0 under the world government. It's okay. I trust you very much, Miss Stussy. Where does your inexplicable trust in me come from? Stussy twitched her lips in disbelief, though she felt somewhat touched. It was the first time someone had said such a thing to her since she joined the world government. Who do you want? Stussy asked, knowing that Xios must have someone in mind to make that call. Rob, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa. Xios listed all the members of CP9 in one breath. Stussy was filled with countless question marks, not to mention how Xios learned these absolutely confidential names. The way he recited them, like ordering a dish, made her wonder if the world government was his family, as he named all the carefully cultivated intelligence agents in one go. Impossible. Even I don't have the authority to quietly send away so many people. On the other end of the transponder snail, Xios felt somewhat disappointed despite having anticipated this situation. Then how many can you give? If including Rob Lucci, the strongest genius of CP9 in the past 800 years, then at most 3. Hearing that there were 3, Xios' eyes brightened. Having some was better than none. Then just the first 3 I mentioned. Although I don't know why you know them, I must inform you in advance that they have all received secret training from the world government since childhood and will not be able to pledge loyalty to you. That's all right. Thank you for the reminder, Stussy. I will send them on a mission later. The details will be sent to you. That's all for now. After hanging up the communication, Stussy touched her own front headlight, feeling her heart race. It was an unprecedented feeling. Looking at the terminated communication, Xios smiled in satisfaction. Both Lucci and Kaku were absolute geniuses. Lucci goes without saying, he was simply dragged down by his fruit ability. If he had switched to a mythical Zoan, he definitely wouldn't have been easily subdued by the sun god. Kaku was able to awaken his fruit ability in just 2 years. Although it was only an ordinary Zoan, it was enough to prove his talent. As for Khalifa, she is quite good looking. Is this the place? Enel curiously looked up at the building that was clearly different from the ones around it, its golden decorations appearing even more splendid against the backdrop of the surrounding dilapidated houses. That's right. Iceberg nodded solemnly. The company in front of him was one of the culprits behind the current desolate scene of Water 7. At this moment, Iceberg had already informed Enel of the situation via the transponder snail. They came this time to deal with the group of troublemakers ruining Water 7, followed closely by Kaku and others. Indeed, there was nothing enjoyable in Water 7 nowadays. This really brings back bad memories, Enel said, watching the residents of Water 7, who were avoiding this building like a plague. A flicker of electric light flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Get out of here. The guards at the entrance had long noticed the group of fierce-looking individuals. Having been accustomed to being domineering in Water 7, he directly shouted at them. Such annoying guys. Yuta frowned at the arrogant guard. Just as Yuta's voice fell, Enel stretched out a hand towards the guard, as if receiving some command. Electric discharge. With a thunderous roar, a thick pillar of lightning pierced through the guard and the building behind him, leaving everyone inside dead in an instant. Iceberg stared dumbfounded at this scene. He had thought Enel would resolve it with money like Xios. He was just pondering his words internally, but didn't expect it to be resolved this way. The passers-by were also shocked. They had just seen this strange group standing there wanting to persuade Enel and the others to leave, but didn't expect that with a flick of the long-eared man's hand, the entire shipbuilding company vanished. Everyone, please do not panic. We are here to save this island. Although the situation arose suddenly, Ice Mountain quickly stood up and shouted loudly to the residents who were trying to flee. My master is developing a train that can travel across the sea, intending to connect all the surrounding islands. Soon everyone will be able to set sail. We need to resolve the ongoing conflicts of the shipbuilding companies, so there is no need to be afraid. With Ice Mountain's passionate speech, the surrounding crowd began to calm down, and more people gathered towards him. No wonder Lord Shios values this kid, Enel remarked as he observed the crowd erupting in cheers while others like Yuta nodded in agreement. This moment alone showcased Ice Mountain's extraordinary qualities. Thus Shios and his group stayed on the island for 3 days, during which they helped Ice Mountain consolidate all the shipbuilding companies on the island. Normally, such forceful interference in a country's affairs would surely attract the attention of the world government. However, given the current state of Water 7 and the support from its residents, no one came to meddle. After replenishing various resources, Shios and his group departed from Water 7 with Tom and his disciples seeing them off. Haha, what a lively bunch. This sea will become even more vibrant with them around. Subordinate Archipelago, it truly has been a long time. Yuta sighed as his feet touched the unique soil of the Subordinate Archipelago. The others, like Enel, looked around in awe at the bustling scene of Subordinate Archipelago, making Kex beside him cover his face in embarrassment. Alright, the auction is about to begin. Shios took Yuta's hand and walked towards Island No. 7, where Doflamingo was hosting the auction. After showing their asset proof to the guards at the entrance, they smoothly entered. It must be said that Doflamingo has done a commendable job with this auction, with decorations that exude class. Due to Xius' substantial assets, they were arranged in a prime location on the 2nd floor. At this moment, the seats in the venue were almost full, and soon a blonde host with big waves walked up. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am your host, Amy. Amy sweetly surveyed the audience, intentionally or unintentionally puffing out her chest, causing waves that captivated many. Without further ado, the auction officially begins. The first item up for bid is a precious slave. As soon as Amy's words fell, an iron cage was pushed up and the audience eagerly looked towards it, wondering if it would be a fishman or some special race. What came into view, however, was a disheveled old man with half-white hair who was even drinking wine inside the cage. What is this? I expected Doflamingo to have something good. Hearing the boos from the audience, Amy's expression turned a bit awkward. This old man came to sell himself, and his strength was indeed decent, but she had not anticipated such a poor reaction. Seeing the audience's fervent reaction, Amy made no further introductions and directly let the old man go unsold, quickly moving on to the second item, which fortunately was impressive enough to pacify the crowd. Damn, they really look down on me, the old man. Silvers Rayleigh scratched his head in displeasure, but couldn't help but feel pleased as he thought about the money earned from selling himself and went off to buy some alcohol. Rayleigh, looking at the old man being pushed down, Shios couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although he had known this for a long time, seeing the legendary pirate act so shamelessly still made him want to comment. However, he had no intention of bidding on Rayleigh. He didn't want to be robbed by that old man. Aside from the little incident with Rayleigh, the auction proceeded smoothly, and as each item was presented, the crowd's mood gradually lifted. Enel and the others, seeing the dazzling array of items, were somewhat tempted. After receiving a nod from Shios, they too bid on items they desired, and even Yuta received a music score that was said to be lost, gifted by Shios. Now the auction is nearing its end. The moment you all have been waiting for, the true heavyweight is about to make its appearance. Amy smiled broadly at the lively atmosphere in the venue, knowing she would earn a considerable commission from this auction. Hearing the audience's urging, she proclaimed loudly, "Please welcome the next item, Gomu Gomu no Mi." A tray was then pushed up, displaying a fruit covered in bizarre patterns and a luxurious golden color. The atmosphere in the auction hall was instantly ignited, with everyone fixated on this fruit. The Gomu Gomu no Mi was undoubtedly an outstanding fruit among the Paramecia types. Starting bid is 100 million, with each increment not less than 5 million. 150 million. Amy had just announced the price when she was interrupted. Unfazed, she smiled and let the bidding for the Gomu Gomu no Mi continue, not bothering to call out each time. She knew the final price of this devil fruit would be extraordinarily high. As the bids from the crowd kept rising, the price of the Gomu Gomu no Mi surged rapidly, but Shios remained silent, calmly listening to the bidding. The price quickly exceeded 500 million, and the number of bidders began to dwindle. By the time it reached 700 million, there were only a few bidders left, with one person who had consistently raised the bid without any sign of panic. The reason he was so unconcerned about money was simple: he was sent by Doflamingo to retrieve this devil fruit. Doflamingo was no fool. He wouldn't just auction off such a powerful fruit. Of course, he intended to internalize it. The only reason it was brought out was to hype up the auction. Just as the situation developed in the direction Doflamingo had anticipated, a sudden explosion echoed from the entrance of the auction. A man with gray-green hair swaggered and smiling as he tossed aside the guard he had been holding. "Hand over the Gomu Gomu no Mi." As he spoke, he aimed a rocket launcher at Amy on the stage, causing her to turn pale and hastily dodge. "Bastard, stop right there." Just then a figure sprang out from a corner. He was a cadre sent by Doflamingo to oversee this place. Such an important item as the Gomu Gomu no Mi certainly needed supervision. With his armament hockey enveloping his hand, this cadre wore a sinister smile, already imagining the scene of smashing the brain of this green-haired brat. However, to his surprise, the guy in front of him actually raised his hand to block his certain strike. Before this cadre from the Don Quixote family could react, a large hand had already pierced through his chest, taking his life. Guild Tesoro looked at the blood on his hands and directly rubbed it on his head to style his hair. Then he pointed at Amy. Little girl, what are you waiting for? Amy trembled as she carefully handed the golden fruit to Taizalo, fearing that this merciless killer might take her life as well. To Amy's surprise, Guild Taizalo had no intention of slaughtering anyone. He laughed heartily and left once he confirmed he had the fruit. Outside the auction house, flames engulfed the area, scattered with the bodies of guards slaughtered by Taizalo moments before. Ha, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. Taizalo exclaimed excitedly as he quickly led his men away from Island No. 7 of Sabaody. He had thought he would have to deal with that bastard Doflamingo, but it turned out to be just a useless underling guarding the place. Halfway through, Taizalo couldn't resist pulling out the devil fruit from his bag. He was desperate to eat it and could not wait any longer. However, when Taizalo bit into it, he suddenly realized that the fruit he had just held had vanished. Confused, he looked around and noticed a person had appeared beside him, tossing the golden fruit up and down in his hand. Bastard, give it back to me. Taizalo shouted in fury, his eyes nearly turning red as he charged at Xius. But no matter how Taizalo swung his fists, Xius easily dodged, moving gracefully, as if he were dancing amidst the shadows of Taizalo's rapid punches. How is this possible? Taizalo stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unwilling to give up as he gathered all his haki into his arm, unleashing his full strength. He was confident that even a typical Navy major would struggle to evade. Facing Taizalo's confident strike, Xius did not evade. He calmly stood his ground and slowly raised his hand. With a loud bang, the cold reality struck Taizalo with despair. This mysterious person had simply blocked his full force with a single finger. Don't make that expression of the strength of this punch is actually quite decent. Look, I even used armament haki, Xius said, shaking his finger at Taizalo to demonstrate his point. Taizalo's mouth twitched. Who is this guy to kill and then mock? My lord, I apologize if I disturbed you at the auction, but this devil fruit is truly important to me. If you don't mind, I can make it up to you in other ways. Taizalo had calmed down by this point. He had indeed been a bit overwhelmed by the golden fruit and sincerely apologized to Xius. No, I'm not interested in the devil fruit. What I'm truly interested in is you. Xius casually tossed the devil fruit back to Taizalo with a smile. Me? Taizalo's face twisted upon hearing Xius' words. He never expected this unknown powerhouse to have such unique interests, yet one must bow their head under the roof of another. Taizalo was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, silently shedding tears for Stella. Xius looked at Taizalo, who was struggling internally, and kicked him, sending him flying several meters away. You've got some decent strength and your money-making business operates well at sea. How about joining me? Taizalo finally understood that he had misunderstood the situation. It was not surprising given his twisted thoughts, especially since he had spent too long in Mariewa witnessing too many dark aspects of humanity. However, after hearing this, Taizalo's expression darkened. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that this guy wanted to take over his hard work, and he truly did not want to join anyone. He only wished for revenge against the celestial dragons. Sorry, if it were anything else I would definitely agree, but this absolutely cannot happen. Xius sensed Taizalo's inner turmoil and just smiled without saying a word, calmly watching him. Yet under Xius' gaze, Taizalo felt an overwhelming pressure, certain that he would not win in a fight. If he could first placate this guy and then slowly handle the situation, that might be a good approach. But looking into Xius' eyes, which seemed to penetrate the soul, Taizalo instinctively rejected this option. You want me to join you? If you can still maintain that thought after seeing this, then I will agree. After much contemplation, Taizalo slowly revealed the star-shaped scar on his back, tearing off his shirt, and amidst the blood one could vaguely see the mark of the heavenly dragon's hoof. Indeed, I was once a slave in Mariewa, and I escaped thanks to Fisher Tiger. What do you think? Exposing his most humiliating past to others, Taizalo yelled in despair, looking at Xius to see what kind of reaction he would have. But to Taizalo's surprise, Xius showed no reaction upon seeing the mark on his back, his expression flat, as if it meant nothing to him. As Xius walked towards Taizalo, he said, "A slave to the celestial dragons. I can see your hatred for them. I feel the same way." As he spoke, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled from Xius' back, their dark feathers adorned with strange patterns, nearly making Taizalo's eyes pop out. Lunaria tribe. Taizalo initially had some doubts, but with the flames erupting from the back of Xius' head, he was completely certain of his guess. When Taizalo wanted to gather a ransom to buy Stella, he had once considered the Lunaria tribe. Just providing information could earn him 100 million berries, and he had dreamt of such a scenario. At this moment, Taizalo stood dumbfounded, slowly turning away and no longer showing his scar. To Xius, his little vendetta was nothing compared to the grievances against the Lunaria tribe, which were about the destruction of a nation and extinction. Taizalo directly knelt before Xius, clutching his leg and shouting, "My lord, I want to strike against the celestial dragons." After all, his ultimate goal has always been revenge against the celestial dragons, and being able to follow such a powerful figure would surely provide him with a greater opportunity. All right, get up, Xius said, shaking off Taizolo's hand that was clutching his leg in disgust as the kid's hands were still covered in blood. Taizolo, ignoring the blood on his hands, got up and quickly put on his clothes, eagerly following Xius. What about those people? Xius pointed to the group of subordinates Taizolo had brought, who had just overheard quite a bit. Oh, these are just the desperate criminals I gathered. They are no longer of any use now, and since they are not good people, let's just kill them. Taizolo walked towards the group of people he had brought with a flat expression. They had originally been hired to die, and now that they had heard things they shouldn't have, it was time to deal with them. After a series of wails, Taizolo expressionlessly wiped the blood from his hands on a corpse, then hurriedly ran towards Xios. Sir, everything has been taken care of. Xios ignored Taizolo's fawning grin as he waved to a figure approaching quickly, Luo, wearing a spotted hat. Xios pointed behind Taizolo and asked, "Can this be treated?" Luo glanced at the scar exposed by Taizolo lifting his shirt and nodded, ignoring the Tianxiang dragon's hoof mark on it. "It's a minor issue, a skin graft can solve it." Upon hearing this, Taizolo's face lit up with wild joy, as he hadn't expected that the so-called permanent mark of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof could actually be treated. With newfound respect for Xios, Taizolo realized that not only was he powerful, but his subordinates also had remarkable talents. All right, since everything is nearly resolved, let's head back to the empty island first. This time Xius' expedition was fruitful, and it was indeed time to return with no objections from those around. However, at that moment Taizolo hurriedly interjected, "Sir, we cannot leave just yet. In a few days an opportunity to capture a celestial dragon will present itself." Everyone present changed their expressions in disbelief. Who is this kid daring to covet a celestial dragon? Seeing the curious gazes of the crowd, Taizolo continued, "In a few days a celestial dragon will arrive at the Subordinate archipelago, and it can be confirmed that the strength of the guards around him is exceedingly weak." "How do you know such a top-secret matter?" Luo couldn't help but ask, as the travel plans of a celestial dragon should be absolutely confidential. "Over the years I have been paying tribute to the celestial dragons annually, and occasionally I can obtain some information. Mainly this trip encountered an unexpected event. I heard that this celestial dragon was originally headed to the Island of Flowers, but due to a major event there recently, he had to change course, and now he intends to visit Subordinate for fun. The incident occurred so suddenly that even CP0 was caught off guard, which is how I learned of it." Taizolo recounted the entire story in one breath. Over the years, he had sent a significant amount of money to the celestial dragons each year to gather intelligence for his future revenge. Xios was taken aback to discover that this matter was related to him. Even more surprising was Taizolo's attitude. In his view, even without him, Taizolo would have targeted this celestial dragon. This was definitely something that had never happened in the original story. Taizolo was currently a hot-headed youth, and his desire for revenge against the celestial dragons now was far greater than it would be later. The only reason he hadn't acted was due to a lack of opportunity. Later on, Taizolo refrained from action because as his power grew, he gradually came to understand just how terrifying the world government was. The more he learned, the more cautious he became, hesitating to take action even when opportunities arose. After hearing Taizolo's words, everyone turned to look at Xios, most of them knowing that Xios belonged to the Lunaria clan. Smuggy Keisai and others dared not express any opinions on this matter, as it involved national grudges and family hatreds, and they did not want to irritate Xios. Yuta and Inalu, on the other hand, would absolutely support Xios in anything he did, even if it meant going to kill a celestial dragon. Luo needed no further elaboration. He too had a deep-seated grudge against the celestial dragons, with the tragedy of Free Van's incident haunting him for a lifetime. But what did Xios think? He touched his chest, recalling the experiences of being hunted by the world government since childhood, the sight of his father trying to divert the pursuers while looking at him, and his mother with bloodshot eyes, and his mother dying of grief as she watched their lifeline burn away. His overwhelming hatred for the celestial dragons had always been deeply buried, as he knew that no matter how furious he was, it would be useless. This hatred could only be repaid with the blood of the celestial dragons. When will the celestial dragons arrive? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Xios asked Taizolo. No matter how much he thought about revenge, he couldn't recklessly charge into the marine admirals were no joke, and any of them could easily handle Xios now. At the shortest, a week, at the longest, half a month. After all, those celestial dragons are unpredictable, and the time lost on the way is uncertain. Taizolo, having grasped Xius' intent, exclaimed excitedly, "All right, I need to take a trip to the new world in the next few days." After confirming the schedule, Xios nodded and addressed everyone. Although everyone was curious about what Xios planned to do in the new world at such a critical moment, they all nodded without asking further. After dismissing the crowd, Xios took out a transponder snail and dialed. "Stussy, there's been a change. Let's move the plan up a bit." "You bastard, it's easy for you to say that." Do you have any idea how troublesome this is? Listening to the roar coming from the transponder snail, Xios awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that this was indeed a bit excessive. New World Punk Hazard. Whoosh, with this I will soon surpass that bastard Vegapunk. Caesar Clown, sporting horns that resembled those of a demon, laughed arrogantly in his laboratory. At that moment, he was holding a fruit covered in strange patterns, the nature-type gas fruit, which had recently been sent to him by the world government as a reward for his outstanding contributions. This devil fruit was indeed quite remarkable. Even someone as incompetent as Caesar could achieve impressive results in battle after consuming it. As Caesar envisioned countless scientific ideas for utilizing the fruit, he became increasingly pleased. After all, wasn't Vegapunk always ahead of him just because of his brain fruit? Now that he also had a devil fruit, the title of the #1 scientist in this laboratory would soon change hands. Just as Caesar was reveling in his thoughts, a voice echoed from the mechanical door behind him. Dr. Caesar, Dr. Vegapunk is calling for you. How dare you summon me at will? Just wait, Vegapunk. Being interrupted while having sweet dreams, Caesar walked toward Vegapunk's laboratory with a displeased expression, clutching the gas fruit. Meanwhile, at the port of Punk Hazard, a ship was slowly docking. Lucci, what do you think this sudden mission assignment means? Are they going to promote us? I don't know. They clearly intended to send us undercover before. At this moment, Lucci also felt puzzled. Although not having to go undercover was good news, the sudden mission felt a bit strange. At the same time, Califa, standing nearby, remained timid and dared not speak. She had no idea why this rookie was assigned to carry out a mission with the 2 top performers from the training camp. However, Califa felt quite happy inside, as having these 2 would surely make this mission much easier. New World Punk Hazard. What? Why should I go? Caesar gritted his teeth and glared at the oversized-headed Vegapunk with anger. Caesar, this is an order. Vegapunk, unfazed by Caesar's glare, turned away to continue his experiment. Though he cursed Vegapunk and his ancestors in his heart, Caesar had no choice but to obediently prepare for the outbound inspection. Despite being nominally the second-in-command of this laboratory, everyone knew that the world government only cared about Vegapunk. Others, including Caesar, were merely side characters. After seeing Caesar had moved away, Vegapunk turned his head, looking at his retreating figure with a complex expression. Although I feel a bit guilty, I truly have had enough of you, Caesar. At the dock of Punk Hazard, Caesar wore an unhappy expression as he looked at the 3 young faces in front of him. Everything that happened today made him extremely displeased. At first, he was inexplicably dispatched by Vegapunk for an inspection, and now the world government had sent 3 obvious rookies to protect him. Please, Mr. Caesar, Lucci said, unfazed by Caesar's glare, maintaining a stoic expression as he politely invited Caesar onto the ship. Humph, Caesar snorted coldly and boarded the ship. At this moment, Caesar's mood had adjusted. Going out for inspection wasn't bad, as it would give him a chance to adapt to the abilities of the gas fruit. Perhaps by the time he returned, he could directly pull Vegapunk down from that position. Thinking of this, a mischievous smile reappeared on Caesar's face. The researchers following him looked unbothered. After spending a long time with Caesar, they had grown accustomed to his eccentric behavior. Only Lucci Kaku and others were left feeling perplexed. This legendary genius appeared rather foolish, but they paid little mind to it. This mission seemed strange for a scientist of Caesar's caliber. Even sending a CP0 for escort would not be excessive, yet they had no idea why only these 3 were assigned. However, there were benefits to taking on a challenging task. Completing it might even earn them a reward of a devil fruit. Just as the research ship was gradually drifting away from Punk Hazard, it unfortunately encountered the bizarre weather of the New World. Black clouds loomed over the sea, and hailstones the size of houses fell from the sky, crashing onto the water's surface like cannonballs, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Damn it, how can we be this unlucky? The crew member sailing the ship was already drenched in sweat, as they had clearly predicted that the weather would be fine for the next few days. You idiots, you can't even do a proper weather observation. Watching the massive ice falling from the dark clouds, the terrifying sense of oppression almost drove Caesar to the brink of despair. On the ship, Lucci and others desperately tried to intercept the hail. Although their strength was indeed considerable, trying to safely escort the research ship through the relentless hailstorm was still a daunting task. Occasionally, smaller hailstones would break through their defenses, creating large holes in the ship and causing Caesar to exclaim in shock. As the research ship struggled to hold together, the incessant chatter from Caesar in his ears pushed Lucci's mind and body to the edge. Wait, what is that thing? Caesar's exclamation rang out again. Lucci could no longer contain his impatience and looked at him, wanting to scold him to keep quiet, but saw Caesar pointing blankly into the distance. Lucci kicked a giant ice block apart and caught a glimpse in the brief interval, only to be frozen in place in shock. In the distance, amidst the thick clouds, a gigantic figure was faintly visible. After a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, Lucci vaguely made out the outline of that figure. With 8 heads and 8 tails, this iconic appearance instantly reminded Luke of the legendary Yamata no Orochi, but before he could marvel that a mythical creature had truly appeared before them, he saw that the gigantic figure in the distance seemed to be engulfed in flames illuminating the entire sky, followed by a blinding beam of light cutting through the air. On the research ship, everyone looked up at the sky in confusion, questioning whether they were dreaming. The colossal hailstorm cloud that had nearly driven them to despair was abruptly sliced apart, revealing a chasm hundreds of meters wide above them, far exceeding their line of sight. Warm sunlight streamed through, bathing them in light, reassuring them that they were not living in a dream. Luke was the first to react, staring at the approaching Yamata no Orochi without daring to move. The absolute pressure of its strength filled him with despair. As Xius transformed into human form upon nearing the research ship, he lightly leaped onto the deck and smiled as he surveyed everyone around him. "Thank you for your rescue just now, sir." Luke took the initiative to step forward and express his gratitude, contemplating the intentions of this not-souled, yet powerful figure before him. Xius glanced at the young Luke before him, whose eyes were filled with vigilance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. There were not many people on the ship besides the research staff, and only Luke and his companions carried any weight. Could it be that among them was the subordinate of this mysterious powerhouse? Luke and the others first looked at Caesar without any suspicion towards each other, as they had trained together on Guanhao Island since childhood. However, looking at the shocked expression on Caesar's face, which seemed genuine, they all fell into confusion. Although they had not spent much time with Caesar being elite intelligence agents, they were confident in their ability to see through this seemingly weak-hearted guy. Just as Luke was shifting his gaze to the research personnel, Xius smiled and said, "There's no need for guessing. All of you will soon become my subordinates." Luke and the others finally understood Xius' intentions. He was trying to recruit them. After a brief contemplation, Luke stepped forward to speak. "Thank you for saving us, my lord, but we are affiliated with the world government's research institution." Luke wanted to use the world government's authority to deter Xius. "Haha, of course I know you are from the world government, and I also know that the 3 of you are elites from CP9. Upon hearing this, Luke and the others were shocked. They never expected their identities to be exposed. What terrified them even more was that Xius' words implied he was already aware of their operational routes. Cold sweat instantly soaked Luke's back. His brain raced as he recalled many things: the sudden strange mission, Caesar's odd behavior, and Xius' mysterious appearance. All of it was overwhelming. "I shouldn't have to lift a finger, right?" Xius said with a smile, looking at Luke, who was still sweating profusely. No. Before Luke could respond, Caesar quickly waved his hand. He did not want to engage with this monster, and Luke remained silent, tacitly agreeing that he also did not want to die. You are the one from Flower Island." At this point, Khalifa, who had been quiet, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" She had found Xius somewhat familiar, and after careful recognition, she was sure that he was the man who had caused the last failure of the joint operation between CP0 and the Navy. With Khalifa's reminder, Luke and the others finally recognized him. Their thoughts of fighting to the death with Xius dissipated completely. They had seen detailed intelligence, and this man's strength was simply terrifying. Only a Marine admiral would have a solid chance of capturing him. By the way, there's this. Just as Xius was about to transform into the 8-headed serpent to drag the entire ship away, he suddenly remembered something and turned to throw something at Luke and the others. He then transformed and wrapped the entire research ship in auspicious clouds, taking to the sky, as the journey from here to Sabaody was not short, and he needed to stabilize the clouds in beast form. What is this? Even being dragged into the sky, Luke and the others were fixated on what Xius had tossed to them. They pulled out an item from their pockets to confirm, and only then did they believe it. It was actually their life cards. Luke and the others' hair stood on end, while knowing their operational routes might have some other explanations. The fact that their life cards had been taken proved that there was a mole of Xius in the world government with a terrifyingly high level of authority. "Nanny, even mine is here." Caesar's eyes nearly popped out. He stared at the life card slowly approaching his hand. His mind went blank, as this card was supposed to be kept in the laboratory. Where did Xius get it from? Logically, only Vegapunk should have the ability to access his life card. Could it be that Vegapunk is Xius' insider? Is that even possible? Luke stared blankly at the 8-headed serpent in the sky, his illusions about the world government shattered. Although he was aware of the corruption within, he never expected it to be so exaggerated. Am I not the strongest genius in 800 years? To be sold so easily? After stabilizing the auspicious clouds, Xius transformed back into human form and smiled at Luke and the others, whose perspectives had been completely refreshed. "You are the ones I selected after much deliberation. I have great expectations for you." "Why do this? We are agents of the world government. Why take the risk of exposing the mole to recruit us?" Luke directly asked, feeling there was no need to hold back at this point. He genuinely could not understand Xius' thought process. Which good person recruits talent to a spy organization, risking being infiltrated? The risk of exposure. You seem a bit too confident, or just 3 agents and 1 scientist. No one will care at all. As for why I dare to recruit you, you will soon know. Xius' cold words shattered the inner defenses of Lucci and the others, which was exactly what they found most puzzling. This plan was hardly intricate. If the world government was determined to investigate, they would certainly find out. Why would the mole dare to act? The reason was simple: they were utterly insignificant. What was the strongest genius in 800 years? Just a guy who could be dismissed with a mere garbage Zoan fruit. What second-rate talent under Vegapunk? In the eyes of the world government, Caesar didn't even measure up to a single hair of Vegapunk. Lucci and the others fell silent. Even Caesar's expression dulled. Lies cannot harm. Only the truth can cut deep. At this moment, they even felt a sense of shame, as if they were exposed. No need to feel this way. In my eyes, you are priceless treasures. As Xius subtly guided their emotions, he continued. The world government lacks the insight to recognize talent, but I am different. Caesar, you haven't eaten a devil fruit yet, have you? Xius looked at Caesar, who had never leaked any gas, and pulled out a fruit from his pocket. This is the Goma Goma no Mi. Caesar was once again astonished. He stared at this fruit coveted by all scientists, drooling and somewhat at a loss as he pointed at himself. Is this for me? It was no surprise that Caesar was so stunned. This fruit possessed the incredible power to reorganize items at will, and its potential in scientific experiments was immense. Xios smiled as he tossed the Gomu Gomu fruit directly to Kaisha, who hurriedly reached out to catch it, fearing it would fall to the ground. He held the fruit reverently, his face filled with ecstasy. My lord, this is the gas fruit, and I no longer need it. Although this fruit is nowhere near comparable to the Gomu Gomu fruit, it is still quite decent. Kaisha seemed to remember something, and pulled out the gas fruit from his pocket, handing it to Xios. Given his greedy nature, he would never normally give away a natural-type fruit he had just obtained, but the new boss had indeed given him too much. Oh, Xios was somewhat surprised that Kaisha already had the gas fruit. This was quite an unexpected delight. The gas fruit was indeed remarkable in combat, at least far superior to the smoke fruit. Xios tossed the devil fruit he had received to Kaku, without a second thought. There was simply too much of it. He still had 2 animal-type fruits he had taken from the Big Mom pirates. Unfortunately, the ordinary animal-type fruits were not very valuable, but they would make excellent rewards to incentivize his crew. Kaku looked dumbfounded at the devil fruit in his hands, feeling as though he had been struck by a windfall. Next to him, Lucci and Califa stared with envy, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even ordinary animal-type fruits were out of reach for them, and even Lucci, a task fanatic, would need 2 to 3 more years to obtain a single ordinary animal-type fruit. For Lucci, the idea of a powerful natural-type devil fruit, like the gas fruit, was beyond imagination. No amount of work would earn him that. Thank you, my lord. Kaku trembled with excitement, his voice slightly out of tune. Xios glanced at Califa and said, when we return, I have another devil fruit for you. Yes, thank you for your generosity, my lord. Califa responded, happily surprised that she too would receive a reward. Lucci could no longer maintain his expression. He was utterly shocked that this genius was somehow outdone by Califa. The blow he received today was greater than all of the previous ones combined. Do not be discouraged. The reason I am not giving you one is that your potential far exceeds theirs. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of devil fruits for you. Xios, noticing Lucci's expression, felt a bit amused as he comforted him. Lucci's potential indeed surpassed that of the 2, and if he could find a matching devil fruit for his strength, there was no telling how far he could go in the future. Hearing this, Lucci felt somewhat better and shyly nodded. Xios sensed the loyalty of those around him had significantly increased and nodded in approval. This wave was indeed the charm of wealth. Sabaody Archipelago dock of Island No. 1. Jago Lusarm, dressed in a bubble helmet and a white suit resembling a spacesuit, stepped off the luxurious ship with an unhappy expression, cursing under his breath. What a bunch of useless fools, they can't even guard an island of flowers. Originally, Sarm had been looking forward to the mermaid girl specially prepared for him by CP0, but he didn't expect such an incident to occur. Even sinking several merchant ships along the way did not quell his anger. Lord Sarm, no need to be angry, though I've heard that there will be mermaids at this auction as well. A black-clothed agent stepped forward, fawning. Sarm raised his hand and slapped him angrily, saying, do I need a lowly peasant like you to remind me? Would I even come here if it weren't for that? The black-clothed agent, having just been slapped, looked as if he had received a blessing, stroking his face and nodding repeatedly, displaying a servile demeanor. Seeing the comical appearance of the black-clothed agent, Sarm's mood improved significantly. He hummed a little tune as he walked toward the population auction house on Island No. 1. The woman on the ship had become tiresome to him, and she had started to exhibit strange things. Should he just toss her onto an island? Unbeknownst to these people, several figures stood in the distance, coldly observing them. Jago Lusarm, even among the celestial dragons, he is absolutely at the top. It is said that one of the 5 elders comes from his family. Tai Solo stared intently at Sarm from afar, explaining to the others, "Let everything proceed as planned." Shosi, who had been silent, spoke up, while watching Sarm, making an effort to suppress the killing intent that surged within him. Just by looking at Sarm, his heart raced violently, and a brutal killing intent flooded his mind. This was a hatred nearly etched into the genes of the Lunaria clan. The reason he had targeted the red-haired man so fiercely was partly due to this. Just thinking of Shanks' celestial dragon bloodline made Xius' methods turn violent. Otherwise, being friends with Shanks would have been quite a good choice. Yes, after a rather uneventful bidding at the auction, Sarm successfully acquired a mermaid. "Ha, no need to be afraid. Oh, I will take good care of you." Despite saying this, Sarm's face was filled with greed, and he pressed his face against the glass, watching the beautiful mermaid swim in the tank, his expression turning increasingly sinister, frightening the mermaid within. "Hurry up and take her away. Oh, I can't wait to have a taste." Sarm smiled even more wildly at the terrified mermaid. He reveled in this expression and had already begun to fantasize about the methods he would use. Mermaids cannot separate their legs before the age of 30, but this posed no difficulty for Sarm. The celestial dragons had long figured out that all they needed to do was strip their scales and cut their legs apart with a knife. As he thought about this, Sarm became so excited that he almost started dancing. He pulled out the exquisite pistol from his waist and aimed it at a passerby kneeling by the roadside, blowing their head off. Watching the little girl next to him tremble in fear, tears streaming down her face, Sarm felt even more delighted. He commanded the black-clothed agent beside him, "Take that lowly peasant's daughter away as well." "Ha!" Amidst the cries of the little girl, Sarm laughed as he walked towards his exclusive ship. Surrounding him were residents of Subordinate, kneeling with blank expressions. This was not the first time such an event had occurred, and it was strange only when the celestial dragons came without such incidents. Subordinate Archipelago, Island No. 61. Wrapped in bandages, Jiun was watching the Navy training on the field, occasionally shouting out guidance. Originally, her injuries required her to rest in bed for half a month for optimal recovery, but she could not bear the feeling of lying on the sickbed any longer, so she chose to come to the Subordinate Archipelago. The pirates who came here were usually inexperienced and weak, serving as a means for her to conduct recovery training. As Ji-Yuan stared blankly at the Navy personnel training, she suddenly turned her head to the right, feeling a familiar and powerful aura. After a brief hesitation, Ji-Yuan walked over, and after crossing a rather unremarkable street, she saw the source of the aura. It was Shios, who was sipping tea and smiling while waving at her, causing Ji-Yuan to feel a throbbing vein on her forehead. "You bastard, how dare you come to the Navy's territory?" Shios looked at the furious Ji-Yuan nonchalantly. "The Navy hasn't put a bounty on me, so why can't I come here?" Ji-Yuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, since the Navy had not issued a bounty, Shios could naturally come. "How did you know I was here?" Ji-Yuan asked again. The fact that he had openly revealed his aura must have been to attract her attention, which was quite strange, as her presence here should have been confidential, known only to the likes of Carp. "Of course it was your good friend Stussy who informed me." Shios wouldn't say this out loud, but instead he smiled at Ji-Yuan. "Don't be in such a hurry, have some tea first," he said, handing her a cup of tea that had already been prepared. The refreshing aroma of the tea made Ji-Yuan hesitate for a moment before she accepted it and took a small sip. Given Xius' strength, he could easily kill her in her current state, but she also knew from their previous battle that Shios had held back, so there was no need to worry about that. "Actually, I came here to ask for a favor." Ji-Yuan almost spat out her tea in shock. Did he even realize what he was saying? She was still wrapped in bandages from the beating he had given her, and now he came to ask her for a favor. "Is it you who has a problem, or do you think I have a problem? Speak." Ji-Yuan did not outright refuse. She said a word firmly, wanting to hear what Shios wanted her to do. "I heard that the world government recently introduced something called the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Oh, I wonder if Miss Ji-Yuan could recommend me it." Ji-Yuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shios to be so well informed. This resolution hadn't even been fully passed, yet Shios already knew about it. But then again, it wasn't surprising that he knew even where she trained. "Dream on." Ji-Yuan refused without a second thought. She was still planning for revenge. If Shios became one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Ji-Yuan wouldn't be able to act against him freely. After all, targeting a warlord would be akin to slapping the world government in the face. "Don't refuse so quickly. Oh, I actually meet the criteria quite well." Ji-Yuan's rejection was expected by Shios. He was not in a hurry, and instead calmly explained. "What the Navy is most opposed to about the 7 Warlords of the Sea is the legalized piracy, but I have no intention of burning, killing, or looting plus I." As Shios continued to explain, Ji-Yuan found herself feeling a sense of intrigue. If what Shios said was true, he indeed fit the profile of a 7 Warlord of the Sea quite well. While Ji-Yuan was lost in thought, Shios stood up. "Take your time to think. I need to excuse myself to the restroom first." After making sure Ji Yuan was not paying attention, Xios slipped into a small room nearby where Califa had been waiting. Sir, it's ready. Califa looked somewhat peculiar at that moment with only her upper body visible while her lower half was behind a mirror. Without wasting words, Xios stepped into the mirror, entering a strange space filled with mirrors. Following Califa's guidance, he slipped through another mirror and in an instant crossed an unknown distance to arrive on a ship. Califa, don't blame me for not reminding you, but definitely don't peek. Just before he exited the mirror, Xios cautioned Califa. Yes, I absolutely won't peek. Califa, though a bit puzzled, still made her promise. Although forced into this situation, she had received a powerful devil fruit from him, the mirror fruit. Lord Xios, that fat pig is on the ship ahead. On the ship, Inoru approached with an obvious golden staff, eager to report. Xios looked at the luxurious ship not too far away, curling his lips into a cold smile. Although becoming a warlord of the sea was not bad, he hadn't truly intended to take on that role. Those who frequently kill know that before killing one usually needs an alibi. Xios had simply wanted to show himself in front of Ji Yuan, nothing more. Xios turned to the trembling Caesar beside him. Has the signal jamming been set up? Caesar's trembling was partly due to fear of attacking a celestial dragon, but more so from excitement. The thought of researching the exalted celestial dragon's body made the scientist within him stir with eagerness. No problem, sir. The signal transmission function on the celestial dragon's ship was developed in our laboratory, and the den mushi on board were all cultivated by us. All right, then let's do this. Hearing the signal to act, Inoru was the first to lose patience. He saw in the celestial dragons a shadow of the past left by the god Baika, which left him in a very unpleasant mood as he transformed into lightning and swiftly darted towards the ship. At that moment, aboard the celestial dragon's vehicle, Sam walked towards a tank containing a mermaid, holding a tool specifically designed for removing the scales of the mermaid. Haha, don't worry, my little darling, it won't hurt at all. The mermaid in the tank looked utterly despairing. She wanted to resist, but her body had already been injected with an unknown liquid by the group of black-clad men, leaving her powerless to do anything but watch as Sam approached. Meanwhile, a woman with short pink hair looked on in anguish at this scene. Just as a tragic incident was about to unfold, a loud explosion reverberated throughout the ship. Inoru, with a scowling face, stood on the deck, pointing his weapon at the black-clad agents, raising his golden staff. Terrifying lightning erupted, engulfing the entire deck and knocking all the black-clad agents to the ground. What was that noise? What a bunch of useless trash. The explosion startled Sam, who thought they had encountered some sea monster. He just wanted to go out and execute those useless agents. But the most important matter was still the mermaid before him. He reached for the tank, which was now emptied of water. At that moment, as both the mermaid and the pink-haired woman looked on in despair, a large hand suddenly appeared, gripping Sam's arm. Who dares to touch? Sam looked angrily at the hand that had grabbed him, but before he could finish his sentence, a simple but powerful slap landed on his face, sending him flying several meters away, his teeth and blood splattering everywhere. I heard that celestial dragons all have special devices on them. Caesar, check it out. Xios looked at the celestial dragon he had just sent flying with indifference. Luo, then I must examine it thoroughly. Caesar, who had been eager for some time, approached him with a grin that was far more terrifying than Sam's. Caesar was so excited that his hands trembled a bit. He would likely be the first scientist to research celestial dragons freely. He was sure he surpassed Vegapunk in this regard. If Vegapunk heard about it, he would probably be envious enough to have his eyes pop out. Listening to the various wails coming from Sam, Xios felt very pleased. He casually glanced at the mermaid slumped in the tank before shifting his gaze to the pink-haired woman. Who are you? Rare pink hair, and those strange blue crystals covering her body. Xios approached the pink-haired woman bound in shackles and crouched before her. What is your name? I am Ginny. Nini strained to lift her trembling body as she replied her condition was dire. Merely speaking taxed her strength. Ginny was stunned. Someone had actually dared lay hands on a celestial dragon. Not merely struck him, but stood beside him, a horned figure already brandishing a small saw, cackling as he gestured mockingly towards Sam. Xios recognized Ginny as a devil fruit user. With armament hockey coating his hand, he tore away the sea stone cuffs binding her, her expression visibly eased. So you are Ginny. That bear of a man has been searching for you relentlessly. A faint involuntary smile curled Xios's lips. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. With Ginny in hand, Bear would have nowhere to run. After all, the pacifist had once bargained with demons for the sake of a daughter to whom he shared no blood. You? At the mention of Bear, Ginny froze, disbelief flashing across her face as she stared at Xios. He offered only a quiet, enigmatic smile. Then summoned Law, who had been observing Caesar's grim work on Sam, and pointed toward the bewildered Ginny. Examine her. Law studied the peculiar crystalline formations on Ginny's skin, asked several questions, and then spoke astonished. I've only read of this malady in ancient texts, the so-called jade scale illness. I never imagined it truly existed. And can it be cured? Xios asked. The question weighed heavily. Yet judging by Jinny's condition, he suspected the prognosis was favorable. It is a monumental challenge, but entirely possible, In-law declared confidently after closer inspection. Curing her would not only save a life, but also deepen his mastery of the surgical fruit's capabilities. Satisfied by Law's assurance, Shios nodded and instructed Smoothie, who had just entered the cabin, to escort Jinny back to their ship. Then he and Law turned toward Sam. Sam was a pitiful sight, having repeatedly struggled and disrupted Caesar's experiments. His tendons had been severed, his mouth wrenched open in guttural pig-like shrieks of agony. Surrounded and racked with pain, Sam forced himself upright and roared, "How dare you scum do this? A fleet admiral arrives any moment. He'll slaughter you all. Release me now." Shios nearly laughed. Here broken and bleeding, Sam still spat venom. With one contemptuous stomp, Shios crushed his skull into the deck, shattering every tooth in his mouth, silencing him utterly. In truth, Sam's arrogance had played right into their hands. Without CP0's intervention, such an operation would have carried grave risk. Have you located Caesar? Yes. Utterly astonishing. Such exquisite technology embedded within a celestial dragon's body. Caesar withdrew a microchip from Sam's flesh, a device even he had never seen before. Hastily, he sealed it inside a Faraday-shielded black box. Mission accomplished. Let's depart immediately. Shios wasted no time. Celestial dragons traveled under layers of layered security. He'd allotted precisely 5 minutes for this operation, and with success secured, speed was paramount. On the Subordinate archipelago, Kizaru sat sipping tea, mulling over Shios's earlier words. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him, yet resentment flared at the thought of aiding the very man who'd left him battered and bruised. Buruburu. Nas Kizaru wrestled with his thoughts. His din mushy rang sharply. He answered to hear a voice trembling with panic. "Admiral Kizaru, St. Sam's flagship has gone silent, and our latest check confirms his life paper is partially burned. Please proceed immediately to safeguard St. Sam." Celestial dragon vessels transmitted scheduled signals at fixed intervals. Sam's warship had missed its transmission window, an oversight easily attributed to the sea's capricious storms. Yet when they attempted to contact the vessel directly, no reply came. Worse still, confirmation arrived that Sam's life paper had begun burning. An emergency was undeniable. Acting on CP0 intelligence, they dispatched Kizaru, the strongest officer stationed on Subordinate, to investigate. At the mention of a celestial dragon in peril, Kizaru's expression hardened, not out of concern for Sam's life, but because the saint's vessel had long since sailed beyond Subordinate's waters. His fate held no relevance to her duty. Though her tenure on Subordinate had been brief, tales of celestial dragon atrocities had left Kizaru nauseated, so much so that on more than one night, she'd fantasized about slipping through shadows with blade in hand to erase a few of them quietly. What truly sharpened her focus was the immediate instinctive association with Shios, the audacious youth who'd shattered a joint Navy CP0 operation without hesitation. "Understood. I'll investigate at once." And with that terse reply, Kizaru ended the call. After a moment's hesitation, she strode toward the spot where Shios had vanished and extended her observation hockey outward. Have you decided?" In rounding a corner, Kizaru collided face-to-face with Shios, so abruptly that she nearly drew Kinbora and slashed. Her observation hockey had failed utterly to detect his presence. "That monster's power has grown again. And never mind that. For now, I must attend to urgent business." Seeing Shios unharmed, Kizaru inexplicably exhaled in relief and fled, leaving him no chance to speak. The celestial dragons reacted this swiftly. Shios watched Kizaru recede, stroking his chin. They'd merely taken extra moments to dispose of evidence and settle Jinny and her daughter Bonnie, yet the world government had mobilized with unnerving speed. Meanwhile, Kizaru grew increasingly unsettled the farther she walked. Ever since the Flower Island incident, something about that boy had felt profoundly off, yet his demeanor remained flawlessly ordinary. Never mind. I'll start by collecting what you owe me for that beating." Na Rai smile tugged at Kizaru's lips as memory sparked. She retrieved her den mushy and dialed again. "Little Garp, Shios is currently on the Subordinate archipelago." After capturing the celestial dragons, Shios encountered Karp in Subordinate and engaged in battle. After teaming up with the Dark King Rayleigh, he managed to escape in a dire situation. This battle shocked the entire world, marking the first time Shios was officially wanted and bounty was placed on his head. Recommended by Stussy, the 5 elders began considering Shios for the position of Warlord of the Sea. After expressing their thoughts to Sengoku, they extended an invitation to Shios through Gion. Shios and his group returned to Sky Island, where they found a meteorologist living on the small sky island of Visalia. They mastered the technique of freely moving sky islands and creating island clouds allowing for a large-scale transport of resources to the Blue Sea. With the help of Jinny, Shios lured the Revolutionary Army's Bartholomew Kuma to Sky Island and recruited him as an ally. Using the technology of creating island clouds from Visalia combined with the sea train technology acquired from Master Tom, Shios opened a transport route connecting various parts of the world above the calm belt. However, due to unknown reasons, the transported goods mysteriously disappeared, prompting Shios to investigate personally. On his second departure from Sky Island, Shios first headed to Alabasta. After defeating Crocodile with overwhelming force, he captured him. He then encountered Robin, who was in Alabasta trying her luck, and took her with him, resulting in a conflict with Kazan. After an intense battle, Kazan allowed Shios to take Robin away once he confirmed that Shios would not harm her. During this battle, Shios revealed some dark secrets of the world government to Kazan, including the triannual Celestial Dragon study trip, which left Kazan in great confusion. In the calm belt, Shios and his group first went to the most suspect territory, the island of Amazon Lily. After an intense fight, Shios subdued Hancock. Later, after the arrival of Shaki and Rayleigh, Hancock revealed that the plundering of the transport was not done by the Kuja pirates. Upon learning that Shios had attacked the Celestial Dragons and captured them, Hancock developed a strong admiration for him. After circling the calm belt several times, Shios discovered that the real culprit was the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. After defeating him, Shios chose not to kill him, but imprisoned him, having learned of a remarkable piece of information. The dark fruit, known for being the most fearsome devil fruit, appeared on the island of Wanakuni in the New World. Shios used the powers of Califa's clear fruit to bring Yamato from Wano to his side. Together they crushed the various pirates who came to compete for it, including Blackbeard and Katakuri. Following this battle, Shios' pirate crew gained immense fame. However, rather than rushing to the New World to compete for the throne of the four emperors, Shios chose to recuperate, and utilizing the dark fruit, plundered powerful fruits such as the float fruit, cook fruit, and great entry fruit. After a period of development, the angel commerce was established throughout the seas. Upon realizing that Don Quixote Doflamingo intended to usurp a country, Shios personally went to Dressrosa with Trafalgar Law and others to stop him. After overwhelming Doflamingo's family with absolute power, Trafalgar Law personally killed Doflamingo. Shios seized this opportunity to acquire the Heel fruit and Violet, who possessed the Stare fruit. After hearing about a song released by a newly established company on Sabaody, Shanks finally found the whereabouts of his daughter. When he contacted Yuta about wanting to bring her back, she refused. Shanks then informed Yuta that Beckman had left the red-haired pirates due to a disability incurred during a battle directed by music. After Yuta relayed this incident to Shios, he dispatched Lucci to find Beckman. After bringing him to Sky Island, Shios used the Heel fruit to heal him. After a long period of gathering strength, Shios finally set off for the New World. Using his status as a warlord of the sea, Shios pressured the Navy through the world government to create chaos in the New World. He then boldly attacked Hive Island, killing the notorious Pirate King, who had been entrenched there for years. He then battled against the Big Mom pirates, who came to try and seize the opportunity. Shios and Yamato teamed up to defeat Charlotte Linlin directly, and even the large fleet she personally led was crushed by Shios' subordinates, thus officially claiming the crown of the four emperors. Meanwhile, due to Shios' continuous ambushes, several celestial dragons had already died. However, because Shios often expressed a desire to become a celestial dragon, no one suspected him. The patriarch of the celestial dragon family, Chi-Chi, jointly petitioned the five elders to express dissatisfaction. To appease the celestial dragons, and due to the recent victories in the New World, the five elders reinstated the country extermination game that had been abolished after the Rocks incident. Due to Stussie's presence, Shios learned the location of the country extermination game. After secretly informing the Revolutionary Army, Dragon personally led his subordinates to raid the site. Shios also brought Kaido from Wano to the battlefield using the quiet fruit. Together with Dragon Yamato and others, they annihilated the Divine Guardian team and captured Satan. As a result of the Revolutionary Army's live broadcast of this battlefield, the world government lost all credibility due to the country extermination game and the defeat of the five elders, leading to a dramatic increase in rebellions worldwide. After a period of continuous fermentation, the Revolutionary Army announced the live execution of the five elders at a time when the world government was in a state of chaos. This enraged the world government. During this time, Shios single-handedly defeated Kaido in Wano and successfully incorporated the Beast Pirates, while also teaming up with Kaido and Yamato to crush the Whitebeard Pirates. Shios reached a secret agreement with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Thus, although the New World appeared calm on the surface, maintaining the situation of the four emperors, it was actually completely ruled by Shios. During this period, although the world government noticed some signs of decline in their prestige, they did not take it seriously and continued to view Shios as a reliable ally. After the other four elders promised to grant Xios the identity of a celestial dragon, once the matter was resolved, they sent him along to the location of the live execution of the five elders. The world government sent the Divine Guardian team 2 elders, Marine Admiral Kazan, Marine Hero Carp, Marine General Zifa, and a commander of the 3 armies. The world government vowed to annihilate the Revolutionary Army and conduct a thorough cleansing of the world. During the battle with the Revolutionary Army, Xios prepared to backstab the world government, but unexpectedly discovered that Kazan acted first and Zifa also rebelled against the world government. Due to the arc maxim that Xios lent to the Revolutionary Army, the world government suffered significant losses. Upon learning of the severe situation on the battlefield, the world government dispatched a large number of reinforcements to this battlefield through a special devil fruit, while Xios seized the opportunity to directly raid Mary Xios. Using the mirror fruit, Xios released countless prisoners trapped in the infinite hell. These prisoners, who harbored deep resentment against the world government, unleashed years of anger. Legendary forces such as Kaido, Shanks, Whitebeard, Yamato, Rayleigh, Red, Count, Barrett, Mihawk, Enel, and top-tier commanders like Beckman, Hancock, Crocodile, Smoker, Trafalgar Law, and Urki joined forces to directly suppress the entire Holy Land. In a fit of rage and panic, attempted to use the Heavenly King to suppress everything, but was directly taken out by Xios with the repaired Dark King cannon, ultimately leading to Xios killing him with an unrivaled force that surpassed all ages. After broadcasting to the world that the world government had been destroyed, chaos ensued globally. Whether it was the existence of or the downfall of the world government that had ruled the world for 800 years, it felt like a dream to the populace. Xios was not surprised by their loss of composure. Yuta, who had become the most famous songstress in the world, soothed them with her voice. Xios then led everyone back to the battlefield, where they eliminated the bewildered 5 elders and the divine knights. Subsequently, in less than a year, Xios and his companions completely reorganized the entire world, establishing a true empire that ruled the world. Within just 2 years of its establishment, the empire's various civil and technological advancements erupted across the globe like a volcanic eruption. The once deformed technological tree of the pirate world was rewound. Xios instructed Vegapunk to halt research on weapons and instead focus on technologies that could enhance productivity. Super scientists scattered across the world were found and invited to join the Empire's Research Institute. In less than a decade, countless skyscrapers had already risen around the world. Through research on the relics on the moon, Vegapunk successfully invented the first spaceship, preparing to explore the vast universe. Even Xios did not know what awaited in the universe, or perhaps he would encounter a cosmic titan who devours planets like candied hawthorn, or a cosmic king who snaps his fingers to extinguish stars while lounging in a rocking chair. Thus, Xios sought out the former child of the world, Luffy. At this time, Luffy had given up on his dream of becoming the pirate king under the iron fists of Carp and Shanks, mainly because Raftel had already been found by the Empire and had become a tourist spot. When Luffy set foot on Raftel again, he was nearly brought to tears. After a period of training by Xios, Luffy had now awakened Gear 5th. He was quite excited about this mission and couldn't wait to embark on the adventure. However, before heading to the universe, he specifically searched for like-minded companions around the world. Xios silently prayed for Luffy as he watched the rocket soar into the sky, then happily took Yamato and the others to travel around the world. The end.